Book 12, Chapter 58. Book 12 Chinyu, Chapter 58, Dark Star Realm. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Pumpkin and me. Boundless mystic ice filled the horizon. Trying to chase after me? Chinyu turned his head and glanced at the direction of the Ice Imperial City. Back then, even the white-haired blood devil found it really difficult to chase after me. Although I was using the body of my sword immortal puppet, but there was not much gap between the current me and the sword immortal puppet. Chinyu was at the middle stage of the black hole realm. However, if one were to only compare the body, then even that level 6 Immortal Emperor Yufan, was also inferior to him. Adding on to the fact that Immortal Emperor Yufan doesn't even possess a divine artifact, it was very normal for him to be thrown off by Chinyu's speed. Sure enough, the interstellar conveying arrays have closed. With a sweep of his immortal awareness, Chinyu discovered that the interstellar conveying arrays have been completely closed. Without the special techniques to start the interstellar conveying arrays, no matter how strong he was, it would still be impossible for him to use them. Seems like I can only use greater teleportation. Through the map that was given to him by A.O. Wuming, Chinyu knew of all the major planets surrounding White Ice Star. Don't you dare escape! An angry shout sounded. A palm was struck toward Chinyu once more. It was Immortal Emperor Yufan. Seeing the Immortal Emperor Yufan that had suddenly appeared, Chinyu was shocked. How could this be? I had already restrained my power and my soul had also assimilated into the meteoric tier. How did this Immortal Emperor Yufan find me? Chinyu was unable to understand. However, he also cannot stay stunned at this moment. Divine Sword Skypiercer appeared on Chinyu's foot. He then turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chinyu didn't dare to use greater teleportation on the battlefield. Trying to escape? Humph, even if you were to be able to escape from Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor, I would still not allow you to escape from me. Immortal Emperor Yufan looked at the direction that Chinyu disappeared from and coldly laughed. He then immediately started to chase after Chinyu again. Bing Lian, you don't need to chase anymore, just leave it all to me. At the same time, Immortal Emperor Yufan sent a sound transmission over his immortal awareness to Immortal Emperor Bing Lian. Immortal Emperor Bing Lian, who had chased halfway, immediately stopped. Big brother, if that guy is to be very powerful, it's better for you to send a transmission to Emperor Yu. Furthermore, we still have to report the death of Yu Qingzi to Emperor Yu. Right, I know. Immortal Emperor Yufan took out his transmission spiritual pearl. While he was chasing Chinyu, he started to send a transmission to Emperor Yu. Times. Go! Seeing that he had already left Immortal Emperor Yufan far behind, Chinyu started to execute the greater teleportation. Immediately, he disappeared from the endless cold wind. The target of his greater teleportation was a planet that's a bit far from the White Ice Star, Green Tree Star. Green Tree Star was in the same galaxy as the White Ice Star. There was more than a dozen planets between them. On the Green Tree Star was numerous giant trees. Each one of the tree was over several hundred meters tall. The whole Green Tree Star was covered by an endless amount of green. It was a wonderful sight. How strange, how did this Immortal Emperor Yufan manage to find where I am? Chinyu stood on top of a large tree. He was very confused. Even Emperor Yu and Shui Tianya were unable to find me after I vanished my aura. How did this Immortal Emperor Yufan found me? Possessing the meteoric tier, Chinyu's ability to conceal himself was always something that he was most proud of. However now, he was instead discovered by that Immortal Emperor Yufan. How could Chinyu not be vexed and confused? Could it be that Immortal Emperor Yufan was blinding chasing after me and coincidentally managed to find me? The more Chinyu thought about it, the more he think that was the case. Then, that must be it, he must have just been lucky. Suddenly, a silhouette was shot over toward him at a rapid speed from afar. Chinyu's sensitive immortal awareness immediately discovered the incoming person. This incoming person was unexpectedly Immortal Emperor Yufan. How could this be? Chinyu was once again stunned. He arrived on the Green Tree Star via greater teleportation. How did this Immortal Emperor Yufan find out that he was on the Green Tree Star? A golden ray of light was shot toward Chinyu. Chinyu immediately rushed to dodge. It was Immortal Emperor Yufan's immortal sword. Chinyu didn't want to fight against this level 6 Immortal Emperor at all. Killing a level 6 Immortal Emperor? Chinyu knew that his strength was still insufficient for that. Whether it's the knowledge and comprehension of domains or his attack power, they were both much weaker. On the Icewind Sect, his opponent used merely a top-quality immortal sword and was able to block his sky-piercing finger. The gap of strength between them was obvious. Who are you? Why must you kill Yu Qingzi? If you have the ability and courage, announce who you are. Shouted Immortal Emperor Yufan via voice transmission. Actually, Immortal Emperor Yufan also had a headache. This guy's fleeing speed was certainly fast. It was truly hard for me to catch him. Seems like I could only ask for help from green-blooded sword Immortal, Emperor Yu and them. Unfortunately, Emperor Yu was still back in the headquarters, was several star fields away from here and cannot come here in a short period of time. Immortal Emperor Yufan felt helpless. Right now, he merely wanted to know Qin Yu's name so that they can chase after him in the future. Qin Yu continued to flee. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission. Yufan, are you dumb? You wanted me to announce my name? If you have the ability, find it out yourself, bye. Qin Yu once again threw Immortal Emperor Yufa off with his speed. This scoundrel. Immortal Emperor Yufan grew angry. Since he was unable to keep up with his opponent's speed, what then could he do? Qin Yu flew to a very far distance at a stretch and got rid of the Immortal Emperor Yufan. Seeing that the surrounding space was stable, he immediately used greater teleportation to once again flee far away. If he were to be able to chase after me again, then it would be truly strange. Qin Yu sat on top of a rock. He was feeling grudgingly yet nevertheless still spread out his immortal awareness to see whether if that Immortal Emperor Yufan would once come chasing after him. In a mere second, a man suddenly appeared several hundred meters from Qin Yu. Evidently, that this man also used something along the lines of greater teleportation. Immortal Emperor Yufan came chasing after me again? Qin Yu felt a major headache. What exactly was happening? However, he was unable to spend time thinking about it as that Immortal Emperor Yufan had already arrived by him. I really can't be at peace unless I kill you. Qin Yu was furious. Qin Yu pointed his finger toward Immortal Emperor Yufan. A golden blur was suddenly shot out. Following along the straight trajectory, it was fired rapidly toward Immortal Emperor Yufan. That golden blur was unusually strange. It appeared to be going in a straight line, but there was always a floating sensation to it. Break. Immortal Emperor Yufan pointed with his sword. The sharp end of his sword hit the golden blur directly. With a slight tremble of his body, he had broken Qin Yu's attack. Your comprehension toward domains was pretty good. Unfortunately, when compared to mine, the gap between us was still very far, said Immortal Emperor Yufan as he laughed lightly. His sword strike earlier didn't appear to be fast at all but was able to block the extremely fast sky-piercing finger. This was precisely the difference between realm levels. Immortal Emperor Yufan saw that this time Qin Yu surprisingly did not immediately flee and was secretly delighted. He started to rapidly fly toward Qin Yu. At the same time, he launched his domain. The strength of a domain was dependent on its range. With Immortal Emperor Yufan's strength, if he were to create a domain that's several thousand miles wide, while it might appear very good, it would actually not cause much menace toward those that was encompassed in his domain. Contrary, if Immortal Emperor Yufan were to execute a domain that's several hundred meters wide, then the domain would be small and it would also be a lot more threatening toward those within the domain. However, as the domain was small, it was also harder for one to try to contain the enemy within the domain's range. This time around, Qin Yu did not flee. Instead, he charged to attack. This caused the distance between the two to be very close. Let's see you try to run away again this time around. Immortal Emperor Yufan's gaze turned fierce. Immediately, Qin Yu felt as if the surrounding space had turned into a swamp. His movements had received a very large hindrance. Stepping on the divine sword, Sky Piercer. Flee. You're not getting away this time around. You who dared to kill a subordinate of Emperor Yu is seeking your own death. Immortal Emperor Yufan immediately rushed over. His speed was even faster than Qin Yu's. Immortal Emperor Yufan's speed did not receive any restriction whereas Qin Yu's was. It was clear what the result of this chase would be. Trying to chase after me? Qin Yu also tried to use his domain. However, his comprehension toward the space was nowhere near that of the level 6 Immortal Emperor Yufan and was completely unable to use his own domain to break apart his opponent's domain. The distance between the two was rapidly growing closer. Qin Yu grew anxious. Humph, let's see how you're going to flee this time. Earlier when you saw me, instead of running you decided to battle me. That was the worst mistake that you had ever made. A golden glowing talisman seal pattern appeared on Immortal Emperor Yufan's left hand. The immortal sword that he was stepping on also started to radiate a golden light. Immortal Emperor Yufan was completely confident that he would be able to capture Qin Yu this time around. However, a gravity that was much stronger than that of a domain suddenly descended upon him. This gravity was so strong that it caused Immortal Emperor Yufan, who was completely unprepared, to suddenly sink and smash onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xinyu immediately distanced himself from the domain's range. Huff! Immortal Emperor Yufan could only watch as Xinyu disappeared from his sight. Gravitational domain, it's actually gravitational domain. Could this Xinyu actually be a person of the Dark Star Realm? Other than the Dark Star Realm, there shouldn't be any other places that is proficient in gravitational domain. Immortal Emperor Yufan had a solemn expression. Okay, bro, you be mistaken. Yufan didn't know our MC is called Xinyu. As a level 6 Immortal Emperor, he knew a lot about this immortal, devil and demon realm. An Emperor-level expert from the Dark Star Realm surprisingly came to kill Yuqingzi. Immortal Emperor Yufan knew about the seriousness of this matter. When did Yuqingzi provoke the people of the Dark Star Realm? I must certainly report this matter to His Majesty. No, I must capture that assassin before that. I need to understand thoroughly about this situation. Immortal Emperor Yufan's frame of mind was completely different now. Earlier, he merely wanted to kill Xinyu. However now, even if Xinyu didn't attack him, he would still not dare to kill Xinyu. When comparing defending its clansmen, compared to the Demon Realm's Dragon Clan, the legendary Dark Star Realm's people were even more protective of their clansmen. Whoever dared to kill a single clansman of theirs, then likely all of the experts from the Dark Star Realm would immediately move out. Immortal Emperor Yufan still remembered that an Immortal Emperor under Mystic Emperor killed a person of the Dark Star Realm that had the strength of a Golden Immortal, and ultimately, Mystic Emperor was forced to present that Immortal Emperor to the Dark Star Realm and allow them to handle him as they wished. Fortunately, the people of the Dark Star Realm didn't like to be associate themselves with the matters of the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm and the Demon Realm. Otherwise, who knows how chaotic this Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm would have become. Xinyu once again used greater teleportation and fled to a new planet. My comprehension toward the space was still much inferior to this Immortal Emperor Yufan. The difference between the power of our domains was unexpectedly so much. In his domain, I could only rely on this gravitational domain. Xinyu was filled with helplessness. At the same time, his immortal awareness was carefully observing the surroundings. Sure enough, Immortal Emperor Yufan also teleported here. Without the slightest hesitation, Xinyu immediately got on his divine sword Skypiercer and started to flee. Friend from the Dark Star Realm, how did Yuqingzi anger you to make you kill him? Rest assured, I would not attack you. Immortal Emperor Yufan's voice transmission sounded in Xinyu's mind. Not attack, whoever believes that is an idiot. Xinyu instead sped up. Right after he shake off Immortal Emperor Yufan, he immediately used greater teleportation and once again arrived on another planet. Only after arriving on a new planet, did Xinyu had a reaction. He called me friend from the Dark Star Realm? Xinyu was startled. Dark Star Realm, how did he come to think that I'm from the Dark Star Realm? Hearing the words, Dark Star Realm, Xinyu remembered the map that was given to him by A.O. Woming. The map that was given to him by A.O. Woming was the one that was drawn by the Dragon Clan through immense effort. Almost all of the routes in the Immortal, Devil and Demon world were on this map. Of course, it's only almost. It didn't have the routes for all of the places. There's a place that they didn't have on routes on the map, the Dark Star Realm. In the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm, 20% of the region belonged to the Immortal realm, 20% belonged to the Devil realm and 50% belonged to the Demon realm. As for the 10% that remained, it was the legendary Dark Star realm, the Dark Star realm that didn't have much of a reputation. The people of the Dark Star realm would not leave the Dark Star realm under normal circumstances. The people of the outside world were also not allowed to enter the Dark Star realm. Even regular Immortal Emperors, they only knew that there was a mysterious region within the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm that they cannot enter. However, those Immortal Emperors of ordinary status also didn't know that this mysterious region was called the Dark Star realm. I would like to make this clear again. By Immortal, Devil and Demon realm, it meant the Ascended realm, which composed of all three realms plus Dark Star area. Don't ask me why he changes his terms all the time. Bad writing, I suppose. Also, why would he name Xinyu's previous skill level the same as a place? I am a person of the Dark Star realm? How did I not know that? Xinyu slightly smiled. On the map that A.O. Woming gave, there was not much introduction of the Dark Star realm. It merely had a single sentence, do not enter the Dark Star realm. The intention of the Dragon Clan was very clear, if one were not to enter the Dark Star realm, then they would not anger the people of the Dark Star realm. After all, the people of the Dark Star realm, unless for a reason against their will, they would not leave the Dark Star realm. I'm not going to think about this matter anymore. How come that Immortal Emperor Yufan could always find where I teleported to? Xinyu started to ponder. Friend from the Dark Star realm. He's here again. Right after hearing the sound transmission in his mind, Xinyu immediately stepped onto his divine sword Skypiercer and started to flee again. While he was fleeing, Xinyu was still pondering about how this immortal Emperor Yufan kept finding him. After continuously using greater teleportation to 3 planets, I finally arrived on the most northwest end of the Whirlwind Galaxy. This is the closest location to the border of the Angelica de Hurica Galaxy. I should be able to use greater teleportation to teleport there at once. Xinyu followed the map and found out that the closest border of the Whirlwind Galaxy to the Angelica de Hurica Galaxy was here. Seeing as he's about to arrive on the Angelica de Hurica Galaxy, Xinyu's heart also grew a bit more calm. Exactly as how Xinyu had anticipated, Xinyu stopped for a moment and that immortal Emperor Yufan had already appeared on this planet. "Friend from the Dark Star Realm," said immortal Emperor Yufan with a face full of smiles. "Sai, shut up," said Xinyu while holding his hand out. To the northwest of here was the Angelica de Hurica Galaxy. The Angelica de Hurica Galaxy is the Cyan Emperor's galaxy. Enough, I shall take my leave. After saying those words, Xinyu immediately stepped onto the divine sword Skypiercer and started to rapidly flee. After a short period of time, Xinyu did a greater teleportation and left the Whirlwind Galaxy and arrived on the Cyan Emperor's territory, Angelica de Hurica Galaxy. Cyan Emperor's territory. Immortal Emperor Yufan frowned. He remembered Emperor Yu's words, "Unless it's important, do not attack others on the Cyan Emperor's territory. For the time being, I do not wish to become enemies with Cyan Emperor. I won't attack, I think it should be fine for me to only give chase." Promptly, immortal Emperor Yufan did a greater teleportation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 59. Book 12 Xinyu, Chapter 59, Crescent Moon Bay. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Pumpkin and me. Angelica de Hurica Galaxy was a galaxy on the western edge of the Plate Rho starfield. The core planet of this Angelica de Hurica Galaxy was the Jade Wave Star. As for the border planet that Xinyu had just stepped foot on, it was not that far away from the Jade Wave Star. With a greater teleportation, Xinyu appeared within the borders of the Angelica de Hurica Galaxy. A divine light suddenly flashed through his brain that had been in a confusion the whole time. Palm strike, that's right, from the beginning till the end, I had only truly came into contact with this immortal Emperor Yufan once from his palm strike. Xinyu immediately lowered his head to look. There was nothing special on his chest area. Xinyu started to use his immortal awareness to closely investigate the surface of the clothes that covered his chest. An extremely small golden stain was stuck on his body. It was so small that Xinyu was unable to sense any energy reaction from this golden stain. Had it not been his suspicion through being always followed, Xinyu would have only thought that this golden stain was just some dust and nothing else. Tisk, an extremely sharp black hole energy was rushed forth from Xinyu's body. It directly attacked that golden stain. As the golden stain was attacked by the black hole energy, it unexpectedly and suddenly shined. Xinyu was shocked as he saw the talisman seal engraving pattern that was previously on immortal Emperor Yufan's palm appearing on the outside of the golden stain. The attack failed. This energy was certainly strange. This attack of mine actually didn't manage to eliminate it. Xinyu was unable to refrain his astonishment. He knew very well of how strong the attack power of the black hole energy was. However, to his surprise, he was unable to eliminate this strange golden stain. Could it be that this is immortal Emperor Yufan's heavenly fan seal technique's nervelessness? At regular occasions, this golden stain does not even give off a bit of energy. However, when I attacked it, it burst off that much energy. Xinyu was astonished, but he didn't feel nervous. A fire without source, how could it last for a long time? "Friend from the Dark Star Realm, please have a chat with me." "I would definitely not approach you." Immortal Emperor Yufan once again appeared using his great teleportation. At the moment when Xinyu attacked Heavenly Fan Seal Technique's special fan seal, he already knew about it. "You are truly boring." Xinyu felt a bit helpless. He didn't want to hide into the Jianglan's realm and waste time. However, even if he were to pick up his divine sword Skypiercer and fight against immortal Emperor Yufan, he was aware that the possibility of him winning was awfully low. Fortunately, Xinyu had already discovered the reason why he was being caught up every time. "Immortal Emperor Yufan, this Heavenly Fan Seal technique of yours was certainly amazing." Xinyu started to laugh. It was a rare sight. In a breath, several black hole energies ruthlessly pounded against that fan seal. Seeing this scene, immortal Emperor Yufan knew that he would not be able to catch up to this man in front of him again. "Friend from the Dark Star Realm, can you please tell me what exactly was the hatred between you and Yu Qingzi?" Immortal Emperor Yufan's face showed a friendly smile. He tried his best to make himself appear more amiable. However, Qin Yu didn't bother to pay him any attention. Instead, he looked at Immortal Emperor Yu Fan with a puzzled appearance. My hatred, why must I tell you? You, Immortal Emperor Yu Fan's face turned red. Qin Yu's earlier sentence was clearly contained tones of ridicule. How could Immortal Emperor Yu Fan not be able to hear that? Ah, finally eliminated it. Immortal Emperor Yu Fan, to be honest, I admire this technique of yours. I reckon that there aren't many people in the immortal realm that knew this move. Qin Yu used his hand to pat the cloth on his chest. Fan seal only contained a certain amount of energy within it. Although it was hard to eliminate, but after being continuously attacked by Qin Yu, its energy was being continuously consumed. Finally, it gave off a bang sound and scattered. Sai, friend from the Dark Star Realm, I knew that there was hatred between you and Yuqingzi. However, it is better to squash enmity rather than keeping it alive. If you were to make the matter clear, His Majesty, Emperor Yu, would certainly settle this matter magnanimously. Immortal Emperor Yu Fan tried his best to persuade Qin Yu. Reaching this point, Immortal Emperor Yu Fan knew that it was hard for him to catch up to Qin Yu again. Settle magnanimously? Emperor Yu is that good of a person? Qin Yu's eyes contained sarcasm. No matter how magnanimous Emperor Yu was, he would still never let go of the bewitching god painting that Qin Yu's possessed. In order to obtain the bewitching god painting, Emperor Yu even flat out turned hostile toward Shui Tianya and fought a great battle against him. It was evident that Emperor Yu wanted this bewitching god painting very badly. His Majesty, Emperor Yu, is very broad-minded and open. He would definitely not. Seeing that Immortal Emperor Yu Fan was still trying to persuade him, Qin Yu raised his hand up and said unconcernedly. Enough, I don't have time to spout rubbish with you. Farewell. After saying those words, Qin Yu rapidly fled. Afterward, with a greater teleportation, he disappeared. Qin Yu's next destination, Jade Wave Star. Jade Wave Star was the core planet of the Angelica de Hurica galaxy. Naturally, there are a large amount of interstellar conveying arrays on the Jade Wave Star. Its transportation was also very developed. The amount of interstellar conveying arrays that leads to other galaxies was also many. Friend from the Dark Star Realm, Immortal Emperor Yu Fan wanted to follow and chase after Qin Yu. Seems like I can only have Emperor Yu settle this himself. I wonder where he is now. Back on the White Ice Star, he originally wanted to send a transmission to Emperor Yu. Unfortunately, he did not manage to. It was because the distance between him and Emperor Yu was too great. Only by entering the transmission secret array could he successfully send a transmission. Finally, Immortal Emperor Yu Fan decided to let Immortal Emperor Bing Lian report this matter to Emperor Yu. From the transmission sent to him by Immortal Emperor Bing Lian, Immortal Emperor Yu Fan came to know that at the moment of the transmission, Emperor Yu was still at their headquarters. However, Emperor Yu had already set off. With Emperor Yu's speed, after this long period of time, it was likely that he would have passed by 1 or 2 star fields already. Suddenly, a earth-shattering immortal awareness arrived from the west and pervaded the air. It passed through the outer space and arrived on the planet that Immortal Emperor Yu Fan was on. That enormous immortal awareness was immediately locked onto Immortal Emperor Yu Fan. Yu Fan! A dull voice sounded in Immortal Emperor Yu Fan's mind. Immortal Emperor Yu Fan was startled. He had sensed how powerful that person was just by coming in contact with his immortal awareness. That power was beyond imagination. That person was certainly able to kill him like an ant. I am unaware of who Senior might be. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Yu Fan still didn't know which mysterious expert had appeared. This expert was actually able to make him immortal awareness pass through the cosmic space and cover him. Cyan Emperor. It was a dull voice once again. Hearing the 2 words Cyan Emperor, Immortal Emperor Yu Fan felt a powerlessness throughout his whole body. To be confronted with the Cyan Emperor who had cultivated for an exceptionally long period of time, Immortal Emperor Yu Fan could only be utmost respectful. He said, I am uncertain as for what Senior seeks from this junior. Yu Fan, you can stop chasing after that person from earlier, said the Cyan Emperor indifferently. Senior Cyan Emperor, that man killed Yuqingzi of the 36 lords that served Emperor Yu. Immortal Emperor Yu Fan was not an individual who would easily retreat. He killed Yuqingzi, how could I just give up chasing him like this? While those were the words that came out from his mouth, in actuality, even if he wanted to chase, Immortal Emperor Yu Fan was unable to chase after Qin Yu. Yu Fan, with that man's skills, chances are that even if you wanted to chase after him, you'll still be unable to. When I wanted you to not chase anymore, I also wanted you to tell Emperor Yu that when in my territory, he'd best not touch this man. As for after this man left my territory, regardless of what you all plan to do, it would no longer be of my concern. Cyan Emperor's voice clearly resounded in Immortal Emperor Yu Fan's mind. Immortal Emperor Yu Fan grew puzzled. Why would the Cyan Emperor involve himself in this matter? Could it be that this person from the Dark Star Realm possessed an extraordinary status? Senior Cyan Emperor, this junior is unable to respond on behalf of His Majesty Emperor Yu. However, this junior is able to help you relay these words to His Majesty Emperor Yu. As for how His Majesty Emperor Yu would react, this junior is unable to make any promises," said Immortal Emperor Yu Fan very respectfully. "Men, relaying the message would suffice." Cyan Emperor's voice grew faintly discernible. "Remember, it's best for you to leave the Angelica de Hurica galaxy soon." "Yes." Immortal Emperor Yu Fan didn't dare to refuse. Times. Traveling night and day, Emperor Yu was rushing over to the Plate Rose Star field without stopping. When Yu Qingzi was killed, Immortal Emperor Binglian used the transmission secret array within the Icewind sect to notify Emperor Yu about what had happened. Right after obtaining the information, Emperor Yu had already felt that it was a problematic situation. With the green-blooded sword Immortal not being present and Immortal Emperor Yu Fan being unable to resolve the matter, he could only set out personally. After all, Yu Qingzi was one of his 36 lords. Furthermore, Yu Qingzi was his only influence in the Indigo Bay star field. Only the Silver String Galaxy within the Indigo Bay star field was Emperor Yu's territory, and the people who controlled it was precisely the Jade Sword sect. Emperor Yu's speed was very fast. Majority of journey, he used his greater teleportation to travel. Only when he had to travel a long distance would he use the regional interstellar conveying array to travel. With the combination of greater teleportations and interstellar conveying arrays, in a short while, Emperor Yu had passed through half the distance. On a barren planet, Emperor Yu suddenly stopped. What, lost him? Emperor Yu was holding the transmission spiritual pearl while frowning. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Yu Fan used a greater teleportation, then took an interstellar conveying array and returned to the Icewind sect of the White Ice Star. He was currently in front of the transmission secret arrays and reporting to Emperor Yu. "Yes, that's right. Your Majesty, that man's speed was extremely fast. This subordinate was unable to catch up to him," replied Immortal Emperor Yu Fan through the transmission. "Yu Fan, once your Heavenly Fan Seal technique managed to hit a target, your fan seal would be attached to the body of the enemy. How could you possibly lose him?" Emperor Yu knew very well about this unique skill of Immortal Emperor Yu Fan. Once the fan seal were attached to the body, it would not emit even the slightest amount of energy. Under normal circumstances, it was simply impossible for one's immortal awareness to detect it. At the beginning, that man did not detect the fan seal. However, the fan seal was still discovered and broken through in the end. "Your Majesty, this subordinate have a very important matter to report." Immortal Emperor Yu Fan remembered the Dark Star Realm and started to grow anxious. "Oh? What matter?" Emperor Yu stood motionless on the barren planet. "That man who killed Yu Qingzi, I believe, he should be someone from the Dark Star Realm." Immortal Emperor Yu Fan spoke what he had deduced. Emperor Yu's expression slightly changed. "Someone from the Dark Star Realm? Why would you come to such an conclusion?" "Your Majesty, that man actually used gravitational domain while fighting against the subordinate." "Your Majesty, you also know that the gravitational domain was a special ability possessed by individuals from the Dark Star Realm." Immortal Emperor Yu Fan spoke out his reasoning. Emperor Yu's heart moved. "At the moment when Bing Lian reported to me, she had said that man had received one of your palm strike, but, as if the palm strike did nothing on him, he still nonchalantly killed Yu Qingzi. Is that correct?" Emperor Yu instead asked about this matter. Immortal Emperor Yu Fan was confused as to why Emperor Yu would ask about the matters that happened before instead of the matter with the Dark Star Realm. However, he still sent a transmission and replied. "Your Majesty, that is exactly what happened. Quickly, tell me, where is he now?" Emperor Yu immediately sent a transmission over. Sensing Emperor Yu's impatience, Immortal Emperor Yu Fan immediately replied. "Your Majesty, that man had already arrived on the Angelica de Hurica galaxy." Angelica de Hurica galaxy. Emperor Yu frowned. "Your Majesty, when I was on the border planet of the Angelica de Hurica galaxy, Cyan Emperor sent his immortal awareness past the outer space of the cosmos and directly sent a voice transmission to this subordinate. He told me to leave the Angelica de Hurica galaxy and at the same time to relay a message to your Majesty." Immortal Emperor Yu Fan didn't dare to hide this matter. "Speak." "Your Majesty, the Cyan Emperor said that he wishes for your Majesty to not attack that man in his territory. However, once that man is out from his territory, then regardless of how your Majesty wanted to handle that man, the Cyan Emperor would not care in the slightest." Immortal Emperor Yu Fan relayed the message. "Oh. Emperor Yu, who originally wanted to immediately set off for the Angelica de Hurica galaxy, actually stopped. How two thick brows was deeply creased. "You fan, you can stay in the Icewind sect at ease and wait for my orders." After saying those words, Emperor Yu put away his transmission spiritual pearl. That Cyan Emperor also want to interfere? Emperor Yu was carefully pondering. Both Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor were afraid of the Cyan Emperor's strength. 10 millions of years ago, when Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor were nobodies, the Cyan Emperor was already a big shot of the immortal realm. He was a level 8 immortal emperor level super expert. So many years had passed, no one would think that the Cyan Emperor had not improved. Furthermore, the Cyan Emperor from over 10 millions of years ago was already a big shot in the immortal, devil and demon realm. So what would he be now that it's 10 millions of years later? During the time when we explored the Bewitching God Temple, Cyan Emperor did not participate in it. Even when sending people to the mortal realm to break through the Nin realm, Cyan Emperor also did not do that. In all these years, it seems like the Cyan Emperor didn't have much interest in the Bewitching God Temple. Emperor Yu was unable to understand. The Cyan Emperor who didn't have any interest in the Bewitching God Temple, would he now try to seize the Bewitching God painting from Qin Yu? That's unlikely. Humph, this old fart Qi Qing had received a treasure of mine back then. He owed me a favor that I had never allowed him to return. It's about time for him to return the favor now. Emperor Yu did a greater teleportation and disappeared from the barren planet. Times. Angelica de Hurica galaxy, Jade Wave Star. With a greater teleportation, Qin Yu arrived on this planet. His frame of mind became more relaxed and he began to leisurely walk among the endless forests and mountains of the Jade Wave Star. Occasionally, immortals would fly past him in the sky. "You are called Qin Yu, right?" An amiable voice resounded in Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu was slightly startled. "Who are you?" Earlier, he had only given off a little bit of his aura when using greater teleportation. He had immediately concealed his aura afterwards. However, he was still discovered. The strength of this person who discovered him was certainly extraordinary. "You can call me the Cyan Emperor." Qin Yu was slightly startled. The person sending the voice transmission was actually the Cyan Emperor. Qin Yu knew that this Angelica de Hurica galaxy was the Cyan Emperor's territory. However, Cyan Emperor possessed a lot of galaxies and his true headquarters was also not located on this Angelica de Hurica galaxy. Thus, Qin Yu had never expected that Cyan Emperor would be here. "Senior Cyan Emperor, is there anything you need from this junior?" Qin Yu decided to speak with manners. "If you don't mind, can you come to the Jade Wave Star's Crescent Moon Bay? I have an old friend here who wanted to meet you. And I also wanted to meet you." Cyan Emperor's voice was very amiable. Crescent Moon Bay? Qin Yu recalled the Dragon Clan's map. On the Dragon Clan's map, it had such a sentence for the introduction of the Jade Wave Star, Crescent Moon Bay. It exists in the deepest part of the Jade Wave Star's endless ocean. It was a secluded place that the Cyan Emperor occasionally reside. This junior would immediately go there. Qin Yu immediately replied respectfully. At the same time, he was also confused. Cyan Emperor's old friend wanted to see him. Who was this old friend? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 60. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 60, Meeting. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Crescent Moon Bay, the deepest part of the Jade Wave Star's endless oceans, was a crescent island. It was the special residence of the Cyan Emperor. The Crescent Moon Bay was distinguishably decorated and also possessed many different kinds of flowers and planets. In a flash of an eye, Qin Yu had already flew to the airspace of the Crescent Moon Bay. What a beautiful place! From the sky, Qin Yu saw jade-colored water, green-colored land and all kinds of flowers and plants growing naturally. It was like an elegant place of paintings. Qin Yu descended and landed on the edge of the Crescent Moon Bay. "Are you perhaps path friend Qin Yu?" A white-clothed youth walked over with a face full of smiles. "I am humbly Qin Yu. I came over following the request of Senior Cyan Emperor," said Qin Yu very courteously. He didn't want to offend anyone in the immortal, devil and demon realm. However, there are some people that Qin Yu must offend. Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor, they are the final task entrusted by Emperor Ni Yang. On top of that, there's his disciple's death. They had determined that Qin Yu would oppose Emperor Yu. As for the Cyan Emperor, Qin Yu didn't want to become his enemy. Sure enough, the amount of experts under the Cyan Emperor is numerous. A mere youth was actually a level 7 immortal emperor. How truly frightening. Qin Yu felt a shiver in his heart. A youth from the Crescent Moon Bay was already so powerful and already at the same level as the green-blooded sword immortal. This Cyan Emperor's strength, wasn't that a bit too frightening? Master is currently waiting for path friend Chinyu beside the cold pond, said the white-clothed youth. He had a very amiable smile on his face. Path friend Chinyu, please follow me. Then I shall trouble you. Chinyu followed behind the white-clothed youth. The Crescent Moon Bay was located within the endless amount of ocean of the Jade Wave Star. Thus, it naturally appeared to be small like a tiny boat. It appeared as if just a wave would be enough to cover the entire island. However, the Crescent Moon Bay was in fact very big. It had a circumference of close to 1,000 miles. Following beside the white-clothed youth, Chinyu passed through a bamboo house, flew through a lake within the island, and passed through the ocean filled with loose waves. Finally, revolving around multiple garrets, he descended. Following the winding corridor, he arrived on the remote cold pond. The cold pond was not large. It was about 7 or 8 meters wide and 100 meters long. It's just that the cold pond was filled with pressing cold airs. Even Chinyu felt a shiver in his body. What's strange was that even in such a cold temperature, this cold pond did not freeze. Instead, there was numerous fishes swimming in the cold pond. By the cold pond was a man in a cyan garment. He was currently holding a fishing rod and angling without moving. Do not disturb master, please wait a while. The white-clothed youth pulled Chinyu and said to him via voice transmission. Chinyu nodded and then quietly stayed on the side of the cold pond and waited. This humble self is Chinyu. I am unknown as to who brother might be. Chinyu waited for a while and grew bored and began to try to converse with the white-clothed youth via voice transmission. Ah, sorry, I still haven't told you my name. I am the Cyan Emperor's 4th disciple, Songshi. The white-clothed youth gave Chinyu an apologetic smile. For me to forget about introducing myself to path friend Chinyu, I am deeply ashamed. TL, Songshi means turquoise gemstone. Path brother Songshi need not mind. Chinyu did not mind at all. What Chinyu wanted to know the most right now was, who exactly was the old friend of the Cyan Emperor that wanted to meet him? Path brother Songshi, Cyan Emperor had me come to the Crescent Moon Bay to meet a person. Do you know who I am to meet? Asked Chinyu. From Chinyu's perspective, Songshi was a level 7 immortal emperor and was likely the Cyan Emperor's right or left-hand man, thus, he ought to know about it. Path friend Chinyu, this was something that I truly don't know about. In a while, master would naturally tell you about it. Songshi had a simple and honest smile on his face. Chinyu could only nod. He continued to patiently wait for the Cyan Emperor to finish fishing. After 2 hours. Got one. The cyan-clothed man's voice sounded. At the same time, the fishing rod was pulled backwards. What appeared on the fishing hook was a 6-inch long fish with 3 silver stripes on its backside. Once little brother Chinyu arrived, the luck had immediately turned good. I actually managed to catch a silvery light fish, and a level 3-1-2. The cyan-clothed man laid down his fishing rod and turned around. The white-clothed youth smiled as he said respectfully. Usually, it would take several days for master to catch a silvery light fish. Today, he caught one in a single day. It was certainly a rare event. Path friend Chinyu, this is my master. The white-clothed youth gave an introduction to Chinyu. The cyan-clothed man flipped his hand around and took out a bamboo flute. He nimbly flipped it around a couple times over his hand. His gaze, however, was fixated on Chinyu. You are Chinyu? From Cyan Emperor's expression, it was clear that he also held a deep interest in Chinyu. This junior is precisely Chinyu. I pay my respects to Senior Cyan Emperor, said Chinyu as he cupped his hands respectfully. Cyan Emperor clicked his tongue and said, I remembered that 10 years ago, a great battle appeared on the blue snow star of the Indigo Bay star field. In that battle, there were 2 people, one of which was shouting that the Thunder Hammer Immortal Emperor would kill Chinyu. Chinyu was startled. Could it be that this Cyan Emperor knew about Chinyu? However, according to what Chinyu knew, this Cyan Emperor had never dispatched anyone to the mortal realm back then. That Fengyu and Shui Tianya was certainly interesting. They thought that they could kill you easily, but who would have known that you would be able to escape from them? Now that I've seen you, your reputation was certainly well deserved. Cyan Emperor looked at Chinyu as he praised. Hearing the Cyan Emperor's praise, Chinyu immediately replied. This junior's strength was still very insufficient. For me to be able to escape with my life that day, it was all because of luck. Luck? What is luck? Cyan Emperor shook his head. It seemed that he didn't approve of this at all. No matter what, you should not sum things up as being lucky. For example, opportunity, even if opportunity were to present itself in front of someone, that person still needed to grasp it. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's luck was certainly good. his fortune changed as he turned from a regular immortal emperor to one of the great emperors of the immortal realm. However, how did he die in the end? Some says it's luck, but I say it's because he's not careful enough. It seemed that Cyan Emperor was very knowledgeable about the cause of immortal Emperor Ni Yang's death. In the bewitching God Temple, no matter when, one cannot be distracted in the slightest. Back when I was younger, there are more than 1 or 2 individuals that died in the bewitching God Temple because of a slight distraction. Cyan Emperor appeared to have recalled the memories of his youth. Qin Yu was listening attentively. Back when the Cyan Emperor was young? How many eons ago was that? Those experts of the same generation as the Cyan Emperor, they ought to have either ascended to the divine realm, have died after failing the divine tribulation, or have died due to some other reason. Bewitching God Temple, what is that? However, upon hearing the Cyan Emperor's words, Qin Yu also agreed with it. That immortal Emperor Ni Yang had always said that his luck was bad, but in actuality, he had obtained the bewitching God painting, the 10,000 Beasts Atlas and many divine artifacts. How could he possibly have bad luck? No matter what it is, when it came from the divine realm, it cannot be treated lightly. A poisonous insect of the divine realm, even the people of the divine realm would be injured if they were to be poisoned by it, let alone an immortal emperor. Even a dead poisonous insect is not something to be looked down upon. Ni Yang, who can you blame if you decided to court death? Cyan Emperor muttered to himself. Suddenly, the Cyan Emperor woke up from his self-muttering and looked toward Qin Yu. Oh, Qin Yu, I was too immersed in my own recollection of the past that I even forgot about speaking with you. When one grows old, one starts to like recalling the memories of the past. Qin Yu was stupefied. Having only met the Cyan Emperor for a short while, Qin Yu had discovered that this Cyan Emperor was not unflustered. Instead, he likes to joke around and was very witty. No more talking about that idiot Ni Yang anymore, Qin Yu, I'm bringing you to meet a person, said the Cyan Emperor mysteriously. Senior Cyan Emperor, who is this good friend that you spoke of? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Qin Yu asked. The Cyan Emperor held his bamboo flute on his hand and did a couple flips over his finger. He was smiling so hard that his eyes had turned into lines. Who? It's my good friend. Qin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He decided not to ask anymore. Songshi, you are to immediately prepare a banquet. In these couple days, all my good friends would be coming. If you were to neglect your seniors, then you'd better be careful that I don't make you endure seclusion for 1,000,000 years, said the Cyan Emperor to Songshi, who stood to the side while smiling. Master's good friends? Hearing those words, Songshi's face immediately started to shine. This disciple would set up the banquet immediately. Qin Yu was, however, greatly surprised. Cyan Emperor's good friends, even the level 7 immortal Emperor Songshi have to call that group of people as seniors? Who are those good friends? Qin Yu had a kind of feeling in his heart that amongst this group of good friends, there most likely won't be Emperor Yu. Of course, this was merely the feeling that Qin Yu had in his heart, there was no basis at all. Qin Yu, follow me. Cyan Emperor was smiling as he walked by the cold pond and toward the winding corridor in the distance. Following behind the Cyan Emperor, Qin Yu did not speak a word. He was only checking out all the places, buildings, arrangements, and so on of the Crescent Moon Bay. As he continued to check out the Crescent Moon Bay, it gave up a kind of feeling of nature that contained a thriving life force. Seeing these sceneries, Qin Yu's mood had also turned pretty good. Qin Yu, we are arriving. The Cyan Emperor finally spoke. He turned around and smiled at Qin Yu. Little brother Qin Yu, when you see that senior, you need to know how to be respectful toward your senior. That senior is an extraordinary expert. Extraordinary expert? Qin Yu was slightly startled. What he was startled about wasn't the fact that that man was an expert. What he was startled about was that Cyan Emperor actually addressed that person as an extraordinary expert. This junior understands. Qin Yu nodded. Eminent Cyan Emperor smiled in satisfaction. He brought Qin Yu to a flower pond. There was a limestone road by the flower pond. At the end of the flower pond and beside the limestone road was a stone table and several stone stools. And at this moment, there was an elderly lady and a woman sitting there chatting. Big Sister Yin Hua. The Cyan Emperor started to shout out happily from afar. The elderly lady turned around to look toward the Cyan Emperor. She deliberately changed her expression and said, You unrespectful toward your elders, fellow. At the very least, address me as path friend Yin Hua. Instead, you decided to go and call me Big Sister? Seeing this scene, Qin Yu's expression remained the same. From his earlier conversations with the Cyan Emperor, he had already came to know the Cyan Emperor's character. Wife, you're here too. said the Cyan Emperor with a smile as he saw the woman beside the elderly lady. That girl wore a purple gown, her hair tied in a knot, she was emitting a natural noble aura. The smile on her face would cause one to think that this dame was easily approachable. You still act the same even when there's guests present. This purple-gowned dame sighed helplessly. Big sister, ever since Chi-Ching came out from his seclusion training a couple days ago, his whole temperament had turned a lot more flippant and insincere. How did this come about? Sigh, said the purple-gowned dame to the elderly lady helplessly. Wife, the Cyan Emperor's expression grew upright, he appeared to be a lot more lofty. Wife, isn't it a bit more excessive to describe me as flippant and insincere? I merely had a change of mood after attaining a breakthrough. Enough of this, big sister Inhua, didn't you want to meet little brother Qinyu? I have brought him here. The Cyan Emperor had been smiling amiably the whole time. Sometimes, he smiled so hard that his eyes even grew shut. To speak the truth, Qinyu actually preferred the Cyan Emperor with this temperament. Qinyu? The old lady looked toward Qinyu in astonishment. You are Qinyu, . At this moment, Qinyu had also came to realization. The Cyan Emperor wanted him to come over this time was precisely because this old lady wanted to meet him. From what he had heard earlier when Cyan Emperor addressed this elderly lady as Big Sister Inhua, Qinyu thought of a person, Granny Inhua. This junior is precisely Qinyu, said Qinyu respectfully. Qinyu. The elderly lady walked to the side of Qinyu and carefully inspected him. As if her eyes were going to see through all of him, she inspected him for a long time. Strange. The elderly lady sighed 3 strains. Hearing that, Qinyu was full of confusion. Seeing Qinyu's confused expression, the elderly lady woke up from her thoughts. She smiled and said, Junior have cultivated for such a short period of time yet had already obtained such an accomplishment, you could also be considered as an extraordinary genius. No wonder Yenner was praising you to me, . Hearing Yenner, Qinyu was certain without doubt, he immediately smiled and said respectfully. So senior is Granny Inhua. You can just address me as Granny. Granny Inhua nodded, smiled, and said, I have heard praises about you from others numerous times and decided to ask Chi-Ching to bring you to me to see. Men, once I saw you, you can be considered to be pretty good. Qinyu felt wronged in his heart. Can be considered to be pretty good? Qinyu's cultivation speed was already so fast that it's astonishing, but Granny Inhua only said can be considered to be pretty good. Qinyu, listen to Granny. Granny Inhua patted Qinyu's shoulder. Granny, please speak. Seeing that Granny Inhua was so intimate to him, Qinyu felt a bit overwhelmed by favor from a superior. Granny Inhua sighed and said, I'm not going to bother mentioning about that girl Yenner, she doesn't even bother to cultivate at all. This time when she left, to this date, she has not even once come back to see me. With her nature, I no longer have much hope for her. Seeing a youngster like you, I wanted to let you know you must certainly train earnestly. No matter where you are, only those who have the strength have the power. Your current activities, I had also came to know about them through Chi-Ching. Actually, you were a bit reckless. Granny Inhua sighed and said, You best not think that you would not die because you possessed a divine armor. The black frozen snow was merely a low-level divine armor. With your strength wearing it, the amount of people in the immortal, devil and demon realm that could break through this divine armor are no less than 10. Qinyu was greatly shocked to hear these words. Leaving aside the fact that this Granny Inhua knew that he possessed the divine armor, black frozen snow, but what Granny Inhua said, the amount of people that can break through this divine armor in the immortal, devil and demon realm, was actually no less than 10. Men, what's the most important is the strength of one's body. Continue to train properly. In this immortal, devil and demon realm, talented people are hard to come by. Granny Inhua sighed and said, Yes, Junior would certainly firmly bear that in mind. Qinyu was indeed somewhat moved. He also wanted to cultivate it all the way to the late-stage black hole realm in a single stretch so that he can open the 3rd layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. However, in the deepest part of his heart, he also wanted to meet his brothers extremely bad. Qinyu merely thought that with the Jianglan's realm, it would be no problem for him to pass through the immortal realm. He had set off with this sort of mentality. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 61. Book 12 Qinyu, Chapter 61, The Old Friends. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Immortal Realm, Plate Row Starfield, Jade Wave Star. On the Crescent Moon Bay. Qinyu was currently chatting with Granny Inhua. Granny Inhua carefully took a couple glances at Chinyu before she started to laugh and said, "Actually, from the way it seems now, having you suffer hardships a couple more time is also a good thing. To grow from the frustrations of battle, it is faster than going through seclusion training." Big Sister Inhua's words are very reasonable. Back when I was younger, I cultivated all the way to level 8 Immortal Emperor in a single stretch through almost practically all fighting against other people. That speed was much faster than the cultivation speed of these recent years. Sighed the Cyan Emperor. Like a clever child, Chinyu nodded in approval. "Shi Qing, you're also a person with very good fortune. If it were other people, it was impossible for them to be like the way you are," said Granny Inhua while smiling. Cyan Emperor displayed a contented smile. "That's because I know when to be content." Chinyu continued to listen quietly while standing on the side. He was also to tell that the conversation between Granny Inhua and the Cyan Emperor involved the reason why the Cyan Emperor has been level 8 Immortal Emperor for all this time. However, Chinyu was still unable to tell what exactly was the cause. But he was certain about one thing: for the Cyan Emperor to be level 8 Immortal for all this time, it wasn't because he was unlucky but rather because he was very fortunate. "Chinyu, how's things going along between that girl Yenner and that Jun Luoyu?" Granny Inhua turned around and asked Chinyu. She had a loving expression in her eyes. It was the love toward Jiang Yan. Chinyu smiled and said, "Brother Luoyu had already returned to his hometown and started bitter seclusion training. As for Yenner, she had followed him. Their relationship, I am unable to clearly describe it." Jiang Yan, Jun Luoyu? Chinyu was really at a loss as to how to describe them. That Jun Luoyu only remembered his wife. Toward Jiang Yan, he was at the very most only concerned about her. It was not at all romantic love. As for Jiang Yan, she didn't care about that and continued to stay by Jun Luoyu's side. Sigh, an ill-fated relationship. Granny Inhua smiled bitterly. "Back then, that girl wanted to go to the immortal realm to check things out and begged me numerous times. Finally, I agreed. Who would have imagined that once she steps into the mundane world, she became tangled up into a knot with this Jun Luoyu?" Granny Inhua also appeared to be helpless. The purple-gowned dame beside Granny Inhua comforted. "Big sister, don't mind too much about it. Just take it as Yenner's training in the life of the mundane world." I can only think like this." Granny Inhua nodded. Immediately afterward, Granny Inhua smiled and took a glance at Chinyu. "Coming to Qi Qing's Crescent Moon Bay this time, what brought me the most happiness is seeing little brother Chinyu. Certainly possessing potential and promising. Merely, the current strength was too weak. Granny Jr. would certainly continue to train hard." Chinyu felt a bit weird. This Granny Inhua knew that he was acquainted with Zhang Lan, thus it was logical that she might be curious about him. However, it shouldn't be so exaggerated to the level of coming to the Crescent Moon Bay. What brought her the most happiness was seeing him. Wasn't that attaching a bit too much importance toward him? Chinyu had never met Granny Inhua before. "Chinyu, stay for a couple more days in the Crescent Moon Bay. In these couple days, Qi Qing's old friends would be coming. You should also meet them in passing," said Granny Inhua to Chinyu while smiling. She had a very kind expression in her eyes. "Big sister Inhua?" Cyan Emperor looked toward Granny Inhua with an astonished expression. While others don't know who Cyan Emperor's old friends are, he himself naturally knew who they are. As he knew who they are, he naturally felt strange as to why Granny Inhua would say such words. After all, his friends were not people that ordinary people can just meet. Granny Inhua took a glance at Cyan Emperor and then smiled lightly. "Chinyu, he is qualified to meet them." Seeing Granny Inhua speaking this way, Cyan Emperor decided to no longer refute. He turned around, looked at Chinyu and said, "Little brother Chinyu, stay here for a couple more days." Chinyu was able to deduce some things from the conversation between Granny Inhua and the Cyan Emperor. Clearly from Cyan Emperor's opinion, he should not have the qualifications to meet those people. Chinyu smiled and said, "The meeting between seniors, this junior should not disturb it." "No need, when the time comes you just have to come," directly said Granny Inhua. Immediately after, she smiled toward Chinyu. "If you were to not come, Granny would be angry. Chinyu, big sister Inhua wanted you to come, so just come." At this moment, the Cyan Emperor also started urging Chinyu. Chinyu felt some warmth in his heart and immediately nodded. For this junior to be able to meet those seniors, it is this junior's blessing. This junior would certainly show up. Times. Soon after, Chinyu followed the servants into his residence. Cyan Emperor's wife had also left. As for the Cyan Emperor, he stayed in the flower pond and continued to chat with Granny Inhua. The target of their talks were precisely Qin Yu. Big Sister Yinhua, you want Qin Yu to come, is that really fitting? Asked the Cyan Emperor. Even if this Qin Yu's cultivation speed was very fast, he might be able to become qualified to make friends with the people of my generation after 1,000 or 10,000 years. However, the current him, his strength was truly insufficient. Granny Yinhua did not speak, instead she stood up and looked toward the sky. Her gaze appeared to have passed through the atmosphere of the Jade Wave Star, passed through the endless hollow. Xi Cheng, there's a lot of things that you still didn't know about. After a long time, Granny Yinhua's voice resounded in this large garden. The Cyan Emperor was shocked. Not mentioning the things of the future, even the current Qin Yu was qualified to meet those old friends of yours. You will naturally understand this in the future. After saying those words, Granny Yinhua started to walk toward her own residence. The Cyan Emperor watched Granny Yinhua departing, he then turned around and looked toward the direction of Qin Yu's residence. His brows started to slightly crease. In this Crescent Moon Bay, from the Cyan Emperor to the Granny Yinhua and all the way to a random maid, they were all very friendly and amiable. Qin Yu felt very comfortable in the past few days that he stayed in the Crescent Moon Bay. He had also met the Cyan Emperor and Granny Yinhua a couple times in these past few days. Ha ha! Xi Cheng, your old friend had arrived yet you're still not out? A loud and open laugh sounded through the skies of the Crescent Moon Bay. Old friend? Qin Yu, who was chatting with Songshi, was unable to refrain himself from stopping. He raised his head and looked toward the direction in which the voice resounded from. He saw a golden silhouette slowly descending from the sky. Although the golden silhouette was not far from Qin Yu and the speed of the descent was also not fast, but Qin Yu was still unable to see clearly the true appearance of that golden silhouette. Ah, Qin Yu, I have to go and work now, let's talk about in the future, said Songshi to Qin Yu hurriedly. Qin Yu knew that Songshi was the one in charge of receiving the Cyan Emperor's old friends. Thus, Qin Yu also did not obstruct him. He smiled and said, Songshi, go ahead. Right at the moment when Qin Yu just said those words, Young Master Qin Yu, His Majesty wanted young master to go to the south side of the cold pond. A maid appeared in front of the door to Qin Yu's residence. I'll go right away. Qin Yu immediately got up. He knew that Granny Yinhua had said to let him see those old friends of the Cyan Emperor. And now, it must be the time to see that golden silhouette person. Having stayed in the Crescent Moon Bay for a couple of days, Qin Yu had become familiar with the roads. Following the corridor, he turned 9 times and then 18 more times. Soon, he had arrived on the cold pond where the Cyan Emperor had been fishing at last time. The cold pond was extremely cold. Its surrounding was covered in a layer of drifting mist. The ground on the south side of the cold pond was covered with a spongy black grass. At the same time, there was 2 stone tables and over a dozen rock stools arranged all over the place. On the stone tables was some peculiar culinary delicacies. At this moment, on the south side of there was 3 people, Granny Yinhua, Cyan Emperor, and that golden silhouette. Even the Cyan Emperor's wife was not present. The maid had also stopped far away from the cold pond. It's Qin Yu, right? Come quickly. Granny Yinhua turned around and looked towards him. She called out to Qin Yu while laughing. Immediately, Cyan Emperor and that golden silhouette had also turned around to look toward Qin Yu's direction. Only at this moment did Qin Yu see clearly that the golden silhouette person was a white-haired elderly man wearing a golden gown. Of course, Qin Yu knew that one cannot determine the age of a cultivator from their outer appearance. Some immortal emperors looked like youngster, but it was completely possible for them to be actually tens of millions of years old. To cultivators, age does not have much significance. Strength, that was what foundation of determining who's senior and who's junior. Come, Qin Yu, let me introduce him to you. Granny Yinhua was full of laughter as she pulled Qin Yu's hand. Qin Yu had also closely looked toward the golden-clothed white-haired elderly man. Majesty. There was no need for the golden-clothed white-haired old man to pretend, even a single smile of his contained a kind of top-quality majesty. That was the kind of noble majesty that was emitted from the bones, from the soul. Qin Yu, this is the current clan chief of the Dragon Clan, said Granny Yinhua while smiling. Qin Yu's heart jumped. It's actually the Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor, his big brother Ao Woming's father. Dragon Emperor Ao Feng. He possessed the utmost fame for fighting prowess in the Dragon Clan. He had 2 sons, one was a 5-clawed golden dragon whereas the other was a variation super divine beast, the blood dragon that had never once appeared before in the Dragon Clan. Junior Qin Yu paying his respect to Senior Ao. Said Qin Yu respectfully immediately. The Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Clan's strength was comparable to the whole immortal realm, one was able to imagine the status of the Dragon Emperor. He was someone that even Emperor Yu, Cyan Emperor, Mystic Emperor and others were unable to compare with. The Dragon Emperor looked toward Qin Yu with a rather deep anticipation-like feeling for a long time. You are Qin Yu? The brother of that unfilial son of mine? Unfilial son? Qin Yu was slightly shocked. Ao Woming was actually an unfilial son in the eyes of the Dragon Emperor? Ao Fong, it's been so many years now, you still mind about that thing? From where I stand, I think that Woming is a pretty good child. Wasn't it only that he took a white fox as his wife? What's so wrong about that? Said the Cyan Emperor discontentedly. The Dragon Emperor's expression turned somewhat sour. Shi Cheng, you asked what's wrong with that? Do you know how revered and valuable the bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon was? The child of a five-clawed golden dragon, even if it was not a five-clawed golden dragon, it would also likely be a golden dragon. However, this unfilial son Woming refused to marry a girl from the dragon clan and instead married a white fox. Isn't this wasting the bloodline of a five-clawed golden dragon? Qin Yu suddenly realized what happened after hearing that. The children of five-star golden dragons are usually extraordinary. Just by looking at the two sons of the Dragon Emperor and one would know. One was a super divine beast while the other was a variation super divine beast. Of course, Dragon Emperor's children were a bit special. However, the children of ordinary five-clawed golden dragon were usually golden dragons. But Ao Woming was married to a white fox. He married someone who's not from the dragon clan. Usually, dragons who married those that aren't a pure dragon would give birth to children that are a pure dragon. While it is possible for the child to be a dragon, it was also possible for it to be a white fox. Old dragon, oh old dragon, you demand too much from your children. You even wanted to be in charge of who they marries? An amiable and gentle voice sounded and then a red light appeared beside the people present. This red light turned into a person, a beautiful woman. This woman gave off in grandeur that is hard to describe. It caused others to give the mind to serve her the moment they saw her. When her gaze landed on you, it would cause you to feel warmth. Who is this person? Qin Yu started to ponder. Qin Yu's immortal awareness was very sensitive. However, these few people in front of him all gave Qin Yu a kind of fuzzy sensation. These four people that stood in front of him, Qin Yu was actually unable to see through any of them. This included the legendary level 8 immortal emperor, the Cyan Emperor. Qin Yu was also to sense the strength of Emperor Yu and Xue Tianyao. However, he was unable to see through Cyan Emperor in them. You also arrived. I am unable to control that unfilial son of mine anymore. All these years yet he had never came back to see me once. The Dragon Emperor shook his head helplessly. Senior Ao, big brother Woming and sister-in-law Lian Zhu are very loving of each other. Please don't force him too much. Persuaded Qin Yu. Senior Ao? You can also be considered as the brother of my son, it's fine for you to just call me uncle in the future. Said the Dragon Emperor to Qin Yu while smiling. Qin Yu was startled. However, he still replied. Qin Yu paying his respect to uncle. However, Qin Yu was also somewhat astonished. This Dragon Emperor's manner toward him seemed to be a bit too overly good. The Dragon Emperor smiled as he nodded. Men, since you called me uncle, then when you see that unfilial son Wushu, you can also address him as your big brother. Wushu? Qin Yu recalled a person, it was the variation super divine beast, blood dragon Ao Wushu. Why did the Dragon Emperor suddenly mention Ao Wushu? I have never met him before. Sly. Cyan Emperor laughed out loud. So very cunning. The red-clothed woman also had a smile on her face. The Dragon Emperor, after being called such by the Cyan Emperor and the red-clothed woman, had a slight reddened face. He immediately said, Qin Yu, I suspect you still don't know who she is, right? Let me introduce her to you, this is the super expert of the Bird Clan, Phoenix Emperor Ni. Emperor Ni, the super divine beast, a phoenix of the Bird Clan. A level 9 demon emperor super divine beast. Her strength was definitely amongst the utmost peak of the immortal, devil and demon realm. Junior paying his respect towards Senior Emperor Ni. Qin Yu said hurriedly. He had never expected for this red-clothed woman to be Emperor Ni. From Qin Yu's perspective, a level 9 demon emperor level super divine beast was definitely able to be considered as the top individual of the immortal, devil and demon realm. Emperor Ni smiled and nodded at Qin Yu. Emperor Ni, I believe you should know who this is. The Dragon Emperor smiled as he pointed at Granny Yin Hua. It's big sister Yin Hua. Emperor Ni smiled and said. Last time, I merely saw Big Sister's appearance through her remarkable ability and have not yet met Big Sister in reality. This is the first time for us to meet. It is indeed the first time for us to meet. This opportunity was also given to us because Chi Ching managed to cultivate successfully. Granny Yinhua smiled and said. Otherwise, who knows how long we will wait till we meet? Qin Yu was startled. A level 9 Demon Emperor level Super Divine Beast also revered Granny Yinhua as such? He began to become confused. Who exactly was the number 1 expert of the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm? The level 9 Devil Emperor level Super Divine Beast, the mysterious Granny Yinhua, or the Dragon Emperor? I have still yet to congratulate Brother Chi Ching yet. Brother Chi Ching had bitter trained for tens of millions of years and have finally attained success. In this Immortal, Devil and Demon realm, Brother Chi Ching ought to be the number 1 individual, right? The Dragon Emperor gasped in admiration. Hearing those words, Qin Yu was once again stunned. Cyan Emperor, who was a level 8 Immortal Emperor, was actually the number 1 individual in the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm. Confusion. Qin Yu was completely confused about the strength of these 4 individuals. These 4 people, who exactly was the strongest? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 62. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 62, Agreement. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Old Dragon, oh old dragon, you truly wished for the whole world to be in chaos. I, Chi Chang, am not gifted like your dragon clan, nor do I possess the love from the world like Emperor and I, even if I was to be somewhat lucky, but to be called the number 1 individual of the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm, I'm far from it. Scolded the Cyan Emperor while laughing. The Phoenix Emperor and I also laughed and scolded. This old dragon, as the Emperor of the Dragon Clan, who knows how many treasures that he has but we don't know of. This Phoenix clan of mine, at the time when we have the most members in the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm, we have merely 2. And now, there's only me that's left. After I passed the divine tribulation and ascended, there won't be any more Phoenix in the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm. As for the Dragon Clan, it's a densely packed herd. Qin Yu found it funny as he listened. However, he was also able to guess that how could the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan not possess exceptional treasures. Level 9 Demon Emperor level Super Divine Beast, the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, the Cyan Emperor who had remained a level 8 Immortal Emperor for countless years, and the mysterious Granny Yinhua. One cannot look down on any one of them. In the previous years when we meet together, there was also the Gold Punishment Lord. However, now the Gold Punishment Lord was already gone. Emperor and I suddenly sighed and said, "That's right, Gold Punishment Lord. I still remember the scene of us 4 meeting together." Cyan Emperor also sighed. Qin Yu grew surprised. Gold Punishment Lord, who is that? Dragon Emperor noticed Qin Yu's confusion. He smiled and said, "Oh Qin Yu, it would seem that you still didn't know about the Gold Punishment Lord. However, you should know about the Dark Star Realm, right?" Qin Yu nodded. Between the territories of the Immortal Realm and the Bird Clan, in a region to the northeast of the Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm, there was the legendary Dark Star Realm that occupied 10% of the area of the Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm. There are 3 great sovereigns in the Dark Star Realm. These 3 great sovereigns belonged to a type of continued tradition and were passed on from generation to generation. These 3 great sovereigns are respectfully the Gold Punishment Lord, Black Flame Lord and the White Mystic Lord. The Dragon Emperor carefully explained. Stunning. Qin Yu's heart started to tremble. He finally knew who the Black Flame Lord and the White Mystic Lord are. They're actually 2 of the 3 great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm. The Dragon Emperor continued. The 3 great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm were passed on from generation to generation, of which the Gold Punishment Lord was the leader, whereas the Black Flame Lord and the White Mystic Lord were the assistants. The 3 great sovereigns ruled over the entire Dark Star Realm together. The Gold Punishment Lord of the previous generation was a good friend of I, Emperor and I and the Cyan Emperor. The 4 of us frequently get together. Experts or lonely. Upon reaching the level of the Dragon Emperor, they are usually only associated the other 3. The 4 of them all knew of the exceptional aspect of the other 3. Cyan Emperor also nodded and said, "Amongst the 4 of us, the Gold Punishment Lord's strength was the strongest. He was also our big brother. However, Gold Punishment Lord had already passed the divine tribulation and ascended into the divine realm." Ascended into the divine realm? Qin Yu was slightly shocked. Although he had always heard of passing through the divine tribulation and ascending into the divine realm, but all these years, it was the first time that he heard about someone who had actually ascended into the divine realm. Gold Punishment Lord, the leader of the 3 great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm. Now that we mentioned the divine tribulation, it was also the three great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm. That's amazing. No matter which generation's sovereign they are, it seemed as if none of them had ever failed. However, the immortal realm, devil realm, and even the demon realm, the chances of them failing was all very high. Cyan Emperor gasped in admiration. Senior Cyan Emperor, you said none of them had ever failed? Xinyu found it a bit hard to believe. That's right, the three great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm, at least as far as I know, no matter which generation's sovereigns they are, they have never once failed the divine tribulation. Cyan Emperor nodded. Xinyu was unable to refrain himself from smacking his lips. To be able to successfully pass a tribulation signifies the strength of the person involved. Every generation of the three great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm had successfully passed the divine tribulation. The strength of these three great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm was evident. Furthermore, the Gold Punishment Lord from the previous generation was known as the Big Brother of the Cyan Emperor and them. To be considered as the Big Brother by Cyan Emperor and them, his strength was obvious. Although the Dark Star Realm composed of only 10% of the immortal, devil and demon realm, but their true strength was reckoned to be powerful to a frightening level. Xinyu was unable to help himself from gasping in admiration in his heart. Times. Granny Yinhua, Cyan Emperor, Emperor Ni, and the Dragon Emperor were chatting. Some of the secret stories of the immortal, devil and demon realms were casually being said by them. As for the Dragon Emperor, he was unusually good toward Xinyu and would frequently explain some things to Xinyu. As these four people conversed, Xinyu also found it a bit hard to ask. Thus, he frequently came across things that confused him. Having obtained the Dragon Emperor's careful explanations, Xinyu also started to have a favorable impression of the Dragon Emperor. After hearing all that, Xinyu came to understand completely. This time around, the Dragon Emperor and Emperor Ni came to congratulate the Cyan Emperor. The main thing was that the bitter training that the Cyan Emperor had been undergoing for all these years had finally succeeded. As for what the training was for, Xinyu was not certain of it. Qi Chang, when do you plan to take on the divine tribulation? Suddenly, the Dragon Emperor asked. When? The Cyan Emperor pondered for a moment. I have yet to carefully think about it. However, it shouldn't be too long from now. To be honest, what I wished the most all these years was to train and cultivate successfully. As for undergoing the divine tribulation after actually obtaining success, I instead grew a bit hesitate and indeterminate. The Cyan Emperor had a self-mocking smile. Xinyu was confused. One could prepare when to take on the divine tribulation? According to what Xinyu knew, to undergo a tribulation, usually when one's strength reached the level, one would automatically sense when the tribulation will come. When to take on the divine tribulation, it was something that the heavens decides. How could one possibly decide when to take on the tribulation? However, Xinyu did not ask and instead only continued to listen quietly. Qi Chang, maybe you would take on the divine tribulation even earlier than me, said Emperor Ni with a smile. Emperor Ni was also a level 9 demon emperor. It's just that she currently still haven't sensed when she would be undergoing the divine tribulation. Granny Yinhua spoke. The amount of time Qi Ching stayed in the immortal, devil and demon realm was truly too long. There's not much sense for him to continue staying any longer. It's also good for him to undergo the divine tribulation earlier and ascend into the divine realm. Men, that's right. Dragon Emperor said in approval. In the middle of their conversations, Xinyu decided to leave. It was mostly because toward the end of their conversations it had become trivial matters amongst friends. For an outsider and a junior like Xinyu, it was not good for him to continue staying there and listen. Granny Yinhua, Dragon Emperor, and them also knew that Xinyu felt awkward and decided to let Xinyu leave earlier. This time's banquet, Xinyu did not eat anything. However, he managed to learn a lot of things. After returning to his own residence, Xinyu was still unable to keep his calm. Dragon Emperor, Emperor Ni and them, they ought to be the most utmost level group of people in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm. Xinyu's heart was trembling. The strength of those people were too powerful. Xinyu was able to sense that. If any of these four wanted to kill him, they would all be able to do it easily. As for the divine armor? Granny Yinhua had once said that there are no less than 10 people in the immoral, devil and demon realm that could break through his divine armor. From what Xinyu saw, these 4 people was absolutely able to break through his divine armor and cause the black hole within his body to collapse. These are the true experts. The gap between me and them was so very big. Xinyu took a deep breath. These 4 people, even if the opponent was to be the level 9 immortal emperor, hidden emperor, Linin, Xinyu still felt that Linin was inferior to these 4. Times. As the core planet of the Angelica de Hurica galaxy, the Jade Wave Star's transportation was very developed. There was also a lot of interstellar conveying arrays. Amongst them, there were even 3 interstellar conveying arrays that transports one to other galaxies from the Jade Wave Star. These 3 interstellar conveying arrays respectively lead to the Angelica de Hurica galaxy's north side, west side, and east side. Altogether, it leads to 3 major galaxies. The galaxy to the west of the Angelica de Hurica galaxy was the Blood River galaxy. The Blood River galaxy took the form of a strip. The outside of the galaxy was surrounded by a thin layer of red. It appeared like a crimson-colored river. The interstellar conveying array that lead to the Blood River galaxy is connected to the Reef Yellow Star. On the Reef Yellow Star of the Blood River galaxy, the surging river was rushing toward the north. There are 3 people high up in the skies above the surging river. The leader of the 3 was Emperor Yu, who was donned in a purple gown. Behind him stood 2 white-clothed youths. An enormous immortal awareness was sent over from the direction of the Angelica de Hurica galaxy. It passed through the cosmic space of the 2 major galaxies and directly covered the entire Reef Yellow Star. Brother Qi Qing's immortal awareness is so very powerful. Emperor Yu's immortal awareness was also extended. It came into contact with the opposing immortal awareness. "Old boy Fengyu, what business do you have for you to send a transmission to me?" asked the Cyan Emperor. Before this, Emperor Yu had just sent a transmission to him via his transmission spiritual pearl. Because the 2 were not located far from each other, they decided to communicate with their immortal awareness. Not located far from each other, that was only in regards to the Cyan Emperor and Emperor Yu only. The distance of 2 whole galaxies, that's still a very frightening distance. Yu Fan had already told me everything. I am merely very surprised that Brother Qi Qing actually knew that person was Qinyu. Emperor Yu had a smile on his face as he transmitted those words via immortal awareness. "If old boy Fengyu knows, it's not surprising at all for me to know," said the Cyan Emperor with a gentle laughter. Emperor Yu was cursing in his heart. The old guy Cyan Emperor truly conceals too much. All these years, Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor had still never managed to see through exactly how much strength the Cyan Emperor were hiding. However, just the portion that was discovered by Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor was already terrifying enough. "Brother Qi Qing, I seek for Brother Qi Qing this time around because of the matter with Qinyu." Emperor Yu directly voiced his purpose in coming. "You said Qinyu? Could it be that you want that bewitching god painting?" Cyan Emperor asked instead. Emperor Yu was startled. He only now discovered that the Cyan Emperor actually knew so much. At this moment, Emperor Yu grew alert. He did not believe that the Cyan Emperor would not care about the bewitching god painting. So Brother Qi Qing actually already knew everything. "That's right, I want that bewitching god painting. You also know that it is very hard to take on the divine tribulation. With a misstep, millions of years of bitter cultivation and training would become nothing. No matter what, I want to increase my confidence and increase the success rate of taking on the divine tribulation," said Emperor Yu very sincerely. The Cyan Emperor grew silent for a long while. "I understand what you were thinking," said the Cyan Emperor after some consideration. "It's just that I have a favorable impression toward this little brother Qinyu. If he were to be killed by you just like that, then—" "Brother Qi Qing," Emperor Yu interrupted Cyan Emperor. "I believe Brother Qi Qing wasn't acquainted with Qinyu in the past. Even if you were to have a favorable impression of him after meeting him now, that does not account for much. Wasn't acquainted with him before and only knew him for a couple days, it shouldn't be enough for you to have a deep affection toward him. Could it be that Brother Qi Qing also have his eyes on the bewitching god painting?" Emperor Yu instead asked. "Bewitching god painting? Humph, Fengyu, when Ni Yang had that bewitching god painting, when you, Mystic Emperor and him all gone to the bewitching god temple together, did I join you? That time when you all invited the Blood Devil Emperor and them to go together with you, did I join you? It seemed to me that I have never once bothered to go. You said that I had my eyes on the bewitching god painting? Isn't that a bit too ridiculous?" The Cyan Emperor sounded a bit angry. Of course Emperor Yu knew about these things. The top experts of the immortal, devil and demon realm had previously entered the bewitching god temple several times. However, this Cyan Emperor did not go even once. At the very least, Emperor Yu and them had never heard of the Cyan Emperor entering the bewitching god temple. Unless the Cyan Emperor secretly entered by himself. Emperor Yu didn't believe that Cyan Emperor would be foolish enough to refuse to enter with others but instead go in by himself into such a dangerous place. "Brother Qi Qing, my words were mistaken. However, why must you protect that Qinyu like so?" Emperor Yu grew a bit anxious. If Cyan Emperor were determined to protect Qinyu, then it would truly be difficult for him to kill Qinyu. Emperor Yu clenched his teeth, he then said via sound transfer. Brother Qi-Ching, I remember that you still owe me a favor. You had said back then that if there is a request for you, then you would help me with your all. Now, If you want me to kill Qin, that's absolutely cannot be done, said the Cyan Emperor decisively. I owe you a favor. If you want me to help you in other things, then I can do it. However, killing him was absolutely out of the question. I didn't want you to kill you, I only need you to not obstruct me from killing him. Emperor Yu continued. This way. I would absolutely not do anything in the territory of the Angelica de Hurica Galaxy. However, once he exit the Angelica de Hurica Galaxy, you are to immediately tell me. As long as you let me know, then you would have returned my favor. What do you think? Experts at the level of the Cyan Emperor rarely owes other favors. At that time, the Cyan Emperor needed a treasure. When Emperor Yu found out about that, he instead was overjoyed. He used all means possible to obtain that treasure and presented it to the Cyan Emperor so that the Cyan Emperor would owe him a favor. Now that he had used this favor, Emperor Yu was also a bit unwilling to let it go. Seeing that the Cyan Emperor was still silent, Emperor Yu continued. I only wanted you to inform me. I don't need you to kill him and would even not attack him in your territory. Then, alright. The Cyan Emperor finally agreed. When Qin go through the interstellar conveying array, I would let you know about it. However, you must remember that no matter what, when you are within my territory, you are not allowed to kill him. As to how you will attack him and whether or not it's successful, those are none of my concern. Good, it's a deal. Emperor Yu was overjoyed. That's settled then. The Cyan Emperor retrieved his omnipresent immortal awareness. Emperor Yu had a slight smile on his face. One of the two white-clothed youths behind him spoke and asked. Your Majesty, is it a success? Cyan Emperor, since he agreed he would absolutely accomplish it. Emperor Yu was very confident. Suddenly, he asked. That's right, how many of the immortal emperors underneath me managed to arrive on the 3 assemble points? The white-clothed youth on the left side said respectfully. There are currently 16 immortal emperors that have arrived on the 3 assemble planets. The other immortal emperors were still rushing over. I estimate that in another day, there would be certainly 48 immortal emperors. Very good. Emperor Yu's current mood was very good. The famous immortal emperors underneath Emperor Yu included the 18 emperors and 36 lords. At the same time, he also has many immortal emperors underneath him without much reputation. However, their strength was also very strong. Xinyu, I have arranged an inescapable net, let's see how you will flee this time around. Emperor Yu was completely confident. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 63. Book 12 Qinyu, Chapter 63, Sealing Element Refining Flame Array. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by me. Angelica de Hurica Galaxy, Jade Wave Star. On a courtyard on the Crescent Moon Bay. At this moment, Cyan Emperor was anxiously questioning Granny Yinhua. Big Sister Yinhua, why would you make me agree to it? Cyan Emperor was a bit angry and worried. At the same time, he was also confused. Big Sister Yinhua, now that Feng Yu laid down an inescapable net, it would be very hard for Qin Yu to safely escape. Not only did you refuse to let me prevent him, you instead make me agree to let him know when Qin Yu leaves. At the moment when Emperor Yu and Cyan Emperor were conversing, all the information from their conversation was directly transmitted into Granny Yinhua's mind by the Cyan Emperor. Emperor Yu requested that the Cyan Emperor not to obstruct him in killing Qin Yu and even tell him when Qin Yu leaves the Jade Wave Star. At that moment, the Cyan Emperor was prepared to decline that. However, Granny Yinhua, who was next to him, instead told him to agree to it. Cyan Emperor trusted Granny Yinhua and thus he agreed. You need not be worried about this, Granny Yinhua said while smiling. If Qin Yu were not to receive some setbacks, then how could he become someone who was worthy of respect? Furthermore, if he were to be unable to break through even Emperor Yu's trap, then even if he were to die, there was no one that he can blame for that. Granny Yinhua's tone contained within it a disdain toward Emperor Yu's trap. That's right, young people should receive more setbacks so that can temper themselves. That's also to their benefit. Hearing Granny Yinhua's reasoning, Cyan Emperor also decided to speak no more. The main reason why the Cyan Emperor was so nice to Qin Yu was also because of Granny Yinhua. Had it not been for the fact that Granny Yinhua was fond of Qin Yu, then how would the Cyan Emperor be so nice to a total stranger? When even Granny Yinhua was speaking like this, Cyan Emperor naturally didn't say anymore. Big Sister Inhua, I'll stop bothering you and will be taking my leave first, said the Cyan Emperor while smiling. Granny Inhua only slightly nodded with her back toward the Cyan Emperor. Then Cyan Emperor quietly left the courtyard. In the courtyard, Granny Inhua was looking at the endless empty sky. This Qin Yu's cultivation speed. It gives the impression that it's pretty good, but why am I unable to tell what he have that's exceptional and amazing? Granny Inhua had a slight puzzled expression. Hopefully he doesn't disappoint me. Times. Qin Yu stayed in the Crescent Moon Bay for several more days. In these couple days, Qin Yu had met with the Dragon Emperor, Emperor Ni, Cyan Emperor and Granny Inhua several times. Amongst which he met with the Dragon Emperor the most often. That was mainly because the Dragon Emperor took the initiative to come and chat with him. At this moment, the Cyan Emperor, Dragon Emperor, Emperor Ni, Granny Inhua, Songshi and others were seeing Qin Yu off. Today, Qin Yu had finally decided to leave. Worthy nephew Qin Yu, stay for a couple more days, Emperor Ni and I was still going to stay here for quite a while. You also don't need to be anxious to leave too fast, said the Dragon Emperor to Qin Yu with a slight unhappiness. Uncle, I really have an important matter, said Qin Yu helplessly. The expression and tone that the two had when they were talking to each other had caused others to be able to clearly sense the intimateness of the two. In these past several days, the Dragon Emperor had always been calling Qin Yu worthy nephew Qin Yu. Old dragon call it a day. A child must always leave the house and wander the world, said Emperor Ni while smiling. The couple people on the scene all knew why Dragon Emperor was so excessively good toward Qin Yu. When thinking about the reason, these couple people all snickered in their heart. Qin Yu, take well and go out to wander the world. Granny believes that the next time she sees you, your strength would have increased by leaps and bounds, said Granny Inhua to Qin Yu. Qin Yu immediately replied respectfully. Granny, please rest assured. This Qin Yu would definitely not slack off. Qin Yu was also to sense the demand that Granny Inhua had for his strength. Senior Cyan Emperor, Senior Emperor Ni, Uncle, Granny, Songshi. I will be leaving now, goodbye, said Qin Yu as he cupped his hand respectfully. Afterwards, Qin Yu's body turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Times. Blood River Galaxy, Reef Yellow Star. Emperor Yu, who was donned in a purple gown, was standing atop the peak of an isolated mountain. He was looking toward the distant east, the direction of the Angelica de Hurica Galaxy. Mu Yen, are all the preparations ready? Asked Emperor Yu tranquilly. A yellow-gowned old man standing behind him said respectfully. Your Majesty, there are 3 interstellar transmission arrays on the Jade Wave Star that leads to other galaxies. Of these planets the 3 interstellar transmission arrays leads to, the other 2 both have 16 immortal emperors assembled. As for this third planet, Reef Yellow Rock, there are more than 20 immortal emperors assembled here. We certainly have enough manpower to arrange a large formation. Very good. Emperor Yu's eyes shined. Transmit the orders, tell the 48 immortal emperors that are setting up formations on the 3 major planets to be ready to immediately start the sealing element refining flame array the moment they receive my order. This time, we must capture Qin Yu no matter what, said Emperor Yu decisively. Yes, Your Majesty. The yellow-gowned old man also had a slight excited expression on his face. At the same time, a transmission spiritual pearl appeared on the yellow-gowned old man's hand. He started to send transmission to the immortal emperors on the 3 major planets. Time passed by the seconds. Emperor Yu stood motionless on the peak of the isolated mountain. There was no sense of urgency on his face. Today was the day that Qin Yu was leaving from the Jade Wave Star. This was the information that the Cyan Emperor personally transmitted to him and would definitely not have any problem. As for when Qin Yu would be going though, that's a bit hard to say. At this moment, Emperor Yu was holding onto a transmission spiritual pearl. He was waiting for the Cyan Emperor's transmission. Fengyu, Qin Yu had stepped onto the interstellar conveying array that leads to the Reef Yellow Star. A transmission suddenly arrived on the transmission spiritual pearl. With a sweep of his immortal awareness, Emperor Yu's eyes shined. My task is already accomplished. As for whether or not you can catch Qin Yu, that's your own task. Furthermore, do not tell Qin Yu that I have helped you out. The words of the Cyan Emperor contained within it dissatisfaction. Emperor Yu's face was smiling to the brim. Rest assured, I would certainly not tell him. Your Majesty, a man arrived from the Jade Wave Star's interstellar conveying array. His appearance does not match the appearance that Your Majesty spoke of. He most certainly have changed his appearance. As for his strength, this subordinate was unable to tell. Another information message was transmitted over. After Emperor Yu saw this message, he was absolutely certain. Everybody, I command you to start the sealing element refining flame array of the Reef Yellow Star completely. Emperor Yu sent an order to the 16 immortal emperors who had been waiting for his order the whole time. An immortal emperor who was stationed in the surrounding of the Reef Yellow Rock and awaiting the whole time received the command. He had a long sigh of relief. Finally started. Not only him, the other 15 immortal emperors who were also waiting the whole time also relaxed. At the same time, the 16 people started the immortal spiritual energy within their body. Numerous hand seals were executed unceasing. In a snap of the fingers. One by one, light pillars soared into the sky. At the same time, numerous light pillars were shot into the Reef Yellow Star from the cosmic space. In a split second, the whole Reef Yellow Star startled to tremble as if it had an earthquake. Times. By the interstellar conveying array of the Reef Yellow Star. Qin Yu had just walked out of the interstellar conveying array and immediately felt that the land was trembling. There were also frightening light pillars falling from the skies, the surface of the ground was shattered. The energies filled the air. All the cultivators in the surroundings had alarmed expressions. What happened here? Qin Yu was completely unknown as to what had happened. The cultivators in the surrounding were also confused and alarmed upon seeing such powers being displayed. Could it be that the immortal emperors were battling? They actually caused the entire Reef Yellow Star to tremble. Everyone, run away. This Reef Yellow Star might explode. Some immortal practitioners started to shout. I'll pay 10 top-quality elemental spirit stones, quickly, send me off. Someone took out some top-quality elemental spirit stones and wanted to take the interstellar conveying array. At this moment, the entire Reef Yellow Star was filled with powerful energies. If one were to use greater teleportation, then they'll only be courting death. They could only leave via using the interstellar conveying array. A lot of people started to assemble by the interstellar conveying arrays trying to leave. Scram! Get to the side, let me go first. Otherwise I'll kill you. Shouted a black-clothed one-eyed man angrily. Chaos ensued. There was only that many interstellar conveying arrays, a large amount of immortals came rushing over trying to fight over those interstellar conveying arrays. Forcing their way through with their power or bribing their way through with their money. A chaotic scene. What exactly happened? Everything came too sudden. Qin Yu was still confused as to what had happened. Suddenly. Boom. 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 Continuous explosions were heard. Some of the tatters from the explosions firmly landed on Qin Yu's body and were jolted into dust by Qin Yu's external protective aura. Qin Yu turned his head around to look. It turned out that all the interstellar conveying arrays of the Reef Yellow Star were completely destroyed from the explosions earlier. What are you doing? Qin Yu coldly looked at the white-clothed man in front of him. Why did you destroy all the interstellar conveying arrays? It was precisely this white-clothed man that destroyed all the interstellar conveying arrays in a flash. This caused Qin Yu to be very angry. However, Qin Yu had also discovered this man's strength, level 4 Immortal Emperor. The sole Immortal Emperor in the surrounding. Seeing the destroyed interstellar conveying arrays, all the immortals in the surroundings were stunned. Why did you destroy the interstellar conveying arrays? Can't you see that the entire planet is vibrating? A youngster walked out and shouted angrily. There might even be a great disaster that could happen in the Reef Yellow Star. A while back there were even 2 great immortal emperors fighting each other on the blue snow star that have destroyed half of the planet. If such a thing were to happen again today, then because of you, we all might lose our lives. You can shut your mouth, said the white-clothed man indifferently. With a sweep of his sword ray, that youngster that was reprimanding him were impaled on the spot. His soul was scattered. Absolute silence. None of the numerous immortals that were present dared to speak. Firstly because they were able to tell how strong this white-clothed man was. And secondly because that youth from earlier was an extremely strong golden immortal, yet he was killed with a single sword strike. Let alone, no disaster had occurred on the Reef Yellow Star yet. All of what had happened was merely speculation. You should be an immortal emperor, right? A magnificent immortal emperor yet dared to destroy interstellar conveying arrays. Say, why did you destroy the interstellar conveying arrays? Said Qin Yu to the white-clothed man indifferently. At the same time, Qin Yu spread his immortal awareness through the entire planet. Immortal emperors. 1, 2, 3. 22 immortal emperors. Qin Yu's immortal awareness had already discovered all the immortal emperors on the planet. That included the immortal emperor with the strongest strength, Emperor Yu. Qin Yu immediately felt that the situation's bad. Could it be that after I entered the Jade Wave Star, Emperor Yu had people waiting here ever since? They discovered my identity the moment they saw me? But how did he recognize me? Qin Yu was confused. He was able to vanish his aura, they should not be able to sense him. Could it be that they decided that whoever that they cannot tell the strength of must certainly be me? Qin Yu believed that Emperor Yu cannot be this reckless. Unfortunately, he was unable to imagine that it was the Cyan Emperor who sold him out. Ha, Qin Yu, in order to catch you, His Majesty have assembled all his top experts in the 3 major planets to wait for you. Humph, you can forget about running away this time around, said the white-clothed man while laughing loudly. Afterward, he flew toward the sky. Almost at the same time, Qin Yu also flew to the sky. The interstellar conveying arrays were destroyed. Everyone, fly away from the reef yellow star first. Once we arrive on the stable cosmic space, then we can use greater teleportation. An immortal said that as he flew toward the sky. At the same time, a large group of immortals also followed him and started flying toward the sky. One in front and one behind, the white-clothed man and Qin Yu flew toward the sky. With the speed of immortals, they break through the atmosphere of the reef yellow star in a blink of an eye. At this moment, Qin Yu was however standing in the middle of the atmosphere. The surrounding mist was drifting past him. Qin Yu had a real deep frown. The whole planet was trapped, seems like one cannot teleport away from here. Qin Yu was very calm. The immortal emperor from earlier had directly flew into the cosmic space. However, Qin Yu was unable to succeed in doing that. He was instead obstructed by an omnipresent net of light as he was flying. That net of light appeared to be a circular shape. It covered the entire reef yellow star. At this moment, the entire reef yellow star was like an egg yolk. It was completely covered by an eggshell known as the net of light. Bang! 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 Ramming sounds sounded in succession. All of the immortals that flew after them were all knocked against the net of light in succession. Initially, the net of light was completely invisible. However, after it was knocked into by the immortals, it gave off rays of light before once again turning invisible. Huff! With a figure like a ray of light, in a single flash, he arrived back on the ground from the atmosphere. Emperor Yu, what a huge scale trap that you used in order to catch me, said Qin Yu after a cold humph. A purple gown man flew down from the skies at a rapid speed. He landed on the ground and smiled at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you should also know that the Yu today is like a turtle in a jar. It was impossible for you to escape from here. Having covered the entire planet, that enormous energy had caused it to be impossible to use teleportation or greater teleportation at any place in the reef yellow star. You then send people to destroy the interstellar conveying arrays. What a beautiful plan. It is indeed impossible for me to escape. Qin Yu sneered. Ha, Emperor Yu's face was filled with smiles. To be honest, up until now, I still do not know whether you're Qin Yu or Lan Feng. I am a little bit confused. However, I know that you possess divine armor, 10,000 Beasts Atlas, and the bewitching god painting. At this moment, Emperor Yu believed that victory was within his grasp. If you are to be obedient and hand over the 10,000 Beasts Atlas and the bewitching god painting, I would leave you with all the rest of the divine artifacts and even the Qing Yu immortal mansion. I would even spare your life. What do you think? Said Emperor Yu very magnanimously. Although the divine armor and the divine sword Skypiercer were very good, Emperor Yu possessed his own divine weapon and divine armor. From his point of view, the 10,000 Beasts Atlas and the bewitching god painting were the most important things. Qin Yu was slightly amazed. He immediately then smiled and said, "Your condition was certainly pretty good. However, the 10,000 Beasts scroll and the bewitching god painting are mine. Why must I give them to you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 12, Chapter 64. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 12 to 64 Emperor Yu's Rage. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and me. Are you cracking jokes? Emperor Yu still had a smile on his face. It's just that there was a slight anger in his eyes. Qin Yu replied with a matter-of-course appearance. Cracking jokes? What jokes? The 10,000 Beasts Atlas and bewitching god painting are mine and mine only. No matter who it is, they can forget about trying to snatch them away from me. Emperor Yu's expression immediately dropped cold. His smile was completely gone. He stared at Qin Yu with his ice-cold gaze. Qin Yu, I offered you a path for survival yet you refused to take it. Are you wholeheartedly seeking for your own demise? Who said that I'm seeking my demise? Qin Yu asked instead. Emperor Yu's eyes grew narrow. He stared at Qin Yu deeply and didn't say a word. However, his immortal awareness had covered the entire Reef Yellow Star. All the immortals within the Reef Yellow Star were in a state of dismay. Ji Bai, Mu Yan, come over quickly. Emperor Yu's voice sounded in Immortal Emperor Ji Bai and Immortal Emperor Mu Yan's minds. Green-blooded sword Immortal Ji Bai. Yellow-gowned Immortal Emperor Mu Yan. They are the two great level 7 Immortal Emperors under Emperor Yu. Of course, if one were to compare their attack power, then Green-blooded sword Immortal would be slightly better. However, the yellow-gowned Immortal Emperor Mu Yan was the one in charge of all the troops underneath Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu had always thought that Qin Yu possessed an amazing technique to vanish his aura. He had only thought that Qin Yu was able to hide himself, but never was he aware that Qin Yu's immortal awareness was able to detect his own immortal awareness. You're going to attack now? Qin Yu's entire body's energy have completely vanished into his black hole. His soul's power was also completely vanished into his meteoric tear. Emperor Yu did not attack. That's because he had heard of how astonishing Qin Yu's speed was. He figured that if he wanted to catch Qin Yu, it'll be very difficult a task to do by himself. Thus, he was prepared to have the green-blooded sword Immortal and the yellow-gowned Immortal Emperor to surround Qin Yu with him from 3 sides. However, would Qin Yu give him the chance to do that? Ha ha. Emperor Yu, you are determined to steal my treasure. If you have the ability, then come. Qin Yu shouted loudly. His voice echoed in the heaven and earth. However, he had instead completely disappeared into the east. Emperor Yu's expression changed. He suddenly spread out his hands. With Emperor Yu as the center, the area within a circumference of 10,000 miles had turned into his domain. Within this domain, Emperor Yu was even able to sense a speck of sand clearly. Unfortunately, with Qin Yu's speed, he had already left the range of the domain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ji Bai and Mu Yan appeared beside Emperor Yu. Your Majesty? Mu Yan spoke. He had a slightly confused expression. At this moment, Ji Bai and Mu Yan's immortal awareness had completely filled the air. However, even though their immortal awareness had covered the entire Reef Yellow Star, they were still unable to find Qin Yu's aura. Likewise, Emperor Yu's immortal awareness have also covered all the places of the Reef Yellow Star. With a cold and detached expression, Ji Bai spoke. That Qin Yu has a secret technique to vanish his aura. Back when he was on the Blue Flame Star, he suddenly appeared when I did not even sense his existence. And now, I reckon that he had once again used that aura-concealing secret technique. Emperor Yu nodded. Numerous times Qin Yu attacked, however, every time before he attacked, his opponent was unable to determine his strength. They were only able to sense it through his dissipated energy after the attacks. That was something that Emperor Yu knew about. Everyone, you need not be worried. Now that the entire Reef Yellow Star was sealed off by us, it was impossible for him to escape out of it. There is more than enough time for us to catch him. Furthermore, I do not believe that he has unmasked his true nature. If there truly is no other way, then I would. Emperor Yu's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness. Your Majesty, you cannot, said Mu Yan hurriedly. Mu Yan knew what Emperor Yu's final method was. Upon thinking of that method, Mu Yan immediately thought of the terrible consequences. Green-blooded sword Immortal Ji Bai still had a cold and detached appearance. Emperor Yu's immortal awareness filled all the areas of the Reef Yellow Star. Breeze, speck, river, air, all the aura within them, the air oscillation caused by the battles of immortals on the Reef Yellow Star, any kind of energy fluctuate was completely detected by Emperor Yu. Humph, still trying to run? Emperor Yu suddenly shot toward the northeast. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji Bai and Mu Yan also followed. Emperor Yu, Ji Bai, and Mu Yan rapidly flew. In a blink of an eye, they saw Qin Yu, who was resting on a stone within a valley. At the same time, Qin Yu also discovered the three. His eyes was filled with shock. You actually managed to find me? Qin Yu's eyes had a slight excitement. Emperor Yu is worthy to be called Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu humped coldly. Did you think that after you vanish all your aura, I would be unable to find you? How did you find me? Qin Yu asked. Ji Bai and Mu Yan, who stood behind Emperor Yu, were also confused. They were confused about how Emperor Yu determined Qin Yu was here when none of them were able to sense Qin Yu's aura. Why must I tell you? If I were to tell you, then won't that be telling you how to flee from me? Emperor Yu sneered. He then coldly ordered. Ji Bai, Mu Yan, kill him directly. Yes, Your Majesty. Mu Yan and Ji Bai nodded and rushed toward Qin Yu simultaneously. Neither Mu Yan, Ji Bai nor Qin Yu noticed that Emperor Yu's complexion was somewhat pale. Earlier, the reason why Emperor Yu was able to discover Qin Yu was through a method that he comprehended after reaching his current level of realization of the cosmic space. In a split second, his immortal awareness covered each and every aura, air, stone, immortals, etc. of the reef yellow star. He was able to clearly take note of the fluctuation of energy in any place. Thus, he was able to determine the location that was unreasonable. The ground would not cave in for no reason. For the land to cave in, it might be because the ground underneath was a vacant space. Or it might be because someone stepped on it from above. However, it was absolutely impossible for it to cave in without any reason. With this theory, Emperor Yu discovered that the location that Qin Yu was at, the grass underneath him was being pressed down for no reason at all. Although valleys have winds, but the grass in the other areas of the valley was still not pressed down to that extent. If there was no external force being exerted upon it, why would the grass be pressed downward? There was only a single explanation. An existence that Emperor Yu was unable to detect was pressing down upon the grass. Emperor Yu had determined that Qin Yu was there. The theory was simple in speech, but this wreath yellow star was such a large place, it was a boundless area with all kinds of places. There are deserts, swamps, valleys, mountains, forests, all kinds of tiny energies. Ants, air movements, rock movements. Nearly the population of the people was over 100 million. The movements of each and every person would cause all kinds of effect to their surroundings. Each and every person's action would cause a chain reaction. Emperor Yu also have to take that into consideration. Otherwise, he would certainly make a mistake in his judgment. All in all, Emperor Yu had to analyze millions and millions of things in a split second. He had to determine whether or not each and every one of those places was within reasons. Unless one had a large immortal awareness, it was something that's impossible to be done. Even though this was the case, Emperor Yu also felt the mental exhaustion. That's why he did not immediately attack Qin Yu. Where did he go? Shouted Ji Bai toward Mu Yan. Mu Yan shook his head helplessly and said, earlier that Qin Yu had received a palm strike of mine and then fall behind that mountain. However, when I got over there, I only discovered that he had disappeared. Times. Like the wind, Qin Yu was drifting. His valiant body had allowed him to be able to reach the speed of level 8 or 9 golden immortal without even using the black hole energy. In a flash, Qin Yu had arrived at a little village. This Emperor Yu is truly abnormal. How did he manage to find me earlier? Even now, Qin Yu was still unable to get over that problem. That shouldn't be the case. He was unable to detect my soul's aura, nor was he able to detect my energy's aura. How did he manage to discover me? Like an ordinary person, Qin Yu walked toward the village unhurriedly. Fortunately, for Emperor Yu to use his immortal awareness to cover the entire reef yellow star and then analyze every aspect of it was even more tiring than fighting a battle. If Emperor Yu was able to immediately use his immortal awareness to analyze the entire planet once again, then it would be impossible for Qin Yu to flee. Big brother, are you an immortal? A 6 or 7-year-old child from this little village was looking at Qin Yu with wide open eyes. I guess so. What's wrong? Said Qin Yu to this child while smiling. Qin Yu had currently vanished his aura and has let himself become an ordinary man. He didn't believe that Emperor Yu would once again discover him. This 6 or 7-year-old child took a gulp of saliva. With eyes wide open, he said hopingly, Big brother, I want to cultivate into an immortal. Can you teach me? Qin Yu was slightly startled. There are non-cultivators in the immortal, devil and demon realm. To be honest, even till now, Qin Yu was still not very clear about the immortal, devil and demon realm. There are some mortal planets, like this reef yellow star, that are very big. The reef yellow star possessed a diameter of several billions of miles. However, there were only 3 cities in the entire reef yellow star. The distance between each city was over 1 billion miles. 1 billion miles. Outside of the 3 cities were some villages. Many of the people in those villages don't know how to cultivate. A distance of 1 billion miles, to these non-cultivators, was truly way too distant. Thus, in many planets, there are tiny remote villages located outside of the cities and ordinary people that aren't cultivators living within those villages. The greatest hope that those people had was to meet a foreigner or someone that flew by from the sky. That's because majority of those people were cultivators. What they hoped for the most was to learn how to cultivate from those people so that they can fly in the skies. I can. Qin Yu smiled at this child and said. The child's eyes immediately shined brightly. He was so excited that his face had turned red. That's awesome. I need to go tell mother. At this moment, some people from the village had also discovered Qin Yu. Nyo Wa. From afar a woman shouted loudly. Qin Yu smiled. So this child is called Nyo Wa. What a simple and honest name. TL, Nyo Wa basically means ox child. Mom, I met a. Qin Yu, it seemed that you're pretty relaxed. Emperor Yu suddenly appeared. The current Emperor Yu's complexion wasn't very pale. It was because this time around, after he determined Qin Yu's location, he slightly rested before rushing over. At the same time, two other figures appeared. It was the two great immortal emperors, Ji Bai and Mu Yan. As Emperor Yu was still talking, a golden thin sword suddenly appeared within his hand. With the golden thin sword as the center, and surging sword aura was being spread out. Qin Yu was only able to use his energy to protect little Nyo Wa in time. Bang! The area within a radius of several tens of miles were completely turned into dust. That little village from earlier had disappeared into nothingness. Mom! Little Nyo Wa, who was being protected by Qin Yu, were shouting non-stop. He was so pale, very pale, that it seemed as if there was no blood underneath his face. Qin Yu's hand touched little Nyo Wa's neck and little Nyo Wa immediately fell unconscious. Qin Yu then immediately sent little Nyo Wa into his Qing Yu Immortal Mansion. To receive such a large shock, it's better for one to be unconscious. Emperor Yu, you did that deliberately. Qin Yu's eyes started to turn red. That's right, I did that deliberately. Emperor Yu's expression had also turned malevolent. I already have no more patience to waste my time with you. I have made a mistaken assessment back on the Maple Moon Star and allowed you to escape. On the Blue Snow Star, I once again let you escape from me. This time around, I will certainly kill you. Emperor Yu raised the golden thin sword in his hand. Last time on the Blue Snow Star, in order to conceal my identity, I only used the Thunder God's hammer against you. This time around, I shall let you experience my true strength that allowed me to move unhindered in the immortal, devil and demon realm. This divine weapon is a mid-level divine sword, Great Emperor's Sword. Pop. 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 Several thousands of golden sword rays fell consecutively from the skies. Qin Yu's surroundings were filled with attacks by the golden sword rays. There was nowhere for Qin Yu to dodge. He tried his best to dodge and received the least amount of attacks. What's going on? After merely being hit by a golden sword ray, Qin Yu started to feel a sense of dizziness. Everything that he saw started to give 7 or 8 phantom images. What a strange attack. Qin Yu had no way of defending against it. Where did he go? Mu Yan looked everywhere in a state of confusion. Emperor Yu had an ashen expression, and he once again spread out his immortal awareness and covered the entire reef Yellow Star. He did not let any place slip past. A speck of sand, a tiny piece of grass, Emperor Yu was carefully analyzing everything. He analyzed for the first time and was unable to find Qin Yu. His complexion had also grew pale. He analyzed for the second time and was still unable to find Qin Yu. His complexion grew as pale as paper. He analyzed for the third time. Emperor Yu's complexion suddenly turned red. He forced down a mouthful of blood back into his stomach. He had hidden away again. He had hidden away again. Emperor Yu was giving off a frightening, frantic energy. Fiery anger burned within his eyes. Like that time on the Blue Snow Star, Qin Yu decided to hold himself up again. Your Majesty? Both Ji Bai and Mu Yan were greatly shocked. They had followed Emperor Yu for a long time and had only seen Emperor Yu getting angry twice. The first time was because of Emperor Ni Yang and the second time was because of Mystic Emperor. Never did they expect for Emperor Yu to get angry again. I had already anticipated that he would hide himself. Sure enough, Emperor Yu's voice was ice cold. Transmit my order to the 16 immortal emperors. They are to execute the refining flame of the sealing element refining flame array. Burn the entire reef Yellow Star completely. I just don't believe that he can still escape from this. Your Majesty, you absolutely cannot. Mu Yan said hurriedly. Reef Yellow Star is a huge planet. There are millions of immortals and over 100 million cultivators living here. If your Majesty were to destroy such a planet, then it would be a very vile influence toward you. When Linin destroyed a planet, who dared say anything about it? So what if I decided to burn one to ashes? This Blood River Galaxy was neither the Cyan Emperor's territory nor is it Mystic Emperor's territory. Who in this immortal realm would dare speak ill of me? Burn it, burn the whole planet completely. I want to see how if that Qing Yu Immortal Mansion would still be intact after being burned by the extremely silent heavenly flame. Emperor Yu's anger was soaring through the skies. Yes, Your Majesty. Mu Yan was only able to follow his order. 16 emperors, listen up. first use the blue-colored heavenly flame and burn down the entire planet. Then whatever that cannot be burned down, use the extremely silent heavenly flame to once again burn it completely.
Mu Yan slightly changed Emperor Yu's command. If one were to continuously use extremely silent heavenly flame, then even if they're the 16 immortal emperors and possessed a formation array to assist them, they would likely all die from overexhaustion. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 12, Chapter 65. Book 12 Chinyu, Chapter 65, Extremely Silent Heavenly Flames. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. The reef yellow star was covered in a thick layer of atmosphere. And now, outside of the atmosphere was a layer of net of light enclosing the entire reef yellow star. In the skies surrounding the reef yellow star, there are 16 immortal emperors controlling the sealing element refining flame array. This time around, Emperor Yu had gathered a large amount of immortal emperors underneath him. Immortal Emperor Qianxi, the leader of the 36 lords, was naturally amongst them. As his strength was considered to be pretty good, he had become one of the 16 immortal emperors formation setters stationed in the reef yellow star that Chinyu was most likely to appear on. Immortal Emperor Qianxi was high up in the skies. He was standing there just like that. In his hand was a transmission spiritual pearl. However, Immortal Emperor Qianxi had an expression of finding something hard to believe. Burn down the entire planet? How is that possible? This is a huge planet and there are over 1 million immortals.
The amount of cultivators were even over 100 million.
Did Immortal Emperor Mu Yan mistaken the order?
At this moment, Immortal Emperor Qianxi did not immediately execute the order. Instead, he sent a transmission back to inquire. Not only Immortal Emperor Qianxi, all of the 16 immortal emperors in charge of setting up the sealing element refining flame array have sent transmission back to Immortal Emperor Mu Yan and Emperor Yu to inquire again.
They didn't dare to believe in the original transmission. Immortal Emperor's immortal awareness swept through the contents of the transmission spiritual pearl.
Immortal Emperor Mu Yan, who stood next to him, had also received the messages. He looked toward Emperor Yu and said with a slight anticipation, "Your Majesty?" Although Immortal Emperor Mu Yan can also be considered as vicious and merciless, but burning down an entire planet was truly too ruthless.
Everyone, start the sealing element refining flames arrays refining flames.
Burn down the entire planet.
No matter what, we must find Chinyu. This time, Emperor Yu decided to give the command personally. Humph, the extremely silent heavenly flames are immensely powerful. Other than immortal artifacts, what else can it burn? Emperor Yu was filled with confidence.
He then turned around and gave the green-blooded sword immortal and the yellow-gowned immortal emperor beside him orders. "Let's go, we'll leave the range of the reef yellow star first."
"Yes, Your Majesty."
Mu Yan and Ji Bai accepted the order at the same time. Immortal Emperor Mu Yan was a bit disappointed and frustrated in his heart.
As for Ji Bai, he didn't really care much about it. Wasn't it merely burning down planet? The boundless immortal, devil and demon realm was filled with a countless amount of planets, so what if one were to be burned down? Times.
When the 16 great immortal emperors received Emperor Yu's personal command, they no longer held any wishful thinking. Amongst the 16 great immortal emperors, Immortal Emperor Yu Fan, who was in charge of the Great Formation, started to spread out his immortal awareness.
He gave an order to the 15 other immortal emperors. Start out with the blue heavenly flames, start the refining flames technique.
Once he gave the order, the 16 immortal emperors almost simultaneously executed the seal technique. Every one of the immortal emperors started to emit blue heavenly flames from their bodies.
They assimilated into the hand seal technique.
And, at this moment, the net of light that enclosed the entire reef yellow star began to shine.
At the same time, the elemental spirit energies within the boundless cosmic space started to move about frantically.
They started to assemble on the sealing element refining flames array's net of light. The energy of the entire Great Formation was increasing greatly. A dim blue flame started to burn atop the net of light that covered the entire reef yellow star.
Immediately after, lumps of flames were falling down from the net of light. Sealing element refining flames array.
It had two major usages. One was to seal elements and the other was to refine flames. Once the refined flames were dispatched, everything will become nothingness.
There are 3 major cities on the reef yellow star. The cities take up an exceedingly vast area.
Inside the cities were a large amount of cultivators.
Inside a restaurant.
Great Martial Uncle, now that the entire reef yellow star was sealed off and even the interstellar conveying arrays are destroyed, we have simply no way to leave the reef yellow star.
What exactly should we do? An elegant youth had an anxious expression on his face. Majority of the people in this restaurant were looking at this great martial uncle. He was a level 8 golden immortal. In the Reef Yellow Star, he was already considered as a top-notch character. What should we do? We can only wait. This great martial uncle also don't have any solution. However, everyone should be at ease. This great formation array that sealed off the Reef Yellow Star ought to be the legendary sealing element refining flames array. For them to use this formation array, it ought to be that the people who set up this formation array were trying to catch someone. I believe that after they catch that person, they would voluntarily undo the great formation array. Hearing the words of the great martial uncle, the people of the restaurant all grew a slightly more calm. Great martial uncle, look, suddenly, a youth who was sat near the window was pointing out the window. Astonished, he said. That is the blue heavenly flames. A lump of man-sized blue-colored fireball fell from the sky. It tumbled onto the street. Soon, it exploded and, in an instant, flames covered the entire circumference of 100 meters from the explosion. The ground was also immediately burned into ashes. Everyone, run! Suddenly someone shouted loudly. Because even the roof of the restaurant were burning with blue flames, the rocks that the restaurant were composed of and those defensive barriers have absolutely no means of resistance. Easily, the blue heavenly flames have burned everything down. As if he had gone mad, that great martial uncle rushed out of the restaurant. What he saw with a single glance. As far as the eye can see, covering everything, the entire Reef Yellow Star was raining fireballs composed of blue heavenly flames. Boundless amount, densely packed. There was nowhere safe. Seeing the scene, this great martial uncle stood there expressionlessly. He knew that it was impossible for even experts of the immortal emperor level to send out this much blue heavenly flames at once. In fact, even the 16 immortal emperors who set up the Great Formation Array were only able to send out this much blue heavenly flames with the help of the Great Formation Array and after absorbing the cosmic energies. Blue heavenly flames, this much blue heavenly flames. Could it be that they really used the refining flames of the sealing element refining flames array? Great martial uncle started to tremble. Within his eyes were surprise and fear. Who is it that's crazy to such extreme? Who is it that's so savage? Refining flames, are you to refine this entire planet, refine the millions of immortals, and over 100 millions of cultivators? An extremely loud bellow, enough to shout himself hoarse, was being shouted from this great martial uncle's mouth. A blue heavenly flame came crashing down directly on this great martial uncle. An immortal sword appeared in the great martial uncle's hand. With a sword strike, he struck back that blue heavenly flame. As a level 8 golden immortal, even when faced with blue heavenly flames, it was still not that easy for him to die. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Angry bellows sounded from other areas of the city. Countless amount of immortals and countless amount of cultivators were in frantic rage. The person who set up this large formation array wanted to kill them, and not only them, but rather all of the people in this entire planet. Such viciousness and mercilessness had caused these immortals who have been overcome with feelings of despair to grow frantically angry. Angry bellows rose and fell in succession from the entire Reef Yellow Star. The cultivators were unable to resist the blue heavenly flames and died immediately. Even the heavenly immortals died on the spot. Only the golden immortals were able to resist for a moment. However, the golden immortals knew that they were only able to resist for a moment and that once the blue heavenly flames surrounded them, they would also undoubtedly die. Anger. Despair. Hysteria. Who is it? Who exactly is it? The desperate golden immortals were roaring in anger. Even the strongest person in the entire Reef Yellow Star was merely a level 9 golden immortal. Other than Chinyu. Against the endless amount of blue heavenly flames, they were simply unable to resist them. The roars of the golden immortals resounded through heaven and earth. Emperor Yu, Mu Yan and Jibai, who were high up in the space above the Reef Yellow Star, were also able to hear them clearly. Immortal Emperor Mu Yan had a very complicated expression on his face. As he heard the numerous bellows of despair and the hatred within those voices, his heart also slightly trembled. As for the green-blooded sword immortal Jibai, he had pulled back his eyes. As for Emperor Yu, his face was completely emotionless. However, there was instead a slight excitement in his eyes. What a large resentment. You all can resent all you want. Unfortunately, even till death, you still won't know who killed you. Emperor Yu was not swayed in the slightest. Chinyu, I have even buried an entire planet with you, you should die happily now. A speck of sand in the Reef Yellow Star. It was precisely what the Jianglan's realm had turned into. Within the Jianglan's realm, Chinyu had already taken little Niu Hua out from the Qingyu Immortal Mansion and into the Jianglan's realm.
Little Nyowa was still unconscious.
Shinyu didn't know how to explain the situation to him after he wake up. It's all because of me. Shinyu was filled with guilt. Suddenly. Fire? Shinyu sensed that the Jianglan's realm was being burned by the blue heavenly flames.
He was unable to refrain from feeling strange.
Shinyu's immortal awareness started to spread out from the Jianglan's realm.
In a short moment, it encompassed half of the reef yellow star. What he saw caused him to shiver and his eyes to redden. That extremely big reef yellow star was 1/10 of its former size. All the other places were burned into nothingness. Under the blue heavenly flames, those rocks and so on were burned so bad that there was not even any ashes left.
Who is it? Who is it that wanted to kill us? Who exactly is it? Who is it?
The angry roars were still resounding unceasingly in the skies above the reef yellow star. Several hundred golden immortals with strong powers were still flying in the skies. Every one of them were filled with a malevolent expression. Their gaze was filled with intention to kill.
Frantic. Hysteria. The struggle before death.
The angry roars have caused Shinyu to shiver in his heart. He had never anticipated for Emperor Yu to be thus ruthless. When he was on the blue snow star, Emperor Yu was unable to find him and ultimately only dispatched people to monitor him.
However, this time, Emperor Yu actually wanted to burn down the entire planet. Emperor Yu, Shinyu's mind was in a chaos. The frantic yells of those several hundred golden immortals have caused Shinyu to rage, to surge. He was surging with guilt toward everyone in the planet, extreme hatred toward Emperor Yu and hatred toward himself. An entire planet, the reef yellow star that was even larger than his own home planet. How many cultivators, how many immortals were in there? However, they are all dead or about to die. Furthermore, they were burned into nothingness by the blue heavenly flames, not even their ashes remained. Under the burning flames of the blue heavenly flames, the remaining couple hundred golden immortals all started to fall and die. However, their angry bellows continued to echo in the sealing element refining flames array. The humongous reef yellow star started to grow smaller and smaller. At this moment, it was only as big as a single mountain. However, under the burning flames of the blue heavenly flames, this mountain-sized reef yellow star was still growing smaller little by little. 8 golden immortals. These 8 golden immortals, 7 of them were level 9 golden immortals and the other one was a level 8 golden immortal. These 8 golden immortals were still struggling. They had already flew as close as possible to the net of light. Who is it? Who exactly is it that killed us? These 8 golden immortals were shouting furiously toward the net of light. There was only a final obsession in the hearts of these 8 golden immortals to know who the murderer was. They knew that they have no hopes of obtaining revenge. However, they still wanted to know who exactly it was that killed them. In the sky-up atmospheric skies, Emperor Yu's group were looking at these final 8 golden immortals. A bunch of ants. Emperor Yu's voice was ice-cold. He then immediately ordered. The reef yellow star was surprisingly still this big. Those are mostly top-quality ores, it is already very hard to refine them with the blue heavenly flames, execute the extremely silent heavenly flames. The 16 immortal emperors all accepted the orders. Experts at the level of heavenly immortals have regular heavenly flame as their nascent soul's true flame. And those experts at the level of golden immortals, their true flame was the blue heavenly flame. As for immortal emperor level experts, their true flame was the extremely silent heavenly flame. Even for immortal emperors, they only possessed a small amount of extremely silent heavenly flame within their body. The 16 immortal emperors was only able to create a large lump of extremely silent heavenly flames with the assistance of the sealing element refining flame array that borrowed the power of cosmic energies. The complexion of these 16 immortal emperors all started to turn somewhat reddened. They executed hand seals in succession. Threads of blurry golden flames were being shot out from their palms. At the same time, the entire sealing element refining flames array also started to tremble. The cosmic energies started to frantically gather toward the sealing element refining flames array. The internal flame was colored gold and the external flame was colored blue. That was precisely the extremely silent heavenly flames. One by one, extremely silent heavenly flames were shot out from the net of light. Several hundred extremely silent heavenly flames were shot out in succession from the net of light. At the same time, the net of light was also absorbing cosmic energies to brew the next group of extremely silent heavenly flames. It's the extremely silent heavenly flames. The final 8 golden immortals were dumbstruck. Kill them. Emperor Yu ordered. The 16 immortal emperors who controlled the Great Formation Array immediately controlled the extremely silent heavenly flames to surround the 8 golden immortals.
Even if the 8 golden immortals were to once again flee for their lives, they were still unable to run faster than the extremely silent heavenly flames. Their immortal swords were burned and melted by the extremely silent heavenly flames. With the body of golden immortals, when confronted with extremely silent heavenly flames, they possessed no strength to resist and was immediately burned into nothingness. Even their nascent souls were melted into a liquid. After the energy within their nascent souls were completely consumed, it was also burned into nothingness.
Who exactly is it that killed us? The final roar sounded. The final golden immortal was also killed. Even death, they did not know who the killer was. And at this moment, several hundred extremely silent heavenly flames have covered that little mountain from all sides. That little mountain was what remained of the entire reef Yellow Star after being burned and refined by the blue heavenly flames. Chi-chi, with frightening speed, that little mountain was rapidly reducing in size. After a short moment of time, the sealing element refining flames array once again sent out a new round of extremely silent heavenly flames. The volume of the little mountain was rapidly decreasing. Finally, it turned to the size of a common house. Gradually, this house-sized lump continued to grow smaller. At the same time, it also started to turn into a liquid and started to drip in all directions. After finally refining it completely, the liquid was nearly the size of half a house. Your Majesty, those liquid are materials that could be refined into top-quality immortal swords. The most they can be refined to is liquid, it was impossible to completely refine them," said Mu Yan. In order to refine a top-quality immortal sword, the flame that was needed was precisely the extremely silent heavenly flames. Where is Qin Yu's divine artifact?
That Qin Yu immortal mansion was certainly unable to resist the extremely silent heavenly flames. Qin Yu ought to be dead.
However, his divine artifacts would not be melted by the flames. Where are his divine artifacts?
Emperor Yu carefully used his immortal awareness to inspect the large chunk of liquid that was being burned by the extremely silent heavenly flames. The divine artifacts did not appear. It signals that Qin Yu still didn't die.
Could it be that the Qin Yu immortal mansion was not burned? A cold smile appeared on Emperor Yu's face.
Even if it didn't manage to get burned, it was still definitely in that lump of liquid. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 12, Chapter 66. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 66, Zhanglan's Realm's Defense. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by me. Emperor Yu's immortal awareness was carefully inspecting every liquid droplet.
However, he didn't know that the Zhanglan's realm had already been turned into a liquid droplet by Qin Yu. Emperor Yu was carefully inspecting everything. His expression had gradually turned pale. The characteristic of a droplet are very hard to imitate. As it moved, its form was constantly changing. Qin Yu was trying his hardest to control the change in the appearance of the Zhanglan's realm.
As the water droplet touched other droplets, deformation would occur.
Qin Yu needed to change the Zhanglan's realm whenever that happened. All in all, to change into a liquid is a lot harder than changing into a solid.
Qin Yu was able to clearly sense Emperor Yu's immortal awareness carefully examining everything.
In order to not be discovered, this was the only thing that Qin Yu could do. Withdraw the extremely silent heavenly flames.
Emperor Yu suddenly commanded.
At once, the 16 immortal emperors obeyed the order and stopped. One by one, the extremely silent heavenly flames withdrew from that lump of liquid. After losing the burning of the extremely silent heavenly flames, those liquid immediately started to condense into a solid.
Ha ha! Qin Yu, what a Qin Yu all! Let me see how you're going to escape? Emperor Yu displayed an excited smile. He immediately rushed toward the light net of the sealing element refining flame array. The 16 immortal emperors immediately allowed Emperor Yu to pass through. In a moment, Emperor Yu had flew next to that lump of liquid. Qin Yu, you can stop hiding, I know that you can hear me. Emperor Yu had an extremely confident expression.
You turned the Qin Yu immortal mansion into a droplet and were even changing the property of it according to the characteristic of water droplets. That's certainly astonishing.
I also didn't manage to discover you all this time.
Unfortunately, I suddenly removed the extremely silent heavenly flames and the other droplets immediately solidified. Amongst all these water droplets, there was only one that solidified a bit slower. Although the time was very short, but it was easily detected by my immortal awareness. Within the Zhanglan's realm, Qin Yu felt helpless. No matter how fast a person's reaction was, it is unable to compare to that of the natural reaction of a liquid.
When the extremely silent heavenly flames were removed, those liquid droplets instinctively solidified.
By the time Qin Yu reacted, his reaction speed was already a bit slower. Although it were merely a moment slower, but with Emperor Yu's immortal awareness, it was easily distinguished.
Emperor Yu, you are certainly amazing. That's right, I have been discovered by you. However, so what if I am? You think that you can catch me? Qin Yu did not care at all.
Jianglan's realm was a divine artifact. Qin Yu was confident in its defense. To destroy a divine artifact was an extremely difficult matter.
Divine artifact, as its name implies, are weapons refined in the divine realm. People of the immortal, devil and demon realm wanted to break it? That's extremely difficult. Ha ha. Qin Yu, could it be that you think that the Qingyu Immortal Mansion could protect you? Emperor Yu's tone was filled with disdain. Qin Yu was slightly startled. Qingyu Immortal Mansion?
Immediately after, Qin Yu realized that even till now Emperor Yu was still thinking that he was hiding in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion.
Emperor Yu didn't know about the existence of the Jianglan's realm at all.
Immortal Emperor Ni Yang, I didn't even consider him to be extremely powerful back in the days. However, never did I expect that, before his death, he would increase the defense of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion to a level that even the extremely silent heavenly flames were unable to burn through it. Worthy of admiration, truly worthy of admiration.
Emperor Yu said indifferently. However, Qin Yu, you shouldn't be happy too quick.
Even that divine armor of yours, the black frozen snow, I was still able to break through it.
Let alone this Qingyu Immortal Mansion of yours. Qin Yu was startled. Break through a divine armor?
Back then Granny Yinhua had said that there are no less than 10 people in the immortal, devil and demon realm that could break through my divine armor.
It would appear that this Emperor Yu was one of them. Qin Yu grew a bit worried. The divine armor is a divine artifact. Jianglan's realm is also a divine artifact. Would Emperor Yu be able to break through that? Qin Yu was confused.
In order to break a divine artifact, the people of the immortal, devil and demon realm could only use another divine artifact. At the same time, the user of the divine artifact must have enough power to display the attack power of the divine artifact. Back in the Blue Snow Star, in order to hide his identity, Emperor Yu had only used the Thunder God's hammer. The power of the Thunder God's hammer was not considered to be large. Thus, it was naturally unable to break through Qin Yu's divine armor. However, Emperor Yu's true weapon, Great Emperor's Sword, was a weapon of the same rank as the divine sword Sky Piercer. Great Emperor's Sword was a mid-quality divine weapon. With Emperor Yu's strength that surpassed Qin Yu's, he was absolutely able to break through Qin Yu's divine armor with the Great Emperor's Sword. After all, the divine armor was unable to fully exert its defense when being worn by Qin Yu.
Could Emperor Yu be able to break through the Jianglan's realm?
Uncle Lan had also not told me exactly what level divine artifact this Jianglan's realm was.
Qin Yu grew puzzled. However, he had forgotten that with his current power, he was merely able to open the first layer of Jianglan's realm. Would the Jianglan's realm be an ordinary divine artifact? Break! With a loud shout, Emperor Yu held the Great Emperor's Sword in his hand as he pierced through the air. That thrust was so strong that it was able to break apart top-quality immortal weapons easily. The tip of the Great Emperor's Sword just happened to thrust it at the speck of solid that the Jianglan's realm had turned into. That speck of solid was green-colored. As the Great Emperor's Sword was thrusted at it, the Jianglan's realm unexpectedly did not shudder in the slightest. Emperor Yu's face that was previously filled with confidence had instead turned to one of shock. How could this be? Emperor Yu was extremely shocked. That thrust of his was at least 80% of his strength. Even if it was the divine armor, Black Frozen Snow, would also likely be close to breaking. However, this Qingyu Immortal Mansion, why did it not have any reaction? Qin Yu, who was in the Jianglan's realm, took a deep sigh of relief. Impossible, Qin Yu, what exactly did Immortal Emperor Ni Yang did to the Qingyu Immortal Mansion? How is it possible for it to withstand against my Great Emperor's Sword? Unable to understand, Emperor Yu instead asked Qin Yu. Qin Yu's heart started to calm down. He randomly fabricated a lie. He still didn't want others to know about the existence of the Jianglan's realm yet. Emperor Yu, Immortal Emperor, had no choice but to face death because of you all. However, before he died, Senior Immortal Emperor Ni Yang instead came to a comprehension and created an extremely powerful defensive barrier. You want to break through that? In your dreams. A defensive barrier that he came to comprehension before his death? Emperor Yu was filled with amazement. This Ni Yang was truly amazing for him to actually create such an outstanding defensive barrier. No matter who Emperor Yu asked, it was still impossible for this lie to be broken. After all, even the white-haired blood devil Xiuyiling, although he was only attacking Qin Yu's Qingyu Immortal Mansion, was unable to break through the defensive barrier. Thus, he naturally didn't know about the true defensive power of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. A defensive barrier that Ni Yang came to a comprehension and created on his deathbed. No matter how strong that is, it can't be that strong. Reaching this point, how could Emperor Yu possibly give up? He held up the Great Emperor's sword. Rows of golden light were being emitted from the Great Emperor's sword. At the same time, Emperor Yu was executing numerous hand seals with his left hand. A marvelous golden talisman seal was shot toward the Great Emperor's sword from Emperor Yu's hand. The golden light of the Great Emperor's sword grew even more dazzling. However, Emperor Yu still haven't attacked. He was continuously storing up the attack power. Come at me if you have the skills. Qin Yu was filled with confidence. That sword strike from you earlier did not even cause even the slightest effect to the Jianglan's realm. Even if you were to increase your power by tenfold, it was still impossible for you to break through the Jianglan's realm. Uncle Lan's Jianglan's realm's defense was truly amazing. I truly wonder what level divine artifact this Jianglan's realm is. Having received an attack, Qin Yu already had an understanding of the Jianglan's realm's defense. Emperor Yu wanted to break it? He's far from capable. Emperor Yu's complexion started to turn red. The golden light of the Great Emperor's sword that he held had already grew to an incomparable level of brightness. At the same time, the Great Emperor's sword was trembling unceasingly. It was as if it wanted to fly out from Emperor Yu's hand. Emperor Yu knew that this was the maximum attack power that he was able to display with the Great Emperor's sword. All of the energies were completely bonded together. At the same time, talisman seals were used to create a regulated entity, causing the attack power to grow even more powerful. If the energies within the Great Emperor's sword were to spread out, it was enough to destroy a planet. However, these energies were currently condensed together. Break apart. Following a bellow. The Great Emperor's sword had turned into an extremely thin golden ray. Ferociously, it was shot at the green speck. Bang! The Jianglan's realm was still not damaged in the slightest. Qin Yu, who was inside the Jianglan's realm, had a cold smile. Could it be that this was your strongest attack? Unfortunately, Jianglan's realm was not even damaged in the slightest. You want to break through the Jianglan's realm? You're far from capable. Emperor Yu's expression changed. A sweet sensation was felt in his throat as a trace of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Emperor Yu was injured. What a strong defense, even that divine armor didn't have such a strong defense. Emperor Yu had an ashen complexion. Although he had trapped Qin Yu, but he was completely unable to do anything to Qin Yu. Times. Within the Jianglan's realm. Qin Yu now no longer cared about Emperor Yu, who was outside. He knew that Emperor Yu cannot do anything to the Jianglan's realm. Qin Yu waved his sleeve back and the Qingyu immortal mansion appeared on the green grounds of the Jianglan's realm. At the same time, Qin Yu took out 4 people from the 10,000 Beasts Atlas: Conlan, Tu Gang, Tang Meng and Wanner. Paying our respect to the master. The 4 bowed simultaneously. Qin Yu nodded and said, Conlan, I have a matter to request of you for. Master, please speak. As the chief of the second layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, Conlan was naturally the leader of the 4. Qin Yu pointed at the unconscious little Nyowa and said, That Emperor Yu, in order to catch me, had already burned down the entire reef Yellow Star. This little Nyowa was the only survivor. I have here a method of cultivation, you 4 are to temporarily help me teach him, but the current Qin Yu did not have time at all to teach little Nyowa. The education at the time when one's a child was very important. Qin Yu did not wish for little Nyowa to still have the temperament of a child after he grew older. Usually Wanner would take charge of little Nyowa's everyday life. Tu Gang and Tang Meng were to be in charge of teaching cultivation attacks and so on. You guys are also to teach him some interaction between people and so on. Conlan, you are to supervise and plan everything. Said Qin Yu directly. Yes, master. The 4 immediately accepted the orders. You all can just live in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. If there's a matter, you can just send me a transmission. With a movement of Qin Yu's intention, the inside of the entire Jianglan's realm have changed. The green grounds that Qin Yu was currently at had already separated itself completely from the surroundings. Without Qin Yu's permission, it was also impossible for Conlan and them to see him. This green ground was the location where Qin Yu was about to train at. 10,000 Beasts Atlas. In order to open the 3rd layer, one needed the strength of a level 1 immortal emperor. Qin Yu grasped the scroll in his hand. He felt very helpless in his heart. He had already attempted to open the 3rd layer. However, his strength was still insufficient. The mid-level black hole realm's strength was only close to that of a level 9 golden immortal. There was still a large gap between it and a level 1 immortal emperor. Qin Yu sat cross-legged on the green ground.
At the very least, I would cultivate all the way till the late-level black hole realm and open the third layer of the 10,000 Beasts scroll. I wonder what kind of demon emperors are in the third layer of the 10,000 Beasts scroll and how strong their attack power are. Suddenly, Xin Yu's gaze grew cold. Never did I expect that this Emperor Yu was still not giving up. That was because he had sensed that his Jianglan's realm was being frantically attacked by numerous immortal emperors. A speck of green. Surrounding that speck was more than a dozen immortal emperors. These immortal emperors were all Emperor Yu's elite subordinates. Some of them have rushed over from the other two planets. After all, since Xin Yu had arrived at the reef Yellow Star, the traps laid in the other two planets had become useless. Emperor Yu had a slightly ugly expression. Whoever managed to break through this green speck, I will bestow upon him a divine artifact. Emperor Yu's orders resounded in their ears again. Although divine artifacts are precious, but these immortal emperors that possessed their own special techniques instead only looked at each other helplessly. Earlier, more than a dozen immortal emperors tested it out themselves in succession. They frantically attacked this tiny speck of green. They even attacked the speck of green together with Emperor Yu. However, they were still unable to do anything to it. Your Majesty, how could the Qingyu Immortal Mansion possess such a defense? Immortal Emperor Mu Yan's face was filled with an astonished expression. Emperor Yu's expression was also ashen. He said cold and matter-of-factly. That's merely what that Qingyu said. As to whether or not that's actually the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, that's still up for debate. However, if this green speck wasn't the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, then what could it be? In the entire immortal, devil and demon realm, no one have ever heard of a divine artifact with a spatial area within it. Jianglan's realm was completely different from all the storage pocket-type divine artifacts. Although storage pocket-type divine artifacts are very precious, they were only able to store objects. No matter what, they were unable to store people, unless it's a corpses. Those who don't have the concept of spatial area-type divine artifacts, how could they imagine a spatial area-type divine artifact? If it's not the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, then what is it? All of the immortal emperors felt helpless. Emperor Yu, even after death, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang is still stronger than you. That Qingyu Immortal Mansion that he created, it is impossible for you to break through it. Xin Yu's voice sounded from the green speck. This caused the whole bunch of immortal emperors to look toward the green speck. Emperor Yu tried his hardest to suppress his anger. He said, Xin Yu, you need not continue to stubbornly resist. I will give you a final opportunity, as long as you immediately come out of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion and hand over the 10,000 Beasts Atlas and the bewitching god painting, I will spare your life. The divine armor and the divine sword Skypiercer would be yours. I, Emperor Yu, will certainly accomplish what I said. Xin Yu heard those words and didn't know what to say. Emperor Yu, you're going to spare my life? Ha ha. I'll be in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. If you have the ability, then come in and catch me. You can't even break through the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, yet you're here acting all high-sounding as if your heart was so broad and wide. Don't you forget about how the millions upon millions of cultivators of the reef Yellow Star died, said Xin Yu. The later words of his also contained within them anger. Emperor Yu was angry to the extreme, however, he smiled. Millions upon millions of cultivators of the reef Yellow Star? That's right, there are millions upon millions of cultivators and I killed them all. What about it? Could it be that you want revenge? With you who only knew about hiding and fleeing? Revenge? Haha. Even if Emperor Yu was angry, he still must incite Xin Yu to come out. Emperor Yu, remember that it's not that I won't take my revenge but instead that the time is not yet right, said Xin Yu coldly. After saying those words, he stopped responding to any words that Emperor Yu said. Inside the Jianglan's realm, Xin Yu sat cross-legged and started to calmly train. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 12, Chapter 67. Book 12 Qingyu, Chapter 67, Matchless Great Sword. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and me. No matter what disaster falls upon the Jianglan's realm from the outside world, Qingyu would still not care about it. The current Qingyu was wholeheartedly training within the third layer space of Qinyu's soul's earthly soul realm. Qinyu's awareness took the shape of a person. It was continuously executing series after series of hand seals. The three souls' 9 refinements have a total of 108 hand seals. There were 36 hand seals for each: the mortal soul realm, earthly soul realm and the heavenly soul realm. Currently, Qinyu is practicing the 36 hand seals of the earthly soul realm. With his current soul's power, Qinyu is only able to execute 24 hand seals at a stretch. When Qinyu become able to execute all 36 hand seals at a stretch, it would be the time when he successfully completed the entire earthly soul realm.
Time passed by. The amount of hand seals Qinyu was able to execute at a single stretch turned from the original 24 to 25 and then to 26. Within the Qinyu Immortal Mansion,
a robust youngster had turned his whole body into a mirage.
He was frantically attacking Konglan.
Konglan, merely using only a single hand, casually and easily stopped all of the robust youngster's attacks.
Eldest master, let's rest for a while. The robust youngster kneeled to the ground with a single knee. Big brother, let him rest for a bit.
He is only at the Kongming stage. A beautiful white-clothed woman walked over.
It was Tan Meng.
At this moment, Tan Meng was holding a plate on her hand.
On the plate was a single fruit.
Qingyu Immortal Mansion was originally a place that with a lot of fruit trees, and now, the fruit trees were transported to the surroundings by Tan Meng.
Second master. The robust youngster's eyes shined as he saw Tan Meng. Rapidly, he ran to her. He picked up that fruit and immediately gnawed down on it. Second master, when would Master Qinyu come out? The robust youth suddenly asked.
"Niu Hua, do not be anxious, master is still cultivating," said Tan Meng while smiling. This robust youngster was precisely the older Niu Hua. Because the amount of elemental spirit energy within the Jianglan's realm was 10 times of the outside world, and adding on the fact that Niu Hua was originally a child of the immortal, devil, and demon realm, his aptitude was a lot better than the children of the mortal realm. In merely a dozen or so years, he have already reached the Kongming stage. With Tan Meng, Wanner, Tu Gang, and Konglan accompanying and educating him, although Niu Hua still remembered the calamity from his childhood, but he was instead very optimistic.
He only remembered that his main enemy was Emperor Yu. Boom!
A cyan-colored heavenly thunder stuck down from the sky. A robust man was holding a battle knife as he ruthlessly hacked it toward the thunder. His slash hacked away more than half of the power of the thunder. The rest of the heavenly thunder hit his body. This robust man's complexion merely grew a little bit red.
9 in 9 heavenly tribulation is only that strong.
The robust man laughed. That heavenly thunder from earlier was already the final heavenly thunder of the 9 in 9 heavenly tribulation. Niu Hua, don't be complacent, this 9 in 9 heavenly tribulation of yours wasn't powerful.
The 9 in 9 heavenly tribulations of divine beasts are a lot stronger than yours.
Your 9 in 9 heavenly tribulation was merely only at the strength of a regular cultivator's.
Konglan walked over.
In this year, Qinyu had already cultivated for 30 years.
50 years, 80 years, 100 years. Times.
Sealing element refining flames array have been maintained the whole time. Those 16 immortal emperors who set up the array were also sitting around in the skies. Fortunately, not a lot of energy was needed in order to maintain the large formation array. However, these 16 immortal emperors were still very tired.
That's because 10 years have already passed. Inside the sealing element refining flame arrays,
a group of immortal emperors under Emperor Yu were standing next to that speck of green. All these years, they were unable to do anything to that speck of green. As for Emperor Yu himself, he was instead not present. No one knew where he went go.
Suddenly, 2 people appeared from the cosmic space.
The first person was precisely Emperor Yu donned in a purple gown. As for the second person, it was a white-clothed beautiful woman. Between the brows of this girl was a little bit of golden light. She was giving off a kind of repressive feeling.
Sheer, it's over there.
Emperor Yu was holding that white-clothed woman's hand and flying toward the location of the sealing element refining flames array. Fengyu, you truly are ruthless, the entire reef Yellow Star was burned into nothingness. Did you know that, as this matter was spread out and with you all staying here for all these years, I reckon that the entire immortal, devil, and demon realm knew that it was you who caused this massacre? Said the white-clothed woman helplessly.
Emperor Yu smiled indifferently, he said. Sheer, when did you also start to care about those opinions? Wasn't the purpose of our lives to attain power so that we can ascend to the divine realm?
The white-clothed woman also smiled indifferently. Cruelness of the method doesn't matter, however, the way you did it causes too much influence.
Back then, Linin went mad and destroyed a planet after his son died. No one say much about it.
You, on the other hand, destroyed a planet because you wanted to catch someone. As the two were speaking, they had already passed through the sealing element refining flames array.
Seeing Emperor Yu and the white-clothed girl coming over, how would the 16 immortal emperors setting up the formation array dared block their path? They had already created a path for them.
As for the immortal emperors that are within the sealing element refining flames array, when they saw that Emperor Yu came with the white-clothed woman hand in hand, they were unable to refrain their astonishment.
The Mystic Emperor actually came together with His Majesty?
Jibai sent a voice transmission to Immortal Emperor Mu Yan, who was next to him. Immortal Emperor Mu Yan also nodded. He replied via voice transmission. His Majesty was certainly amazing. He had got into such a huge fight with the Mystic Emperor, but now he managed to coax her back again. However, as they are husband and wife, no matter how big of a fight they get into, they would still not reach the stage of separation. For the bewitching god painting, His Majesty apologized to the Mystic Emperor. What a rare occurrence! Jibai gasped in admiration. That white-clothed woman was precisely one of the three big shots of the immortal realm, Mystic Emperor. The Mystic Emperor and Emperor Yu were husband and wife. It's just that the two of them both possessed very strong subordinates and are both very strong-minded. When the two of them started to fight, neither admitted defeat and thus they separated. This time, in order to obtain the bewitching god painting, Emperor Yu actually went and apologized. As for the Mystic Emperor, having received face and, at the same time, she was also very interested in the bewitching god painting, she naturally decided to come with Emperor Yu. When comparing strength, Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor were on par. Furthermore, the two of them were also companions. When they join hands, their strengths doubles.
Fengyu, is this green speck the Qingyu Immortal Mansion that you spoke of? The Mystic Emperor glanced at that green speck. She pointed at it and asked. Emperor Yu nodded and said, That's right, I tried every possible method and was still unable to break through it. The only thing I can do is find your help. You would only come find me when you reach such a point. Normally, you even refuse to look at me. Mystic Emperor gave a cold humph and said. Emperor Yu immediately felt bitter in his heart. He really wanted to slap his own face. The immortal emperors nearby were all snickering in their hearts. However, they didn't dare to display even the slightest smile on their face. You all withdraw first, shouted Emperor Yu to the surrounding immortal emperors. Yes, Your Majesty. These immortal emperors all flew away. Following their departure, Emperor Yu displayed a smile as he looked toward the Mystic Emperor. Sheer, is it not enough for me to apologize for my wrongdoings? Let's break apart this Qingyu Immortal Mansion first. Mystic Emperor started smiling. She nodded and said. Fine, you best not forget about what you promised me. Emperor Yu felt bitter in his heart. In order to ask Qianxi to come here, he promised Qianxi a thing. This time, the divine artifacts on Qingyu, the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, would be Emperor Yu's. The divine armor and the divine sword, Sky Piercer, would be the Mystic Emperor's. As for the bewitching god painting, the two of them would share it. At the same time, Emperor Yu must also serve the Mystic Emperor for 1,000 years. 1,000 years, and Emperor Yu must also serve her personally. Let's start then, urged Emperor Yu. Amen, Mystic Emperor nodded. The Great Emperor's sword appeared in Emperor Yu's hand. As for Qianxi, a jade green-colored long sword appeared in her hand. This long sword appeared to have water flowing through it. It looked very special. This jade green-colored longsword was Mystic Emperor's weapon, Divine Sword, Flowing Great Sword. Great Emperor's Sword, Flowing Great Sword. They were divine swords the two of them obtained together. Qianxi and Emperor Yu glanced at each other and then they closed their eyes simultaneously. At the same time, the Great Emperor's sword and the Flowing Great Sword soared to the sky. The hand seals that Emperor Yu and Qianxi were executing with their hands were exactly the same. Finally, they even softly spoke special chants. The Great Emperor's sword and the Flowing Great Sword started to shine brilliantly. One was gold and the other was jade green. Suddenly, Emperor Yu and Qianxi, who were standing there non-moving, actually started to rotate. As if the space was shifting, the location of the two were constantly switching. At the same time, the Great Emperor's sword and the Flowing Great Sword combined together. An extremely sharp sword aura was soaring in the skies. The Great Emperor's sword and the Flowing Great Sword combined into one. They became the high-quality divine weapon, Matchless Great Sword. Is that the legendary Matchless Great Sword? Green Blood Sword Immortal Jibai, who stood outside of the Sealing Soul Refining Flames arrays, watched the scene with a completely astonished expression. The emission of the sword aura had distorted the entire space. Jibai, Immortal Emperor Mu Yan and the rest were unable to clearly see Qianxi and Emperor Yu. Break! As if simultaneously, the shouts sounded. It was Emperor Yu and Qianxi's shouts. Space crack! Shocked, Immortal Emperor Mu Yan shouted. A tiny black crack appeared. That misty and indistinct-looking sword, the Matchless Great Sword, was thrust directly at that green speck. The entire space started to shake. Clang! The Matchless Great Sword had once again separated into two long swords, the Great Emperor's sword and the Flowing Great Sword. Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor both caught their respective swords. Their complexions were very pale. How could this be? Emperor Yu looked at that still unchanged speck of green. His expression was very unsightly. Sheer, with the two of us acting together, our strength was most definitely that of a level 9 immortal emperor. On top of that, we have the power of the high-quality divine weapon, matchless great sword. How can we not break through that? She looked at that green speck and started to frown. Fengyu, have you noticed that this speck of green did not even move from its original position after receiving our attack? She noticed an area of confusion. Emperor Yu also noticed this. Even if its defense was to be very strong, but to receive such a powerful attack, at the very least it should have knocked flying. However, this speck of green did not even move. Unfortunately, how could Emperor Yu and she possibly knew about the powerfulness of the Jianglan's realm? Their attack? Even if it was to be 10 times stronger, Jianglan's realm could still easily strip away all of the attack power. XXXXXXXXX. Inside the Jianglan's realm, Qin Yu was still calmly training. Qin Yu had already trained for close to 200 years now. Even little Niu Hua had cultivated and trained all the way up to the level 4 heavenly immortal level now. However, Qin Yu was still training. Inside the third layer of his soul's earthly soul realm, Qin Yu was able to execute 35 hand seals at a single stretch now. Every time he tried to execute all 36 hand seals at a single stretch, he would always fail them. However, Qin Yu continued to persevere and train. Finally, Qin Yu was able to execute all 36 hand seals at a single stretch. Qin Yu's soul's earthly soul realm space started to tremble. Qin Yu's awareness directly ascended from the earthly soul realm into the first layer of the heavenly soul realm. Qin Yu's eyes were suddenly opened. I've succeeded. Qin Yu stood up from the green ground. He calculated in his heart and immediately knew the amount of time his training took. It's been 200 years, it's true that the further down the training, the longer it would be. Qin Yu's immortal awareness was spread out from the Jianglan's realm. Sure enough, Emperor Yu and them are still outside. Qin Yu had a cold smile and then stopped caring about those people. Your Majesty, it's Qin Yu's immortal awareness. All of the immortal emperors present sensed Qin Yu's immortal awareness. Immediately, they, including Emperor Yu, grew into a burst of restlessness. Afterwards, Qin Yu there was no longer any Qin Yu's immortal awareness spreading out. As for the mystic Emperor Xianxi, after the failure from last time, she had already left. She didn't have the time to waste here. Within the Jianglan's realm, the elemental spirit energy once again started to fluctuate. A large amount of elemental spirit energy was being absorbed by Qin Yu's body. It was as if Qin Yu was being surrounded by an invisible vortex. Since his soul realm level had already reached heavenly soul realm, Qin Yu naturally began to absorb a large amount of elemental spirit energy and began to train. An amount of elemental spirit energy so much that it was enough to cover the whole sky were rushing into Qin Yu's black hole. They were unceasingly being refined into pure essence. A whole 18 hours. After absorbing energies for 18 hours, Qin Yu's black hole finally started to shudder. Qin Yu was also able to sense that, on the other side of the black hole channel, that flower paste space, the energy within the 2 or 3 meters wide area that belonged to him started to fluctuate. After a short period of time, a golden ring of light that was even bigger than the previous 2 golden rings of light flew out from the other side of the black hole channel. It flew past the 1/3 distance, the 2/3 distance and all the way to the end of the black hole channel. The golden ring of light later assimilated with the black hole. Like a circular hoop, it binded the black hole. Within the 3 golden rings of light, golden black hole energy was being transmitted through unceasingly. In the process of the transmission, the energy was growing more and more pure. Even the black hole itself was absorbing those golden energies. The stability of the black hole was also increasing. After a long period of time, the 3 golden rings of light all grew stable. However, they were very dazzling. On the surface of the golden rings of light were even streams of energy moving about. The current power of the black hole was certainly 10 times stronger than before. Qin Yu opened his eyes, he had a smile on his face. I have finally reached the late-stage black hole realm. Sensing the condensed black hole energy within his body, the 200 years of transformation in his even more valiant body, Qin Yu knew that his current strength was close to that of a level 2 or 3 immortal emperor. He flipped his hand and took out the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. The extremely condensed black hole energy rushed into the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. The hurdle that he was unable to open no matter what had been brazenly opened. After a short period of time, the 10,000 Beasts Atlas started to shine. It was indicating that Qin Yu had already successfully opened the 3rd layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas.
At the moment when Qin Yu opened the third layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, the demon emperors within the 10,000 Beasts Atlas were all woken up, paying our respect to the master. The four great demon emperors within it immediately said respectfully. However, Qin Yu's immortal awareness did not pay attention to these four great demon emperors. Instead, his immortal awareness was completely gathered on the other three demon emperors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 12, Chapter 68. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 68, Three Great Demon Emperors. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and me.
The third layer space of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas was nearly boundless. As the master of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, Qin Yu naturally immediately knew about all of the information regarding the entire third layer space of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. There are a total of 7 demon emperors in the third layer space of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas.
It's actually these three people. Qin Yu was immensely shocked.
At the moment when he opened the third layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, the 4 demon emperors who addressed him as master respectfully weren't that powerful. The weakest one amongst them was a level 1 demon emperor. The strongest was also merely a level 5 demon emperor.
These 4 demon emperors would not bring about much assistance to Qin Yu. The true attraction were the other 3 great demon emperors. These 3 demon emperors were very powerful.
They were so powerful that even Qin Yu's heart trembled.
2 level 7 demon emperors and a level 8 demon emperor. Long time no see.
A heart-connected voice transmission sounded in Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu's attention was focused on that man who had greeted him, a black and thin man that appeared like a youngster.
However, his skin was covered in an indescribable radiance.
His gaze was also very deep and profound.
Mr. Wu Lan.
Qin Yu was both pleasantly surprised and shocked. Back in the Nyang's realm, the person who determines who enter the 9th floor of the 9th heaven, Wu Lan, was actually one of the great demon emperor in the third layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. Toward this old acquaintance, Qin Yu also possessed a favorable impression.
With a movement of Qin Yu's thought,
the 7 demon emperors of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas all appeared on the grounds of the Jianlan's realm. Although these 7 demon emperors were powerful, so much that there are some that's a lot more powerful than Qin Yu, but Qin Yu was the master of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas.
I felt like IET skipped a line.
There should be something like, thus, Qin Yu naturally was able to transport them out of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas.
7 people.
This subordinate is called Ming Zhang, paying respect to the master. A tall and robust man said respectfully. This tall and robust man was the weakest amongst the 7. He was only a level 1 demon emperor. This subordinate is called Dong Shui, paying respect to the master. Said a beautiful white-clothed woman respectfully. This woman was the only female amongst the 7. Her strength was at the level of level 4 demon emperor. This subordinate is called Ding Zhao, paying respect to the master. This was a level 3 demon emperor middle-aged looking man. This subordinate is called Yun Ming, paying respect to the master. This was the strongest of the 4, a level 5 demon emperor.
These 4 demon emperors were all divine beasts.
Amongst them, only Yun Ming was a high-level divine beast. The other 3 were all mid-level and low-level divine beasts. As for the other 3 great demon emperors, Qin Yu was instead unable to determine what they are.
You 4 can go rest aside for now, said Qin Yu indifferently.
Yes, master, said the 4 very respectfully. It was evident that these 4 great demon emperors also knew of their own standings.
Obediently, they stepped aside.
It's just that these 4 demon emperors have never approached the other 3 demon emperors. The other 3 great emperors, one of them was the black and thin Wu Lan. To the side of him was an extremely tall and sturdy burly man. There's also a tall and thin, cold, and proud man on the side who didn't even bother to glance at Qin Yu.
Never had I expected this. Merely how many years has it been?
That youngster who wore the black profound ring and only had the strength at the Deshang stage actually has already reached Emperor Realm level, said the extremely tall and sturdy burly man while laughing loudly. This burly man's 2 tiger eyes were like bursting lightnings, filled with aggressiveness.
You are, that pass guard?
Qin Yu immediately recalled the memories of that time.
Back in the Nyang's realm, numerous people wanted to pass through the Blue Cloud Road. The burly man that guarded that road was precisely this burly man in front of Qin Yu. That's right, it is I, said the tall and sturdy burly man proudly. Let me introduce myself, I am called Yi Chu. Men, my original body should also be considered as a demon beast. Qin Yu was stunned. What does he mean by should also be considered?
Wu Lan, who was at the side, smiled and said, Xinyu, Yi Chu is full of bronze and crude, it's better for I to explain. Yi Chu's original body was a type of legendary divine beast, the Tyrannosaurus rex, but...
Tyrannosaurus rex?
Xinyu searched through all the information he had in his brain and was unable to find any divine beast called Tyrannosaurus rex. Mr. Wulan, I do not believe there's any dragon within the dragon clan called the Tyrannosaurus rex.
Could it be that Tyrannosaurus rex is a kind of variation divine beast? Puzzled, Xinyu said. He was unable to think of another kind of explanation. T-Rex in Chinese is called literally Overlord Dragon. Hence why Xinyu thinks dude's a dragon clan.
Wulan shook his head and laughed. Yi Chu's tiger eyes opened wide, he said. Youngster Xinyu, my Tyrannosaurus rex clan is incomparably large and powerful.
The amount of clansmen within my clan were never less than 10,000. How could I be a variation divine beast? 10,000.
Xinyu was shocked. With such a large number, this type of divine beast ought to be a famous one. How is it possible that he didn't know about it?
Yi Chu, why is it that I have never heard of it before? That's because your knowledge and experience are lacking, said Yi Chu complacently.
Yi Chu, stop teasing Xinyu.
Wulan smiled indifferently and said.
Hearing what Wulan said, Yi Jie mumbled to himself and then stopped saying anymore. Wulan looked toward Xinyu and explained. Xinyu, you do not know about the Tyrannosaurus rex clan because the Tyrannosaurus rex clan was not a life form of the immortal, devil and demon realm space.
Not a life form of the immortal, devil and demon realm? Xinyu was astonished. That's right. Wulan nodded.
Before we talk about this, I must let you understand a thing.
This boundless universe actually has a lot of different spaces.
Some spaces are ranked high, some spaces are ranked low, and then there's spaces of the same rank. They are classified as parallel spaces.
Do you understand this? Xinyu naturally understand it.
Lei Wei's hometown was a cosmic space filled with science and technology. It was equal level and classified as a parallel space with the space that his own hometown, the Qianlong continent, is. The cultivators in both of these spaces, after they reach a certain level, would both ascend toward a space that's ranked higher.
Wulan started smiling. The space ranks are determined by their interior energy and stability.
For example, the mortal realm, there was more than merely the space that your hometown was in, there's also other spaces that are classified as mortal realm.
Likewise, there are also many other spaces of the same rank as the immortal, devil and demon realm.
The space that the Tyrannosaurus rex clan is located in is precisely one of them.
Xinyu completely understood it. Yi Chu's hometown was a space that's the same rank as the immortal, devil and demon realm. A living creature from another cosmic space?
Xinyu found it unbelievable that a living creature from another space would actually appear in the immortal, devil and demon realm. It was the first time for him to hear such a thing. Hearing till this part, Yi Chu grew a bit sad. Evidently, for him to leave his clan and his hometown, Yi Chu felt a bit pained about it. Youngster Xinyu, although my hometown's space was the same rank as the space here, but own overall strength should be many times stronger than yours.
Yi Chu said confidently.
The divine beasts here were separated into low-level divine beast, mid-level divine beast, top-level divine beast and super divine beast. However, for us, there wasn't that much differences. Wulan explained from the side. In their space, they were mostly divided into two major clans. One was the dinosaur clan and the other was the human clan. The dinosaur clan was further subdivided into the Tyrannosaurus rex, flying dragon, and all kinds of other varieties. As for the humans, they were about the same as those from the immortal, devil and demon realm.
Xinyu completely understand everything.
That space appeared to be a lot less complicated than his own space.
Our dinosaur clan needed to only train our bodies.
Once our dinosaur bodies were trained to the extreme, humph, we would directly take on the divine tribulation with our bodies and ascend into the divine realm. Yi Chu appeared to be very proud of his clan's training method.
Wulan nodded and said, the training technique of the Dragon Clan was truly outstanding.
Idiots that only know how to fight close-ranged.
An ice-cold voice sounded from not far away.
Xinyu was unable to refrain himself from turning his head to look. The person who spoke was precisely that tall, skinny and cold-looking man. That cold-looking man still didn't bother to look at Xinyu. Close combat is the way for the strongest attack power. How could magic and energy attacks possibly kill people in a single move like close combat? Retorted Yi Chu to that cold-looking man. That cold-looking man merely gave a cold humph and didn't speak anymore. However, he still didn't bother to even look toward the direction of Xinyu.
Wulan smiled and said,
Wushu, you need not deny the attack method of the dinosaur clan. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's aptitude is equivalent to those of a top-level divine beast, however, their dinosaur clan's training method is extremely suited for them. Although Yi Chu was at the level 7 Demon Emperor realm, but in battles, he is not much weaker than that Emperor Yu outside.
Qin Yu's eyes shined. Yi Chu, a level 7 Demon Emperor, have strength that approached Emperor Yu's? It would appear that the dinosaur body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was extremely valiant. Mr. Wulan, what did you call him earlier? Qin Yu was suddenly woken up. He definitely heard that Wulan called that cold-looking man Wushu. Is he Ao Wuming's big brother, Ao Wushu? Qin Yu, let me introduce him to you. He is Ao Wushu. His original body was the unprecedented variation super divine beast of the dragon clan, Blood Dragon. Not long ago, his power had reached the level of level 8 Demon Emperor. There were admiration in Wu Lan's eyes. Qin Yu was shocked to the brim. A level 8 Demon Emperor super divine beast? Qin Yu still remembers that the level 7 Demon Emperor, Ao Wuming, in his battle mode human form, was able to easily defeat both Ji Bai and Shui Yiling. In his battle mode human form, he was able to fight against Emperor Yu. As for the level 8 Demon Emperor level super divine beast, that would be truly frightening. His battle mode human form would definitely surpass Emperor Yu, and not just by 2 or 3 times, but... Mr. Wulan, I have a question. Qin Yu found a problem. Yi Chu and Wulan were both level 7 Demon Emperors, and Ao Wushu was even a level 8 Demon Emperor. How is it possible for them to be caught by Immortal Emperor Ni Yang and sent into the 10,000 Beasts Atlas? Wulan smiled indifferently. I know, you wanted to ask about how we became spiritual beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, right? Yes, that's right. Qin Yu looked toward Wulan. Amongst these three, Qin Yu have the best impression toward this Wulan. Wulan smiled and said, Then let me carefully tell you all about it. When Wushu was still young, he had left the Dragon Clan and even refused to pay attention to the orders of the Dragon Emperor. Do you know about this? Qin Yu also heard about the grudges that Ao Wushu have toward the Dragon Clan. It was likely that the source of this grudge was because Ao Wushu was mistakenly deemed to be a red dragon when he was a child. Qin Yu nodded to show that he knew about it. Wushu lived for battles. Wulan gasped in admiration and said, When he was young, Wushu left the Dragon Clan and started to wander around the immortal, devil and demon realm. He had challenged countless amounts of experts and his power grew stronger and stronger. However, he had never once returned back to the Dragon Clan. During that time, Wushu reached the level of level 7 Demon Emperor and met Ni Yang, who was at the time at the pinnacle of his life. The Ni Yang from that time was a level 8 Immortal Emperor Sword Immortal. Wulan had a slight smile on his face. Wushu challenged Ni Yang and the two had established a bet. At this moment, the cold and grim Ao Wushu also walked over. Ao Wuming gave voice and said, Ni Yang and I had established a bet. If I were to lose, then I'll become his spiritual beast. If I were to win, then his divine armor was to be mine. As for the results, I lost. Level 7 Super Divine Beast against a level 8 Immortal Emperor level Sword Immortal, their strengths were about the same and either one of them could possibly win. Wushu is a very stubborn person. Wulan said while smiling. Afterwards, when the Dragon Emperor found out about this matter, he directly stepped in to ask Ni Yang to ream his son's soul binding. Qin Yu, the Dragon Emperor's strength was very powerful, extremely powerful. At that time, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang surrendered. Wulan started to laugh. Did you know what kind of response that Wushu gave? Qin Yu was naturally able to guess it. If Ao Wushu were willing to leave back then he would not still be in the 10,000 Beasts Atlas now. I have no relationship with the Dragon Clan, why must I accept his benevolence? Furthermore, I also have no expectation toward the immortal, devil and demon realm. There was too few people that's worthy for me to challenge them, said Ao Wushu indifferently. Qin Yu was able to clearly sense how large the estrangement Ao Wushu has with the Dragon Clan. What's more, the most important thing, is that since I agreed to bet, I must accept my loss. Since I lost, I naturally cannot go back on the deal. Ao Wushu added. Qin Yu came to a judgment about Ao Wushu in his heart. He's very stubborn and was certainly the type of person that is amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Mr. Wulan, I am very confused, that Ni Yang from that time, with the protection of you all, why did he still fought with Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor to such an extent so much that he even died? Puzzled Qin Yu. With these three with Immortal Emperor Ni Yang, how could they possibly fear Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor? Hearing this question, Wulan laughed. Yi Chu also laughed. Even Ao Wushu have an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Youngster Qin Yu. Ao Wushu stared at Qin Yu. I do not like to be threatened by others.
I would only help others do a single task should I owe them a favor.
Otherwise, even if you were to kill me, I would still not help you. Qin Yu was dumbfounded. Wu Lan explained. Qin Yu, A.O. Wushu is extremely stubborn.
At that time, the promise that he had with Immortal Emperor Ni Yang stated that only during the times of life and death crisis would he come out to protect Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's life.
In other times, Ni Yang only had a single opportunity to order A.O. Wushu.
As an exchange, at the moment when Ni Yang ascend to the divine realm, he must remove A.O. Wushu's soul binding and return his freedom. Hearing the promise between Immortal Emperor Ni Yang and A.O. Wushu, Qin Yu was unable to refrain from being startled.
Wu Lan smiled and said,
The Ni Yang from that time could only agree to the promise. If he were to agree to the promise, he would still have one opportunity to command A.O. Wushu, an opportunity to make A.O. Wushu do something for him. At the same time, when he's in mortal danger, he can also get help from A.O. Wushu. If he were not agree, the only thing he can do is to kill A.O. Wushu, and that would not benefit him in the slightest.
Qin Yu completely understood. A.O. Wushu would rather die than submit. Big brother Wu Lan, enough about Wushu.
At the very least Wushu agreed to listen to one of Ni Yang's command.
What about you?
You refused to listen to even a single command and only agreed to save his life in times of crisis,
said Ji Chu while laughing on the side. A.O. Wushu also looked toward Wu Lan.
The meaning in his sight was clear to everyone present. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 12, Chapter 69. Book 12 Qin Yu, Chapter 69, Wu Lan's Promise. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and me. Qin Yu completely understood. That pitiful Ni Yang. Qin Yu had a sigh in his heart. It was evident that these three great experts do not hear and obey Ni Yang at all. Experts have the arrogance of experts, these three would rather die than submit.
From the way it sounded, A.O. Wushu was still not bad.
He promised Ni Yang two demands: he'll protect Ni Yang during the moment of life and death and would also listen to a single command from him. Wu Lan was even worse, he actually won't even listen to a single command and had only promised to protect Ni Yang when he's in danger. Youngster Qin Yu. A.O. Wushu suddenly looked toward Qin Yu.
Although you have become the master of the 10,000 beasts Atlas, but your strength is much weaker than my own. I have originally intended to not listen to even a single one of your commands, however, giving face to Big Brother Wu Lan, I would listen to a single command from you.
This extremely arrogant sentence shocked Qin Yu. Had it not been Ni Yang, how could you possibly be able to command me? A.O. Wushu looked down upon Qin Yu. I would only protect you during the moment of life and death.
In other times, you only have a single opportunity to command me.
When you ascended to the divine realm, you are to return my freedom. If you were to refuse that, then you might as well kill me.
From start to finish, this A.O. Wushu's facial expression did not even change.
Qin Yu lightly smiled. A.O. Wushu, A.O. Wuming is my brother and I also respect you. Good, I accept your demands. Wuming is your brother?
A.O. Wushu's expression slightly changed as he looked toward Qin Yu.
Qin Yu nodded. A.O. Wushu, who was originally indifferent toward everything, actually smiled lightly. Wuming, how is he? Big brother Wuming is doing well. He has been traveling the immortal, devil and demon realm with sister-in-law Lian Zhu. Qin Yu replied. A.O. Wushu heard this and nodded. He took a deep breath and then walked far away and no longer bothered conversing with Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at A.O. Wushu's back.
This A.O. Wushu has an estrangement with both the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Clan, but it seemed like his relationship with his own brother was actually pretty good.
Qin Yu was able to sense the different kind of bearing A.O. Wushu had toward A.O. Wuming.
Qin Yu didn't know at all that during the time when A.O. Wushu was a child, there was only A.O. Wuming, his own brother, that didn't discriminate against him in the slightest. Yi Chu and Wu Lan's manners toward Qin Yu was instead a lot better. Qin Yu, you possessed both talent and luck. With your cultivation speed, I reckon that it would not take a long time for you to ascend to the divine realm,
said Wu Lan while smiling.
Merely, you must certainly be very strict to yourself. If you were to rely on others, then your own progress would certainly become very slow.
Do you understand that? Qin Yu nodded.
Cultivators, their path was filled with dangers.
If one were to rely on others all the time, how could they possibly achieve great success? Wu Lan nodded and then consoled Qin Yu. It's good that you understand that. To be honest, I have never really took that Ni Yang into consideration. With his temperament, passing the divine tribulation?
Humph, there was a 50% chance that he'll fail.
Wulan seemed to not care about immortal Emperor Ni Yang at all.
Yi Chu, who stood to the side, said confused.
Big brother Wulan, I remember that back then, it seemed like you didn't even want to talk with Ni Yang and didn't listen to his orders at all.
Only when Ni Yang was dying and requested your help did you finally help him.
Why is it that you're this good to this youngster Qinyu?
Yi Chu sized Qinyu from head to toe with his two tiger eyes.
I also cannot sense what's so extraordinary about this youngster Qinyu. His strength was even weaker than Ni Yang. Why is it that you're so good to him?
At this moment, Ao Wushu, who was far away, also looked toward their direction. Clearly, he was also puzzled about this.
Wulan lightly laughed and looked toward Qinyu. That's because I am confident of Qinyu. To be more exact, I am confident of that Uncle Lan. Uncle Lan? Qinyu was stunned. Mr. Wulan, you know Uncle Lan?
Wulan smiled as he shook his head.
No, I don't know him at all. However, when we were in the Ni Yang's realm, I have seen a puppet. I asked you who refined that and you told me it was Uncle Lan, isn't that right?
Yes, that's right.
Qinyu still remembered the things in the Ni Yang's realm.
At that time, Wulan was actually able to immediately determine that the sword immortal puppet was not a real person and even asked who it was that refined it. It was as if after he knew about it, Wulan's manners toward Qinyu had changed greatly.
Big brother Wulan, who is that Uncle Lan? Asked Yi Chu confused. You cannot ask, said Wulan mysteriously. Qinyu was able to determine that this Wulan ought to know a bit about Uncle Lan.
Or perhaps, he determined some things about Uncle Lan from the sword immortal puppet.
Suddenly, Qinyu remembered a matter. Where did Wulan come from?
Qinyu was completely unable to determine Wulan's original body, nor do he know about his history.
Wulan immediately continued.
Yi Chu, your dinosaur true body is extremely powerful. Like this, you are the same as Wushu. Continue to stay in the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. Qinyu can command you once, and during the time of life and death, you are to protect Qinyu.
Yes, big brother.
Yi Chu appeared to obey Wulan's words. Wulan smiled and looked toward Qinyu. Qinyu, if Yi Chu were to always be by your side protecting you, then even if your power were to increase, you would not have the strength that's tempered from real combat and would not be able to completely display your powers.
Qinyu immediately nodded in understanding.
He was able to absolutely understand this point. Only through experiencing Emperor Yu and Shui Tianya trying to kill him and the Blue Snowstar did he manage to comprehend and create the meteor finger technique and the domain technique that belonged to Emperor-level experts. Qinyu, Wushu and Yi Chu's battle prowess was something that you're not clear about.
It's better for I to tell you about it. Wulan's expression grew somewhat serious.
Qinyu carefully listened. A person's strength was most certainly not something that can be determined merely by his level.
Wulan said slowly.
Wushu is currently a level 8 demon emperor and his original body was also that of a super divine beast, blood dragon. In his battle mode, there are only a couple people who can surpass him in the entire immortal, devil, and demon realm.
Which? Qinyu immediately asked. Wulan smiled.
I have already not been in the immortal, devil and demon world for so many years. I would only talk about the people that I know of. The Dragon Emperor from the Demon Realm's Dragon Clan, the Pine Demon Emperor and Emperor Ni from the Bird Clan.
TL, debating about whether to keep it as Peng or change it to Rock. Qinyu naturally knew about the Peng Demon Emperor.
The latest clan in the Bird Clan was the Pine Clan. The Pine Demon Emperor was the Emperor of the Pang Clan and at the same time was also the Emperor of the Bird Clan.
Emperor Ni.
Although her strength was very formidable, phoenixes are both from the heaven and earth and there is only a single phoenix in the entire Bird Clan.
Thus, how many people are there that actually listen to the commands from Emperor Ni?
After all, the Pang Demon Emperor has the powerful Pang Clan behind him. From the Devil Realm, as far as I know, there wasn't anyone. Of course, it was also possible for there to be powerful hidden experts that I don't know about,
said Wulan while smiling. Qinyu nodded. On the surface, there are 3 big shots in the Demon Realm.
However, who knows if there are any hidden experts? As for the Immortal Realm, Hidden Emperor's strength ought to be at about the same level as Wushu. As for those that are stronger than Wushu, there was only one person that I know from the Immortal Realm, Cyan Emperor,
said Wulan with absolute certainty. Qinyu was already prepared for that. Cyan Emperor was most certainly stronger than his displayed strength.
As for the Dark Star Realm, the 3 great sovereigns would not be weaker than Wushu, said Wulan tranquilly.
Qinyu was startled. The 3 great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm were truly terrifying.
Back when he was on the Crescent Moon Bay, Cyan Emperor and them even said that the head of the Dark Star Realm's 3 great sovereigns, the previous Gold Punishment Lord, was even their old big brother. Other than some hidden experts, the rest of the people, for example Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, Blood Devil Emperor and them, were definitely not a match for Wushu, said Wu Lan indifferently. From Wu Lan's speech, Qin Yu knew of one point. Wu Lan didn't know about the existence of Granny Yin Hua. You ought to know about Wushu's power, right?
Other than those couple experts from the immortal, devil and demon realm, there are not many other people that can match him,
said Wu Lan while smiling.
As for Yi Chu, his strength is close to that of Emperor Yu's. Qin Yu was able to have a clear hierarchy of the strength of Ao Wushu and Yi Chu. Only after knowing how strong they actually are would he be able to better use the soul command that he has of them.
That's right, you have to be careful of Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor joining hands, said Wu Lan all of a sudden. They are both level 8 immortal emperors, however, once they join hands, not only would they be able to match a level 9 immortal emperor, what's most important is that their divine weapons could combine into one and turn into a high-level divine weapon. I reckon that even Wushu would not be able to take that on.
As if he was recalling the memories from back then, it was evidently that Wu Lan knew about Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor's attack power.
I understand. Qin Yu nodded.
Although Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor joining hands could not do anything to the Jianglan's realm, but one still cannot belittle these two's attack power.
Ao Wushu, who stood afar, suddenly gave voice. Youngster Qin Yu, where is this? Only now did Ao Wushu notice that this place was different.
In the immortal, devil and demon realm, there was not a single planet with the vastness of land that Jianglan's realm possessed. A boundless amount of land, anyone would feel strange. Youngster Qin Yu, in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm, there are no place with such a vast land.
For even my demon awareness to be unable to determine the boundary, Ao Wushu said in astonishment. A level 8 demon emperor's demon awareness was certainly able to cover an entire planet. The amount of elemental spirit energy here is also excessively dense.
Wu Lan was also surprised.
Qin Yu started to smile. This is the inside of the Jianglan's realm. Jianglan's realm? Wu Lan, Yi Chu, and Ao Wushu looked to Qin Yu.
Qin Yu nodded. As these three were also bounded by the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, Qin Yu decided to tell them.
Jianglan's realm is a divine artifact that Uncle Lan refined.
There is an extremely large space inside of this artifact, but...
Spatial divine artifact?
Wu Lan was filled with astonishment.
Spatial divine artifact, why is it that I've never heard of that before?
Both Yi Chu and Wushu grew puzzled.
And this was also refined by that Uncle Lan? Wu Lan immediately asked. Qin Yu nodded.
Wu Lan took a deep breath as if to calm himself down from the shock. He then looked at Qin Yu with a profound look.
Qin Yu, this Uncle Lan of yours truly cared for you. Uncle Lan is indeed very good to me,
said Qin Yu as he sighed. He recalled the memories of the days in the mortal realm when he was together with Uncle Lan and Lear.
Only after a long while did Qin Yu awoke from the memories. Mr. Wu Lan, there's also another matter that I haven't spoke yet. I believe that you all would probably understand it in the future. The time flow speed in the Jianglan's realm is different from that of the outside world. 10 years in here is only a single year outside, but 10 years in here is 1 year outside? Yi Chu was astonished.
Ao Wushu also walked over, his face was filled with shock.
Isn't that a bit too fantastic? Said Yi Chu, he found it unbelievable. Time is in theoretical existence.
For the flow of time to be different in the two spaces, it was truly very fantastic.
Mr. Wu Lan, what's wrong? Qin Yu looked toward Wu Lan in confusion. At this moment,
Wu Lan's eyes were filled with shock, his complexion had also grew a bit pale. He had an appearance as if he had just saw a ghost.
Mr. Wu Lan, said Qin Yu once again. Big brother Wu Lan, what's wrong? Yi Chu and Ao Wushu also looked toward Wu Lan.
Only after the three of them calling out to him a couple more times did Wu Lan come back. Wu Lan took a couple breaths and allowed his expression to be a slightly more calm. However, there was still some astonishment in his eyes.
Qin Yu, are you telling the truth that the flow of time in the Jianglan's realm is different from that of the outside? That's right. Qin Yu nodded.
Wu Lan took a deep breath and then once again looked at Qin Yu profoundly for a couple more times.
He then gasped in admiration and said,
Qin Yu, I will also promise you that during the time of life and death, I would protect your life. Also, you would have a single chance to command me.
Oh. Qin Yu smiled as he nodded. Wu Lan didn't even give An Yang a chance to order him.
For him to give Qin Yu a chance, Qin Yu was already very satisfied.
Big brother Wu Lan. Big brother Wu Lan. Yi Chu and Ao Wushu both looked at Wu Lan in surprise.
Wu Lan continued to smile as he looked at Qin Yu. Xinyu, when you reach the divine realm, I do not care if you'll return my freedom, you can do as you please. Yi Chu and Ao Wushu grew even more surprised.
Wu Lan actually didn't ask for the freedom when they reached the divine realm.
From Yi Chu and Ao Wushu's point of view, they were completely unable to understand this. Wu Lan did not bother to explain, he merely smiled.
Xinyu nodded.
For others to be so nice to him, he too cannot be excessive. Xinyu had already decided in his heart that if he were to be able to reach the divine realm, he would certainly return to Wu Lan his freedom. Xinyu, when you leave the Jianlan's realm, I hope that you'll allow us to continue training in the Jianlan's realm. We are able to save 10 times the time if we trained in here, said Ao Wushu suddenly.
Xinyu smiled and instead asked, could this be considered as you seeking a favor from me?
Ao Wushu nodded cold and matter-of-factly. Yes, I would most certainly not ask a favor for free. If you were to allow me to train in the Jianlan's realm, I would give you another chance to command me. Like this, Xinyu would obtain 2 chances to order Ao Wushu. Thus, he was naturally willing.
Ao Wushu, I would use the first chance right now, said Xinyu.
Xinyu, you'd best not waste the chance. Although you have 2 opportunities to command Ao Wushu, but if you were to want Ao Wushu seek a favor from you again in the future, it was a nearly impossible matter.
Wu Lan reminded Xinyu. Xinyu merely shook his head. I know. Ao Wushu, currently outside of here, was Emperor Yu and his subordinates, about 20 immortal emperors.
They also have a sealing element refining flames array. I hope that you teach him a profound lesson.
The subordinates under Emperor Yu, 20-some immortal emperors, and a sealing element refining flames array?
Ao Wushu had a slight smile on his face.
It would be a bit hard to kill Emperor Yu. However, as for teaching him a lesson,
I would make that lesson extremely profound, so profound that Emperor Yu would not be able to forget about it for his entire life.
Ao Wushu looked toward Xinyu. Let me go out.
The master of the Jianlan's realm was Xinyu, thus no matter how strong Ao Wushu was, he was still unable to leave it by himself.
Xinyu nodded. Xinyu, let me remind you,
Ao Wushu suddenly said in a low voice. Big brother Wu Lan gave you a chance to command him, unless you're at the most important moment, it's best for you to not waste the chance.
Ao Wushu exclaimed softly. I really don't understand, why is it that big brother Wu Lan is so nice to you?
Xinyu was unable to refrain himself from being startled.
Enough about that, let me out. I'll teach Emperor Yu and his men a good lesson, said Ao Wushu indifferently. Xinyu stopped overthinking anymore.
With an intention of his will, Ao Wushu disappeared from the Jianlan's realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 12, Chapter 70. Book 12 Xinyu, Chapter 70, Sweep Away. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and me.
Seeing Ao Wushu leaving the Jianlan's realm, Xinyu grew excited in anticipation.
What kind of situation would it be on the outside? Xinyu, rest assured.
With Wushu's strength, it was very easy for him to take care of Emperor Yu and his subordinates,
said Wu Lan while smiling.
He appeared to be certain of Ao Wushu's victory. Both the Blood Dragon and the 5-clawed Golden Dragon are super divine beasts. For 5-clawed Golden Dragons, not only are their energy attacks very powerful, their body's defense was also extremely strong. As for the Blood Dragon, its close-range attacks have inherited the superiority that's specific to divine beasts. However, its energy attack is instead not good. Thus, it goes to a different extreme.
Extreme?
Xinyu looked at Wu Lan. He really didn't know about the attack power of the variant divine beast, Blood Dragon.
Wu Lan explained. 5-clawed Golden Dragons are able to execute some attack techniques.
As for the Blood Dragon, what it was best at was devouring attacks.
Devouring attacks? Xinyu was startled.
Wu Lan nodded and said,
that's right.
From the way I see it, this type of attack technique was even stronger than the attack techniques of 5-clawed Golden Dragon.
The Blood Dragon was able to separate into multiple Blood Dragons. Once those Blood Dragons enter the body, it directly aims for and swallows the nascent soul. Devour.
Just thinking about it was enough to astonish Xinyu. The Blood Dragon was indeed worthy of the title, Variation Super Divine Beast.
Mr. Wu Lan, when he was competing with Immortal Emperor Yan, why is it that he lost the battle? Xinyu started to become puzzled. If this type of attack was that powerful, then why did he get defeated? Wu Lan smiled and said,
although devouring attacks is powerful, but it is not an attack that can easily swallow anyone. For those that are a lot weaker than him, naturally he is able to swallow them easily. As for those experts who are the same level as him, it is a lot harder to swallow them.
Shin Yu came to an understanding. Against crowds, there's the swallow attack. Against a single person, there's close combat.
The blood dragon could be considered as the most perfect super divine beast that I have seen.
Wu Lan gasped in admiration.
Of course, the other super divine beasts were also pretty good as they possessed their respective traits.
Ao Wushu finally attacked.
Shin Yu, who had been paying attention to the outside the whole time, finally discovered that the battle had started.
He only started to attack now?
Wu Lan was a little startled. He had already been conversing with Shin Yu for a while now, but they had only started to fight on the outside. In actuality, one of the reasons was because of the fact that the Jianglan's realm's time flow is 10 to 1 compared to the outside world. And there was another reason, that is, Ao Wushu was putting on airs.
Youngster Shin Yu.
Quickly, let our demon awareness spread out of this Jianglan's realm so that we can have a clear look at the battle outside,
said Yi Chu hurriedly.
It was impossible for his demon awareness to spread out of the Jianglan's realm when he's in it. With an intention of his will, Shin Yu allowed Yi Chu and Wu Lan's devil awareness to escape from the Jianglan's realm.
Times.
The location where the wreath yellow star used to be had already turned into a boundless empty outer space. The gigantic ceiling element refining flames array had been maintained the whole time. After all, no one knew whether Shin Yu would suddenly come out and escape from the ceiling element refining flames array. If he were to escape, then all the efforts would be for naught. Surrounding the green speck were 12 immortal emperors, including Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu and them were all sitting cross-legged around the surroundings of the green speck.
20 years.
Emperor Yu and them had guarded the surrounding for an entire 20 years. In this 20 years, Emperor Yu had tried everything. He had his subordinates join hands and attack, and even got the Mystic Immortal to come and join hands with him and attack the green speck together. However, without exception, Emperor Yu failed in all his attempts.
Unable to break through.
Although Emperor Yu appeared to be undisturbed as he sat cross-legged in the space, he was actually thinking of ways to break open the green speck.
What to do? I really don't know how that immortal Emperor Ni Yang managed to comprehend this before his death.
He actually managed to comprehend and create such a dreadful defensive barrier that even I and Sheer cannot break open after we join hands.
At this moment, Emperor Yu still thought that the green speck was Qingyu Immortal Mansion. One cannot blame Emperor Yu.
After all, he had never heard about there being such a thing like a spatial divine artifact. Suddenly, Emperor Yu looked toward his left. In the empty space several hundred meters to the left of all the immortal emperors, a grave and stern man suddenly and surprisingly appeared.
Who are you? Emperor Yu immediately stood up. Ao Wushu looked at Emperor Yu but did not utter a word. Besides Emperor Yu were 11 immortal emperors.
These 11 immortal emperors all stood up next to Emperor Yu. Including Emperor Yu, all these people had a very serious expression. They have all felt the pressure.
That was the oppressive feeling that comes naturally with a frightening strength. When did the demon realm have a new level 8 demon emperor? Emperor Yu was greatly shocked.
He was a level 8 immortal emperor. Although he was unable to see through this new arrival, he was able to barely sense the demon aura that was specific to those from the demon realm.
Friend from the demon realm, I am Emperor Yu. I am not aware of who you might be. Right when Emperor Yu only said half of what he wanted to say, he was interrupted by Ao Wushu. Emperor Yu, it's been a long time, you actually don't even recognize me anymore. Ha, Ao Wushu started to laugh loudly.
However, it was as if the entire space had frozen. His laugh brought about only intense nervousness to those immortal emperors.
Emperor Yu shrank his eyes.
At this moment, the 11 immortal emperors beside him were prepared to attack at any moment.
Are you ready?
Suddenly, 2 rays of red shined in Ao Wushu's eyes. Roar! Suddenly, an extremely reverberating dragon roar resounded in the boundless space. Ao Wushu's figure had completely disappeared, and a gigantic crimson dragon that was over 1,000 miles long had suddenly appeared covering the sky.
Those crimson-colored dragon scales were radiating a demonic brilliance. The malevolent dragon head was staring at Emperor Yu in them. Emperor Yu and the 11 immortal emperors were shocked, stunned. It's the blood dragon, Ao Wushu. Emperor Yu woke back up.
However, right at this moment, the 1,000 miles long blood dragon suddenly started to move. It immediately turned into a crimson-colored phantom. Emperor Yu and his subordinates were only able to see an enormous dragon mouth coming toward them to swallow them.
I decided to keep it as miles because Li is a Chinese mile. A Chinese mile is equal to 1/3 American mile or half a kilometer.
I just felt that it is more true to the story to use 1,000 miles as opposed to 500 kilometers.
Devour.
All of a sudden, Emperor Yu and the 11 immortal emperors felt that they have entered a crimson-colored world.
Break!
The great Emperor's sword in Emperor Yu's hand gave off a boundless amount of golden light. In a flash, the blood dragon had flew back to where it was previously.
As for Emperor Yu and them, they were also still at their original location.
It's just that at this moment, including Emperor Yu, there was only 4 immortal emperors who were still alive. Green-blooded sword Emperor Ji Bai, yellow-gown immortal Emperor Mu Yan and a level 6 immortal emperor. The blood dragon had swallowed 8 great immortal emperors at once. The 1,000 miles long dragon's enormous dragon head was suddenly raised and looked toward the ceiling element refining flames a raised net of light. The enormous dragon body once again immediately turned into a crimson-colored phantom. It ruthlessly knocked against the net of light. The ceiling element refining flames array that the 16 immortal emperors set up, even the strongest one amongst these 16, immortal Emperor Yu Fan, was merely a level 6 immortal emperor. Although the ceiling element refining flames array's defense was very strong, but it was still able to be broken by the attack of a level 7 immortal emperor.
Bang! A level 8 demon emperor super divine beast. The fierce strike from its true body. Emperor Yu was completely shocked. That's right, he wanted to kill the 16 immortal emperors. Emperor Yu woke up to reality. Stop him! Emperor Yu suddenly shouted.
At the same time, he sent voice transmissions to those 16 immortal emperors.
You Fan, you all, quickly run away.
Like lightning, Emperor Yu's voice transmission resounded in the 16 immortal emperors' minds. The 16 immortal emperors were already shocked the moment when the 1,000-mile-long blood dragon appeared.
It's just that as Emperor Yu was still alive, how could they possibly dare to run away?
At this moment, they wanted to run after hearing Emperor Yu's command.
However, it's too late.
The breaking of the ceiling element refining flames array had caused the entire space to fluctuate. It was simply impossible for the 16 immortal emperors to teleport.
With a dragon roar. That 1,000 miles long blood dragon actually divided in a split second.
The 1,000 miles long blood dragon had turned into 16 blood dragons all of a sudden. In a flash, these 16 dragons had already bound up the 16 immortal emperors. This was precisely what Wu Lan had mentioned to Qin Yu about.
The characteristic specific to the blood dragon, dividing into multiple blood dragons to carry out group devour attacks.
This was not a body clone technique. The 16 blood dragons, each and every one of them has the strength of around a third of A.O. Wushu's. They were merely a bit weaker than a level 8 immortal emperor. After a shout of screams, the 16 immortal emperors disappeared.
Roar! Another dragon roar sounded. The 16 blood dragons suddenly started to rush toward Emperor Yu and the other 3.
At the same time, they merged together and returned to a 1,000 miles long blood dragon.
While rushing over, that 1,000 miles long blood dragon unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. A person appeared.
Covered in a layer of crimson-colored dragon scales, his long hair had turned crimson-colored, there were even 2 dragon horns growing on his head. That pair of ice-cold, crystal-like eyes were staring at Emperor Yu.
It's the A.O. Wushu in his battle mode human form. The A.O. Wushu with the strongest attack power.
Emperor Yu, green-blooded sword immortal Ji Bai, yellow-gown immortal Emperor Mu Yan and that level 6 immortal emperor were all filled with anger and fear.
You are A.O. Wushu.
Emperor Yu's whole body was shivering.
That's right,
said A.O. Wushu as he looked at Emperor Yu coldly.
Emperor Yu, the me from back then was unable to prevail over you and could only draw a tie.
However, currently I have already reached level 8 immortal emperor, today's conclusion would only be me trampling on you. In merely a brief of a moment, 24 immortal emperors had died.
Qin Yu managed to open the 3rd layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas? Said Emperor Yu.
His voice was cold.
At the moment when he saw A.O. Wushu, Emperor Yu already knew that Qin Yu must have opened the 3rd layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. After all, A.O. Wushu was a spiritual beast of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas back then.
This matter was something that high-level people of the immortal, devil and demon realm knew of.
That's right. A.O. Wushu looked at Emperor Yu coldly. Run away.
At almost the exact same moment, Emperor Yu sent voice transmissions to his subordinates. A level 8 demon emperor super divine beast, even Emperor Yu was no match for him.
Back then, the level 7 demon emperor level A.O. Wushu was already at the level of Emperor Yu. The current A.O. Wushu was even more frightening than that.
The 4 great immortal emperors moved out at almost the same time.
Die. An ice-cold voice echoed. A.O. Wushu had turned into a crimson ray of light.
All of a sudden, that crimson ray of light turned into 4. The 4 crimson rays of light simultaneously charged toward Emperor Yu and the other 3, causing the 4 of them to be unable to escape.
The level 6 immortal emperor died in battle.
Afterwards, the 4 crimson rays of light were once again turned into 3 crimson rays of light.
Battle. Ao Wushu's main body was holding a battle knife.
This battle knife was extremely long, it was as tall as Ao Wushu himself. However, Ao Wushu was extremely fast when using it to attack, and its attack power was also very astonishing.
Ao Wushu's main body was attacking Emperor Yu.
His two clones were attacking the yellow-gowned Immortal Emperor and green-blooded Sword Immortal. The space was shaking. The frantic energies were spreading in all directions like storms. Emperor Yu, green-blooded Sword Immortal and yellow-gowned Immortal Emperor were all trying their hardest to escape. In a mere 10 breaths' time, Ao Wushu's body appeared next to the green speck.
What a pity.
It's one thing to be unable to kill Emperor Yu because he possessed a divine armor. Never did I expect that the yellow-gowned Immortal Emperor were also able to escape.
Ao Wushu sighed.
To simultaneously control the attack of my two clones caused adversely effects on the main body's attacks.
Otherwise, Emperor Yu would not have been able to escape so easily. Qin, let me return, said Ao Wushu via voice transmission.
Soon after, he disappeared into thin air. At this moment, the boundless space energies were still shaking.
However, other than some drifting blood in the cosmic space, there were nothing else that can show the trace of a battle. Times. On a desolate planet. Two figures in a sorry state appeared on this planet. Yellow-gowned Immortal Emperor Mu Yen was half kneeling on the ground. His complexion was deathly pale.
Yellow-gowned Immortal Emperor Mu Yen, although his attack power was not as strong as the green-blooded Sword Immortal, his defense was a lot stronger. It was precisely due to his defense that, although he was seriously wounded this time, he managed to survive. As for the extremely famous green-blooded Sword Immortal, Ji Bai, he had lost his life in this battle. While the green-blooded Sword Immortal's attack was very strong, but his defense was inferior to that of the yellow-gowned Immortal Emperor. Because of that, he had lost his life. Green-blooded Sword Immortal Ji Bai, who had moved unhindered through the immortal, devil and demon realm, had fallen.
Emperor Yu's luxurious purple gown was stained with blood.
His completely was also very pale.
Mu Yen, what's the loss this time around?
As the subordinate who managed all the troops underneath Emperor Yu would usually ask Mu Yen about the statistical results after every battle.
Mu Yen stood up. His expression was extremely ugly.
Your Majesty, in this battle, we had lost 26 Immortal Emperors.
26.
Just by hearing this number, Emperor Yu felt a major pain in his heart.
Mu Yen continued.
Your Majesty, the Reef Yellow Star was the planet with the greatest possibility of Qin Yu appearing amongst the 3 major planets. Those 16 Immortal Emperors stationed there were also those that are stronger. As for the other 10 Immortal Emperors that had been gathered there to attack the speck of green, those 10 Immortal Emperors were also the 10 that were amongst the strongest.
Emperor Yu started to shiver in his heart.
It was precisely because those 10 were powerful that he gathered them over to attack the speck of green. These 26 Immortal Emperors, they accounted for less than half of the subordinates under Emperor Yu, but they were the true elites underneath Emperor Yu. This battle, more than half of the elites underneath Emperor Yu were lost and his strength had dropped to less than half of its former strength. Even Ji Bai died in battle. Your Majesty's war generals were almost completely wiped out. Those who reached above the level 6 Immortal Emperor level were only the subordinate and Your Majesty left,
said Mu Yen with an awfully downcast voice.
While it is true that Emperor Yu still have quite a bit of Immortal Emperors underneath him, but none of those Immortal Emperors were above level 6 Immortal Emperor.
Qin Yu, Ao Wushu. Emperor Yu's whole body were shivering. He took a deep breath. Let's return. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon after, the two disappeared from the desolate planet. Inside the Zhonglan's realm. Seeing Ao Wushu appearing before their eyes, Qin Yu, Yi Chu and Wu Lan all welcomed his return.
Even the 4 other demon emperors were filled with excitement. They also knew about what had happened earlier. Killing 26 Immortal Emperors, and all of them were Emperor Yu's elites. Amongst which there's even the green-blooded Sword Immortal Ji Bai.
Wushu, not bad, said Wu Lan while smiling.
There were admiration in Qin Yu's eyes.
Wushu, you killed 26 in a single stretch.
You even killed that green-blooded Sword Immortal. There's also a couple level 6 Immortal Emperors, including Immortal Emperor Yu Fan.
Truly amazing.
Ao Wushu still had a grave and stern expression.
It's nothing.
I had said that Emperor Yu might be a bit hard to kill and thought that I would have been able to kill 27 of them this time. Never did I expected that one of them escaped. After saying those, Ao Wushu even had a slight regretful expression on his face.
It seemed as if he was very dissatisfied with his accomplishments. Qin Yu, Yi Chu, Wu Lan and them were immediately dumbfounded.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 1. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 1, Spreading of Reputation. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip.
Ao Wushu's words had stunned Xinyu and the others. He killed 26 immortal emperors at once yet was still not satisfied.
Very strong. Yi Chu's eyes shined.
His wide mouth opened up in a laughter.
Never did I expect that an ice cube like you,
other than being cold and icy while training and battling, is even able to talk crazy at my level. Hearing Yi Chu's words, Xinyu was unable to refrain himself from smiling. Wu Lan also had a smile on his face. It's just that Wushu was still icy cold. He looked at Xinyu coldly and said,
Xinyu, let me remind you. Man? Xinyu was startled. Ao Wushu continued coldly.
You had already used one of the two opportunities to command me.
There is only one left.
Furthermore, from today on, you are not allowed to put me back into 10,000 Beasts Atlas. I must continue to be within the Jianglan's realm. This was something that you promised me.
I know. Xinyu nodded. Ao Wushu also nodded.
He then walked over to the meadow far away, sat down cross-legged and no longer bother with Xinyu anymore.
Xinyu, don't mind him.
Wushu is a person who doesn't like to talk too much with others, said Wu Lan to Xinyu while smiling.
Xinyu didn't mind it. Yi Chu started laughing.
Xinyu, that ice cube is icy cold. Yi Chu, on the other hand, is an enthusiastic and fiery person.
If you're bored, feel free to come find me since I'll be bored anyways. This Tyrannosaurus Rex Yi Chu was a straightforward bore. Xinyu nodded. Mr. Wu Lan.
Xinyu had a question in his heart the whole time.
I have a question, although I have some idea about it but I am unable to completely figure it out. I don't know if you might be able to inform me?
You can speak,
said Wu Lan while smiling.
Yi Chu also looked toward Xinyu.
Xinyu nodded.
As far as I know, Mr. Wu Lan, you three had all promised Ni Yang that you would protect him in the time of life and death crisis.
However, Ni Yang still died? Could this mean that you all didn't manage to protect him?
Xinyu's question was a bit pricking, however, Wu Lan and Yi Chu did not mind about it.
We didn't manage to protect him.
Xinyu, we promised to protect him in the time of life and death crisis, however that Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor were overwhelming. They asked Ni Yang to go to the Bewitching God Temple together with them.
At that time, Ni Yang also agreed to it,
said Wu Lan slowly.
Xinyu was instead startled. Bewitching God Temple? What kind of place is that? However, Ni Yang was also only reigning civility.
After he entered the Bewitching God Temple, Ni Yang, relying on the fact that he was familiar with the Bewitching God Temple, used some small tricks to cast off Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor. However, the extreme joy turned into sorrow. When Ni Yang entered the certain strategic location of the Bewitching God Temple, he stepped on a poisonous bug from the Divine Realm. At that time, us three were inside the 10,000 Beasts Atlas.
Who would have imagined that Ni Yang would be so unlucky? By the time we knew about it, there was already no way to help.
Wu Lan smiled lightly. Oh, how extreme joy turned into sorrow. This Ni Yang had forgotten that in the Bewitching God Temple, no matter when, one cannot relax.
A poisonous bug from the Divine Realm was that powerful? Said Xinyu in surprise.
From how Xinyu views it, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang was, after all, a level 8 Immortal Emperor.
Merely a Divine Realm's poisonous bug, how could it be that dreadful?
Wu Lan's expression changed slightly.
He didn't say anything for a long time.
It was as if he was recalling his memories.
Mr. Wu Lan? Xinyu shouted.
Wu Lan was awakened by Xinyu's shout. He gave an apologetic smile and then said, Speaking of the Divine Realm's poisonous bug, Xinyu, I can tell you this, one cannot look down upon anything from the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm's poisonous bug, let me tell you, even if it was people who had ascended to the Divine Realm, if they were to be poisoned by those poisonous bugs, it is also possible to cause their soul to scatter. Xinyu was overwhelmed with shock. It was also possible for people that have ascended into the Divine Realm to fall to the poisonous bugs from the Divine Realm.
Isn't this Divine Realm's poisonous bug a bit too frightening? The Divine Realm's poisonous bugs are also separated into different ranks.
Some poisonous bugs are powerful while some have a weak toxicity. Even if the Divine Realm's poisonous bugs were to die, their teeth, tail, sting and some other places were still extremely toxic.
Once one gets poisoned by it. Ni Yang was nearly an immortal emperor, how could he not die from that?
Wu Lan said it as if it was inevitable and right.
Xinyu had an understanding. The people from the Divine Realm were also separated into different levels. This divine realm's poisonous bugs were also separated into different levels. However, to be able to exist in the divine realm, then one cannot underestimate the divine realm's poisonous bug. Even if it was nothing more than the carcass of a poisonous bug. Mr. Wulan, can you tell me a bit about the divine realm? Qin Yu asked. Wulan looked at Qin Yu, he then lightly smiled and said. Qin Yu, don't be too anxious. What you need to do now is to slowly train. When you're about to ascend to the divine realm, I would definitely tell you all that I know of. Qin Yu smiled embarrassedly. People usually have a sense of curiosity toward the unknown. Qin Yu was naturally no exception. What Wulan had said was correct, there was no usefulness for Qin Yu to know now. Mr. Wulan, throughout the entire immortal, devil and demon realm, I'd reckon that there's not many people that have some understanding of the divine realm. Why are you so familiar with the divine realm? This came into Qin Yu's mind and he immediately asked it. Wulan was somewhat startled. Yi Chu laughed proudly and said. Big brother Wulan naturally knows about the divine realm. In the entire immortal, devil and demon realm, if one were to compare the extent in which one knows about the divine realm, there is no one more familiar with it than my big brother Wulan. Why is that? Qin Yu immediately asked. Wulan took a deep breath and lightly smiled at Qin Yu. He said. Qin Yu, all of those in the 10,000 Beasts Atlas are demonic beasts, and I am merely a common demonic beast from the divine realm. A demonic beast from the divine realm. It was as if there was a hurricane in Qin Yu's heart. Although he was able to sense Mr. Wulan's origins were very mysterious, but when he obtained this result, he still felt extremely astonished. Divine realm? It was the holy place that countless experts of the immortal, devil and demon realm yearn for. Regardless of whether it's Linin, Cyan Emperor, or all the other experts, they all wished to ascend to the divine realm. However Wulan, he actually came from the divine realm. Mr. Wulan, how could that be? If you're from the divine realm, how is it possible for you to come to the immortal, devil and demon realm? Qin Yu immediately asked. Furthermore, your strength was merely at the level of level 7 demon emperor, shouldn't the demons of divine realm be very strong? Wulan lightly smiled. You will know about how strong the demonic beasts of the divine realm are when you ascend to the divine realm. A lot of things from the divine realm are not as how you think they are. As for how I came to the immortal, devil and demon realm, it was precisely because of that bewitching god temple. Bewitching god temple? Qin Yu once again heard the words, bewitching god temple. Enough, I temporarily do not wish to talk more about this aspect. Qin Yu, what I currently hope is for you to ascend to the divine realm as early as possible. It's already been a long time since I left my hometown. Wulan looked toward Qin Yu. There was a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Returning home. The divine realm was Wulan's hometown. The immortal, devil and demon realm, to Wulan, was merely a foreign place. Mr. Wulan, I will strive my hardest to train. Qin Yu nodded. Qin Yu suddenly looked toward the endless land. Following Qin Yu's intention. Suddenly, the entire Jianglan's realm's elemental spirit aura started to spin. In a split moment, rivers, great rivers and mountains appeared in the Jianglan's realm. Palace, buildings, pavilions, all kinds of flowers and three. In a blink of an eye. The Jianglan's realm had a huge change. Unlike before when it only had an endless amount of land, the current Jianglan's realm was like an ordinary planet. This was Qin Yu's world, he can change it into whatever he wanted. What an remarkable ability. Seeing this, Wulan's eyes shined. He was unable to refrain himself from gasping in admiration. However, Wulan knew that the person who actually possessed this remarkable ability wasn't Qin Yu but was rather Uncle Lan. Qin Yu was merely about to have this remarkable ability because he possessed the Jianglan's realm. Seeing the scene in front of him, Yi Chu was dumbstruck. Mr. Wulan, Yi Chu, Brother Wusu, and Yin Ming, you four, there is a lot of buildings and palaces here, you all can live wherever you want, said Qin Yu while smiling. Wulan was also very pleased with the countless amount of buildings. These different kinds of buildings, and even the different styles of buildings, were actually some of the buildings that Qin Yu had seen before in the Blue Flame Star, Hidden Emperor Star and some other large planets. Mr. Wulan, you all can go rest first. I still have to cultivate for another 10 days to half a month. I shall take my leave, said Qin Yu while smiling. He then picked a pavilion that's facing the water and started training. Although Qin Yu had reached the late-stage black hole realm and his soul had also reached the first layer heavenly soul realm. However, Qin Yu knew that although his strength had increased, he might not be able to execute them completely in attacks.
What he planned to do was exactly the same as that time when he was doing seclusion comprehension training in the Blue Snow Star. He wanted to make it so that he can execute all of his strength perfectly. With the last time's comprehension as the foundation, this time should be a lot faster. Not to mention, this time, when Qingyu trained in the Jianglan's realm, he opened the third layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas and then sent out the Blood Dragon, Ao Wushu, amongst those in the third layer. He ruthlessly killed all of the elites of Emperor Yu, even the green-blooded sword immortal was killed in battle. This battle had shocked the entire immortal, devil, and demon realm. There were 26 immortal emperor elites that were killed, and amongst them was the green-blooded sword immortal, but such a large loss, even in the immortal, devil and demon realm that has constantly been fighting, it was still a rarely seen scene. Furthermore, experts that reached the level of level 7 immortal emperors were rarely killed in battle. That's because when a level 7 immortal emperor was confronted with a level 8 immortal emperor, although he cannot match against the level 8 immortal emperor, he was still able to flee with absolute certainty. Those who are able to kill a level 7 immortal emperor were only experts at the level of level 9 immortal emperor. Amongst these experts, how many of them would actually go around killing people? However, Blood Dragon, Ao Wushu, was a man addicted to killing. He did not care about things like bullying the weak. Since Qingyu had commanded him, Ao Wushu would therefore try his best to accomplish his mission perfectly and kill all that he can. The maple leaves were drifting. A world of red. A white muslin-covered woman was sitting on the ground. She appeared to be in perfect harmony with the red world. Your Majesty. Suddenly, an old man appeared in this red world. Speak, said the woman dully. The old man said respectfully, Your Majesty, Emperor Yu commanded his troops to surround and kill Qingyu. Unfortunately for him, the result was that all the immortal emperors underneath Emperor Yu were slaughtered. A total of 26 immortal emperors were killed, only Emperor Yu and yellow-gowned immortal Emperor Mu Yan escaped with their lives. That woman moved and stood up. She turned around, her gaze was clear and cold. What about the green-blooded sword immortal? Green-blooded sword immortal Ji Bai also died in that battle. These 26 immortal emperors that died could be considered as the elites of Emperor Yu. After undergoing such a battle, the immortal emperors underneath Emperor Yu that had reached level 6 immortal emperor level were only him and Mu Yan left. The old man was also sighing endlessly. The woman had a smile on her face. She slightly nodded her head. I got it, you can withdraw. Yes, Your Majesty. The old man retreated. The red world once again only had the white-clothed woman in it. The white-clothed girl watched the falling maple leaves. Her gaze faintly discernible. To be able to kill that many immortal emperors and even make Emperor Yu flee for his life, that Qingyu most certainly does not possess such a strength. Could it be? He opened the 10,000 Best Atlas's third layer? The strongest within the 10,000 Beasts Atlas was the Blood Dragon. I believe he was only a level 7 demon emperor? What's going on? The white-clothed girl muttered softly. Seems like I cannot underestimate this Qingyu. Having opened the third layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, he is now a threat to everyone. Jade Wave Star, Crescent Moon Bay. The Dragon Emperor and the Cyan Emperor were currently drinking. It had already been 20 years. Granny Yinhuan Emperor and I had long since left. Only the Dragon Emperor continued to stay there. The Dragon Emperor stayed for precisely this date. Oh old dragon, I truly congratulate you. The Cyan Emperor had a face filled with smiles. The Dragon Emperor had a very strange expression. Although he was smiling, there was also a bit of helplessly. Not long ago, at battle, this Jade Wave Star was not far away from the Reef Yellow Star. Cyan Emperor and the Dragon Emperor clearly watched that battle. Your eldest son's strength was truly frightening. He actually reached the level of level 8 Demon Emperor now. A level 8 Demon Emperor super divine beast. Ha ha. Just by his true body's strength, he is already no weaker than you are, right? Said the Cyan Emperor while smiling. The Dragon Emperor was indeed merely a level 8 Demon Emperor super divine beast. The Dragon Emperor drank a cup of wine, took a long sigh and then said, Oh Chi-Chang, what do you think is exactly wrong with Ao Feng? I have two sons, one is a 5-clawed golden dragon and the other is Blood Dragon. I should be proud of that. It was certainly something you can be proud of. Your dragon clan would forever remember your distinguished name. For both of your sons to be so abnormal. Cyan Emperor laughed. The Dragon Emperor laughed bittered. It's just that these two sons of mine, I don't need to say much about Wushu, I was certainly not good to him when he was younger. By the time I started to regret, he had already not considered me as his father anymore. Proud, aloof, and peculiar.
This type of temperament, he was simply unfit for becoming the emperor of the Dragon Clan. The Cyan Emperor also nodded. With Ao Wushu's temperament, he was indeed unfit in becoming the emperor of the Dragon Clan. The Cyan Emperor consoled while smiling. Don't you still have Wuming? From the way I see it, Wuming is very heroic. Moreover, he is also fond of making friends and brothers. The Dragon Emperor slightly smiled and then nodded his head. You're right. Wuming is barely qualified to be the Dragon Emperor. It's just that, to be honest, Wuming is also rebellious in his nature. Look at him, he actually married a white fox. In the entire history of the Dragon Clan, other than him, is there any other five-clawed golden dragon that married someone that's not a dragon? Cyan Emperor cannot help but nod in acknowledgement. In the history of the Dragon Clan, other than Ao Wuming, there really wasn't any other five-clawed golden dragon that married a non-dragon. After all, the bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon was very precious. Sigh. 2 sons yet they're both that rebellious. Wuming frequently wanders around the immortal, devil and demon realm, isn't that just because he doesn't want to see me? Forget about it, after I pass the divine tribulation and let Wuming inherit the title of Dragon Emperor, I'll be a lot more relaxed. The Dragon Emperor was filled with helplessness. The Dragon Emperor, although his sons are amazing, his ability to educate his sons were extremely lacking. The Cyan Emperor suddenly laughingly scolded the Dragon Emperor. Oh old dragon, a while back, you were so nice to Chinyu, seems like you wanted Chinyu to be good to Ao Wushu. You crafty old dragon. Dragon Emperor sighed helplessly. You also know of Wushu's temperament. He's very proud and aloof. I reckon that he would likely not listen to Chinyu. I believe that Chinyu would kill him in anger. Thus, I first got our relationship good beforehand. This Chinyu would give me face and at the very least not kill Wushu. Chinyu was the master of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. No matter how strong the demon emperors in the 10,000 Beasts Atlas were, Chinyu was still able to kill them with only a thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 2. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 2, Which Realm Does It Belong To? Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Cyan Emperor nodded and said while smiling. That's right, with my understanding of Chinyu, if you're good to him, Chinyu would definitely not disregard you and kill Wushu. Old dragon, I still didn't really care about Chinyu a while back, however now, this Chinyu is also not something that can be looked down upon. That's right. Emperor Yu's brows ceased. As far as I know, there are 3 very strong demon emperors in the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. Wushu is one of them. The other 2 seem to be about as strong as Wushu. Of course, that was when Immortal Emperor Ni Yang was still alive. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had previously used the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. Experts at the level of the Dragon Emperor all knew that there are 3 great demon emperors that's extremely strong in the 3rd layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. The most dazzling amongst them was the Blood Dragon, Ao Wushu, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yi Chu. Contrary to expectations, Wu Lan's reputation was the smaller. After all, the Wu Lan from back then had only agreed to protect Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's life and would not listen to any of his commands. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang also had no way around it. After all, when he managed to get Wu Lan into the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, he used some shadowy means. For Wu Lan to agree to protect his life during moment of life and death crisis, he was already very satisfied. It had been less than 100,000 years since Immortal Emperor Ni Yang died. 100,000 years, it is impossible for ordinary demon emperors to break through so fast. I'd estimate that the other 2 demon emperors are likely only level 7 demon emperors, said Cyan Emperor. It's just that with Ao Wushu and those 2 demon emperors, there really aren't many people in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm that would dare provoke the current Chinyu. The Dragon Emperor also nodded. If nothing unexpected were to happen, then Chinyu's own strength was already at a very high level and would become a grand influential person in the immortal, devil and demon realm. The Dragon Emperor appeared as if he was seeing the scene from thousands of years later. The Chinyu that had opened the 3rd layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas was no longer the pushover that he was before. If one were to want to mess with him, one must first look at if one have the skills to do it. The entire immortal, devil and demon realm, the big shots of the immortal realm, devil realm and the demon realm were all paying close attention to that battle. At the same time, this great battle had spread through the entire immortal, devil and demon realm like a wildfire. Those big shots had all came to realize the dreadfulness of Chinyu. At the same time, they obtained information or guessed that Chinyu had opened the 3rd layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. Emperor Yu's crushing defeat had caused other big shots like Shui Tianya to have second guesses.
They no longer dared to attack Qin Yu as they pleased without 100% certainty anymore.
Qin Yu.
All of the experts had started to pay attention of him. He was a newly emerging power. Emperor Yu, Blood Devil Emperor, Black Devil Emperor and them had started to pay greater attention to Qin Yu. However, the immortal, devil and demon realms' countless cultivators had spreaded this matter like a legend. Perhaps, only the Dark Star realm that doesn't interact with the outside world didn't know about Qin Yu.
26 immortal emperors. Each one of them were extremely powerful.
For there to be so many dead at once, the speed of such a great news spreading was not something that needed to be talked about. One could immediately imagine how fast and frightening the speed of the news were spreading. Thus, countless cultivators in the immortal realm, devil realm and the demon realm had came to know about the great name Qin Yu. Those regular cultivators didn't know about the 10,000 Beast Atlas, all they knew was Emperor Yu surrounded Qin Yu with a great amount of people but instead lost 26 immortal emperors, including the green-blooded sword immortal.
Only Emperor Yu and Mu Yan managed to escape.
The whole battle was like a legend. Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, green-blooded sword immortal, in the minds of countless cultivators, they were the supreme, legendary and unequaled existences.
And ever since they heard about this legend, countless cultivators in the immortal, devil and demon realm had also placed Qin Yu as an unequaled, supreme existence.
He had become a person at the same rank as Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, Blood Devil Emperor and other super experts. Henceforth, Qin Yu's great name was spread through the entire immortal, devil and demon realm.
Immortal realm. In a boundless misty location.
Within the boundless clouds and mist, there was a pavilion.
Emperor Yu was standing in the pavilion without moving.
Currently, his clothes were very clean and he was no longer in a sorry state that it was in when he was fleeing. It's just that his gaze was very misty.
Yellow-gowned immortal Emperor Mu Yan was far away.
He was watching Emperor Yu from afar but didn't dare to utter a sound.
The shock to Emperor Yu this time was too great.
Almost all of his true elite subordinates had been wiped out, including his right-hand man, the green-blooded sword immortal, Ji Bai.
Mu Yan. Emperor Yu suddenly spoke.
Immortal Emperor Mu Yan rushed forth and said respectfully,
"Your Majesty." Emperor Yu had a very calm expression. However, he was also very abnormally pale. "Mu Yan, have you heard about what the common cultivators outside were saying?
They are spreading Qin Yu's great name."
Mu Yan had a bitter smile.
For cultivators that possessed an unlimited life, a great battle that caused the death of 26 immortal emperors was certainly something worthy of spreading. Especially because the fight gave birth to a dark horse named Qin Yu. A lot of cultivators had a longing in their heart. They were longing that these people who were high and above, that Emperor Yu, Cyan Emperor, and them, would be stamped. This was merely a revolting mentality in the deepest part of this heart that was present in the majority of the people. When they saw what the black horse managed to accomplish, they had all started to grow excited. At the same time, they all remembered his name Qin Yu. Thus, the spreading of his name was of course without sparing any effort. Stamping on my body to accomplish his own fame.
Emperor Yu had a self-mocking laugh.
I certainly lost miserably this time around.
Emperor Yu's complexion grew even more pale. "Your Majesty?" Mu Yan noticed that Emperor Yu's tone was amiss. Emperor Yu turned around and looked at Mu Yan.
"Mu Yan, ever since I was a child, I, Yu, have experienced all kinds of setbacks. However, never had I ever imagined that after I become Emperor Yu, I would actually be stepped on by a youngster to attain his own fame and glory."
"Ha ha.
Ji Bai died, Yu Fan and them also died. Oh, how many years have they followed me? Yu and Ji Bai had followed me all this time. Only after going through countless battles did I manage to attain the fame and glory of the current Emperor Yu. And, in merely a single battle, they all died."
Emperor Yu slowly walked a couple steps forward. "In merely a single battle." Emperor Yu's voice was echoing. He had already disappeared. "Your Majesty." Mu Yan shouted in surprise. "Mu Yan, do not bother finding me. You are to administer all of my current territories. This time, I might be gone for 2-3 days or 200-300 years. It is also possible, for thousands and millions of years before I come back. You don't have to bother finding me."
Emperor Yu's voice was faintly discernible as it echoed in Mu Yan's mind.
Mu Yan stopped.
His expression had also grew heavy. Hearing Emperor Yu's final words, Mu Yan was able to sense the change in Emperor Yu's frame of mind. This time around, the shock to Emperor Yu was too great.
Emperor Yu's current frame of mind was something that Mu Yan cannot imagine.
However, Mu Yan knew that if he were to break away from that kind of state of mind, he would be incapable of becoming that proud Emperor Yu.
Emperor Yu, when would he come back?
The demon realm was incomparably vast, it occupied 50% of the immortal, devil, and demon realm.
Amongst them, the Beast Clan's territory was located mainly in the western part of the immortal, devil, and demon realm.
As for the Dragon Clan's territory, they are located in the northwest part. Finally, the Bird Clan's territory was located in the northern part of the immortal, devil, and demon realm.
Between the immortal realm and demon realm's Beast Clan territory was an endless amount of cosmic space.
This cosmic space was so big that it was comparable to an entire starfield.
Within this boundless cosmic space was all kinds of frightening cosmic energies.
It was a place that no one dared to pass through using greater teleportation. If 100 people were to try to pass through it using greater teleportation, at least 90 of them would lose their lives. The remaining 10 people would have been lucky, as they would have traveled outside of the range of the frightening cosmic energies.
To the far west of the immortal realm, there are many planets that leads to the demon realm. The giant tree star was one of the bordering planet at the far west of the immortal realm.
The reason why the giant tree star was famous was because in the center of the planet was an extremely tall and extremely wide tree. The roots of this giant tree have nearly permeated through half of the entire giant tree star. Because of this mysterious giant tree, the giant tree star's elemental spirit aura was also extremely rich. There was also a lot of experts on this planet. Inside the Strange Cloth City, one of the 3 major cities on the giant tree star.
On the streets of the Strange Cloth City, a grave and stern male.
His long black shoulder-length hair was drifting in the wind. His black gown matched his profound eyes.
He was naturally giving off a kind of extraordinary aura, causing the people surrounding him to involuntarily move back.
This was Chinyu, who had regained his original appearance. As for his black gown, that was the divine armor, black frozen snow.
The current Chinyu is no longer overcautious like he was back then.
With his current strength that's close to that of level 3 Immortal Emperor, adding on the divine armor, divine sword, sky piercer and so on, Chinyu's true strength was absolutely at the level of level 6 Immortal Emperor. Furthermore, the current Chinyu was also confident enough to take on the attacks from Emperor Yu in them. Back then, when I was in the middle stage black hole realm, Granny Inhua had said that in the immortal, devil and demon realm, there were more than 10 people that can break through my divine armor.
Now that I'm 10 times stronger, how many people are left in the immortal, devil and demon realm that can break through my divine armor now? The current Chinyu no longer feared.
Perhaps, those that could cause him harm would only be the Dragon Emperor, Emperor Ni, and the Cyan Emperor. It's just that Chinyu believed that they would not come to fight him. Chinyu had bitterly trained in the Jianglan's realm for another half-month. Only after his comprehension toward the sky-piercing finger and domain had increased did Chinyu come out of the Jianglan's realm and set off toward the demon realm. His journey so far had been calm and quiet. He had stopped for rest once and then hurried all the way to this bordering planet, the giant tree star, in a single stretch.
Chinyu prepared to rest for a while first and then enter the demon realm.
Chinyu raised his head to look.
Giant Tree Restaurant.
This was the largest restaurant that Chinyu found in the Strange Cloth City with his immortal awareness.
For it to dare name itself with the name of the planet, it signifies that this restaurant was no ordinary restaurant. Chinyu immediately entered this restaurant. There were no guests on the first floor of the restaurant.
There was only a large lounge to receive customers.
The second floor was the actual location to drink and dine. Chinyu immediately headed up to the second floor.
That maid who's receiving the customers by the stairs saw Chinyu. With her daily experience of receiving hundreds and thousands of guests every day, she was able to immediately tell that Chinyu was no ordinary cultivator. "Young master, please follow me." That maid led Chinyu to a table by the window very tactfully.
Inside restaurants, the seats by the windows are usually the better ones. Chinyu casually ordered more than a dozen so-called signature dishes of the restaurant. He then ordered some good wines and the green leaf wine that's a local delicacy of the giant tree star. After the food and drinks arrived, Chinyu started to peacefully enjoy the feast.
"Say, brother, I heard that a very powerful expert had appeared in your immortal realm."
"What's he called again, Chinyu?"
"He actually killed 26 immortal emperors at once. Even the green-blooded sword immortal was killed and Emperor Yu fled in a sorry state." Not far away from where Chinyu sat was a capable and experienced man who came from the demon realm. He was speaking with excitement.
Chinyu was holding his wine cup, unable to refrain himself from giving a bitter smile.
In this whole journey, Chinyu had already heard about this countless times. It was evident that that battle had a huge effect. It spread wide and far. It's just that ordinary cultivators were not completely aware about what had happened and started spreading them with additions of their own imaginations. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, the false information had also turned true.
"I suspect that your demon realm doesn't have experts so strong, right? Let me tell you, this senior Chinyu of our immortal realm is immensely strong."
His cultivation level had already reached level 9 Immortal Emperor.
Only the great hidden emperor could actually match Senior Chinyu. This man was clearly someone from the immortal realm. Level 9 Immortal Emperor? Chinyu drank a cup of wine while smiling bitterly.
Surely this was also something that people had guessed. It's just that through all these passing of news, it had also become true. However, the speculations of the cultivators were not something without foundation. To be able to fight the level 8 Immortal Emperor level Emperor Yu all the way till he fled for his life and also killing so many Immortal Emperors, how could one possibly do that unless one's as strong as a level 9 Immortal Emperor?
Hey, what level 9 Immortal Emperor?
This Chinyu is a level 8 Demon Emperor from our demon realm.
His true body is even that of a super divine beast that's birthed by the world, the Fire Qilin.
Suddenly, a burly man from a table beside them stood up and shouted.
Fire Qilin?
Chinyu almost spewed out his mouthful of wine. That's right, I have also heard that he is a level 8 Demon Emperor Fire Qilin.
Could it be that you all didn't know about it?
That Emperor Yu used all those Immortal Emperors to set up the Sealing Element Refining Flames array and even used the extremely silent Heavenly Flames to try to burn Senior Chinyu to death in vain.
Another Demon Realms man raised his head up and said. Extremely silent Heavenly Flames would kill an ordinary Immortal Emperor without any doubt.
However, Emperor Yu had never expected that Senior Chinyu's true body is a Fire Qilin birthed by the world.
Burning a Fire Qilin with flames? The result was something that I don't even need to say. In a moment, the restaurant started bustling with noise and excitement over talks about Chinyu.
There's surprisingly a lot of supporters thinking that Chinyu is a level 8 Demon Emperor Fire Qilin. After all, the news about the Wreath Yellow Star being burned completely by the Sealing Element Refining Flames array was spread out by numerous people in the Wreath Yellow Star with their transmission spiritual pearl before their death. To be still alive even after being burned by the extremely silent heavenly flames, a level 9 Immortal Emperor's body should not be able to withstand that.
Only Fire Qilin or Phoenix could survive it.
However, there are still people retorting saying that a level 9 Immortal Emperor possessed the strength to break apart the Sealing Element Refining Flames array. However, there were also people who stood up saying that Chinyu is a hidden expert from the Devil Realm. Hearing the enthusiastic discussion regarding himself, Chinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
He finished his feast and then left this restaurant.
Those people who are discussing with great excitement still didn't know that the person from earlier was the target of their discussion, Chinyu.
Immortal Realm, Devil Realm, Demon Realm? To be honest, I don't even know which realm I belong to.
Chinyu arrived at the location of the giant tree star's interstellar conveying array with a face filled with smiles. 10 high-grade spirit elemental stones.
Said a man by the interstellar conveying array to Chinyu with a smile. The price of transportation between the two realms was indeed excessively expensive.
After handing over 10 high-grade spirit elemental stones, Chinyu stepped into the interstellar conveying array.
After the flickering of lights, Chinyu disappeared from the interstellar conveying array.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 3. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 3, Transmission Secret Array. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Demon Realm, the greatest power in the Immortal, Devil, and Demon Realm. Within it were the three great ethnic groups, the Beast Clan, the Scaled Clan, and the Bird Clan. Any of the three clans were on par with the Immortal Realm and Devil Realm. The true ruler of the Beast Clan was the Ox Demon Emperor. The ruler of the Dragon Clan was the Dragon Emperor. As for the Bird Clan, it was the Pang Demon Emperor. How high the standings of these three individuals were was something that doesn't need much words. A bordering planet of the Demon Realm, the Yellow Rock Star. Chinyu was currently walking on the streets of the Yellow Rock Star.
He had just arrived here by taking the interstellar conveying array of the most western planet of the Immortal Realm, the giant tree star. Having just arrived in the Demon Realm, Chinyu grew a bit helpless.
To find Fei Fei, it'll be hard for me to do it alone. Seems like I can only go and ask Meng Hong. Chinyu was calmly walking on the streets.
Meng Hong was one of the 36 heavenly stars of the Ox Demon Emperor and was also on a friendly terms with Chinyu. Asking him about the information of Ho Fei was the most simple and effective method. It's just that
Meng Hong was located far away in the hidden Emperor Star.
For Chinyu to communicate with him via his transmission spiritual pearl that far away, he would need to enter a transmission secret array in order to reach a connection. Chinyu's immortal awareness had already covered the entire Yellow Rock Star to check.
There are 5 places on this Yellow Rock Star that possessed a transmission secret array.
There were a lot of experts in all 5 of these places. One of the arrays even possessed a level 2 Demon Emperor. As for the other 4, the experts were only at the Demon King level.
Yellow Rock Palace is covered as a native power of the Yellow Rock Star. It's just that the amount of experts there were not many.
Their strongest expert was merely a level 9 demon king.
This yellow rock palace had been in existence for tens of thousands of years.
Inside it were numerous small palaces scattered everywhere. Qin Yu's immortal awareness had already discovered that the yellow rock palace possessed a transmission secret array.
He wanted to borrow and use it for a moment.
Qin Yu slowly walked to the gates of the yellow rock palace. Qin Yu's immortal awareness was directly locked upon the strongest individual of the yellow rock palace, a robust man.
He sent a voice transmission and said,
"Friend of the yellow rock palace, I am Lu Xing.
I want to borrow and use your yellow rock palace's transmission secret array. I am wondering if that is possible?" TL, Lu Xing Meteor. The current Qin Yu didn't dare to announce his own name at all. Qin Yu. The influence of this name was too great.
"Hey, you with the black hair, this is the entrance gate of the Yellow Rock Palace.
Scram aside, do not stroll around here," loudly shouted a guard of the Yellow Rock Palace to Qin Yu. Qin Yu turned around and looked at him. "Are you talking to me?"
said Qin Yu while smiling. Seeing Qin Yu's gaze, that guard was stunned speechless. "Do not be rude toward the senior, withdraw immediately." Explosively, a blonde-haired robust man walked out. He immediately reprimanded that guard. That guard immediately gestured respectfully to Qin Yu and withdrew himself. "Senior Lu Xing, this humble self is Shifeng, the palace master of the Yellow Rock Palace. For Senior to come to such a small place like the Yellow Rock Star, it is truly a great blessing to our Yellow Rock Star. As the palace master of the Yellow Rock Palace, I would definitely be of service to Senior." This Shifeng's face was filled with smiles.
TL, Shifeng equals Rock Summit. The Yellow Rock Star was a place with a lot of traffic.
Who knows how many people passes through here from the immortal realm and demon realm every day. In a major planet like this, there would frequently be emperor-level experts coming. As a level 9 demon king, Shifeng was able to make the Yellow Rock Star continue to exist all this time. He naturally knew very well about how to behave himself in front of superiors.
Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Palace Master Shifeng is being too modest.
I merely came here and didn't have a way to communicate with my good friend and thus wanted to borrow your palace's transmission secret array for in usage. This thing known as the transmission secret array was not something with an extraordinary and secretive construction method. It's just that, in order to build one, it required a lot of materials and was also complicated. Without a year or so, it was impossible to successfully build one.
Transmission secret array?
Shifeng's face was filled with smiles.
That's no problem at all. Senior may use it whenever he want.
Senior Lu Xing, please come to my Yellow Rock Palace and rest for the night.
This humble self had already ordered people to prepare a feast.
This Shifeng was incomparably enthusiastic. For an immortal awareness to be able to easily send a voice transmission to his mind when he was unable to sense this expert at all, Shifeng naturally didn't dare to disrespect Qin Yu. With his soul realm's level having reached the first layer heavenly soul, Qin Yu's immortal awareness was already at the emperor level. Qin Yu felt somewhat helpless. He waved his hand and said, No need. Palace Master Shifeng, you need not prepare a feast.
Please bring me to the transmission secret array's location, is that fine?
That's also good. Shifeng was very straightforward.
Senior, please follow me.
Shifeng was leading the way from the front.
Qin Yu was following next to him.
They were going toward the private room with the transmission secret array. As for where the private room with the transmission secret array was located, Qin Yu's immortal awareness naturally already knew about its location.
It's just that, there are many guards on the outside of the private room and there are even barriers. Qin Yu also didn't wish to force his way through.
When Shifeng arrived, those guards were extremely respectful. The barrier had also been lifted. This private room with the transmission secret array was located within the center of a mountain. The passage leading to it was directly located behind a waterfall. Seeing the 100 meters tall waterfall pouring down in torrents and rumbling occasionally, Qin Yu's mood had also improved. Senior, the passage had been opened. Senior only needs to follow the passage behind the waterfall and enter into the private room located within the mountain to find the transmission secret array, said Shifeng extremely respectfully.
Qin Yu nodded.
He then swiftly moved, and the waterfall stopped flowing and revealed the passage behind it.
He then entered the passage behind the waterfall.
Soon after, the waterfall returned to its ordinary state. Without a word or movement, the waterfall actually stopped running.
So powerful.
Shifeng, who saw the scene, was gasping with admiration. This was the domain of emperor-level experts being used. Shifeng was completely unable to sense any change made to the space of the waterfall earlier.
Times. Inside the private room within the mountain. The transmission secret array was formed like an 8 divinatory trigrams. Every corner was about 8 meters long.
It was constructed with a special material. Its entire body was black and giving off exotic radiance.
Moreover, there were all kinds of talisman seal symbols carved onto the corners.
In the edge of every corner were 3 black prisms, forming a triangle. Within the triangle was a block of crystal.
Complicated.
Just the kind of crystal stone was already several tens of kinds. Chinyu was also only able to understand a portion of those talisman seal carvings. For an overwhelming majority of them, he didn't understand a single bit.
There's nothing that can be done.
Toward this field, Chinyu was no expert to begin with.
Chinyu entered into the middle of the transmission secret array. Chinyu took out his transmission spiritual pearl. Brother Meng Hong.
Chinyu's immortal awareness vaguely sensed that the entire transmission secret array had started to change. He determined that it was precisely because of this change that the transmission spiritual pearl could be able to reach a longer distance.
After a short moment, Meng Hong sent a transmission back. Brother Chinyu, you unexpectedly send a transmission to me?
Meng Hong was pleasantly surprised.
Before Chinyu could respond, Meng Hong's second transmission had already arrived. Brother Chinyu.
These days, your great name had started to spread throughout the entire immortal, devil and demon realm. Even when I am drinking wine in the restaurants of the Hidden Emperor Star, I would always hear a whole bunch of people in the restaurant discussing about you.
Chinyu slightly smiled.
He himself had already experienced that kind of situation first-handed.
To be honest, to hear others talking about himself. That kind of sensation feels pretty good.
Brother Meng Hong, I came to you for a very important matter.
Chinyu went straight to the point. Brother Chinyu, go ahead and tell me what I can help you on.
Meng Hong also stopped talking about non-important issues.
Chinyu started to speak about his matter.
Brother Meng Hong, I have already arrived on the demon realm.
I am currently in the territory of the Beast Clan. I know that Ho Fei is also in the territory of the Beast Clan. I want to see him. Do you know which planet Ho Fei is on right now, Ot?
From Chinyu's point of view, this Meng Hong was one of the 36 heavenly stars underneath the Ox Demon Emperor and ought to know about a lot of stuff.
Meng Hong responded after a while.
Brother Chinyu, I once heard about that Ho Fei arriving at a certain place a while back. As for what place, I am not certain about that.
Chinyu was slightly startled. Wasn't what Meng Hong said useless? Meng Hong once again transmitted.
However, Brother Chinyu, I suggest that you go to a certain place. As long as you go there, you will certainly be able to know where Ho Fei is.
Where? Chinyu immediately asked. Jade Cloud Star.
It is the place where every successive generations of Ox Demon Emperor lived at.
Meng Hong replied vacey fast.
Ho Fei had the Great Ape Emperor looking after him. It's just that the Great Ape Emperor is someone who is all over the place. It is very hard to find him. Thus, finding His Majesty the Ox Demon Emperor and asking him about it is the easiest method.
Chinyu nodded to himself.
He had also heard about the dual emperors of the Beast Clan, Ox Demon Emperor and the Great Ape Emperor. Amongst them, the Great Ape Emperor was someone who doesn't administer anything at all and was all over the place. Trying to find him was indeed very difficult.
However, finding the Ox Demon Emperor is equivalent to finding the Great Ape Emperor.
After all, one could ask the Ox Demon Emperor to use his transmission spiritual pearl to ask the Great Ape Emperor about where Ho Fei is.
Got it, thanks. Chinyu had resolved to immediately set off. Jade Cloud Star, it'll be an easy matter to find Ho Fei once he arrived at the Jade Cloud Star.
Brother Chinyu, with your reputation, it shouldn't be too hard to ask the Ox Demon Emperor to help.
Meng Hong sent a transmission again.
Chinyu was unable to refrain his smile when he saw that.
Seems like the current Chinyu's great name was indeed very valuable.
Oh, that's right, Brother Woming just recently set off to return to the Dragon Clan. Seeing this message, Chinyu was slightly startled.
Big Brother Woming? Chinyu remembered about Ao Wushu that's currently training within the Jianglan's realm.
I got it. If I have the opportunity, I would definitely go to the Dragon Clan to see Big Brother Woming.
Brother Meng Hong, thank you very much for your help. As I have to go find Ho Fei, I would be leaving now. If there are things in the future, we can contact each other again.
After Chinyu finished his chat with Meng Hong, Chinyu placed away his transmission spiritual pearl.
The transmission secret array is pretty useful.
Chinyu looked at this complicated transmission secret array and suddenly had an idea. He then turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the private room. Beside the waterfall, the palace master of the Yellow Rock Palace, Shifeng, was still waiting quietly.
Senior Lu Xing, are you finished yet?
Feng's face was filled with smiles.
Qin Yu nodded.
He smiled and said, I must thank Palace Master Feng for this. However, I still have another matter that I want to ask Palace Master Feng about.
Senior Lu Xing, please speak.
Feng trembled in his heart. Usually when Emperor-level experts arrive, his Yellow Rock Palace would never dare to offend them and could only endure it. What he worried about the most was that this Senior Lu Feng in front of his eyes might ask for something excessive.
Qin Yu indifferently smiled.
He said,
Palace Master Feng, I am wondering about how much did it cost for Palace Master Feng to construct this transmission secret array? Feng was shocked.
Shit.
He took fancy upon my Yellow Rock Palace's transmission secret array. Palace Master Feng? Qin Yu once again shouted. Feng was awakened by Qin Yu's shout.
With a bit painful voice, he replied. Senior Lu Xing, this transmission secret array was something that I and a lot of subordinates from the palace constructed after spending a whole year. We had also spent a lot of precious materials on it.
How much did you spend? Qin Yu's brows slightly creased.
He was merely asking about how much it'll cost to build a transmission secret array, but this Feng decided to go off shooting his mouth.
20 million. Feng informed the amount.
In actuality, the construction of a transmission secret array, although troublesome, would only cost about 10 million for the materials. As for the year that was spent, to cultivators, a year doesn't account for much.
20 million, then, I'll use a top-quality immortal artifact to exchange for your transmission secret array, what do you think?
Said Qin Yu directly.
Top-quality immortal artifact.
Even the most inferior top-quality immortal artifact cost 10 million low-quality elemental spirit stones. Those with some distinguishing feature or quality are worth several tens of millions.
The good ones are even worth 100 million.
After all, toward experts, a good top-quality immortal artifact was something that's hard to come by.
Top-quality immortal artifact?
Feng's eyes shined.
Profit.
A top-quality immortal artifact is a top-quality demon artifact. The people of the demon realm were unable to compare with the people of the immortal realm in their refinement skills. Furthermore, to refine a top-quality immortal artifact in the demon realm, one must be at the very least at the level of an emperor.
Feng possessed a single top-quality demon artifact.
However, it was also something that he had purchased from the weapons store. Usually, weapon stores would not possess a lot of top-quality demon artifacts, they would only at most possess one or two. Thus, Feng naturally did not have much of a selection and could only select a somewhat usable battle blade. That battle knife cost him a whole 50 million. Stop being stunned, go ahead, tell me what kind of category of top-quality immortal artifact you'd prefer, I'll see if I have that.
Said Qin Yu indifferently.
Feng licked his lips, with his two eyes shining brightly, he said excitingly.
Something like a battle axe, best if it's a bit heavier and has strong attack.
A battle axe category top-quality immortal artifact that's big would cost a lot of materials to refine.
Usually in weapons store their price would also be extremely high.
Furthermore, it was also something that was rarely sold.
Battle axe?
Let me see. Qin Yu faked an appearance as if he was checking with his immortal awareness.
Feng looked at Qin Yu in hope. I have one.
Good, it's yours now.
Qin Yu took out a battle axe top-quality immortal artifact.
Those top-quality immortal artifacts from the Nyang's realm, Qin Yu possessed no less than 100 of them.
Qin Yu had nearly never used these top-quality immortal artifacts.
Furthermore, now that he had sufficient wealth to change a useless top-quality immortal artifact for a transmission secret array that is of use to him, Qin Yu naturally wouldn't mind about it. Then that transmission secret array is mine now.
Said Qin Yu indifferently.
Yes.
Feng looked at that battle axe type top-quality immortal artifact.
His eyes were shining. Qin Yu's domain was spread out, and it covered the mountain with the waterfall in front of him. His sharp black hole energy was within his domain. With a move of his intention, his black hole energy directly covered the entire private room within that mountain. Rumble, the private room on the mountain that was covered by the black hole energy directly rushed out of the mountain top.
It forced its way out and left an extremely vast passage. Qin Yu that absorbed that private room into his Jianglan's realm.
The transmission secret array that's within the private room naturally was also taken into possession. Having finished his business, Qin Yu had a satisfied smile on his face.
Senior Lu Xing, I am wondering if you need another transmission secret array, I could construct another. No need. Qin Yu cut Feng off.
Seems like this Feng was getting addicted to receiving an advantageous offer. Our extremely strong battle axe type top quality immortal artifact was worth more than 10 times that of a transmission secret array. Shifeng was naturally very willing to create more transmission secret arrays in exchange for top-quality immortal artifacts. Palace Master Shifeng, I still have important matters I have to do.
I shall take my leave.
Xinyu slightly cupped his hand respectfully and then turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. That Palace Master Shifeng looked at the passage in the mountain that was directly created by the private room in the mountain when it was taken out by Xinyu, and then looked at the extremely sharp battle axe type top-quality immortal weapon in his hand. He started giggling excitedly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 4. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 4, Jade Cloudstar. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Xinyu continued with his journey incessantly. He was not stingy about the fares on the road.
After 3 days, Xinyu had arrived on the core planet of the Demon Realm's beast clan, Jade Cloudstar. Jade Cloudstar, as the planet where the Ox Demon Emperor resided in, it held a very high standing in the minds of the people of the Demon Realm.
At the same time, there were also many Emperor-level experts present on this planet.
Of the 36 heavenly stars and the 72 deity stars under the Ox Demon Emperor, many of them reside in this planet. There are 5 great cities on the Jade Green Star. 4 of the cities were located in 4 different directions, and the last one was located in the middle of these 4 great cities.
This city is called the Imperial City. Ordinary people are not allowed to step foot into the Imperial City at all.
Within the Imperial City were a great number of experts. Those who lived in it were usually of very high standings. Even those guards, their weakest one was still a level 6 Demon King. One could casually see level 9 Demon Kings there. Although it is stated that outsiders are not allowed to enter, but Xinyu had already arrived outside the East City Gate of the Imperial City. The 2 guards of the East City Gate saw Xinyu coming toward them. One of them shouted,
"This is the Imperial City. Those without the Imperial City's identity title plate are not allowed entrance." Imperial City's identity title plate? Xinyu was slightly startled. He didn't know about this at all.
Xinyu didn't want to go through such a troublesome thing and started to spread out his immortal awareness directly. And just when his immortal awareness permeated into the range of the Imperial City, it was pushed back by more than 10 sharp and strong demon awareness.
So many demon emperors. Xinyu was shocked. Is the incoming person Xinyu?
A voice transmission sounded in Xinyu's head.
Xinyu's heart jumped. How did the opposing party knew that his name? However, after a while Xinyu understood the reason.
He determined that Meng Hong had likely already told about the matter to the experts within the Jade Cloud Star.
Xinyu immediately responded with voice transmission. "I am precisely Xinyu. I am wondering if you know about my name from Brother Meng Hong, Sure enough, it's Brother Xinyu. Please wait. Please wait a moment."
That voice was somewhat excited. Those 2 guards also seemed to have been commanded to not temporarily try to forcibly remove Xinyu from the facility. After a short period of time, 3 figures came out from the Imperial City.
These 3 people were all extremely robust men. Man Xian? Xinyu looked at the man leading the other 2 in astonishment.
The leading man was precisely Man Xian, who had previously been dispatched to the mortal realm. However, Man Xian's current strength was much weaker than Xinyu's. He is merely a level 6 Demon King. However, for him to reach the level of level 6 Demon King in such a short period of time, his improvement speed was already considered to be extremely fast.
It truly is Brother Xinyu. Man Xian walked over while laughing loudly. Once he arrived in front of Xinyu, he gave him a big hug.
"Young Master Man Xian, like I said, an expert that doesn't even know about the Imperial City's identity title plate yet rushed all the way to the Imperial City. How many other people are there?"
"Other than the Xinyu Meng Hong spoke of, I really can't think of anyone else,"
said the red-haired burly man next to Man Xian. The 2 burly men behind Man Xian were Demon Emperor level experts. Furthermore, they were both experts from the Ox clan.
"Brother Xinyu, I really never expected that the legendary Xinyu who caused Emperor Yu to suffer a disgraceful defeat was actually the Brother Xinyu from back then.
I truly didn't dare to recognize Brother Xinyu for a moment.
However, seeing you, I knew it's you," said Man Xian while laughing happily.
Xinyu's face was also filled with smiles.
To see Man Xian, it was certainly something that brings him happiness. As for Man Xian, he was thoroughly shocked.
When he first met Xinyu in the mortal realm, Xinyu was preparing to take on the 9-in-9 heavenly tribulation. At that time, Man Xian was already a level 1 Demon King.
However, the current Xinyu was surprisingly an Emperor-level expert.
He even dared to battle against someone like Emperor Yu.
How could Man Xian not be shocked? Come, let's go, come rest at my place first. We can discuss about the matter after we get to my place. Man Xian was very happy. He pulled Qinyu and started to walk toward the inside of the imperial city.
And at this moment, those guards naturally didn't dare to stand in the path anymore.
Man Xian bringing someone into the imperial city signals that the person was qualified to enter the imperial city.
The imperial city was enormous. On the eastern part of the imperial city was an extremely luxurious palace.
It occupied an extremely large amount of space.
There were also a lot of servants and guards. This was Man Xian's residence.
Currently, in the Beast Clan, there were only 3 Super Divine Beast Purple-Eyed Ox Demon Kings. Every Super Divine Beast possessed an extremely revered status.
This was also the reason why Man Xian, although he was only a level 6 Demon King, had 2 Demon Emperors following beside him.
Times. Within an elegant guest room, Qinyu was sitting across from Man Xian.
On the table between them were some fine food and drinks.
The two of them were drinking and eating while chatting enthusiastically.
Qinyu, you and that brother of yours are both fucking freaks. That brother Hofei of yours, in about 100 years or so, well, about that period of time, he had already cultivated to the level of a Demon King.
Man Xian was drinking while cursing.
Some tens of years ago when I went to see Hofei, that Hofei had actually reached level 5 Demon King.
Hearing news about Hofei, Qinyu was very happy. Abnormal freak. His cultivation speed is simply frightening.
And here I thought that reaching level 6 Demon Emperor in some 300 years was very fast.
However, when compared to you two, sigh. Man Xian had an expression of grief on his face. The most frightening one of them all is you. Man Xian pointed at Qinyu.
When we were in the Ni Yang's realm, Hofei and that Heiyu ascended to the immortal, devil and demon realm.
At that time, you still haven't ascended yet, but now, how long has it been?
You surprisingly had already reached the Emperor level.
Man Xian looked at Qinyu with a slanted head. Emperor level. Qinyu, how do you train?
Qinyu had a face filled with innocence, just train like I normally do.
Man Xian was speechless. Qinyu, do you know about how many experts were trapped in the level 9 Demon King stage and unable to reach the Emperor stage in this immortal, devil, and demon realm? Did you know about how hard it is to reach the Emperor level? Look at the guards of the Imperial City.
There's a whole bunch of level 9 Demon Kings.
However, what about Demon Emperors? How many of them are guards?
Man Xian had a stomach filled with grievance.
Qinyu knew that Man Xian was jealous, grievous.
Thus, he could only remain there and let Man Xian vent his anger on him.
However, the amount of level 9 Demon King guards in the Imperial City was certainly numerous. As for Demon Emperors, who would go and stand guard atop the city gate towers?
It's likely that majority of the Demon Emperors were staying at their own residences enjoying their lives.
You're not even a regular Emperor level expert right now.
According to my informations, that level 1 Immortal Emperor Sword Immortal Under Emperor you called Yu Qingzi must have been killed by you, right?
Man Xian knew a lot. Qinyu nodded.
A level 1 Immortal Emperor Sword Immortal, I don't even know when I could actually take on such a person.
Man Xian felt very helpless.
Well, that's that, you won't even give up unless you scare me to death. You killed 26 Immortal Emperors under Emperor Yu at once, and amongst them was even that green-blooded Sword Immortal.
Man Xian opened his eyes wide and looked at Qinyu. Qinyu could only smile apologetically.
You sure are capable, killing 26 by yourself.
Man Xian had an oppressive expression.
Green-blooded Sword Immortal, a level 7 Immortal Emperor level Sword Immortal. Ever since Immortal Emperor Ni Yang died, he was the strongest Sword Immortal. He had also been killed by you.
Man Xian was filled with grief.
I had been skeptical the whole time of whether or not the Qinyu from the mortal realm and the Qinyu I heard about are the same person.
Qinyu finally spoke. They are the same, most definitely the same person. Qinyu, tell me. I remember that it was Lan Feng who received the 10,000 Beasts Atlas back then. How did it ended up in your hands?
You certainly shouldn't say that you don't have the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. I definitely don't believe that you're not using the 10,000 Beasts Atlas and killed 26 Immortal Emperors by yourself and even scared Emperor Yu to flee.
Said Man Xian with absolute certainty. Sure enough, Qinyu have the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. As for Lan Feng? You're talking about Martial Uncle Lan Feng?
He had given me the 10,000 Beasts Atlas.
This was the only way Qinyu could explain himself.
The existence of the Sword Immortal puppet was something that was very difficult for even him to explain. It was likely that the people from the entire Immortal, Devil and Demon realm had never seen such a thing like the Sword Immortal puppet.
Man Xian sighed and said, 10,000 Beasts Atlas.
Your martial uncle was truly willing to part with it. As a super divine beast, Man Xian's status was extremely revered. Thus, he naturally knew about who the powerful people in the 10,000 Beasts Atlas are.
Big brother Man Xian, you can let your Xian and them in. They ought to have waited enough to grow anxious. Suddenly said Qin Yu.
Man Xian was immediately stunned.
Qin Yu smiled. Sure Xian's soul was controlled by Qin Yu. When Qin Yu entered the Imperial City, he had already knew about the location of Sure Xian.
Having chatted till now, Sure Xian and his two brothers have been waiting outside the whole time.
I grew too excited while chatting and forgot about it.
Man Xian chuckled.
He then said loudly. Sure Xian, you three brothers can come in. Sure Xian, Sure Bing, and Sure Zhan walked in.
Master,
said Sure Xian respectfully.
Lord Qin Yu, said Sure Bing and Sure Zhan respectfully. It's just that Sure Bing and Sure Zhan were the spiritual beasts of Fei Fei and Xiao He, thus they are not required to call Qin Yu master.
Qin Yu smiled as he looked at Man Xian. Brother Man Xian, how did Sure Xian and his brothers arrive at your place?
Back then, Sure Bing and Sure Zhan had ascended to the territory of our beast clan. Initially, they followed Ho Fei, but then Ho Fei threw them to me. When Sure Xian ascended into the demon realm, Sure Bing and Sure Zhan were worthy to be called blood brothers. They actually were able to sense the location of Sure Xian.
So they went and brought Sure Xian here too. Man Xian explained with great details. Qin Yu nodded. Sure Xian and his two brothers were mystic ice lion beasts and didn't receive much difficulty.
However, the current them who had not even reached the level of demon kings were of no use to Qin Yu.
Man Xian forced a laugh and said.
Qin Yu, Ho Fei had surprisingly removed the soul binding, so Sure Bing had already recovered his freedom.
Oh. Qin Yu looked toward Sure Xian and his brothers. He was able to sense Xian's intention.
These divine beasts naturally desired freedom. Even if it was the blood demon Ao Wushu, he had also set up an agreement for Qin Yu to return him his freedom when he ascend to the divine realm. Well then, Sure Xian, from today on, you're also free. With an intention, Qin Yu removed the spiritual beast ring that binded Sure Xian.
Sure Xian was rejoicing.
Brother Man Xian, the reason I came this time around was to find Fei Fei.
Do you know where Fei Fei is current at? Qin Yu directly asked Man Xian. Qin Yu was able to tell that Man Xian knew a lot about Ho Fei. Man Xian's brows slightly creased.
He muttered to himself for a long time.
What's wrong? Qin Yu sensed that something's amiss. Man Xian looked at Qin Yu and then said apologetically. Qin Yu, you want to find Ho Fei?
As far as I know, currently Ho Fei had entered into a secret place.
Even I don't know where that place is.
Secret place?
Qin Yu frowned.
Oh, that's right. His Majesty most certainly knows,
said Man Xian with certainty.
His Majesty had left to handle some matters.
However, rest assured, I'll ask him with my transmission spiritual pearl. Please wait a while. Qin Yu nodded. Man Xian stood up and walked toward the outside.
He turned around and said to Qin Yu. As for where His Majesty is, I am also not certain. It's hard to tell whether this place is close or far. I will go to the transmission secret array to send him the transmission. Brother Man Xian, it's enough if you just ask him about where Fei Fei is located at. Qin Yu's eyes followed Man Xian as he left the guest room.
Times.
The cosmic space of immortal, devil and demon realm contained within it an endless amount of dangers. A several hundred miles wide and thousands of miles long purple-colored sandflow was drifting within the cosmic space.
Atop these purple-colored sandflow were lighting serpents flickering about.
At this moment, a gigantic meteorite were flying toward it. Right when the gigantic meteorite approached this purple-colored sandflow, suddenly, several tens of gigantic lightning bolts escaped from the purple-colored sandflow and ferociously struck the meteorite. Immediately, the meteorite was turned into fine powder. That purple-colored sandflow was a kind of frightening energy within the cosmic space. However, when this purple-colored sandflow was to be compared with the cosmic fragmentary golden stream and the extremely silent heavenly flame stream, it still fell short. In the depths of the thousands of miles long sandflow that's drifting in the cosmic space, a figure was sitting cross-legged. To be able to safely sit atop of the purple-colored sandflow, there really aren't that many people that's capable of that in the immortal, devil and demon realm. When the sandflow flowed up, this figure also flowed up with it. When the sandflow sank down, this figure also sank down with it.
This man's whole body was covered with rays of purple light. It was hard to clearly see his actual appearance. Ha 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 ha, a loud laughter suddenly sounded from this figure. Suddenly, the endless purple sandflow started to fluctuate.
Soon after, with this figure as the center, a vortex started to spin. This man sat at the utmost point of the purple-colored sand flow. The purple light suddenly dissipated. It turned into a set of clothes and covered this man's body. This man's eyes blinking were like the shooting of extremely sharp blades.
Imposingly sharp.
Seeing this man's appearance clearly, it was actually Emperor Yu who had disappeared without a trance. Compared to the previously earnest Emperor Yu, the current Emperor Yu was imposing to the extreme. His whole person was like a battle blade. Xinyu, I had been unable to break through and stuck at the level of level 8 Immortal Emperor for all these years, but this time, after being defeated by you, I was finally able to sense myself breaking through that layer. Level 9 Immortal Emperor, I had finally reached it. Emperor Yu's entire appearance seemed to have a slight change. His brows appeared to be a bit less refined and a bit more fierce. From the Emperor Yu that was able to smile when Mao Tai collapsed in front of him, he had turned into a killing god that would kill anyone that he doesn't get along with.
Tactics? The methods of a regent? In front of absolute strength, they are all jokes. Emperor Yu sneered. Absolute strength is the most basic. Everything that obeys me is right. Everything that violates my order is wrong. What I look forward to was taking the divine tribulation and ascending into the divine realm. However, before I take on the divine tribulation and ascend to the divine realm, I shall take care of the devil in my heart. Otherwise, I fear that I cannot pass the divine tribulation. With a moment of his figure, Emperor Yu turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the cosmic space. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 5. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 5, Bewitching God Painting. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Jade Cloud Star. Inside Man Xian's residence in the Imperial City.
Xinyu had been waiting for Man Xian in the guest room the whole time. Man Xian had left for the transmission secret array to send a transmission to the Ox Demon Emperor. At this moment, only Xinyu, Xian, and his two brothers were left in the guest room. Xinyu's gaze was cast toward Shizhan.
Xinyu had a thought.
Shizhan was Xiaohei's spiritual beast, he should be able to sense where Xiaohei is.
Shizhan, you should be able to sense where my third brother is, right? Do you know where he is? Asked Xinyu directly.
Shizhan nodded and said, Lord Xinyu, I am able to sense where Master is located at. He should be located at the northeast direction.
The distance from here is very far. Northeast? Xinyu frowned. Northeast was too vague of a direction. According to the map, the Dragon Clan's territory, the Bird Clan's territory and even the Dark Star Realm could be considered as toward the northeast.
Lord Xinyu, Lord Hou Fei had previously brought me to find Master before. At that time, I discovered that Master is located in the Bird Clan's territory. As for where he is at precisely, I am not certain, said Shizhan helplessly.
Fei had tried to find Xiaohei before?
What's the result?
Xinyu immediately asked.
Shizhan shook his big head and said.
At that moment, Lord Hou Fei wanted to go to the territory of the Bird Clan to search for Master. However, we were stopped by His Majesty the Great Ape Emperor en route.
Lord Hou Fei was also forcibly brought back by His Majesty the Great Ape Emperor.
Forcibly brought back?
Xinyu looked at Shizhan and was awaiting for his explanation.
The Bird Clan has some friction with us. Man Xian walked in from outside. Brother Xinyu, Hou Fei is a fiery-eyed water ape. As a super divine beast, how could he be allowed to rashly endanger himself?
If he were to try to wander the Bird Clan's territory with merely his strength of a demon king, the Great Ape Emperor would certainly not allow that.
Xinyu also understood.
Even if Hou Fei was a super divine beast, as he was only at the level of a demon king, his attack power was definitely very low. If he were to enter the territory of the Bird Clan, then he might be killed by others.
Big Brother Man Xian, earlier when you sent the transmission to the Ox Demon Emperor, was there any result? Xinyu immediately asked. Man Xian laughed and said.
Wait 3 days. After His Majesty and I communicated, he had already immediately set out to come back. As for where Hou Fei is located, according to what His Majesty said, he wanted me to inform you that without His Majesty's help, it would be impossible for you to get there.
Xinyu was startled. Where exactly was Hou Fei located at?
That place seemed to be very mysterious.
It should be fine, it's just 3 days.
When that time comes, His Majesty would help you personally.
You definitely will be able to meet your brother Hou Fei again.
Man Xian patted Xinyu's shoulder and comforted him.
Xinyu nodded. This is the only way.
Lord Qinyu, I have a matter that I don't know if I should say or not.
It is relating to the master.
Shi Zhan, who stood on the side, looked at Qinyu.
Xiao He? Qinyu's eyes shined.
Speak. Qinyu looked toward Shi Zhan. Shi Zhan had a very serious expression. I am Master's spiritual beast and could roughly sense Master's location at all times. However, before Lord Hofei even went to find Master, I had already discovered that Master's position had been moving about a large distance.
About a large distance? Qinyu's expression changed.
Shi Zhan was located so far from the Bird Clan's territory but was still able to sense that Xiao He was moving about a large distance. Why would Xiao He run around in the territory of the Bird Clan for no reason?
That's right, it's about a large distance.
At the very least, he had been traveling about 7 to 8 star fields. Shi Zhan nodded and said,
being chased.
Qinyu immediately said those words. He also started to get nervous. Xiao He had grew up together with him, they were like brothers.
If Xiao He was really in that kind of circumstance, then something's amiss.
According to what Big Brother Woming said, he had never heard about there being a powerful high-level or super-divine beast ascending to the Bird Clan other than Zhongju. Xiao He possessed inherited memories, but the Eagle Clan does not possess a divine beast like Xiao He.
Xiao He ought to be a divine beast that the immortal, devil and demon realm had never seen before. Qinyu was thinking at a rapid pace. Xiao He had only recently arrived in the demon realm, his strength was still weak. Even if he had enemies, they should also not be very strong.
For him to move about at a large scale, I'd suspect that it's most likely because of some other reason.
Qinyu rejected the possibility that Xiao He was being chased. Times.
As for what sort of circumstance his third brother Heyu was in, Qinyu currently was unaware. As for Hofei, he was at a mysterious place. In order to know where this place is, Qinyu would have to wait 3 more days. He had to wait till that His Majesty the Ox Demon Emperor returns. At this moment, Qinyu still didn't know that the Immortal Realm's Emperor Yu had already made a breakthrough and became a level 9 Immortal Emperor. Qinyu chatted with Man Xian for half a day and was then arranged by Man Xian to enter his residence.
Qinyu directly entered the Jianglan's realm.
Inside the Jianglan's realm,
there are all kinds of buildings and constructions in the Jianglan's realm.
The building that Qinyu picked to be his residence was very close to Wu Lan's. Qinyu had only arrived at his place and Wu Lan had walked over.
Qinyu, so you've come, said Wu Lan while smiling. Qinyu smiled helplessly and said, now I have to wait for the Ox Demon Emperor to come back.
I'm more used to quietly train in the Jianglan's realm.
Ah, that's right. Qinyu suddenly recalled a thing. Bewitching God painting.
Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had previously issued a warning that one must reach the Emperor level before one can open the Bewitching God painting. Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had described that Bewitching God painting as extremely extraordinary, like an Emperor Yu and them were even extremely desperate for it. It was also claimed to be the #1 treasure in the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm.
I, instead, want to see what exactly it is.
Qinyu took out the Bewitching God painting. Seeing the Bewitching God painting in Qinyu's hand, Wu Lan's eyes shined.
Bewitching God painting? Mr. Wu Lan, do you also know of the Bewitching God painting? Qinyu looked at Wu Lan. Wu Lan replied while beaming with smiles. Won't you know once you open it?
Qinyu nodded. He then started to agitate the black hole energy within his body and rush them forth into the Bewitching God painting. Under the attack of the black hole energy, the barrier that was set up by was ultimately broken through. At the moment the barrier was broken through, Qinyu's eyes shined. The Bewitching God painting was radiating a captivating light. Rays of star atlas-like, map-shaped, light were flying out from the Bewitching God painting.
Soon, they disappeared.
Qinyu immediately let his blood drip onto the Bewitching God painting to be its master. Then his immortal awareness immediately permeated into it. Numerous strange symbols and a lot of strange rays of light were unceasingly moving about within the Bewitching God painting at a rapid pace.
What is this? Qinyu was confused. Qinyu looked at Wu Lan and asked.
Mr. Wu Lan, this Bewitching God painting is known as the #1 treasure in the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm.
However, why is it that I cannot find how it is precious?
Wu Lan shook his head and smiled.
He said, had you not discovered the strangeness of the Bewitching God painting that is different from ordinary divine artifacts? It's certainly strange.
I even dripped my blood on it and became its master but was still unable to find what's so precious about it.
Qinyu shook his head and lightly smiled. Wu Lan sighed and said, forget about it, it's better for me to just tell you about it.
It was not without reasons that this Bewitching God painting is known as the #1 treasure of the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm.
Before then, let me ask you about a thing first. Where did the divine weapons of the immortal, devil, and demon realm come from? Qin Yu was startled. That's right, only people from the divine realm could refine a divine weapon. How could there be divine artifacts in the immortal, devil, and demon realm? Could it be that there's people from the divine realm that have came to the immortal, devil, and demon realm and they specially created divine artifacts to gift to the immortal, devil, and demon realms people? Wu Lan saw Qin Yu's expression. He laughed and said, "Let me tell you, several tens of millions of years ago, there are no divine artifacts in the immortal, devil, and demon realm." Oh? Qin Yu's eyes shined. Mr. Wu Lan, are you stating that everything changed some tens of millions of years ago? Wu Lan nodded and said, "That's right. Several tens of millions of years ago, an extremely mysterious temple descended from the divine realm to the immortal, devil, and demon realm. This temple contained within it numerous divine artifacts. And the divine artifacts of the immortal, devil, and demon realm came precisely from there." Divine realm, temple? Qin Yu was listening attentively. That's right, this temple is called the Bewitching God Temple. Bewitching God Temple? Qin Yu was startled. The name Bewitching God Temple was something that he had heard others saying numerous times. So, this Bewitching God Temple was actually such an extraordinary place. It was the source of all the divine artifacts of the entire immortal, devil, and demon realm. Wu Lan sighed and said, "The Bewitching God Temple was originally a temple of an extremely dreadful person from the divine realm. Afterwards, for unknown reasons, the master of that Bewitching God Temple made the temple arrive in the immortal, devil, and demon realm." Qin Yu, you ought to know. Wu Lan's face was filled with a disappointed and frustrated expression. It was precisely because of the Bewitching God Temple that I came to here. Qin Yu nodded. Wu Lan had once told me that he was a demonic beast from the divine realm. As for him having arrived in the immortal, devil, and demon realm because of the Bewitching God Temple, it was something that Qin Yu had naturally thought about. When the Bewitching God Temple was descended to the immortal, devil, and demon realm, Wu Lan was likely within the Bewitching God Temple. As a result, Wu Lan was sent to the immortal, devil, and demon realm along with the Bewitching God Temple. When the Bewitching God Temple descended to the immortal, devil, and demon realm, I was unable to exit it and had been trapped at a certain area of the Bewitching God Temple. Like that, a certain day, someone entered the Bewitching God Temple and received my attack. Wu Lan had a light smile on his face. After that man was attacked by me, he immediately ran to the outside of the barrier. I, on the other hand, was unable to exit the range of that barrier. Then that man threatened me and said that if I were to enter the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, he'll take me away from the Bewitching God Temple. It's Immortal Emperor Ni Yang. Qin Yu was able to guess what that man was. Wu Lan nodded. Although I came from the divine realm, but there were numerous divine barriers in the Bewitching God Temple. I had absolutely no way to deal with them. However, that Ni Yang was able to pass through them. Why? Qin Yu asked. Because of the Bewitching God painting. Wu Lan gasped. That owner of the Bewitching God Temple was also an extraordinary big shot in the divine realm. The barriers within his temple, there likely aren't many people from the divine realm that can break through them. Thus, they could only travel about the routes that he determined. Those routes can only be discovered with the Bewitching God painting. Said Wu Lan solemnly. Something's amiss. Qin Yu said in confusion. There are no routes at all in this Bewitching God painting, only strange symbols and unusual lights. There's no routes at all. Wu Lan smiled and said. The routes within the Bewitching God Temple are constantly changing. If one does not possess the Bewitching God painting, then one could only dangerously charge forth. However, they would certainly die. Qin Yu was shocked. That Bewitching God Temple's routes are actually constantly changing. Seems like even if one possessed a map of the routes, it'll also be useless. As long as one entered the Bewitching God Temple with the Bewitching God painting, the Bewitching God painting would naturally illustrate the routes. Likewise, the routes and channels that appeared in the Bewitching God painting are also constantly changing. Wu Lan smiled as he looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, do you understand the preciousness of the Bewitching God painting now? A map could be considered as the #1 treasure of the immortal, devil, and demon realm? Said Qin Yu to himself within his heart. Seeing Qin Yu's expression, Wu Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Yu, did you know how many emperor-level experts in the past tens of millions of years have charged into the Bewitching God Temple in hopes of obtaining divine artifacts and lost their lives? Even Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor and them, their divine artifacts were also only obtained from the outer regions of the Bewitching God Temple through their lucks. There's already such great divine artifacts in the outer regions? Qin Yu had seen Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor's divine weapons.
When they combined, they turned into a high-quality divine weapon. Wu Lan shook his head and said, "All of the divine artifacts in the outer regions were low-level ones, only rarely would there be some good ones. The true treasures are located in the inner regions." Back then, when Immortal Emperor Ni Yang first explored the Bewitching God Temple, he was extremely lucky and obtained the Bewitching God painting. Using the Bewitching God painting, he managed to travel about the exterior region safely and obtained the Divine Sword Sky Piercer, Divine Armor Black Frozen Snow, and so on. A total of 12 divine artifacts, said Wu Lan indifferently. Qin Yu was instead startled. 12? That many? Qin Yu, the Immortal Emperor Ni Yang from back then, was still very weak. Even with the Bewitching God painting showing him the safest routes, he was still only able to travel about the outer regions. However, he still managed to obtain 12 divine artifacts, of which he gifted a couple of them to his friends and left a couple in the Ni Yang's realm. At that time you, Man Xian, and Zhongju all received your respective divine artifacts. Didn't you? Furthermore, even now, there's still divine artifacts within the Ni Yang's realm. Furthermore, it's inside the 9th heaven of the Ni Yang's realm. Qin Yu was greatly surprised. The divine artifacts from the Ni Yang's realm's 9th heaven, the 7th, 8th and 9th layers divine artifacts were all taken by Qin Yu, Man Xian and Zhongju. Yet surprisingly there's actually still divine artifacts in the 9th heaven. When Ni Yang first entered the Bewitching God Temple, he used those divine artifacts he obtained from there to create a great reputation for himself. His power also increased. It's just that all of the other experts were skeptical of how Ni Yang managed to obtain so many divine artifacts. Wu Lan started to laugh. Qin Yu, you ought to know that Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor and others had spent countless amount of mental and physical efforts and entered the Bewitching God Temple countless times before they obtained several divine artifacts. Ni Yang, on the other hand, merely entered the Bewitching God Temple once and obtained 12 divine artifacts. Furthermore, the Ni Yang from that time was also very weak. There was one who wasn't skeptical about it. Qin Yu nodded. If he was Emperor Yu and them, he too would be skeptical. Ultimately, the secret about the Bewitching God painting was leaked. This all had to be blamed on Ni Yang trusting his trusted aide. Afterwards, Ni Yang charged into the Bewitching God Temple for the second time. This time around, he possessed the strength of a level 8 Immortal Emperor and also had the Bewitching God painting showing him the routes. He was prepared to charge into the inner regions of the Bewitching God Temple. Wu Lan lightly smiled and said. However, this time, he died. When he cast off Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor and the rest, right when he entered the inner regions of the Bewitching God Temple, he stepped on a divine realm's poisonous bug. But Qin Yu, you ought to know about the preciousness of the Bewitching God painting. With it, then, in the Bewitching God Temple, you can pick up divine artifacts like picking up trash. Also, when your power is stronger, you can also enter the inner regions of the Bewitching God Temple through using the Bewitching God painting. However, if one doesn't have the Bewitching God painting, even if they were people from the divine realm, it would still be impossible for them to enter the inner regions. The inner regions are the private area of the Bewitching God Temple's master. Hearing all that Wu Lan had said, Qin Yu finally understood the importance of the Bewitching God Temple. With it, then one could easily obtain divine artifacts in the outer regions of the Bewitching God Temple. The title of the number 1 treasure in the immortal, devil and demon realm was certainly without doubt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 6. Book 13, 3 Brothers, Chapter 6, The 3 Emperors of the Demon Realm. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Seems like I should go have a look at the Bewitching God Temple when I have time. Qin Yu naturally had this idea in his heart. To possess the Bewitching God painting but not go to the Bewitching God Temple, that's completely wasting resources. Wu Lan appeared to have guessed what Qin Yu was thinking. He lightly smiled and said, Qin Yu, unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best for you to not go to the Bewitching God Temple. Why is that? Don't I have the 10,000 Beast Atlas now? Also, with my own strength plus Mr. Wu Lan, you and the others, there shouldn't be many people in the immortal, devil and demon realm that could bar my way. Qin Yu said puzzledly. Wu Lan shook his head. You still don't understand. What is this Bewitching God Temple? It's the place all the divine artifacts in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm origin from. You ought to know about its importance. Qin Yu nodded. As the originating place for all the divine artifacts in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm, the Bewitching God Temple was naturally extremely important. However, what does this have to do with him going there to find divine artifacts? There are a large quantity of experts keeping a close watch on the Bewitching God Temple and its surroundings. When other immortal emperors charge into the bewitching god temple to find divine artifacts, they would not care much about them. However, once you, Jinyu, appeared there, the entire immortal, devil and demon realm would be shaken.
Ah, I understand now. Jinyu suddenly realized.
All of the big shots from over the entire immortal, devil and demon realm have subordinates keeping a close watch over the bewitching god temple. Once I who possessed the bewitching god painting entered the bewitching god temple, I'll be able to obtain a large amount of divine artifacts. For me to obtain that many divine artifacts at once, I reckon that all the powers within the immortal, devil and demon realm would not allow such a thing to happen.
That's right. Wulan nodded, smiled, and said. You finally understood.
Other immortal emperors, devil emperors, and the like would have to suffer an untold amount of hardships and even go through dangers that could potentially kill them to obtain a single divine artifact. If you were to enter the bewitching god temple, you'll effortlessly be able to obtain 10 or more divine artifacts.
How could such a thing be allowed? It's likely that all of the big shots from the entire immortal, devil and demon realm would join hands and stand in front of you to block your entrance into the bewitching god temple and make you share the divine artifacts with them. Jinyu smiled bitterly. If a large group of people join hands to obstruct me, it is true that I would have no way around it.
Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, Black Devil Emperor, Blood Devil Emperor, Cyan Emperor, Hidden Emperor, and a large group of other people their level. If they were to join hands, then Jinyu could only admit defeat and obediently hand over the divine artifacts.
Wulan smiled.
Thus, as I said, after your power have risen to a high level or perhaps when you could ally yourself with a portion of those people to go in together with you, only then could you safely obtain divine artifacts.
Amen, right. That's the only way.
Jinyu carefreely smiled.
In any case, I currently don't need any divine artifacts anyways.
My own body's power was still the most dependable.
Then you should continue to train, I won't disturb you anymore.
With a movement of his legs, Wulan arrived at his own residence. Jinyu sat down by the lake and began to train his 3 souls' 9 refinements. It would take the Ox Demon Emperor about 3 days to arrive, that was equivalent to 30 days in the Jianglan's realm.
This period of time was sufficient for Jinyu to improve a bit. Times.
Making use of all the time that he had to train, in the immortal, devil and demon realm that had experts like clouds, Jinyu could only strive his hardest to increase in power. Only then could he and his brothers have a better time living. The lake water was like gemstones as it shined in the center of the green grounds. Jinyu had already sat on the green grounds beside the lake for a total of 30 days now. During the 30th day, he opened his eyes.
The Ox Demon Emperor still haven't come back? Jinyu started to puzzle.
In these couple days, he had not noticed Man Xian dispatching anyone over to pass a message to him. However, he also understood that the wait 3 days that Man Xian said was simply a guess number.
Let's go out and see.
Jinyu disappeared from Jianglan's realm and appeared in the residence that Man Xian prepared for him. Standing in the courtyard, Jinyu's immortal awareness started to spread. He easily discovered Man Xian, who was currently training with his subordinate. At this moment, Man Xian was topless and covered in sweat.
Big brother Man Xian,
said Jinyu via voice transmission. Hearing Jinyu's voice transmission, Man Xian immediately stopped the spar. He said to his opponent,
You can go and rest. This is the end of our training today.
Man Xian then used a towel to wipe away his sweat and put on a yellow-colored gown before walking over toward Jinyu.
Brother Jinyu,
you said you're going to train last time, so I didn't dare to disturb you the whole time.
Man Xian happily walked into the courtyard. Jinyu smiled. He then said, Big brother Man Xian, let's not talk about these.
I want to know if His Majesty the Ox Demon Emperor had come back yet.
His Majesty? Man Xian nodded and said,
His Majesty had just came back this morning.
I originally prepared to call for you toward the evening.
However, never did I expect that you've actually finished your training.
He's back. Jinyu immediately stood up.
He was filled with a pleasantly surprised expression.
Big brother Man Xian, let's go, bring me to see His Majesty. The current Jinyu could not wait any longer. Brother Jinyu, don't worry.
His Majesty had just gotten back and still have business to take care of.
It's better for you to wait till the evening to see him. That's because today, in the evening,
His Majesty had personally prepared a feast to entertain you,
said Man Xian while beaming with smiles. Jinyu was shocked. Personally prepared a feast to entertain me? What kind of status does the Ox Demon Emperor held? He even personally prepared a feast for Jinyu. Wasn't this a bit too formal? Brother Jinyu, it seems like you still aren't conscious of your own status, said Man Xian while smiling.
To be able to open the 10,000 Beasts Atlas and kill a whole bunch of Emperor Yu's subordinates while also possessing the bewitching god painting, you are naturally of high enough status for His Majesty to personally prepare a feast to entertain you. One's strength was dependent not only on one's cultivation level, it was also dependent on one's weapons and so on. Xinyu possessed the 10,000 Beasts Atlas and was able to match against Emperor Yu. This signifies that his status was equivalent to Emperor Yu. It is completely within reasons for the Ox Demon Emperor to personally prepare a feast to entertain him.
Big brother Manxian, I have a matter that I want your help on.
Xinyu had a matter in his heart that he had not settled the whole time.
Just say it,
said Manxian straightforwardly.
Xinyu waved his hand and 5 people appeared in thin air.
These 5 people were precisely Tan Meng, Kong Lan, Tu Gang, Wanner and the grown and robust little Niuhua.
Master,
said Kong Lan and them respectfully. The gown and robust little Niuhua, who now appeared like a calf, had his eyes wide open as he looked at Xinyu.
Only after hearing Kong Lan and them did he wake up to reality.
Zheng Zhong paying his respect to Lord Xinyu.
Niuhua was merely his nickname. His actual name was Zheng Zhong. Xinyu nodded.
Big brother Manxian, Zheng Zhong had grown up in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. I do not wish for him to spend his whole life in there, however I am a person without a fixed residence. Furthermore, if he follows me, he would be subjected to a lot of dangers. Thus, I want to request you to help me take care of him.
Of course, I would have Kong Lan and the other 3 follow after him. Xinyu said his intention.
Manxian looked at Kong Lan and them and then displayed a smile on his face. Kong Lan, Tan Meng, and Tu Gang are all level 9 demon kings. Although they are not demon emperors, they are still people of great use. Rest assured. Just leave Zheng Zhong in my care. In the future when you see him, you'll certainly be pleased,
said Manxian happily.
Hearing what Manxian and Xinyu were talking about, Niuhua's heart was filled with excitement. When he was in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, only Tan Meng and them were beside him.
However, since it had always been these couple people, Niuhua had also hoped for the teeming external world. Kong Lan, from today on, you 4 would be free.
You would be subordinates of Manxian now.
In the meantime, conveniently help me take care of little Niuhua. Are you all willing? Xinyu looked toward the 4.
In the eyes of Kong Lan and the other 3 were a cheerful look that was hard to be covered up. Freedom, it is likely what all of the spirit beasts within the 10,000 Beasts Atlas longed for the most.
Most certainly. Kong Lan and the other 3 all nodded.
With an intention, Xinyu removed the soul binding on Kong Lan and the other 3. Having taken care of little Niuhua's matter, Xinyu had also relieved a worry from his heart. If little Niuhua was to follow him, Xinyu also knew that he'll likely not be able to live peacefully. It would be a lot better for him to stay with Manxian.
In the evening, inside the Ox Demon Emperor's palace within the Imperial City.
As the actual emperor of the Beast Clan, the Ox Demon Emperor's palace could not be considered as luxurious. It merely had a special kind of grandeur.
The entire palace was black.
From afar, it looked like a prehistoric giant creature crouching in wait. Being led by Manxian, Xinyu entered a resort within the palace. Today's so-called entertaining Xinyu for dinner, there's in fact only 3 people present, the Ox Demon Emperor, Manxian and Xinyu. Of course, before they arrived at the resort, Xinyu didn't know that there's only 3 people present.
Xinyu looked around.
Beside a large tree in the resort that looked similar to a sweet olive tree was a table. There were only 3 chairs beside the table. At this moment, other than maids, there was only a single man in the entire resort.
A man filled with hegemony.
With steel needle-like stubble beard and eyes bright and full of expression, even when he's turning around to wave, he was still able to cause others to perceive his strength.
He was a man radiating power. Your Majesty, this person is Xinyu.
Manxian slightly bowed and said with a smile.
Xinyu immediately also slightly bowed and said. Xinyu paying his respect to Your Majesty the Ox Demon Emperor.
As Xinyu was planning to seek help from the Ox Demon Emperor, and adding on the fact that the Ox Demon Emperor's strength and status was both extremely high to begin with, for him to be a bit more respectful was what he ought to do. The Ox Demon Emperor carefully inspected Xinyu. Soon, he nodded and smiled.
Truly a genius youngster.
When Xian'er descended to the mortal realm, you were still only at the Deshang stage.
However now, you've already reached the Emperor level. Your cultivation speed, I reckon that even that genius immortal Emperor would still be inferior to you. Xinyu merely lightly smiled. His cultivation speed.
In reality, since he ascended till his current strength now, even if one were to consider them using the true amount of time taken, then he still really only used several hundred years.
Ox Demon Emperor's words were very crafty.
Without noticing, he had already lightly praised Qinyu. Although each one of his sentences appeared to be simple, but they made Qinyu extremely comfortable. After all of the things the Ox Demon Emperor said were all Qinyu's proud achievements. As they chatted more, Qinyu did not feel much estrangement toward the Ox Demon Emperor. Your Majesty Ox Demon Emperor, I presume that Big Brother Man Xian had already told you about my purpose in coming to the Jade Cloud Star. Ever since I ascended into the immortal, devil and demon realm, I have been constantly searching for my brothers.
Is it possible for you to tell me where my second brother Hofei is at? Qinyu asked his question at the appropriate timing. The Ox Demon Emperor raised his cup to toast. He then lightly smiled and said, "That Hofei that you mentioned, he is currently in the inherited prohibited area of the Apes and Monkey Clan." Ox Demon Emperor's eyes revealed a slight envy. Inherited prohibited area? Qinyu looked at the Ox Demon Emperor.
Man Xian, who stood to the side, was also shocked.
Is it that legendary inherited prohibited area of the Ape and Monkey Clan?
Man Xian's eyes also possessed an envious that's hard to be covered up.
The Ox Demon Emperor nodded and said,
"That's right, the inherited prohibited area was a holy land that is created by a certain senior of the Ape and Monkey Clan that had descended from the divine realm a long time ago."
A senior that descended from the divine realm?
Qinyu now sensed how extraordinary this inherited prohibited area was. The Ox Demon Emperor smiled as he looked at Qinyu. "Qinyu, did you know that, in all these countless years, under normal circumstances, who is the strongest expert of the demon realm?"
Qinyu shook his head. "Xianer, tell Qinyu about it."
The Ox Demon Emperor lightly smiled. Man Xian took a deep breath and then started to explain to Qinyu. The three strongest people of the demon realm, under normal circumstances, were the Generations Dragon Emperor, Pang Demon Emperor and Great Ape Emperor.
What about Emperor Ni? Qinyu remembered about this level 9 Demon Emperor Super Divine Beast.
What I said was every Generations Dragon Emperor, Pang Demon Emperor and Great Ape Emperor. Although the current Emperor Ni was extremely powerful, but once Emperor Ni ascended to the divine realm, it is different to tell whether or not there'll be new phoenixes. However, there are always Dragon Emperor, Pang Demon Emperor and Great Ape Emperor.
Qinyu naturally understands.
The Dragon Emperor, Pang Demon Emperor and Great Ape Emperor were all titles.
Naturally, there would be one in every generation.
The reason why they're powerful was because the Dragon Emperor possessed the Dragon Clan's inherited treasure within his body, the Pang Demon Emperor possessed the Pang Clan's inherited treasure. The might of the inherited treasures were stronger than even divine artifacts, said Man Xian as he forced a smile while looking at Qinyu.
Qinyu was shocked.
At this moment, he had finally understand why Wu Lan said the Dragon Emperor was very powerful enough to make Ni Yang admit defeat.
The Dragon Emperor is a level 8 Demon Emperor Super Divine Beast.
However, he possessed an inherited treasure.
His actual strength was so powerful that even level 9 Demon Emperor Super Divine Beasts would not dare to say that they have certainty in beating him. Inherited treasures that are even more powerful than divine artifacts, what are they? Qinyu became astonished. Both Man Xian and the Ox Demon Emperor shook their heads. Their purple-eyed Ox Demon King was also a powerful race. Unfortunately, they do not possess an inherited treasure. How would the Dragon Emperor and the Pang Demon Emperor possibly let them know about secret of the inherited treasures? Qinyu suddenly recalled a matter.
Your Majesty Ox Demon Emperor, earlier when Big Brother Man Xian mentioned the Dragon Emperor and the Pang Demon Emperor both possessed inherited treasures, then what about the Great Ape Emperor?
Why is he powerful? How is he able to match up against the other two? The Ox Demon Emperor smiled and said,
"The reason why the Great Ape Emperor is powerful was precisely because of the inherited prohibited area."
How is the inherited prohibited area powerful?
Qinyu had become curious about this inherited prohibited area.
The Ox Demon Emperor gasped in admiration and said,
"To speak the truth, if they were to really fight, then the Dragon Emperor and the Pang Demon Emperor who possessed inherited treasures might be slightly stronger than the Great Ape Emperor, as the Great Ape Emperor does not possess an inherited treasure."
Qinyu started to frown.
He felt that what the Ox Demon Emperor had just said was contradictory. The Apes and Monkey Clan are fond of battles. Their inherited prohibited area was a place they would use to achieve comprehension through battles. When training there, it would allow their fighting capability to grow at a rapid speed. For example, the Dragon Emperor and the Great Ape Emperor were both level 8 Demon Emperors. The Dragon Emperor was able to increase his strength 10 times through his inherited treasure, whereas the Great Ape Emperor would use his battle comprehension to increase his attack power by 8 to 9 times. If they're experts of the same level, if they were to not use any weapons, then even the Dragon Emperor, Pang Demon Emperor and the rest were to join hands, they would still be no match against the Great Ape Emperor. To achieve comprehension in battles, this is why every generation of the great ape emperor used to turn their noses high up in the immortal, devil, and demon realm," said the ox demon emperor as he gasped in admiration. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 7.
Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 7, Inherited Prohibited Area.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Achieving comprehension through battles. Xinyu also gasped in admiration. Man Xian exclaimed.
Usually, our soul realm's level increases very slowly. Otherwise, they increase with our comprehension toward the natural law. However, every successive generations of the great ape emperor were different. They would enter battles constantly and achieve comprehension through battles. Thus, it is very hard to describe their cultivation speed.
When they're slow, they're rather slow.
However, when they're fast, they might also be extremely fast. It was possible for them to gain a whole level from a single battle. However, to train through comprehension through battles, their attack power was strong to a frightening level.
Xinyu nodded and said,
"I believe that compared to the Dragon Emperor and the Pang clan's so-called inherited treasure, the Apes and Monkey clan's inherited prohibited area was even more precious."
"That's right." The Ox Demon Emperor also agreed.
There is only a single inherited treasure for both the Dragon Clan and the Pang Clan, only the powerful Dragon Emperor and the Pang Demon Emperor possess them. However, at the moment when they ascend to the Divine Realm, they must return the inherited treasure. When they and the Great Ape Emperor all arrive to the Divine Realm, only then would they find out that they're a lot weaker than the Great Ape Emperor. The inherited treasures cannot be carried with them all the time. However, to achieve comprehension through battles, the comprehension that is achieved was instead engraved deep into one's soul.
It would be a timeless benefit.
Ho Fei, as the only super divine beast of the Apes and Monkeys clan other than the Great Ape Emperor, was naturally qualified to use the inherited prohibited area.
Exclaimed the Ox Demon Emperor.
Evidently the Ox Demon Emperor had recalled about their own purple-eyed Ox Demon King.
The purple-eyed Ox Demon King was born with godly force.
However, they do not possess inherited treasures nor do they possess inherited prohibited area.
Your Majesty Ox Demon Emperor, I hope that you are able to bring me to that Apes and Monkey clan's inherited prohibited area," said Xinyu solemnly. The Ox Demon Emperor nodded, smiled, and said, "Xinyu, I know that you want to go there.
However, as that place is called the inherited prohibited area, there were barely any people from even the internal members of the Apes and Monkey clan that have the qualification to enter there.
Even Man Xian was unable to enter there. As for you,
Xinyu naturally knew about the importance of this inherited prohibited area.
A clan's inherited prohibited area, how could they possibly let outsiders enter there?
I have communicated with the Great Ape Emperor via transmission not long ago.
After our discussion, the Great Ape Emperor allowed for you to enter it."
After the Ox Demon Emperor finished saying that, he looked at Xinyu. As he had expected, Xinyu displayed a pleasantly surprised expression.
"Why did the Great Ape Emperor agree to let me in?"
Xinyu did not believe that he would be qualified to enter the inherited prohibited area just because he possessed the 10,000 Beasts Atlas.
How would the Great Ape Emperor possibly care about that? The Ox Demon Emperor nodded and said, "The reason why he agreed to let you in was because you are Ho Fei's big brother."
Every generation of the Great Ape Emperor was qualified to bring outsiders into the inherited prohibited area. The Great Ape Emperor had once brought me there to check out the inherited prohibited area. As for Ho Fei, he is going to become the future Great Ape Emperor.
As you are Ho Fei's big brother, Ho Fei is naturally willing to let you enter the inherited prohibited area.
Thus, the Great Ape Emperor agreed to let you enter.
Hearing the Ox Demon Emperor's explanation, Xinyu also understood it. So it was actually because of Ho Fei. Then when do we set off for it? Xinyu immediately asked. We can set off whenever you prefer.
The Ox Demon Emperor smiled as he looked at Xinyu.
I am available at any time.
Xinyu originally wanted to set off right away, it's just that as the Ox Demon Emperor was giving him face like so, if he were to really set off immediately, it would be a bit too excessive and he would not satisfied with his gain.
Xinyu decided to delay it a bit. In that case, let's go tomorrow morning, is that okay? Certainly. The Ox Demon Emperor nodded. Times. Early in the morning of the second day, Xinyu followed the Ox Demon Emperor and departed from the Jade Cloud Star.
That inherited prohibited area was not a place one could enter unless one had received permission to.
Thus, the Ox Demon Emperor also didn't dare to bring a lot of people with him. This time around, only he and Xinyu were present. Let's temporarily not talk about these two.
In these past couple days, Immortal Emperor Mu Yan was very tired. Ever since Emperor Yu suddenly disappeared, Mu Yan was left to be in charge of all the affairs in Emperor Yu's territory. The power vacuum caused by the deaths of the 26 Immortal Emperor was left for him to take care of.
Emperor Yu's disappearance, Mu Yan still could not let others know about it. Once others were to know about it, then it might cause the people's will to grow unstable. Even when he's concealing the news of Emperor Yu's disappearance, the experts underneath Emperor Yu had already started to grow somewhat unstable. After all, the effects from that battle was truly too vile. Sigh, I truly don't know when His Majesty would return. Immortal Emperor Mu Yan lay atop the chair. He was filled with helplessness. For him to support the Great Bridge by himself, it was truly very tiring for Mu Yan. The most important thing was, he didn't know when this kind of tiring days would finally end. No one knew when Emperor Yu would return. Mu Yan. A dull voice sounded in the empty air. Mu Yan was completely startled. Like lightning, he stood up and looked toward his side. A figure. This figure had a familiar appearance but a different temperament. Your Majesty, is that you? Mu Yan also wasn't certain about it in his heart. Was this the same Emperor Yu that had always had a smile on his face? The Emperor Yu from back then always wore a purple gown. The current Emperor Yu was still wearing purple. However, it was no longer a long and thick gown. Instead, it's a body-forming gown. What, we had only not seen each other for a short period of time and you already can't recognize me? Said Emperor Yu while lightly smiling. The current Emperor Yu, even when smiling, brings about fear to the minds of others. Your Majesty, could it be that you, Mu Yan had a pleasantly surprised expression? Emperor Yu nodded and lightly smiled. That's right, I had achieved a breakthrough and became a level 9 Immortal Emperor. Mu Yan's pleasant surprised expression on his face had finally blossomed to full happiness. Your Majesty, this is truly great. Mu Yan's heart was completely relaxed. The battle in order to kill Qin Yu had caused an extremely serious effect toward Emperor Yu's strength. Mu Yan was also extremely tired from managing the aftermath. However, as the current Emperor Yu had actually broke through level 8 Immortal Emperor and became a level 9 Immortal Emperor, this would serve as an intimidation toward the other powerful experts. Emperor Yu's position now was even higher than that time when he battled to kill Qin Yu. After all, a level 9 Immortal Emperor was the highest level for an immortal. Mu Yan, those territory and whatnot under me, set up the preparations. I am prepared to gift them to the Mystic Emperor. Emperor Yu's voice was very dull. However, to Mu Yan, it sounded like a thunderclap. Your Majesty, those are territories and strength that you have attained after spending numerous years of work. Mu Yan grew anxious. Emperor Yu looked at Mu Yan, he gazed at Mu Yan. Mu Yan, being stared like so by Emperor Yu, also calmed down. Mu Yan, ever since we stepped on the path of cultivation, our target had always been the comprehension of the natural laws and transcending our limits. And as for I, the goal that I have from the depths of my heart was to ascend to the divine realm. Now that I have reached level 9 Immortal Emperor, what use is there for me to keep those subordinates and territories? Mu Yan, this time when I was training, I suddenly realized that, sometimes, power and might is also a restraint to our cultivation. Emperor Yu was radiating a proud and aloof ice-cold aura. After I have given up my powers and might, I instead managed to attain comprehension and reach the level 9 Immortal Emperor stage. Mu Yan looked at Emperor Yu with a dumbfounded expression. Only after a long time did he nod as he gasped and said, "Perhaps what your Majesty said is true." Emperor Yu nodded. I would be going to Mystic Emperor's location. You are to prepare for the merge of the two powers. After he finished saying that, Emperor Yu disappeared into thin air in front of Immortal Emperor Mu Yan. Red maple leaves in a red world. Mystic Emperor was dressed in red. With black hair like waterfall, they poured down to the ground. Suddenly, from within the red world appeared a bit of purple. Sheer. Emperor Yu looked at the Mystic Emperor who was currently sitting on the ground. Mystic Emperor Xian, she raised her head and looked at Emperor Yu in surprise. You made a breakthrough? At the moment when she looked at Emperor Yu, Xian, she sensed that her husband was already no longer the same husband that she had before. Furthermore, she was also unable to see through Emperor Yu now. Yes, that's right. Emperor Yu nodded. Xian, she stood up and carefully inspected Emperor Yu. Feng Yu, that Qin Yu brought you quite a great shock. However, never did I expect that you would achieve profit from a disaster and break through the level 8 Immortal Emperor stage to become a level 9 Immortal Emperor. Moreover, you are also different from before now. Sheer, I have come to realize that it was my wrong before. I would now give all my power and troops under me to you, would you forgive me? Emperor Yu's eyes had a hard to come by gentleness. She looked at Emperor Yu in surprise. We are husband and wife, is it really worth it for us to fight for such a long time for those mere worldly possessions? I have came to a realization. Emperor Yu softly pulled Shi into his bosom.
Shi also did not resist.
She was stuck to Emperor Yu's chest. Brother Feng Yu. TL, no, not incest. Chinese people likes calling their husbands as brother.
Basically, brother and sister have a very different connotation in Chinese in addition to the usual relative meaning. Hearing Shi calling him brother Feng Yu, Emperor Yu looked at the Shi within his bosom with a huge surprise.
How many years have it been? How many years have his wife not called him by that intimate name now? Emperor Yu was bursting out with a dense affection from his chest. The current me only has two things that I am unable to abandon. The first one is you. The other is killing Qin Yu. Shi nodded.
Brother Feng Yu, you managed to break through because of the shock from that Qin Yu. I reckon that if you don't kill Qin Yu, that heart's devil would forever remain in your heart. If that heart's devil were to continue to exist, then it would be very hard for Brother Feng Yu to pass the divine tribulation. Shi also knew that the divine tribulation has ways to incite the heart's devil. The stronger the heart's devil one has, the more difficult it'll be after the heart's devil was incited. The best method was to remove the heart's devil first before taking the divine tribulation. It's alright, the current me has already reached level 9 Immortal Emperor. With the two of us joining hands and adding on our matchless great sword, even if that blood dragon were to come again, he would only die under our hands. Said Feng Yu cold and matter-of-factly. Not to mention the two of them joining hands, even if it was Feng Yu himself, with his current strength, he was definitely able to match up against Blood Dragon Ao Wushu. Brother Feng Yu, rest assured, that Qin Yu would definitely die. She raised her head facing Feng Yu and said. Feng Yu also nodded. Times. Within the boundless cosmic space, there were two figures using greater teleportation moving about. Senior Ox Demon Emperor, how much longer till we arrive? Qin Yu asked the Ox Demon Emperor. Ever since they departed from the Jade Cloud Star, they had traveled 3 days without resting and passed through almost half of the Beast Clan's territory. Then, Qin Yu and the Ox Demon Emperor arrived on a bordering planet of a certain star field and started to continue their journey using greater teleportation. Qin Yu had never imagined that the inherited prohibited area was actually located between two star fields. The distance between two star fields was extremely long. Furthermore, within the boundless cosmic space between two star fields were some indescribable strange and frightening energies. Normally, Emperor-level experts would not dare to lightly rush into it. I estimate that we'll need to travel for another day. Qin Yu, don't worry, from the planet that we were previously on to the inherited prohibited area, there are a total of 9 extremely dangerous areas within the boundless space. If the guide were to not know about the route, then to get to the inherited prohibited area was simply a 9 in 10 chance of death. Said the Ox Demon Emperor while laughing. Qin Yu did not doubt him in the slightest. That's because he had already seen quite a couple dangerous places. Those were places that Qin Yu didn't dare approach at all. Through their unceasing greater teleportation usages, the Ox Demon Emperor still had to take into consideration that Qin Yu was unable to teleport too far of a distance using greater teleportation. Otherwise, the Ox Demon Emperor's greater teleportation range was enough to reach the inherited prohibited area. After a day. Within the boundless cosmic space, Qin Yu and the Ox Demon Emperor were standing side by side. They looked toward the front of them. We're almost there, it's right ahead. The Ox Demon Emperor pointed at what's in front of them. In front of Qin Yu and the Ox Demon Emperor was an extremely large golden disc-like substance. This golden disc was extremely large. It was as large as an entire planet. At the same time, there were gray-colored strips flowing within the golden disc. Directly fly over there, said the Ox Demon Emperor. Even if the distance to the golden disc was still pretty far, Qin Yu was already able to sense the fluctuation of the cosmic space from where he stood. It was simply impossible to use greater teleportation. Qin Yu stepped on the divine sword Skypiercer and charged forward with his fastest speed. Your speed's pretty good. The Ox Demon Emperor looked at Qin Yu in shock. The whole journey when they were using greater teleportation, he had been slowing down deliberately for Qin Yu. However now, he discovered that Qin Yu's flying speed was unexpectedly not much slower than his own. It's because of this divine sword, Qin Yu casually explained. The Ox Demon Emperor glanced at Qin Yu with a profound intention. With his knowledge and experience, he naturally knew that it was impossible for one to reach that speed with merely a divine sword. The Ox Demon Emperor had already guessed how strong Qin Yu's body was. Although it appeared to be very close, it was actually very far away when flying. The current Qin Yu speed was without need for further mention. However, it actually took him an entire half a day flying before he actually approached the golden disk. In front of Qin Yu was a boundless golden color. This golden disk was truly humongous. Its size was comparable to an extremely large planet. Moreover, Qin Yu discovered this golden disk was actually a lot of golden-colored sand flow that's constantly flowing about and forming the disc-shaped oblate spheroid. This is the cosmic fragmentary golden stream. The Ox Demon Emperor pointed at the continuously flowing golden sand. Such a large cosmic fragmentary golden stream that's as large as a large planet is something that's rarely seen in the immortal, devil and demon realm.
Cosmic fragmentary golden stream?
When Qin Yu was on the hidden Emperor star, he had previously seen it before. It's just that at that moment, he did not pay close attention to it. That's right, even if I were to enter into that cosmic fragmentary golden stream, those flowing fragmentary gold would directly twist my body into tatters.
Exclaimed the Ox Demon Emperor. Qin Yu was unable to refrain from looking at the omnipresent golden sand in amazement. These cosmic fragmentary golden stream assembled here and took the shape of a disk. However, the center of this disk was actually empty. The apes and monkeys clan's inherited prohibited area was located there, in the center of the golden disk. The Ox Demon Emperor pointed at the distant place. Qin Yu breathed a mouthful of cold air.
Such an enormous cosmic fragmentary golden stream actually obediently took the form of a disk to protect the inherited prohibited area within it. That senior that created the inherited prohibited area was truly too formidable.
How do we get in it? Qin Yu looked at the Ox Demon Emperor in confusion. The Ox Demon Emperor instead did not reply.
Suddenly, the Ox Demon Emperor pointed toward a distant place. Look, the Great Ape Emperor has arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 8. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 8, Heart-Clearing Wind. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Qin Yu looked toward the direction that the Ox Demon Emperor pointed at but was unable to see anyone.
Only after a short period of time did he unexpectedly see a man casually walking over from the depths of the cosmic fragmentary golden stream. Wherever this man passed, the cosmic fragmentary golden stream automatically moved aside to create a path for him. They absolutely did not injure him in the slightest.
How is that possible?
Qin Yu was unable to believe what he saw. There's actually someone in the immortal, devil and demon realm that could cross the cosmic fragmentary golden stream without dying.
The Ox Demon Emperor laughed and said, Qin Yu, Sun Yuan would only not be attacked by the cosmic fragmentary golden stream that's there.
If he were to go to other cosmic fragmentary golden streams, for example those that had shown up in the hidden Emperor star, they would still kill him. TL, trivia, Sun is the same Sun from Sun Wukong, Sun Goku, and Yuan means ape.
What you're saying is, Qin Yu was able to guess. The Ox Demon Emperor nodded.
That's right, the cosmic fragmentary golden stream here was refined by that senior from the ape and monkey clan that had descended from the divine realm. It was already different from ordinary cosmic fragmentary golden stream.
Qin Yu also came to understand it.
The cosmic fragmentary golden stream here was essentially tamed.
Man Quan, you've come. That man had already arrived in front of them. TL, Man Quan means reckless authority/power.
Qin Yu was carefully examining the Great Ape Emperor's Sun Yuan at a close range. The Great Ape Emperor's Sun Yuan was even a bit shorter than Qin Yu.
He appeared to be both skinny and short, much like Wulan. However, he was radiating a domineering aura that's even more domineering than that of the Ox Demon Emperor. This ought to be Qin Yu, right? The Great Ape Emperor looked toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu immediately respectfully bowed and said, Qin Yu pays his respects to Senior Great Ape Emperor. The Great Ape Emperor's attitude toward Qin Yu was pretty good. It might be because of the relationship with Ho Fei. He lightly smiled and said, Min, I have came to know from Ho Fei that you had ascended to the immortal, devil and demon realm even later than Ho Fei.
In a mere 300 years, you've actually achieved emperor level. Not bad, but...
Qin Yu smiled modestly. This inherited prohibited area of my clan is pretty safe, no?
The Great Ape Emperor turned around and looked at that endless amount of cosmic fragmentary golden stream while talking to Qin Yu at the same time.
Showing off. There are only a very small amount of people that's capable of coming to the inherited prohibited area. Sun Yuan would usually always show off the inherited prohibited area to anyone that's here for the first time. However, Qin Yu knew that the inherited prohibited area was a place with the qualifications to be shown off. Merely the cosmic fragmentary golden stream that surrounded it was already terrifying enough. Of course it's safe.
With this cosmic fragmentary golden stream, if anyone else try to enter it, they'll be just seeking their death. Laughed the Ox Demon Emperor. What are those gray-colored strip-shaped things? Qin Yu asked. I had previously seen from afar that there's gray-colored strip-shaped things, however, I do not see them now. Great Ape Emperor Sun Yuan nodded and said. They are a kind of wind. An extremely unique kind of wind. It's called the heart-clearing wind. Only through using this kind of wind would you all be able to pass through the area filled with cosmic fragmentary golden stream and arrive in front of the inherited prohibited area. Through using this kind of wind? Qin Yu was confused. The Great Ape Emperor started to laugh. When the senior of my ape and monkey clan constructed the inherited prohibited area, he had installed upon it two different kinds of methods of entrance. The first method was that as long as the person entering was a golden-eyed rock ape or a fiery-eyed water ape super divine beast, they would be able to ignore the cosmic fragmentary golden stream and enter it. You two have also seen it earlier. Qin Yu nodded. That senior that constructed the inherited prohibited area had certainly considered it very well. The second method was to use a secret technique to control that heart-clearing wind. That heart-clearing wind would then be controlled and wrap you up completely and cause you to not be attacked by the cosmic fragmentary golden stream. Afterwards, the heart-clearing wind would directly fly into the internal region where the inherited prohibited area is and you'll naturally be safe. Qin Yu gasped in admiration. This great world is truly full of extraordinary things. I have never heard about this heart-clearing wind before. It surprisingly is able to protect one from being attacked by the cosmic fragmentary golden stream. Well then, let's not waste time any longer. You two, please wait for a moment. The Great Ape Emperor's two hands transformed into a lotus flower shape. At the same time, he was chanting some unknown language. Soon after, the Great Ape Emperor pointed with one of his hands and a stream of wind suddenly came from within the cosmic fragmentary golden stream and arrived in front of the three. Qin Yu, Man Quan, don't worry. Man Quan, this is your second time, you should know already. Soon afterwards, the Great Ape Emperor pointed with one of his hands and that heart-clearing wind turned into two. They wrapped around Qin Yu and the Ox Demon Emperor respectively. After being wrapped, Qin Yu discovered that he was unable to see his surroundings anymore. It was as if he had landed into a tiny world that's only 4 or 5 squares wide. As for its height, it was also only 3 meters or so. In this tiny world, Qin Yu was able to safely move about. However, Qin Yu was unable to see the outside of this tiny world. Qin Yu, don't worry, after being wrapped by the heart-clearing wind, you'll be unable to hear the sounds of the outside world nor would you be able to see anything in the outside world. The demon awareness from the outside is also unable to permeate through it. In brief, everything in the heart-clearing wind, only I, who performed the technique to call upon it, am able to be unrestricted. The Great Ape Emperor's voice sounded in Qin Yu's mind. This caused Qin Yu's heart to calm down. So mystical. Qin Yu gasped in admiration. After the heart-clearing wind wrapped around someone, it was actually able to create a little world. Furthermore, it even restricted voice, demon awareness, sight and everything else. Qin Yu will be passing through the area of the cosmic fragmentary golden stream in a short while. In this short period of time, you can just be at ease and wait, said the Great Ape Emperor via voice transmission. As for Qin Yu, who was within the heart-clearing wind, he did not sense the movement of the heart-clearing wind at all. After a long period of time, Qin Yu sensed that this little world that he was in suddenly burst into movement. Soon after, it scattered and turned into a lump of heart-clearing wind before flying away. At this moment, Qin Yu also saw the Great Ape Emperor and the Ox Demon Emperor. We've arrived, said the Great Ape Emperor while smiling. Qin Yu looked toward his surrounding in astonishment. The internal region within the cosmic fragmentary golden stream was sphere-shaped. It had a diameter of several hundred miles. Qin Yu raised his looked up, down, front and back, in all directions he was able to see the boundless cosmic fragmentary golden stream. There was a small mountain floating within the internal region of the cosmic fragmentary golden stream. Qin Yu, the Ox Demon Emperor and the Great Ape Emperor were currently in front of this little mountain. This little mountain was about 20,000 meters tall. Standing in front of this little mountain, the three of them were just like ants. This is the inherited prohibited area. The Great Ape Emperor pointed at this little mountain. Senior Great Ape Emperor, is Ho Fei currently in there? Qin Yu started to grow anxious. The Great Ape Emperor nodded. Can you see that? That's the tunnel. That's right, it's that tunnel with an open platform on the outside. Ho Fei is inside of that tunnel. The tunnel that the Great Ape Emperor pointed at was the sole tunnel in the entire mountain wall. Qin Yu immediately wanted to fly over there. Stop.
The great ape emperor stopped Chinyu. Chinyu, you cannot go in there. Why? Chinyu grew anxious.
Chinyu, first let the great ape emperor finish before making your decisions afterwards as to whether you'll go in or not,
said the ox demon emperor. Chinyu looked at the great ape emperor. The great ape emperor gave a wry smile and said, "Can you see that the entire surrounding of the inherited prohibited area was filled with a boundless amount of heart-clearing wind?" Chinyu nodded.
This heart-clearing wind was also very strange.
They appeared like an eggshell wrapping around the egg yolk as they wrapped the entire mountain completely. Fortunately, the heart-clearing wind is transparent as seen from the outside, so one can see through them to see what's inside.
While seeing it from the outside, you'll be able to pass through the heart-clearing wind and reach the interior section. However, once you entered it, you'll feel as if you've entered a tiny world and would not be able to see the outside at all, explained the great ape emperor.
Chinyu knew about it, as he had already experienced it earlier.
Chinyu, let me tell you.
The usage of this inherited prohibited area is restricted. The super divine beasts of the ape and monkey clan, they are able to enter through it 3 times in their lifetime.
If they try to enter it for a 4th time, they'll certainly die. The great ape emperor had a solemn expression.
Chinyu carefully listened.
The other clansmen of the ape and monkey clan, they are allowed to enter it once in their lifetime.
The great ape emperor had a long sigh and said,
"When my ape and monkey clansmen entered it, they would undergo the trials of the inherited prohibited area. However, those trials follow a prescribed order. If people not from the ape and monkey clan were to enter it, they would come across someone of the same strength as them."
When the great ape emperor said this part, Chinyu grew puzzled.
"There's other people in the inherited prohibited area?" immediately asked Chinyu.
According to what the great ape emperor said, once other non-ape and monkey clansmen entered it, they would be met with someone of the same strength as them.
In that case, then, there ought to be a lot of people in the inherited prohibited area.
Otherwise, how would there certainly be someone of the same strength appearing?
No, the great ape emperor shook his head. Basically, it's hard for me to explain clearly in a short period of time.
Chinyu, I can tell you this, said the great ape emperor after pondering for a moment.
When my ape and monkey clansmen train inside there, our opponents would all be people that's only half our strength.
Half? Chinyu was confused. That's right. For example, Ho Fei, he would be battling unceasingly in there. The inherited prohibited area would send out a single person to be his opponent. This man's strength would only be half of his.
However, his opponent would have reached the pinnacle in comprehension of the stick technique.
Even though his strength was only half. Ho Fei was seriously injured practically every time, said the great ape emperor solemnly. Chinyu was shocked.
Against someone who possessed only half the strength yet still receiving serious injuries. There are a total of 6 different levels of stick techniques inside there. When Ho Fei entered it, he started to challenge from the lowest level stick technique. Step by step, he advanced. Over all these years, he had only managed to win once and started challenging the 2nd level stick technique. Moreover, the opponents who he challenged the whole time only had half his strength.
The great ape emperor looked at Chinyu.
Chinyu, if you were to enter there, your opponent would possess the same strength as you.
His stick technique would also not start from the 1st level.
Rather, it would start at the level corresponding to your soul's realm level.
What level is your soul's realm right now? Asked the great ape emperor.
Around level 2 or 3, immortal emperor,
replied Chinyu honestly. Then your opponent would be using level 2 stick techniques.
Furthermore, it'll be the highest ranked level 2 stick technique. The attack power displayed from that ought to be around 10 times that of a level 3 immortal emperor.
As for your opponent's defense, his defense was unequaled.
Only by knocking off the long stick in his hand would be able to win.
TL, Ra said Deshang ranked level 2. Deshang great success.
So, I decided to make it highest ranked for now unless I'm wrong.
Chinyu was truly astonished. Unequaled defense and with attack power 10 times that of a level 3 immortal emperor. Thus, when non-ape and monkey clansmen enter, they almost certainly will die. After all, your opponent's defense was unequaled.
Only through achieving a battle comprehension that surpassed him would you be able to knock off his long stick. The great ape emperor stared at Chinyu and said solemnly.
Chinyu, you best think over it clearly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 9. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 9, Cyan Guard. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip.
Both the Great Ape Emperor and the Ox Demon Emperor were looking at Qin Yu and waiting for his decision. An unequaled defense, only through knocking off the long stick the opponent held would one gain victory. Qin Yu was a little anxious. What he was most proud of was his defense. However, against the previous opponent that was reputed to have an unequaled defense, he was absolutely unable to match at all. With merely the comprehension of battles, would Qin Yu be able to achieve victory against the pinnacle of the level 2 stick technique? Suddenly, Qin Yu clenched his teeth. Ho Fei had came out. The Ox Demon Emperor's voice had brought Qin Yu attention over. At this moment, both the Ox Demon Emperor and the Great Ape Emperor looked toward the open platform outside of the inherited prohibited area's tunnel. Qin Yu also looked over. A familiar figure was staggering as he walked to the open platform. His body was also covered with bloodstains. It was precisely Ho Fei that Qin Yu had not seen in years. Fei Fei! Qin Yu shouted. However, Ho Fei appeared to have not heard Qin Yu shout and sat down with his legs crossed. He placed his black stick on top of his knees. Ho Fei continued to sit like this with his legs crossed, eyes closed, and his hands grasping that black stick firmly. Even with strong wind brushing past his body, Ho Fei still remained motionless. Fei Fei! Qin Yu shouted anxiously. How many years has it been since they've last seen each other? A deep emotion was surging forth from the bottom of Qin Yu's heart. Qin Yu, you should stop shouting. Ho Fei can neither hear nor see you. Have you forgotten that the entire inherited prohibited area was completely wrapped by heart-clearing wind? Once you have entered, you'll feel as if you've entered a tiny world and would be unable to hear and see anything from the outside world. The Great Ape Emperor Sun Yuan stopped Qin Yu. Only then did Qin Yu grow clear-headed. He then had a self-mocking laugh. He was bewildered by emotions and had forgotten about the heart-clearing winds effect. Qin Yu carefully looked at the current Ho Fei. The current Ho Fei, when compared to before, had a bit less naughtiness and mischievousness and a bit more determination. Sitting atop of the open platform, he appeared like a carved sculpture, not moving even the slightest when brushed by strong wind. Fei Fei, from Ho Fei's pale complexion and his bloodied garments, Qin Yu was able to tell that Ho Fei was most certainly seriously injured. Qin Yu looked toward the Great Ape Emperor. With his brows creased, he said, Senior Great Ape Emperor, has Fei Fei always been receiving serious injuries in the inherited prohibited area the whole time? The Great Ape Emperor Sun Yuan tranquilly smiled and said, When inside the inherited prohibited area, one must go through a hard battle every time. If one was to be careless, one could even lose one's life. The people that the inherited prohibited area dispatches do not possess even the slightest amount of mercy. Ho Fei would nearly battle once or twice every day. Other than managing to successfully defeat the first level stick technique, all the other times, Ho Fei has been defeated and seriously injured. Qin Yu's heart jolted. Once or twice every day? A battle of life and death like this, Qin Yu knows that it would consume a lot of energy and mental strength every time. To battle so frequently, even if it was him Qin Yu, he believed that it'll also be awfully difficult for him to bear that. For it to be that fierce every single time, what if Ho Fei dies? Qin Yu looked toward the Great Ape Emperor. The Great Ape Emperor shook his head and proudly laughed. Die? Ho Fei is a super divine beast and started out from challenging the lowest level, the level 1 stick technique. In such an incremental progress, although every battle would be very hard for Ho Fei, it was not enough to cause him to lose his life. If he were to die so easily, then it can only be blamed on the fact that Ho Fei wasn't deserving of his super divine beast status. Senior Great Ape Emperor, how many times have you entered the inherited prohibited area? Qin Yu suddenly asked. Qin Yu clearly remembered that the super divine beasts of the ape and monkey clan possessed 3 opportunities to enter the inherited prohibited area. I've already entered 3 times. The Great Ape Emperor had a slightly helpless expression. Had I only entered the inherited prohibited area twice, I would definitely have used my last opportunity to go in and get Ho Fei for you. However now, you can only rely on yourself. Qin Yu instead felt relaxed. This Great Ape Emperor had entered it 3 times and is still alive. With Fei Fei's aptitude, he likely would not easily die. Qin Yu looked toward the Great Ape Emperor. Senior Great Ape Emperor, how many years has it been since Fei Fei entered the inherited prohibited area? And what is his current cultivation level? The Great Ape Emperor had a slightly delighted expression. Ho Fei had been in there for 60 years. 60 years ago he was a level 6 Demon King. As for now, I estimate that he's a level 2 or 3 Demon Emperor. Only 60 years. The Ox Demon Emperor gasped in admiration. Oh Sun Yuan, for your ape and monkey clan to possess the inherited prohibited area was simply allowing you guys to occupy a dominant position.
If he was to train and cultivate normally, then even though this Hofei is very talented, he'll likely only be level 7 or 8 Demon King. However, he instead reached a level 2 or 3 Demon Emperor.
Sun Yuan tranquilly smiled.
The super divine beasts of my ape and monkey clan, ever since the senior descended from the divine realm and created the inherited prohibited area, every successive generation of our super divine beasts all used battle to achieve comprehension. Our cultivation speed does not have much relation with the passage of time.
Instead, it was related to the frequency of our battles.
Although it was merely 60 years, but Hofei had experienced 20 to 30,000 life and death battles.
With this many battles, how could achieving level 2 or 3 Demon Emperor level be considered something extraordinary? Xinyu, let me ask you. After you ascended to the immortal, devil and demon realm, how many life and death battles have you had? Sun Yuan looked at Xinyu.
Xinyu thought about it for a moment and then smiled regretfully.
About 10 or so.
10, the gap between 10 and 20 to 30,000 was something that everyone knows.
You can continue to show off. The Ox Demon Emperor scowled. Life and death battles, do you think that it's that easy to find experts of the same level? If your opponent was to be too strong, then your life might be finished. If your opponent was too weak, there won't be any effect at all. To both have a life and death battle while also not dying, did you think that it's that easy to satisfy this demand?
In my entire life, I also only have had less than 100 such battles. Other than your ape and monkey clan's inherited prohibited area, which other place would allow Hofei to battle that many times in a mere 60 years?
Right when they were conversing, Hofei, who was sitting cross-legged on the open platform, stood up. Holding the black stick in his hand, Hofei once again entered into the tunnel. Senior Great Ape Emperor, if I want to go in, do I just directly rush into there? Xinyu's voice suddenly sounded. You really want to go in?
The Great Ape Emperor looked at Xinyu in shock. Against an enemy with unequaled defensive and attack power that's 10 times that of a level 3 Immortal Emperor, the Great Ape Emperor did not believe that Xinyu would have a large success rate.
Xinyu, I know that you possess the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. However, that is useless there.
The Great Ape Emperor thought that Xinyu was planning to use the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. If you were to send out the Demon Emperors within the 10,000 Beast Atlas, the inherited prohibited area would automatically send out someone who's at the same strength and 10 times the attack power as the Demon Emperors you send out. The more Demon Emperors you send out, the faster the inherited prohibited area would send out people to match your Demon Emperors.
You could only rely on yourself. Senior Great Ape Emperor, you don't need to try persuading me. I merely wanted to know, if I want to go in, how do I go in? Xinyu asked once again. The Great Ape Emperor looked toward Xinyu.
Xinyu's expression remained the same even after being stared by the Great Ape Emperor.
Fine, if you wanted to go in, you only need to directly fly over there. Remember, once you fly over there, you would not be able to easily come out from. You are only qualified to come out after finishing a battle. Said the Great Ape Emperor attentively. I understand.
After saying these words, Xinyu was prepared to fly over.
Wait a moment. There's one more thing.
The Great Ape Emperor said hastily.
Xinyu stopped his movement.
Xinyu, once you enter that tunnel, you'll be faced with a battle. In the entire inherited prohibited area, the only safe place is that open platform. The Great Ape Emperor pointed toward the open platform. That's the place where Hofei sat to recover from his injuries.
Only that place is safe. Also, once you stepped into the tunnel, you'll be confronted with a battle. I got it. Xinyu nodded.
Xinyu, after you entered it, you only need to finish a battle against your enemy, you don't need to win, you merely need to survive the battle.
Once you flee back to the open platform, you'll be able to come back out. The method for you to come back one is walking to the bluestone on the edge of the open platform and stand on top of it. The inherited prohibited area would automatically send you back out.
Xinyu nodded, he then flew toward the floating little mountain. Seeing Xinyu's fleeting figure, the Great Ape Emperor and the Ox Demon Emperor glanced at each other.
Sun Yuan, do you think Xinyu can survive? Said the Ox Demon Emperor quietly. He has a very low chance of coming out alive.
The Great Ape Emperor shook his head. Xinyu's body traveled past the heart-clearing wind. As the heart-clearing wind brushed past Xinyu's body, they did not cause the slightest amount of injuries.
Xinyu descended on top of the open stone platform. This open stone platform was not very big. On its edge was an extremely glossy blue stone. This was the method to exit. Xinyu turned around to look. Sure enough, the entire inherited prohibited area had turned into a little world. He was unable to see anything from the outside.
Foreign clansmen, you have a short period of time to prepare yourself.
You would soon be greeted with your enemy.
A voice sounded in Qin Yu's mind.
Qin Yu's expression changed.
Fast as a lightning, he immediately rushed into the deep and unmeasurable tunnel before his eyes.
This tunnel was a bit long.
However, with Qin Yu's speed, in merely a blink of an eye's time, he had rushed through to the end of the tunnel and arrived on an extremely vast hall. Qin Yu stopped when he reached this extremely vast hall.
That's because there are 6 tunnels in front of him. These 6 tunnels were not long.
Qin Yu was able to faintly see that at the end of these 6 tunnels were large halls much like the one that he's currently in. Qin Yu raised his head and looked at the row of words carved onto the wall of the vast hall.
Heaven's startling stick cannon. What powerful grandeur.
With merely those 4 words, they had already caused Qin Yu to tremble in his heart, as if what was in front of him were not words but instead an extremely towering mountain that pierces through the heavens. Qin Yu swept his gaze around. On the walls, other than the words Heavenly Startling Stick Cannon, there was pictures and some handwritings. Those are a series of pictures depicting a person using the long stick. These pictures were separated into 6 groups.
They are respectively: Heaven Startling Stick Cannon's 72 stick strikes. Heaven Startling Stick Cannon's 36 stick strikes. Heavenly Startling Stick Cannon's 18 stick strikes.
Heavenly Startling Stick Cannon's 9 stick strikes.
Heavenly Startling Stick Cannon's 3 stick strikes. Heavenly Startling Stick Cannon's single stick strike.
However, those pictures appeared to be extremely mysterious. Like illusions, they were unceasingly fleeting and changing.
Qin Yu was unable to even clearly see even a single image.
It was so much that Qin Yu even began to become suspicious as to whether or not they were really pictures.
The descendants of my ape and monkey clan, before they ascend to the divine realm, if they were to be able to succeed in mastering the Heavenly Startling Stick Cannon's single stick strike, then they would be able to join my sect and become my disciple.
The words carved at the bottom of the pictures had caused Qin Yu a great shock. The person who had left these words ought to be that senior of the apes and monkey clan that had descended from the divine realm.
Qin Yu guessed in his heart.
Right at this moment, an ice-cold voice sounded in Qin Yu's mind. Foreign clansman, seeing that you possessed a low-quality divine armor, let me warn you first. You are not allowed to use the low-quality divine armor.
Otherwise, you will be killed directly. Qin Yu was startled.
Your opponent would possess the same strength as you. The stick technique that he would be using would be the Heavenly Startling 36 stick strikes. In the event that you do not use your low-level divine armor, if you were to be able to attain victory or escape to the open stone platform outside alive, you would be able to safely depart from this prohibited area. Hearing all this, Qin Yu's expression changed.
Not allowed to use the divine armor? How do I fight then? Qin Yu grew a bit anxious.
Qin Yu did not doubt this voice at all. To be able to control a planet-sized cosmic fragmentary golden stream, this person would definitely be able to kill him easily. For example, if he were to throw Qin Yu into the cosmic fragmentary golden stream, then Qin Yu would likely die on the spot.
You are to enter the second battlefield. The ice-cold voice sounded.
Qin Yu then felt as if the times had flied.
Dumbstruck, Qin Yu looked at the location that he's currently in.
It is a spacious and empty area inside the mountain.
Qin Yu's heart moved.
He turned around to look. Sure enough, there's a tunnel that leads to here.
Qin Yu was able to faintly see the other end of the tunnel.
The other side of the tunnel should be the great hall that he was previously at.
Could it be that this place was one of the other end of the 6 tunnels that I saw? Qin Yu guessed in his heart. Qin Yu was correct.
The 6 tunnels led to 6 different battlefields. At this moment, Ho Fei was fighting at the first tunnel's channel. And Qin Yu, he was sent by the inherited prohibited area's mysterious energy to the second battlefield.
Huff!
A figure arrived on the second battlefield from thin air. This person was holding a cyan-colored long stick.
He was extremely lean and naked on the upper body.
This was Qin Yu's opponent.
Foreign clansman, your opponent is I.
This man looked at Qin Yu coldly. I am the Cyan Guard of the 6 Great Guards of the inherited prohibited area.
Cyan Guard? Qin Yu didn't dare to relax in the slightest.
The Cyan Guard, when fighting against foreign clansmen, you are to use the same strength that he possesses. The voice that had previously sounded in Qin Yu's mind sounded in the second battlefield.
The Cyan Guard showed a respectful expression. He bowed and said, Yes, my lord. Foreign clansman, according to Master's rules, this is to test your comprehension toward battles.
If you were to use your divine armor to forcefully take on the attacks, then you would be breaking Master's rules. He who breaks Master's rules would definitely die. The ice-cold voice resounded in the spacious and empty battlefield. Qin Yu felt that the people of the inherited prohibited area was extremely frightening.
He was able to sense that the strength of this Cyan guard in front of him was unfathomable. He was merely suppressing his power to be the same level as him. This inherited prohibited area has 6 great guards. What other formidable people are here?
Begin. An ice-cold voice sounded. The Cyan Emperor raised his eyes.
His gaze was fixed on Qin Yu like a viper. Suddenly, the long stick in the Cyan guard's hand was flipped over. Like a rain shower, it filled the sky and covered all directions. Qin Yu's line of sight was filled with a countless amount of stick silhouettes.
With merely a single move, Qin Yu was already unable to flee.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 10. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 10, Meeting. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Unable to escape, Qin Yu calmly stood his ground.
Like they were plucking stringed instruments, Qin Yu's 10 fingers were magically flicking. Momentarily, countless golden finger rays appeared and covered the skies. The amount of golden finger rays were definitely no less than the amount of stick silhouettes.
Meteor finger techniques 10,000 weighty fingers.
The stick silhouettes and finger rays all dissipated. This time, the attacks from both Qin Yu and the Cyan Guard were crowd attacks. Although each of the stick silhouettes and finger rays do not possess a very strong power, but they covered a wide area. The Cyan Guard had a slightly excited expression. For finger technique to break through the stick technique, it is the first time that I've come across that. Let's see how you'll take on my next move. However, the Cyan Guard's speech were stopped in the middle. That's because a sky-covering amount of golden finger rays were once again shot toward him.
Idiot. Qin Yu sneered in his heart. Only an idiot would stop to sprout nonsense in the middle of a battle.
This Cyan Guard's actual strength greatly surpassed Qin Yu. Although his current attack power was suppressed to Qin Yu's level, but the Cyan Guard only took this battle as a game.
Only because of that did he bother to talk in the middle of a battle. You actually did this. The Cyan Guard sneered.
His Cyan long stick jolted and turned into a circle of stick silhouettes. Like an upside-down cone, it flew toward those golden finger rays. Every golden finger ray that was covered by the cone was turned into nothingness.
Not bad.
The Cyan Guard's expression changed. He was shocked to discover that majority of those golden finger rays were illusions.
Qin Yu had a slight cold grin on his face. This was the 1,000 illusions fingers of the meteor finger technique.
Amongst the 1,000 golden finger rays, there was only a single one that possessed an astonishing attack power.
The rest of them were all illusions to confuse the opponent.
If the 10,000 weighty fingers was to be a crowd attack where each of the finger rays possessed a weak amount of power, then this 1,000 illusions fingers was a single body attack where the only true finger ray within it possessed an enormous attack power. However, this Cyan Guard used a method to defend against crowd attack to defend against it. Although the stick silhouettes covered a large range, but the amount of power behind those stick silhouettes were weak.
Boom!
The true finger ray within the 1,000 illusions finger passed through the stick silhouettes and landed directly on that Cyan Guard's body. The Cyan Guard stopped. He did not continue to attack but instead looked carefully at Qin Yu.
His expression had turned even more concentrated. Foreign clansman, you are worthy enough for me to become serious. However, I must remind you that only when you knock down my long stick or escape to the open platform would you be able to save your life. It is completely useless for your attacks to land on my body. Qin Yu frowned.
This man who created these rules was truly a scoundrel.
What kind of test is this? Unequaled defense, and insisted that I knock down the weapon in order to win.
Qin Yu felt awfully wronged in his heart.
However, he does not have any other method.
As he was in the inherited prohibited area, he must comply with the rules. Foreign clansmen experienced the last 3 stick strikes of the heaven, startling 36 stick strikes.
The
Cyan Guard's long stick suddenly turned into a cyan-colored light. Qin Yu only felt that the cyan sword silhouette was like a ray of light as it arrived in front of him after 2 or 3 strange irregular changes.
Qin Yu was only able to fly back to retreat. 3 stick strikes ferociously landed on Qin Yu's body consecutively. Qin Yu was knocked against the wall.
He then fell on his stomach.
What a strange attack.
That's right, it's an attack that's created through the use of the space's fluctuation.
The principle behind it is the same as the 10 termination fingers. Qin Yu firmly stared at his opponent.
And at this moment, stick marks had already appeared on the surface of Qin Yu's body. His internal body was also seriously injured by the vibrations. Blood had already permeated to his body surface.
It's just that his life elemental energy had recovered him in a flash. Your body's defense is pretty strong. The Cyan Guard sneered.
The cyan stick's silhouette once again passed through the space in a strange line. However, this time around, Jinyu was already prepared for it. He flew back and at the same time flicked his 10 fingers rapidly. Simultaneously, 10 finger rays were shot out. They were shot out in 10 parallel lines. However, what's strange was that these 10 finger rays unexpectedly came together into one. Meteor Finger Technique's 10 termination fingers. Bang, dot. The 10 golden finger rays that had combined into one collided with that rapidly incoming stick silhouette. The Cyan Guard's attack had failed again. Jinyu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Everything was really as he had expected. The principle behind that stick technique's attack was exactly the same as his 10 termination fingers. The Cyan Guard's expression sunk. Foreign clansman, never had I expected that your battle comprehension was actually this high. The heaven-startling 36 stick strikes still have one more final move. I shall see whether or not you'll be able to take on that. The Cyan Guard raised his long stick. Jinyu's concentration was elevated to the peak. He stared at the Cyan Guard in front of him. This inherited prohibited area had limited his strength to be the same as mine. I don't believe that this inherited prohibited area could determine the strength of my sky-piercing finger. Watch carefully, foreign clansman, said the Cyan Guard indifferently. His long stick moved. Jinyu was only able to sense that the space had suddenly been twisted. In a blink of an eye, 36 stick silhouettes suddenly had appeared in front of him. These 36 stick silhouettes were arranged in front to back. However, Jinyu was able to sense that every one of them were true. Illusions, illusions. Jinyu determined in his heart that there was only one true stick silhouette and that it was impossible for there to be 36 stick silhouettes. However, Jinyu was unable to determine which is the true one using his eyes and immortal awareness. Jinyu only had a single chance. Bang! A stick silhouette ferociously landed on Jinyu's body. That's right, this is the moment. Jinyu's eyes shined. His index finger that was already prepared beforehand was thrusted to the long stick like lightning. Index finger, long stick. The two collided into each other. At this moment, time appeared to have been stopped. The 36 stick silhouettes have all disappeared. Bang! The Cyan Guard's hand was jolted ferociously. Jinyu also felt that his finger was numb. The Cyan Guard looked at Jinyu with an astonished expression. Your strength was definitely no higher than a level 3 immortal emperor. You were either concealing your strength, or, with your soul's realm level and your strength, it was impossible for your attack to be this powerful. Absolutely impossible. How could the Cyan Guard possibly know that Jinyu was able to use his black hole to accelerate and shoot out such a strange attack? Don't you run! The Cyan Guard's figure was shot forward rapidly. At this moment, Jinyu had already started to rapidly flee. Only an idiot would stop for you. Even the sky-piercing finger cannot knock down your long stick. Do I have any other way to knock down your long stick? Unfortunately, the Cyan Guard that was currently enraged actually violated the rule to suppress his strength to a level 3 immortal emperor. His speed was increased to a frightening level. In merely a moment, he appeared in front of Jinyu. This run and chase, Jinyu and the Cyan Guard had already ran from the second battlefield all the way to the main hall. It was the main hall that Jinyu first entered. Foreign clansmen, prepare to die. The Cyan Guard attacked again. Sigh, I failed again. This final 36 overlapping waves, I am always unable to block it. Hofei rapidly fled from the first battlefield. Ever since he successfully challenged the first level stick technique, Hofei had been constantly challenging the heaven-startling 36 stick strikes. However, he failed every single time. In all these years, Hofei had managed to learn 35 moves of the heaven-startling 36 stick strikes. He had always failed the final move by a bit. Only through completely comprehending the final move would he be able to defeat his opponent. When Hofei was fleeing, the Red Guard that was battling against him did not give chase. That's because the Red Guard also knew that the inherited prohibited area was created to train the descendants of the ape and monkey clan. Furthermore, the Red Guard was only allowed to use half of Hofei's strength, thus he was unable to catch up to Hofei with his speed. This 36 overlapping waves is an advanced level technique compared to the other 35 moves. It puts into use the comprehension of the space to transform and store the body's energy in order to create an explosive power in a split moment. It continuously shoots out 36 stick silhouettes to create the strongest attack power. While Hofei was fleeing, he was also thinking about the technique in his heart. After all these years, Hofei was completely certain about the principle of the 36 overlapping waves. It's just that he was lacking a bit when trying to use it. There's battle ahead. While Hofei was rapidly flying out, he sensed that there was an intense battle in the main hall ahead of him. Strange.
There's someone else other than me in the inherited prohibited area? Didn't the great ape emperor use all three of his chances already? Ho Fei grew curious. Who exactly was the person in the battle? In a blink of an eye, Ho Fei had arrived on the main hall. At this moment, he saw a furious cyan guard carrying with him a cyan-colored long stick silhouette as it landed ferociously on a black-haired youngster. Seeing this black-haired youngster, Ho Fei's eyes were opened wide and round like a ball. Big brother. Ho Fei was shocked. He then became clear-headed. Ho Fei grew angry when he saw the situation of the battlefield. What's with this cyan guard? He's relying on the fact that he possessed an unequaled defense and doesn't bother to defend at all. Instead, he is chasing after my big brother and attacking him. The current situation was precisely that. The cyan guard was determined that Qin Yu was concealing his strength. This caused the cyan guard to believe that he was deceived. The angry cyan guard was completely exploiting the loophole within the rules. He had completely given up defense and started to only attack. No matter how strong Qin Yu was, it was still impossible for him to defend against that. Ha! The cyan guard's body's energy started to move about following a special method. He once again executed the strongest move of the heaven-startling 36 stick strikes. Heaven-startling 36 stick strikes. It used a special method of energy movement to cause the energy to be stored up and then compressed to the extreme and then shoot out a stick rapidly. Then, following the first strike, it once again shot out a second stick strike. Following the second strike was the third strike. One strike after another, overlapping one another. When it reached the 36th stick strike, its power would become excessively strong. Under normal circumstances, even if a person was able to block the first strike, they would be unable to defend against the consecutive strikes following behind it. However, Qin Yu was able to directly use his sky-piercing finger to break through this technique. That's because the sky-piercing finger's power was too powerful. The vibration from the collision caused the cyan guard's stick to be jolted out of control. Although the cyan guard was still grabbing onto his stick, he was unable to continue to execute the move. This time around, the cyan guard had once again executed the heaven-startling 36 strikes. The cyan guard did not bother to defend at all. His long stick firmly hacked down. The stick silhouettes were swiftly moving. In a flash, 36 vaguely distinctive stick silhouettes appeared in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu was so angry in his heart that he wanted to curse out. However, he didn't have any other means than to use the same technique he did earlier. He took on a stick strike and then used his sky-piercing finger. Boom! The index finger collided with the stick. The cyan guard had a slight cold grin on his face. After that long stick was struck by Qin Yu's sky-piercing finger, it actually rapidly bounced back. The cyan guard's body turned around, the long stick rapidly made a 360-degree turn and came crushing at Qin Yu with an even more frightening speed. Borrowing the power. Too fast. Qin Yu's expression changed. After borrowing the power from Qin Yu's finger strike, the long stick's speed surpassed Qin Yu's reaction speed. He was unable to use the same method he used last time in time. Using his body to feel the true stick silhouette and then breaking through the attack. In order to do that, he required time in between the sensing and the attacking. The faster the speed the stick silhouette was, the harder it was for him to break through it. Bang! 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 4 stick strikes landed on Qin Yu's body consecutively. Each strike was faster than the one before it. The 36 overlapping waves, if the first strike was not broken, then the following strikes would be harder and harder to break. Qin Yu was filled with anger. This damned place. It doesn't allow him to use his divine armor, and furthermore, his opponent possessed an unequal defense. In order to win, one must knock down the opponent's long stick. What's with this? Murder. That's murder. What Qin Yu guessed was correct. When the inherited prohibited area was created, it was intentionally created to murder foreign clansmen. It merely left behind a bit of hope for them, that's all. Fuck, I'm not playing anymore. Qin Yu's eyes turned blood red. He was prepared to use the Jiang Lan's realm. However, right at this moment. Bang! 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 The same stick silhouettes. It's just that these stick silhouettes were black. They appeared from another directly and collided with the cyan guard's stick silhouettes unceasingly. The trajectory of these stick silhouettes were exactly the same. The attack method was also exactly the same. Big brother, quickly, flee. The guards of the inherited prohibited area are all vicious and merciless. A familiar voice transmission sounded in Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu looked over. Fei. Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised.
However, his expression immediately changed greatly.
Ho Fei only managed to consecutively block 20-some stick silhouettes. Finally, he was unable to block anymore.
The black stick was knocked flying and smashed onto the wall of the main hall.
Afterwards, another stick silhouette landed on Ho Fei.
Blood had covered Qin Yu's field of view.
Fei Fei. Qin Yu's eyes grew red. His body moved. In a flash, he was holding Ho Fei. He wanted to rapidly rush to the outside.
However, there were 7 more strikes from the 36 overlapping waves.
Qin Yu was knocked to the side from the first strike of these 7 strikes. He was unable to run toward the tunnel.
Big brother. Seeing this scene, the serious injured Ho Fei's eyes also grew red. However, in a blink of an eye, Ho Fei discovered that he was no longer in the main hall. He had already arrived in the Jianglan's realm. After taking Ho Fei into the Jianglan's realm, Qin Yu grew a lot more relaxed. Right when Qin Yu was prepared to enter the Jianglan's realm.
Stop.
An ice-cold voice sounded.
The Cyan Guard's body stopped. It was like he had received a body fixation technique. Cyan Guard, when you were chasing after the foreign clansman, in order to catch up to that foreign clansman, you've used energy that reached the level of level 6 Immortal Emperor. You had already surpassed the boundary within the regulation. He who violated the rules must die.
The ice-cold voice sounded. My lord, please spare my life. Please spare my life.
The Cyan Guard immediately kneeled down and said terrified.
Humph.
With a cold humph, the Cyan Guard grew motionless. Qin Yu, who was nearby, saw that the Cyan Guard's eyes had become dim. Soon after, the Cyan Guard fell on the ground motionlessly.
Qin Yu was astonished.
This lord of the inherited prohibited area was truly incomparably cold and merciless.
Foreign clansman, you may safely depart. That ice-cold voice had turned amiable.
Why did the lord in the inherited prohibited area not punish the Cyan Guard the moment when he broke the rules? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 11.
Book 13, 3 Brothers, Chapter 11, Same-Hearted Brothers.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip.
In the spacious and empty main hall inside the mountain, Qin Yu was the only one alive. Currently, Qin Yu's heart was still shuddering. Earlier, the Cyan Guard was unexpectedly killed by the Lord of the inherited prohibited area. Although Qin Yu was unable to tell what kind of method the Lord used to kill him, but the viciousness and mercilessness had still caused Qin Yu to shudder in his heart. Red Guard, take away the Cyan Guard's corpse. The Lord's voice resounded in the main hall once again. A red silhouette flashed by. A red-clothed man with an appearance that's very similar to the Cyan Guard appeared in the main hall. This Red Guard bent over and picked up the Cyan Guard's corpse. He had a slight sadness in his eyes.
Foreign clansman, why are you still here? Hearing this sentence, Qin Yu was abruptly woken up by it.
The lord of this inherited prohibited area has an extremely strange temperament. It's best to not waste time with him.
Qin Yu remembered his brother and immediately took Ho Fei out from the Jianglan's realm. As if he had teleported, Ho Fei appeared in the main hall out of thin air.
Big brother.
Ho Fei's eyes were already moist.
Qin Yu's heart also shivered. He then held back his emotions and said hurriedly,
let's not waste time anymore, let's go to a safe place first.
The only safe place within this inherited prohibited area was that open stone platform.
Ho Fei had also become clear-headed.
Right, let's go.
Ho Fei flipped his hand around and absorbed the black stick that was on the ground into his body. He then rapidly left the main hall together with Qin Yu.
They passed through the tunnel and arrived on the open stone platform. The open stone platform was isolated on the edge of this floating mountain.
Below it was a boundless void.
At the same time, there was strong wind blowing to it. The two brothers Qin Yu and Ho Fei were on top of this open stone platform. They looked at each other. At this time, the two of them were recalling the memories of their past.
The time when they first met at Uncle Lan's residence located at the bottom of the sea.
The time when they wandered around the seafloor cultivator world with Hei Yu. The glorious moment when they ultimately established the Stellar Tower.
There's also the helpless departure in front of the Niyang Realm's Blue Cloud Road.
All of their memories were fleeting past their minds. Amongst the three brothers, Ho Fei and Hei Yu had no choice but to ascend and enter the immortal, devil and demon realm before Qin Yu. As for Qin Yu, he had bitterly trained in the mortal realm for over 100 years. Only then did he manage to realize the Dark Star realm and achieve ascension. The separation of several hundred years, they have finally met each other again.
The last time they saw each other, they were both at the Deshang stage.
However, now, the two brothers were already emperor-level experts.
One of them was the Ape and Monkey Clan's super divine beast, the future Great Ape Emperor. The other was someone whose reputation had spread wide and far, the Chinyu that had stepped on Emperor Yu. Everything had changed, only that promise remained the same.
Hou Fei looked at Chinyu. His entire body was slightly trembling. Ever since he had arrived on the immortal, devil and demon realm, Hou Fei had always been thinking about meeting Chinyu and Heiyu again. He was unable to attain any news about Chinyu at all.
As for Heiyu, in accordance to the Great Ape Emperor's order, unless he had reached the Emperor level, he was not allowed to enter the territory of the Bird Clan.
Bitterly trained. He had frantically trained.
In these past couple hundred years, training hard and bitterly was all that Hou Fei ever did.
Including all the life and death battles that he had done in the inherited prohibited area, what did he do all those for?
It's also that he could go and find his brothers, also that he could be qualified to protect his brothers.
Finally,
his big brother had came. Big brother. Tears were forming on Hou Fei's eye socket.
He hugged Chinyu tightly. The giant teardrops started to flow out from Hou Fei's eyes. Fei.
Chinyu also tightly hugged his second brother. Ever since he had arrived in the immortal, devil and demon realm, Chinyu had always been lonely in heart and in spirit. He had always wanted to be together with his brothers, always trying his best in order to accomplish that. Even when he was being chased by Emperor Yu, Blood Devil Emperor and them, Chinyu had never once retreated from his goal. And now, he had finally succeeded. After a long time, the two brothers stopped hugging each other and separated themselves.
Big brother, how did you manage to find me? How have you been all these years?
Oh, that's right,
did you manage to create the later stages of your stellar transformation? Do you know how that mixed-haired bird is doing? Do you? Hou Fei asked 7 questions in succession.
He suddenly stopped. That's because he saw that Chinyu had opened his mouth to reply but didn't know how to reply.
Big brother, I got a bit too emotional.
Hou Fei scratched his head and then grinned.
It's okay, I'm also very emotional right now.
Chinyu felt that his whole body was comfortable and warm. That warm sensation came from the heart and soul.
Soon after. Fei, how have these past couple hundred years been for you? Hou Fei said proudly.
In these past couple hundred years, I roughly did 2 things. One was finding that mixed-hair bird, and the other was to continue training.
I had also tried to find you before. However, I did not know where you ascended to, nor did I know when you'll ascend.
I was even worrying that you might not be able to successfully create the later stages of the stellar transformation.
Chinyu nodded and said.
That's true. At that time, I was also wondering what might have happened if I failed to create the later stages. I have not seen you guys nor have I seen Lear again, so I had always been demanding myself to not fail.
Fortunately,
I managed to succeed in my creation.
Big brother, it seems to me that your current strength is pretty powerful.
I had originally thought that I'll be the strongest amongst us 3 brothers now. Never had I expected that Big Brother is also this strong now.
Could it be that Big Brother had been training hard and bitterly ever since you ascended to the immortal, devil and demon realm? Asked Hou Fei.
Chinyu took a deep breath, he slowly said.
About this matter, we must talk about the grudges between Emperor Yu and I. Emperor Yu? Could it be that idiot provoked you? Hou Fei's eyes started to open wide. Chinyu reached out his hand and patted Hou Fei's shoulder.
He then slowly began to talk about what had happened after he arrived in the immortal, devil and demon realm. From the time when his disciple died on the Maple Moon Star, causing him to incur hatred with Emperor Yu, to the battle in the Blue Flame Star. Then to the battle against the Blood Devil Emperor's son on the Hidden Emperor Star.
And then to the time on the Blue Snow Star when he was chased by the 2 great experts. All the way till the sealing element refining flames array.
In the whole series of events that Chinyu described, Hou Fei had been anxious for Chinyu the entire time as he listened. Although Chinyu was currently well and living, but hearing about those battles had still caused Hou Fei to become anxious. Ever since I opened the 3rd layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, killed 26 immortal emperors and forced Emperor Yu to flee, no one dared to provoke me again.
After that, I effortlessly arrived here.
After Chinyu finished his story, and he also let out a deep breath.
Hou Fei's eyes were blinking nonstop.
They were flickering with anger. That idiot Emperor Yu and that Blood Devil Emperor, they actually dared to bully you like that.
Hou Fei's anger soared. He then looked at Chinyu.
Big brother, your disciple Lu Hanshu was actually hounded to death by them, those bastards.
Chinyu waved his hand and said.
Don't worry, they would one day repay everything that they had done. Chinyu's tone was dull. However, his eyes shined with fierceness.
Oh, that's right.
Big brother, earlier I had abruptly disappeared from the main hall and arrived in another world.
What was that? Ho Fei looked at Qin Yu curiously.
Earlier, he was in the Jianglan's realm and worried about Qin Yu, so he didn't think too much about it.
However, now, he got curious. Qin Yu smiled and said,
"That is the divine artifact that Uncle Lan gave me, the Jianglan's realm."
Uncle Lan? Ho Fei suddenly understood. Uncle Lan is truly powerful.
That Jianglan's realm that he gave you was amazing. The black stick that he gave me was also amazing.
What happened to the black stick? Qin Yu asked.
According to what Qin Yu knew, this black stick was only as hard as a divine artifact. It appeared that there's nothing else to it.
Ho Fei chuckled.
Big brother, did you know that before I even came to the inherited prohibited area, I had already reached level 6 Demon King? From level 1 Heavenly Demon to level 6 Demon King, it merely took me a bit over 200 years.
Don't you think that's a bit too fast?
Now that Qin Yu thought about it, it was indeed too fast. Even the genius Immortal Emperor, Jun Luoyu, still took several hundred years and almost 1,000 years to reach level 2 Immortal Emperor. It is likely that it took him 200 to 300 years to reach the level 6 Golden Immortal. For Ho Fei to reach that level so fast, it was truly astonishing. The reason why my cultivation speed was fast was precisely because of this black stick,"
said Ho Fei complacently. "Oh?" Qin Yu looked at the black stick in Ho Fei's hand with astonishment.
Ho Fei mashed his lips twice and then said, "About this black stick, I don't know why, but when I am holding the black stick, I started to feel more intimate with the cosmic nature. My soul's realm also rises rapidly.
However, if I am not holding the black stick, I am unable to achieve that profound sensation." "There's such an effect?" Qin Yu was amazed. If that really was the case, then it ought to be because of Uncle Lan. After all, the black stick was given to Ho Fei by Uncle Lan. Talking about Uncle Lan, Qin Yu and Ho Fei were both filled with amazement.
However, toward Uncle Lan himself, the two brothers did not know much about him.
"Fei, do you have news regarding Xiao He?" Qin Yu suddenly asked.
"I remember that you had previously tried to find Xiao He."
Ho Fei nodded and said,
"That's right, I went to find that mixed-hair bird before, relying on that mystic ice lion beast that had a soul connection with him. It's just that right after I had determined that the mixed-hair bird was in the bird clan's territory, I was brought back by the great ape emperor before I was even able to enter the bird clan's territory to search for him."
Suddenly, Ho Fei's expression grew solemn.
"Big brother, I had always been worrying about a certain thing."
"Go ahead."
Qin Yu felt his eyelid jumped. With a serious expression, Ho Fei said, "According to what the profound ice lion beast, Shizhan, the mixed-hair bird ought to have been moving about a large range in the bird clan's territory.
I suspect that he is being chased by someone." Qin Yu's expression changed.
He had once considered that a possibility, it's just that he was not willing to accept that.
Qin Yu immediately denounced it.
"That's impossible.
You also know that Xiao He was at the very least a high-level divine beast."
"With merely the information that I managed to inquire, in the period when Xiao He ascended, there were no high-level divine beasts like him that had ascended to the immortal, devil, and demon realm. Thus, Xiao He was a variation divine beast that no one knew about. As a variation divine beast, there certainly would not be anyone in the immortal, devil, and demon realm that could know about him. If no one knew about him, who would go and chase to kill him for no reason?"
Qin Yu still remembered what Ao Woming had told him. Ho Fei nodded and said,
"Big brother, what you said makes sense. There are indeed high-level divine beasts within the Eagle clan, but they are not black eagles. Mixed-hair bird was definitely a variation divine beast and not many people would know about him. However, this does not signify that there would not be anyone chasing after him and trying to kill him.
It might be that he provoked someone after he ascended."
"Big brother."
Ho Fei solemnly looked at Qin Yu.
"You ought to know that neither one of us had ascended to the immortal, devil, and demon realm for a long time. While I am able to train and cultivate to my current strength through the usage of the black stick in the inherited prohibited area, but what about the mixed-hair bird? Xiao He has the cloud-piercing spear,"
hurriedly replied Qin Yu.
"This cloud-piercing spear was created with the same material as Ho Fei's black stick.
They are both given to them respectively by Uncle Lan.
Maybe it also had that kind of cultivation assisting function."
"That's right." Ho Fei nodded.
"However, big brother, you have to understand that even if he possessed the cloud-piercing spear, how far would he reach in a mere 300 years? The reason that I was able to reach level 3 Demon Emperor from level 6 Demon King in a mere 60 years was all because of the inherited prohibited area. If I didn't have the inherited prohibited area, relying on the black stick, I would at most be level 8 or 9 Demon King right now. Big brother, you ought to know about how great the gap between Emperor level and the levels below it are. Ho Fei's words had caused Qin to tremble in his heart.
Indeed. Ho Fei was able to train and cultivate to level 3 Demon Emperor because of the inherited prohibited area, but what about Xiao He? The levels below Emperor level.
Back then, on the Maple Moonstar, Qin relied on the body of the sword immortal puppet but was still unable to injure Yu Qingzi. The Emperor level domain was the greatest assistance to prevail over those below the Emperor level.
Big brother, you shouldn't worry. That was merely a guess of mine.
Seeing that Qin was somewhat worried, Ho Fei immediately said.
Qin nodded and said, I understand all that you said and it makes a lot of sense.
There truly are a lot of people in the Bird Clan that possesses the power to chase and kill Xiao He. However, at the very least, Xiao He is still alive. If Xiao He were to die, then his spiritual beast Shizhan would naturally know about it. Thus, regardless of whether Xiao He is safe or not, we must still hurry up and go to the Bird Clan's territory as soon as possible to find him,
said Qin resolutely.
If he was to be safe, then we'll just consider it that us 3 brothers would have our reunion earlier.
Qin started to laugh.
However, his eyes turned cold in a flash. If there really was someone chasing after Xiao He trying to kill him, then we shall go and extinguish that scoundrel.
Right. Ho Fei also grew excited. Back then, us 3 brothers swept through the seafloor cultivation realm, who dared to provoke us. Now is the same, even if it is the immortal, devil and demon realm, whoever dared to provoke any of us 3 brothers, they'll be provoking all 3 of us. Ho Fei was truly a tyrannical brute.
His eyes had even turned red as he said those.
Fei, let's leave here immediately? Asked Qin.
After all, Ho Fei only possessed 3 opportunities to enter the inherited prohibited area. To waste one means that he'll have one less opportunity.
What are we waiting for? Ho Fei started to laugh loudly. I already can't wait anymore. Furthermore, I still have 2 more chances after this one. Did you think that I'm that idiot Great Ape Emperor?
If I was to truly train and cultivate, then I'll be able to reach the heaven-startling single stick strike realm in a single try.
Qin saw Ho Fei's arrogant appearance. He didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. This heaven-startling stick technique was separated into 6 different techniques.
The current Ho Fei was still not able to successfully master the second technique. In addition, the further it goes, the harder it becomes. For Ho Fei master the 6th technique, the difficulty isn't just simply hard. Good, since Fei you don't even care about this opportunity, then I would also not be wasting time.
Let's go.
After we get out, we'll bring Shizhan with us and immediately set off for the Bird Clan's territory.
Qin was filled with enthusiasm. Ho Fei also shouted excitedly.
The 2 brothers immediately stepped on top of that smooth-surfaced bluestone on the edge of the open stone platform. That bluestone faintly shined with light. Qin and Ho Fei were directly sent out of the inherited prohibited area. It's just that after Qin and Ho Fei left, an indistinct and low murmuring sound was sent out from the inherited prohibited area. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 12. Book 13 3 Brothers, Chapter 12, The Place to Intercept and Kill. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip.
Inside the core region of the disk that's composed of boundless amount of cosmic fragmentary golden stream. In front of the floating mountain, the Great Ape Emperor and the Ox Demon Emperor were chatting with each other. Just at the moment when the 2 were excited in their chat, Qin and Ho Fei suddenly appeared in front of the Great Ape Emperor and the Ox Demon Emperor.
Qin, you managed to survive?
Both the Great Ape Emperor and the Ox Demon Emperor had expressions of amazement.
Qin glanced at the Great Ape Emperor.
He was a bit angry in his heart. He was angry that the Great Ape Emperor actually did not clearly explain the most important aspect. The inherited prohibited area does not allow the usage of divine armors. When Qin entered it, he was mostly relying on the fact that his divine armor's defense was powerful.
Why didn't this Great Ape Emperor tell me?
If he wanted to harm me, there was no need for him to use such a method.
Qin became puzzled. Was he exactly a friend or foe? Qin was unable to determine that at the moment. Senior Great Ape Emperor, I want to ask you about a thing. Qin looked at the Great Ape Emperor. Little brother Qin, go ahead and ask, said the Great Ape Emperor while smiling. Qin expression grew solemn. I only found out after I entered the inherited prohibited area that the inherited prohibited area does not allow the usage of divine armor. You had not told me about this before. Can you tell me the reason for that? Ho Fei also looked at the Great Ape Emperor.
His brows started to crease and a trace of anger was shown in his eyes.
Your Majesty, my big brother is a foreign clansman, he would be met with extreme danger when entering the inherited prohibited area. How could you have allowed him to enter there? Also, you didn't even tell him about the matter of not being allowed to use divine armors? Even if this Sun Yuan was the great ape emperor, Ho Fei would still not allow him to treat his own big brother like so. Fei, I decided to enter the inherited prohibited area on my own. That was something that Qin Yu admitted. The great ape emperor smiled embarrassedly, he said. Little brother Qin Yu, you were so anxious to enter the inherited prohibited area, as I was rushing to tell you about some things you have to remember, I had forgotten to tell you about the matter with the divine armor. As to whether or not you'll believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. It's just that I know that because of my forgetfulness, I had caused you to subject yourself to danger, that I must truly apologize for. Hearing the great ape emperor saying it like this, Qin Yu decided to forgive him. For one, if the great ape emperor wanted to kill him, there's no need for him to use such small trickery. Secondly, with how high and revered the status of the great ape emperor possessed, yet he still apologized to him. Lastly, Qin Yu believed that the great ape emperor were not someone who would use such small trickery. Senior great ape emperor, at that time you had to tell me all those important issues, for you to forget about telling me one of them was also very normal. Qin Yu decided to keep the peace. The gaze that the great ape emperor looked at Qin Yu with had clearly changed. As the great ape emperor loved to battle, he had always been a blunt person and was disinclined to use small tricks. Furthermore, he was naturally a bit of a careless person. Imperial City of the Jade Cloud Star. Qin Yu, Ho Fei, Man Qian, the Great Ape Emperor and the Ox Demon Emperor were all present. The Great Ape Emperor had stayed by the inherited prohibited area before precisely to look after Ho Fei. Now that Ho Fei had came out from the inherited prohibited area, he naturally had also came here. Ho Fei touched his nose and casually said, Your Majesty, you had also examined it, I had completely mastered the second stick technique, I ought to be able to go the bird clan's territory now, right? Hearing this, the great ape emperor smiled. A bit before Qin Yu had arrived, Ho Fei had learned all but the final move of the second stick technique. He had still not completely mastered the 36 overlapping waves. However, he was barely able to use the initial stages of that attack. At the moment when Qin Yu was attacked by this move, being worried about Qin Yu, the furious Ho Fei had also used the 36 overlapping waves to ward off the Cyan Guard's 36 overlapping waves. In reality, at that time, Ho Fei had already comprehended the essence of that move. Although he was unable to completely ward off the attack, it was mostly because the Cyan Guard's 36 overlapping waves had already overlapped each other. Each of his stick strikes were stronger than the last one. It was because of that Ho Fei did not manage to ward off the attack. Ho Fei himself was also confused about it. When he came back to the Jade Cloud Star and began training again, he found out that he was capable of executing the 36 overlapping waves now. Ho Fei, you had successfully learned the second stick technique and your strength is also at the level 3 Demon Emperor level now. Indeed, you do have the qualifications to enter the Bird Clan's territory now, said the Great Ape Emperor Sun Yuan while laughing. Ho Fei was overjoyed. He laughed happily. Big brother, it would seem that we would be able to depart for the Bird Clan's territory tomorrow. Tomorrow? The Great Ape Emperor Sun Yuan, the Ox Demon Emperor Man Quan and Man Qian were all stunned. Qin Yu nodded. He smiled and said, We are currently worried about our third brother, we truly cannot stay here any longer. Hearing Qin Yu saying it like this, the other three all knew that it was already determined. The Great Ape Emperor Sun Yuan shook his head and smiled. A golden battle armor appeared on his body. This was precisely the Great Ape Emperor Sun Yuan's divine armor. Showing off? Muttered Ho Fei in a low voice. Divine armors were rare and precious. There were merely a couple of them in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm. However, what Sun Yuan did caused people to be amazed. He removed the blood contract from the divine armor and held the divine armor with his hand while placing it in front of Ho Fei. He said solemnly, Ho Fei, accept the Golden Abyss. From today on, the Golden Abyss is yours. Ho Fei was dumbstruck. Only after a long time did he manage to stammeringly say, Your Majesty, what are you doing? The Great Ape Emperor lightly smiled. You are the future Great Ape Emperor of my ape and monkey clan, your safety is very important. Although you had reached the Emperor level, but for you to survive the Bird Clan's territory, there are a great amount of demon emperors there that can kill you. If you possessed this Golden Abyss, then there would not be many that could threaten your life. Those that are able to threaten you, I am acquainted with all of them. They also know about your importance to my ape and monkey clan. As they know about the severity of your well-being, they would not touch you. The Great Ape Emperor's face was filled with smiles. Well then, accept it. Ho Fei really liked this divine armor.
He even said that the Great Ape Emperor was showing off out of jealousy when he saw it appearing on the Great Ape Emperor's body.
However, who would have expected such a thing to happen? What about you? Ho Fei looked at the Great Ape Emperor. The Great Ape Emperor said heroically,
I, through the entire immortal, devil and demon realm, with my Sun Yuan strength, even if I am not using a divine armor, how many people could possibly cause me harm? Moreover, you better not forget that all the years that I spent in the inherited prohibited area were no joke.
Ho Fei immediately accepted the divine armor with a face filled with smiles.
While others didn't know about the Great Ape Emperor's true strength, Ho Fei does. The Great Ape Emperor had already successfully mastered the heaven-startling 3 stick strikes. According to Ho Fei's estimations, ordinarily, the Great Ape Emperor would use the 4th stick technique, the heaven-startling 9 stick strikes, and would already topple over ordinary level 9 immortal emperors. If he were to use the 5th stick technique, the heaven-startling 3 stick strikes, then the Peng Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor, who both possessed an inherited treasure, would likely not be much stronger than the Great Ape Emperor. Of course, if the Great Ape Emperor were to be able to one day comprehend and then master the highest level stick technique, the heaven-startling single stick strike, then he'll likely become the true unequaled person in the immortal, devil and demon realm. Unfortunately, the difficulty of that was truly too great. In the countless years of successive Great Ape Emperors, there had only been a single Great Ape Emperor that managed to learn the heaven-startling single stick strike. Majority of them had only managed to reach the heaven-startling 3 stick strikes.
Heaven-startling single stick strike, if I were to be able to comprehend that one day, then who in the immortal, devil and demon realm would dare act arrogant in front of me?
Muttered Ho Fei in his heart. The Great Ape Emperor's actions and words had caused Qin to be without the slightest amount of grudge toward him now.
The second day. Qin and Ho Fei were standing outside of the imperial city.
They were prepared to set off to the Bird Clan's territory to search for their brother Heyu. In order to find Heyu, they naturally cannot do that without Shi Zhan.
As for Shi Zhan, he was currently inside the Jianglan's realm.
Shi Zhan is too weak, it'll allow me to be better at ease for him to be inside the Jianglan's realm. These were the words that Qin told Ho Fei when he took Shi Zhan into his Jianglan's realm. After Qin and Ho Fei bid their farewell to the Great Ape Emperor, the Ox Demon Emperor and Man Qian, they began their journey to find their third brother.
Outside the interstellar conveying arrays of the Jade Cloud Star.
Big brother, back when we were in the mortal realm, that mixed-hair bird would always fight with me. His strength right now would definitely be below me, I'm going to trample on him greatly this time around.
TSK Ho Fei was extremely excited.
Qin chuckled.
Fei, that's something that's hard to say.
Who knows, maybe Xiao He managed to attain some fortuitous encounter and is now even stronger than you.
That shouldn't be possible, right? Ho Fei was rubbing his chin and having an appearance of doubt. Well then, it's our turn now. Reminded Qin. He then stepped onto the interstellar conveying array with Ho Fei. Following a blurry brilliance, Qin and Ho Fei disappeared.
At this moment, a golden immortal was holding a transmission spiritual pearl in his hand. My lord, Qin and Ho Fei had stepped onto the third interstellar conveying array of the Jade Cloud Star. There are a lot of experts from the immortal realm and the devil realm and the demon realm. Due to the existence of interstellar conveying arrays, many people who are at or above the level of golden immortals were able to easily come and go about other realms.
Times. Immortal Emperor Mu Yan was flying amidst the clouds.
His destination was the current residence of Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor, a nameless small island. Immortal Emperor Mu Yan, with his strength, was naturally capable of using teleportation to go there.
However, Immortal Emperor Mu Yan was enjoying the feeling of flying.
Furthermore, while he's flying, he was also able to think about how he should report to Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor. Ever since Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperors combined their forces, Immortal Emperor Mu Yan's position became even more powerful. Although Mystic Emperor also has 2 level 7 Immortal Emperors under her, but their ability to administer was much inferior to Immortal Emperor Mu Yan. Thus, Immortal Emperor Mu Yan became the #1 individual under Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor.
Last time around, Qin disappeared with the Ox Demon Emperor. I did not manage to find out where they went. Could that be blamed upon me?
Immortal Emperor Mu Yan felt a bit helpless in his heart. Since Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor intended to kill Qin, their troops naturally tried all methods to keep a close watch over Qin. With the influence of their 2 powers combined, to accomplish such was an easy task.
When Qin and the Ox Demon Emperor departed for the inherited prohibited area, especially after they flew into the cosmic space, how could those surveillance people possibly be able to keep up their surveillance? Because of this, Mu Yan was once blamed for it.
His Majesty had changed.
Immortal Emperor Mu Yan sighed.
If it was His Majesty from before, he would definitely not blame me because of something like this.
However now, he started to directly blame me for it. Sigh.
His Majesty had placed too much of an importance on Qinyu.
At this moment, that nameless small island had already appeared beneath the flying immortal Emperor Mu Yen.
Immortal Emperor Mu Yen turned into a ray of light and landed on that small island. There were no servants or attendants in this small island, only Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor were here. Only a couple trusted aides knew about this small island.
Mu Yen, you've come. Mystic Emperor Xian. She slightly smiled at Mu Yen.
Immortal Emperor Mu Yen immediately replied respectfully.
Mu Yen pays his respect to Her Majesty Mystic Emperor.
Your Majesty Mystic Emperor, I have news regarding Qinyu to report this time around.
Qinyu?
Xian. She raised her beautiful brows.
Mu Yen, you said you have news regarding Qinyu?
Emperor Yu, who suddenly appeared out from nowhere, stared at Mu Yen. Being started by the Emperor Yu like so, Mu Yen naturally was feeling pressure.
Immortal Emperor Mu Yen immediately said, Your Majesty, last time the Ox Demon Emperor and Qinyu left.
However, they came back to the Jade Cloud Star. At the same time, they brought two people back with them, the Great Ape Emperor and Ho Fei.
Them? Said Xian. She shocked. The Great Ape Emperor Sun Yuan and the future Great Ape Emperor Ho Fei. They were both people that were being paid close attention to by the intelligence personnels. What did Qinyu end up doing afterwards? Asked Emperor Yu coldly.
Xian. She smiled bitterly as she looked at her husband. Perhaps her current husband only has the idea of killing Qinyu in his mind.
This heart's devil was certainly very serious.
Xian. She grew even more determined to help her husband kill Qinyu. Immortal Emperor Mu Yen replied respectfully. Your Majesties, Qinyu had just left the Jade Cloud Star with Ho Fei today.
Only the two of them. They left? Emperor Yu's brows creased. Mystic Emperor was also puzzled.
Suddenly, Emperor Yu's eyes were narrowed.
A cold light shined through.
Hua Yan, who had been dispatched to the mortal realm, had once told me that Qinyu has two brothers.
One was Ho Fei and the other was He Yu. A cold smile appeared on Emperor Yu's face.
If my guess was correct, that Qinyu tried every means possible to rush to the demon realm was precisely to find his brothers. When he departed with the Ox Demon Emperor, he did that to search for Ho Fei. And now that he managed to find Ho Fei, he must have definitely set off to find He Yu now.
That makes sense.
Xian. She nodded in approval. Sheer, our opportunity had arrived.
Emperor Yu looked toward Xianxi.
Xianxi instead frowned.
She waved at Immortal Emperor Mu Yen and said, Mu Yen, you can go back first.
Immortal Emperor Mu Yen knew that there are things between the two majesties that are not suited for him to listen to. He immediately bowed and said,
This subordinate shall take his leave.
After he finished saying that, Immortal Emperor Mu Yen turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon.
Xian. She looked toward Emperor Yu and said, Brother Fengyu, I am in approval of you wanting to kill Qinyu. However, that Ho Fei is a bit troublesome. What's troublesome about it? He's nothing more than a little monkey. Emperor Yu sneered.
Xian. She shook her head and said, While it's possible to ignore his strength, but he has a person behind his back, the Great Ape Emperor Sun Yuan.
Hearing the name Sun Yuan, Emperor Yu's brows started to crease.
People at the level of Emperor Yu naturally knew about the demon realm's successive generations of 3 emperors and how exceedingly frightening they are. The Dragon Emperor and the Pang Demon Emperor both possessed an inherited treasure. The Great Ape Emperor instead possessed an inherited prohibited area. Currently, Emperor Yu had reached level 9 Immortal Emperor. However, Sun Yuan was a level 8 Demon Emperor Super Divine Beast. If they were to just compare their strength, then there was hardly any difference between them. However, once Sun Yuan started to use his stick technique to battle, Emperor Yu would become distinctly inferior to him. Sun Yuan, troublesome indeed.
Emperor Yu nodded.
Soon after he smiled and said, We'll just directly kill Qinyu and ignore that Ho Fei, but... Xian. She said with some hesitation.
If we were to kill Qinyu, won't that Ho Fei seek us for revenge? Revenge? By the time Ho Fei possesses the power to get revenge, we would have already ascended to the divine realm. Said Emperor Yu while smiling indifferently. Did you perhaps think that Sun Yuan would cause us troubles because we killed Qinyu?
Furthermore, when the two of us join hands, compared to Sun Yuan, who knows who's actually stronger?
Xian. She thought about it for a bit and then also nodded. Killing Ho Fei, Sun Yuan might come and cause troubles. Killing Qinyu, Sun Yuan likely wouldn't. The Dragon Clan has some relation with Qinyu. The Dragon Clan's territory is not suited for killing Qinyu.
Xian. She muttered to herself. The Bird Clan and the Beast Clan doesn't get along. Let's kill Qinyu in the Bird Clan's territory. Emperor Yu's eyes shined with a cold light.
Right, we will kill Chinyu the moment they pass through the Dragon Clan's territory and arrive at the Bird Clan's territory.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 13.
Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 13 Storing Power.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip.
Underneath the rainflowers tree, Xianxi was discussing something with Emperor Yu.
Brother Fengyu, you ought to still remember about that Qingyu Immortal Mansion, right?
Xianxi had an alert expression in her eyes. Last time, the two of us joined hands but were still unable to harm the Qingyu Immortal Mansion in the slightest. Hearing Xianxi mentioning the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, Emperor Yu's eyelids jumped. Last time, the 28 Immortal Emperors had surrounded outside the Qingyu Immortal Mansion for a whole 20 years. He even joined hands with Xianxi and executed their strongest attack. However, they were still unable to break the Qingyu Immortal Mansion's defense.
It was also precisely because that they had wasted so much time on it that Qingyu was able to open the 10,000 Beasts Atlas's third layer and then send out the Blood Dragon Ao Wushu.
In a single battle, all the elites underneath Emperor Yu were nearly completely wiped out and his reputation had reached rock bottom. Sheer, that Qingyu Immortal Mansion is extremely strange. At that time, although I was only a level 8 Immortal Emperor, but with me joining hands with you and even using the matchless Great Sword's attack, that even regular divine artifacts would not be able to defend against it.
This Qingyu Immortal Mansion, I also sometimes suspect that the green speck might be something else? Said Emperor Yu slowly. Something else?
Said Xianxi puzzled.
Could it be that there's Immortal Mansion that could resist our combined attack?
Emperor Yu thought about for a long time before shaking his head and sighing.
I am also unable to understand.
It's just that Qingyu Immortal Mansion's defense was truly too frightening. Even the current me that has reached level 9 Immortal Emperor, I'm afraid that even with the two of us joining hands, it would still be very hard for us to break through that Qingyu Immortal Mansion.
Xianxi nodded.
The shock that the green speck had given them was still extremely clear in their minds. If Qingyu were to hide in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, it would indeed be hard for us to kill him. Said Xianxi solemnly.
Emperor Yu laughed indifferently.
That's the reason why in our plan to kill Qingyu this time, I have decided to kill him in a single strike. As he said till this part, Emperor Yu's gaze turned sharp.
We could only use a single strike.
If we were to fail in killing him with a single strike, then we would not have another opportunity to attack him.
This single strike must reach the highest power, and it must definitely kill Qingyu.
Hearing till this part, Xianxi smiled.
Their strongest strike, if Qingyu were to not be hiding in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, then she does not believe that he's capable of surviving their strike. We will definitely succeed this time.
Emperor Yu raised his head up and looked toward the snow-white rainflowers. Let's move on from the small nameless island where Emperor Yu and his wife were discussing about how to deal with Qingyu.
Qingyu and Hofei had rapidly passed through the territory of the Beast Clan and entered the Dragon Clan's territory.
Big brother, we had already journeyed for all this time, let's rest for a day in this planet. Said Hofei to Qingyu right after he got out of the interstellar conveying array.
Qingyu nodded.
We had already traveled for 6 days straight since we left the Jade Cloud Star. It's true that we should take a nice rest now. Ordinarily, Qingyu and Hofei would exit from an interstellar conveying array and then stand in line for the next one.
Like that, they would transfer between the interstellar conveying arrays. To experience such dry and dull days for 6 days straight was truly very tiring.
On this planet, Qingyu and Hofei were drinking and eating in a restaurant. They then found a place to stay. The place they decided to stay at was a courtyard manor located behind the restaurant. It could be regarded as peaceful and quiet.
Nighttime.
The night of this planet was covered with an endless amount of stars. Qingyu and Hofei were casually sitting on 2 stone chairs drinking and chatting. While the two of them were chatting, Hofei suddenly grew tense. He opened his eyes wide as he looked at Qingyu. Big brother, according to what you said, now that you've reached the Dark Hole's ladder stage, won't you have to once again create the later stages? Qingyu raised his head to look at the star-filled sky. He had created the 7th and 8th stage of the stellar transformation. However, what should the later stages of the black hole stage be? Qingyu did not have a clear-cut goal for it at all. That's right, I have to continue creating the later stages. Said Qingyu while sighing.
Hofei's expression changed. He looked at Qingyu with a serious expression and said, Big brother, what would happen if you failed your creation of the later stages?
That's hard to say. If I were to not continue to train and cultivate, then my strength would forever remain at this level. However, if I were to continue to train and cultivate, if my later stages that I created were to be wrong, then perhaps,
A scene appeared in Qin Yu's mind, the flower paste world at the other side of the black hole channel in his dantian. The 2 to 3 meter long space that belonged to him, its energies started to surge violently. His black hole collapsed, his soul scattered. Although the scene was merely an imagination, it was still possible for it to happen. Even though Qin Yu did not mention what might have happened if he were to fail in the creation of the later stages, Hofei was able to deduce what would have happened based on Qin Yu's expression. Big brother, if you aren't certain in being able to create the next stage, you must absolutely not break through to the next stage.
Hofei grabbed Qin Yu's hand.
His 2 quick-witted eyes were staring at Qin Yu.
Big brother, reply to me.
Qin Yu was stumped for words. A burst of emotions came from his heart.
Suddenly, Qin Yu laughed. Okay. Fei, you can rest assured. I would not be reckless. I would also not randomly create the next stage unless I have certainty.
Furthermore, there's a lot of different branches available for the next stage.
I have some ideas in my mind, but I still haven't completely decided yet. A new technique, there is more than a single way to create it. There might be multiple different ways.
It's just that there's a certain way that's the best amongst all the ways that's possible.
The rest of them might be a bit inferior. The black hole realm, what shall the next stage be? Qin Yu was able to select a couple different ways.
However, each one of them were different from the other. If he were to pick any, then he would end up creating a different stage from the others. Of course, the way that he chose might also be a dead end that leads to disaster, but...
Big brother, Sai, can't you just not continue practicing that stellar transformation technique? It's too dangerous to create a new technique, it's a lot safer to follow the roads created by the predecessors. Hofei grew a bit angry.
The wine cup in his hand was also broken with a kacha sound.
Qin Yu shook his head. Fei, you know about this technique of mine too. It's different from the ones that you all train in. You all train and cultivate the nascent soul and are able to change to train and cultivate other techniques. However, stellar transformation is different.
Unless there's a suitable technique for me, I could only rely on myself to create the next one.
Qin Yu gave an unperturbed smile. That's enough, your big brother is no fool. Come, let's drink, we still have to continue our journey tomorrow.
Hofei looked at Qin Yu, and in the end he could only nod. From Hofei's point of view, he believed that Qin Yu regarded life and death as too light of a thing. For him to be that carefree about it, even his brother has become worried, yet Qin Yu was still not worried. The later stage black hole realm, it's already the best time to create the next realm. The core planet of the Dragon Clan's territory, Green Crystal Star. The Green Crystal Star could also be considered as an exotic planet in the immortal, devil and demon realm. The planet was not considered to be big, it was only a tenth the size of other ordinary planets. However, 50% of this planet was composed of green crystals. 30% of it was covered with rivers and ocean. The other 20% was some rocks, soil, and so on. When looking at the planet from the outer space, the entire planet was jade-colored and radiating a magnificent light. Only the Dragon Clan's high-level divine beasts, super divine beasts, and experts who had reached the Emperor level and their families were allowed to live inside the Green Crystal Star. Thus, the population of the Green Crystal Star was extremely small. They were gathered within a small region of the Green Crystal Star, much like living in a village. The Dragon Emperor's residence was very ordinary looking. It was a large courtyard manor.
This is a hard part.
I decided to translate as manor when it's not really it.
However, I felt that it might be better to describe it as a manor than a courtyard. So I guess I'll change it to courtyard manor now.
The Dragon Emperor's residence is a large courtyard manor where there's a courtyard in the middle with buildings surrounding it on all sides. It looks something like this: http://www.dixio.org/zxpd/news1/2014/1207/539.html. Also found wiki on it. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/chun wiki translated it as Chinese quadrangles.
Courtyard manor sounds easier? Sorry about not mentioning this in the previous translations. Currently, there were only 2 people in the entire courtyard manor, the Dragon Emperor Ao Feng and Prince Ao Wuming. It had already been several days since Ao Wuming returned to the Dragon Clan. Wuming, come, have a toast.
The Dragon Emperor's face was filled with a benevolent expression.
Ao Wuming nodded and raised his wine cup.
It's the first time for him to drink with the Dragon Emperor since he had returned to the Green Crystal Star. Wuming, it's already been several days since your return. I have never seeked out for you because I had been thinking the whole time about how exactly I should tell you. The Dragon Emperor had a vexed and helpless expression.
Imperial Father, go ahead and speak, I will listen, said Wuming dully.
The Dragon Emperor and A.O. Wuming's relationship was very tense.
The Dragon Emperor looked at A.O. Wuming. He sighed and said, "Wuming, I know that you've been angry with me the whole time.
Well, you've already married that Lian Zhu, my opposition would be useless too.
Isn't that right?"
A.O. Wuming raised his head to look at the Dragon Emperor.
"I like Lian Zhu.
No one could break apart Lian Zhu and I, including my imperial father."
A.O. Wuming's gaze was filled with stubbornness and the absolute unwillingness to compromise.
The Dragon Emperor smiled bitterly.
"Well, you don't have to use that kind of gaze to look at me.
The reason I sought you out today was to discuss about the matter of my abdication with you."
"Abdication?"
A.O. Wuming had a slightly startled expression.
The Dragon Emperor nodded and said,
"Wuming, you ought to know that I had stopped at the level 8 Demon Emperor level for a long time. Now that you've also reached level 7 Demon Emperor, from the looks of it,
I think that the moment that you will break through to the level 8 Demon Emperor would be soon." MN, Wuming nodded.
Wuming knew that his imperial father had stayed at the level 8 Demon Emperor level for a long time. His two sons were now a level 7 Demon Emperor and a level 8 Demon Emperor, yet the father was still a level 8 Demon Emperor. One could imagine exactly how long the Dragon Emperor had stayed a level 8 Demon Emperor. My soul's realm's level had already reached level 9 Demon Emperor a long time ago. However, for the Dragon Clan, I had used the inherited treasure to suppress my power the entire time to not allow myself to reach level 9 Demon Emperor. At this moment, A.O. Wuming's face revealed a shocked expression.
However, the Dragon Emperor continued his speech.
"However, now, you and Wushu have both reached a high level. Furthermore, our clan also has some elders to assist you. Once you harmonize yourself with the inherited treasure, your power would be sufficient to intimidate all the other powers."
Imperial Father, Wuming opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something.
The Dragon Emperor waved his hand to stop his son, smiled and said,
"Hear me out first.
Once I stop suppressing my power and reach a level 9 Demon Emperor, it will be hard to determine when the divine tribulation would land. It might be 1,000 years or 10,000 years, it's very hard to tell. According to the customs of our Dragon Clan, once I stop my suppression of my power and reach a level 9 Demon Emperor, the moment when I use the inherited treasure and pass the divine tribulation, you shall become the new Dragon Emperor."
"Wuming, you won't reject that, right?" Wuming took a deep breath.
He looked at his imperial father and then nodded.
"As a child of the Dragon Clan, one must definitely take the Dragon Clan into consideration." "Very good." A slightly pained expression appeared on the Dragon Emperor's face.
"Wuming, I know that you and your big brother had held grudges toward me the entire time. Yours wasn't so bad, however your big brother had an extremely heavy hatred toward me. So much that he even hated the entire Dragon Clan. Wuming, after I stop suppressing my power and reach level 9 Demon Emperor, it'll be very hard for me to know when I'll pass through the divine tribulation and ascend to the divine realm. Although you're a bit stubborn, but at the very least you still consider me as your father.
I also do not doubt your loyalty toward the Dragon Clan.
It's just that your big brother, I really had wronged him greatly. We could even say that the entire Dragon Clan had wronged him."
The Dragon Emperor looked at Wuming. "Wuming, did you know that in the entire Dragon Clan, only you have a good relationship with your big brother? Is it possible for you to give your father an opportunity to see your brother Wushu?" Wuming didn't know how to reply.
Wuming still remembered the crimson-colored eyes his big brother had when he angrily left the Dragon Clan. The hatred within those eyes were something that's not even washable with an entire river's water.
Forget about it, forget about it."
The Dragon Emperor smiled.
"Wuming, you also don't have to make things difficult for yourself.
It's just that you also have to continue your training. It's very hard for me to tell when I'll receive the divine tribulation after reaching level 9 Demon Emperor.
Thus, you will be the one carrying the burden of the Dragon Clan in the future." "I know." Wuming nodded.
After this, the relation between the father and son grew a slightly better. It might be because Wuming knew that his father would reach level 9 Demon Emperor and ascend someday that he decided to become a slightly more intimate with his father.
The second day,
Wuming was at his own residence. Lian Zhu, as his wife, also lived there.
Wuming was talking with Lian Zhu.
Suddenly, Wuming sensed that someone had sent him a transmission to his transmission spiritual pearl.
He immediately took out the transmission spiritual pearl and swept over it with his demon awareness. "Big brother Wuming, I have already arrived at the Dragon Clan's territory." Immediately, Wuming smiled. "Ha, so it's Qinyu. I'm currently on the green crystal star, when would you be coming over?"
"Big brother Wuming, Fei Fei and I have to proceed towards the Bird Clan's territory to search for our third brother." We were both worried about our third brother this whole time. Thus, we would temporarily not go toward the green crystal star. Once we find our third brother, we would then come and see you.
Qin Yu continued on his transmission.
Big brother Wuming, I believe that with your Dragon Clan strength, you're definitely able to find out where I currently am.
If you wanted to see your big brother Wushu, you can come and find me.
Big brother? Wuming was slightly stunned.
Qin Yu continued. This is the route that Ho Fei and I would be taking in the Dragon Clan's territory. If you want to see your big brother, feel free to come.
I have already talked about this with Wushu. Wushu did not oppose it.
Good, I'll definitely come. Wuming reacted and replied immediately.
It's already been a long time since he had last seen his big brother Ao Wushu.
Qin Yu suddenly sent another transmission.
Oh, that's right. Your big brother Ao Wushu had said to not bring your father, Senior Dragon Emperor, with you.
Wuming was slightly shocked. He remembered about what the Dragon Emperor talked with him about yesterday. Well then, big brother Wuming, Fei, and I will continue on our journey.
After this, Qin Yu broke off the transmission.
Wuming was sitting atop of the chair, unable to determine what to do.
His brows were deeply furrowed. He was pondering in his mind.
Should I tell my imperial father about this? Times. On a desolate mountain area. Qin Yu and Ho Fei were here. On the grounds was a transmission secret array. To bring a transmission secret array around with you is truly convenient.
Qin Yu waved his hand and retrieved the transmission secret array into the Jianglan's realm. With the transmission secret array, he was able to communicate with others at any time.
Fei, we shall continue toward the Bird Clan's territory. For the time being, let's not rest on the way. It's not too late for us to rest once we reach the Bird Clan's territory. Qin Yu looked at Ho Fei.
Okay.
After we arrived on the Bird Clan's territory, we certainly need to rest for a bit.
Also, when we reach there, we also have to let Shizhan determine the location of that mixed hair bird,
said Ho Fei while laughing. Immediately after, the two brothers continued on their journey, traveling day and night.
The route that they determined was to cross through the entire Dragon Clan's territory and arrive on the bordering planet of the Bird Clan's territory, Yellow Bird Star. However, Qin Yu and Ho Fei didn't know that every time they passed through an interstellar conveying array, there was always someone sending the information out. Their journey was being completely monitored by Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 14. Book 13, Three Brothers, Chapter 14, Divine Artifact Destroyed. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip.
Inside the quiet courtyard manor, Ao Wuming was sitting beside the table.
As for Lian Zhu, she was walking over with a cup of tea. Wuming, what are you vexed about? Lian Zhu placed the cup of tea in front of Ao Wuming. Ao Wuming took a deep breath. He then slowly said while looking at Lian Zhu. My wife, say, do you think I should let my imperial father meet my big brother?
Big brother does not want to see father, but father wanted to meet him instead.
What should I do? You pondered about it for all this time because of this? Lian Zhu laughed. What? You have an idea?
Ao Wuming had already been vexed for 3-4 days now.
Lian Zhu laughed and scolded. You're truly foolish. Why must you decide this matter on your own?
Just directly tell your imperial father about this and then bring your father to your brother.
Big brother would be on. Don't worry. Lian Zhu interrupted him. When you go and meet your big brother, first don't let your father appear before him.
First meet him by yourself and then ask your big brother if he wants to see the Dragon Emperor. Regardless of whether or not your big brother is willing, you just need to tell the result to your father. But if big brother isn't willing, then won't father be going there for no avail? Right when Ao Wuming said to this point, he started to smile.
Ah. Lian Zhu, you're so clever and quick-witted. So very clever.
Even if my big brother isn't willing, but once I tell father about it, then father would likely appear on his own.
At that time, won't he have met big brother regardless? Also, big brother cannot blame me for it then. Lian Zhu chuckled.
After scraping Lian Zhu's nose, Ao Wuming immediately left the courtyard manor.
I'll go and tell my imperial father. Times. On a certain planet in the Dragon Clan's territory that's close to the Bird Clan's territory.
Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor had already arrived here. They had already changed their appearance and are currently analyzing the information they received.
On the wall was a large interstellar map that covered the entire wall. This interstellar map was the map of the Dragon Clan's territory.
Even though the writings on the map were very small, but it was also barely enough to cover the entire Dragon Clan's territory and condense it to the size of the wall.
Brother Fengyu, Qinyu, and Hofei are currently here. She pointed at a planet on the Dragon Clan's territory. Emperor Yu looked at the map on the wall and nodded.
They had already traveled half the route.
Currently, we still do not know which bordering planet they would be proceeding toward. There were 6 bordering planets between the Dragon Clan's territory and the Bird Clan's territory. The 6 bordering planets of the Dragon Clan's territory each led to a different planet on the Bird Clan's territory.
Although Emperor Yu and Xian had decided to intercept Qinyu and kill him the moment he entered the Bird Clan's territory, but they were still unable to determine which planet Qinyu would be going toward.
According to their current routes, there are 2 bordering planets that they might be going toward.
However, as for which bordering planet it is, we could only continue to wait for new information, said Xian while frowning. Afterwards, Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor's troops were sending back information one by one. The routes that Qinyu and Hofei were proceeding toward had become much clearer. Reporting to the 2 majesties, Qinyu and Hofei had reached the Lotus Fish Star, said an immortal emperor outside of the door very respectfully.
Lotus Fish Star. Both Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor's eyes shined.
They both turned around to look at that gigantic interstellar map.
Mystic Emperor raised her hand and pointed on it. She said,
Brother Fengyu, they had set foot on the Lotus Fish Star. It's clear that they would soon set foot on a bordering planet.
In that case, it's clear that they would be going to the Bird Clan's territory's yellow bird star from that bordering planet. Mystic Emperor pointed on a planet at the edge of the extremely large interstellar map, Yellow Bird Star.
The entire map was covered with the Dragon Clan's territory, only in the edges were there some bordering planets from other territories. For Qinyu and Hofei to step on the Lotus Fish Star, they had already clearly informed Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor of the route they'll be taking.
Yellow Bird Star.
Emperor Yu looked at the yellow bird star on the map with shining eyes.
Good.
Sheer, let's depart immediately and proceed toward the yellow bird star so that we can intercept Qinyu and Hofei at the interstellar conveying arrays.
Yes, let's go.
The Mystic Emperor was also very straightforward.
After the 2 of them finished their conversation, they immediately used greater teleportation and arrived on another planet to take its interstellar conveying array.
With extreme speed, they proceeded toward the yellow bird star. As they were originally close to the Bird Clan's territory, they had reached the yellow bird star in less than a day's time.
Yellow Bird Star.
As the major transit plant between the Dragon Clan's territory and the Bird Clan's territory, Yellow Bird Star was naturally incomparably bustling. Furthermore, Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor had already placed a lot of troops on this planet to begin with. And now, many of the experts from other planets have also started to assemble toward the Yellow Bird Star. In a certain desolate and uninhabited outskirt of the Yellow Bird Star. However, inside a certain forest of this place was a quiet manor. This manor was a residence that Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor's subordinates had recently built on the Yellow Bird Star. It was built precisely to await for the arrival of Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor. Ever since Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor had decided to intercept and kill Qinyu the moment he set foot on the Bird Clan's territory, they had given the orders for their troops to build residences for themselves in all 6 bordering planets including the Yellow Bird Star.
Inside the manor,
the husband and wife, Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor, were calmly waiting for their subordinates to send news to them.
2 majesties, according to Qinyu and Hofei's speed, if they were to not stop to rest for the entire time, then they would arrive on the Yellow Bird Star in 2 days. Said a level 9 golden immortal subordinate respectfully.
She nodded indifferently and said, "Good, you may withdraw." That subordinate immediately bowed and withdrew.
Brother Fengyu, it would take at least 2 days for Qinyu and Hofei to arrive. It's better for us to rest ourselves for a bit in the following 2 days. It would not be too late for us to attack him after they have arrived.
She looked at Emperor Yu.
Brother Fengyu, in these past couple days, you've been too tense.
Emperor Yu was slightly startled.
Right, it must be because of how much of an importance I placed Qinyu as.
Emperor Yu smiled lightly.
I am in no mood to rest at this time.
If you want to rest, then go ahead and rest.
She saw Emperor Yu's current appearance and said helplessly,
I'll accompany you here.
I hope that Qinyu and Hofei do not rest en route so that they can arrive on the Yellow Bird Star faster.
Thought Emperor Yu in his heart.
His gaze had grown cold.
Times. Can't Qinyu and Hofei stop for a rest?
Sigh. Said the Dragon Emperor helplessly. Ao Wuming, who stood to their side, was also at a loss for words.
Ever since Ao Woming told the Dragon Emperor about the matter, the Dragon Emperor was so excited that he decided to immediately set off to Qin Yu's location. However, Qin Yu had already traveled wide and far. The Dragon Emperor and Ao Woming could only continue to chase after them slowly. In actuality, the Dragon Emperor and Ao Woming were also able to send a transmission to Qin Yu to ask them to wait a bit. It's just that the Dragon Emperor also knew that Qin Yu was anxious to find his brother and didn't want to waste his time. Thus, he could only strain himself and try his best to intercept Qin Yu from another direction. The green crystal star was originally located at the opposite direction of Qin Yu's route. Now, the Dragon Emperor and Ao Woming were proceeding toward the Bird Clan's territory through a different route. Once they reach the Bird Clan's territory, they are able to reach the Yellow Bird Star through the use of 2 interstellar conveying arrays. Imperial Father, according to their speed, it would likely take Qin Yu and Hou Fei 2 more days to reach the Yellow Bird Star. If we were to speed up a bit, then we are also able to reach the Yellow Bird Star in 2 days, said Ao Woming after calculating their speed. The Dragon Emperor nodded. Their speed was faster than Qin Yu's. That's because they didn't have to wait in line. Once they took out the title plate of the Dragon Clan's imperial family, they were able to immediately step foot into another interstellar conveying array the moment they walked out from one. Like this, their speed was clearly many times faster than Qin Yu's. Times. Under the close attention of numerous parties, the time passed very slowly. 2 Majesties, Qin Yu and Hou Fei had reached the exceeding forest star. They're a day away from reaching the Yellow Bird Star. 2 Majesties, Qin Yu and Hou Fei are half a day away from reading the Yellow Bird Star. Following the numerous incoming information messages, Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor did not dare to have the slightest amount of distraction in their heart. 2 Majesties, Qin Yu and Hou Fei had reached the bordering planet in the Dragon Clan's territory. After they finish standing in line, they will reach the bordering planet in the Bird Clan's territory, Yellow Bird Star. Hearing this information message, Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor both stood up. Qin Yu, he's about to come. Emperor Yu's eyes shined. The Mystic Emperor also held Emperor Yu's hand tightly. Brother Fengyu, don't worry, this Qin Yu would definitely not be able to take on our combined strike. Emperor Yu nodded. However, Emperor Yu still involuntarily grasped his fist tightly. He still remembered that after he refined the entire Reef Yellow Star, what he managed to obtain was a Qin Yu hiding in that green speck. Finally, all his troops were massacred. Today, I will definitely kill him. Emperor Yu raged in his heart. Times. Hou Fei and Qin Yu were standing in line. Big brother, there's truly a lot of people in this bordering planet. There's actually over 100 people standing in line. I suspect that it'll take a long time for it to reach our turn, said Hou Fei helplessly. Qin Yu also smiled bitterly. How could the circulation of people in ordinary planets be able to compare to a bordering planet like the one they were on? Over 100 people, after a short while of standing in line, they had all passed through to the Yellow Bird Star on the other side. Next, coldly said the man whose job was to precisely take the toll fee of elemental spirit stones. After he received the elemental spirit stones from Qin Yu and Hou Fei, this man then allowed Qin Yu and Hou Fei to enter the interstellar conveying array and started the interstellar conveying array. The next planet belonged to the Bird Clan's territory. A burst of vague brilliant light started to flicker. Following the light, Qin Yu and Hou Fei disappeared and then found themselves having arrived on the Yellow Bird Star. Yellow Bird Star. We've arrived. Qin Yu had a cheerful look. Big brother, we're tired after journeying so far non-stop. According to our plan, let's rest on this planet for a while. Hou Fei walked out from the interstellar conveying array and took a long stretch. Qin Yu smiled and said, Don't be anxious, let's have Shizhan determine where Xiaohei is at first so that we can determine which interstellar routes we should be taking from now on. Hou Fei nodded. That Shizhan's safety was very important. Only through having Shizhan would they be able to find Heiyu easier. There are crooks mixed in with honest folks here, let's go find a peaceful place without anyone before letting Shizhan out. Qin Yu pulled Hou Fei and then the two turned into rays of light and flew toward the east. And at this moment, an immortal took our transmission spiritual pearl. My lord, Qin Yu and Hou Fei had arrived. They did not continue to stand in the interstellar conveying array but instead stopped on the Yellow Bird Star. After they left the interstellar conveying array, they flew toward the east. After Qin Yu and Hou Fei flew several hundred miles, they stopped and descended. There was no one here, all that's here was an overgrown prairie. Qin Yu directly took Shizhan out from the Jianlan's realm. Once Shizhan was out, he saw Qin Yu and Hou Fei and immediately said respectfully, Shizhan pays his respect to Lord Qin Yu and Lord Hou Fei. Enough. Hou Fei immediately said loudly. You are to immediately sense your master Heiyu's rough location. We've already given you the map of the Bird Clan's territory, give us a general area.
Yes,
said Sir Jean as he bowed. He then started to stand toward the side without moving. He had started to sense where Heiyu was located at.
Qin Yu suddenly frowned.
Big brother, what's wrong?
Hou Fei asked in confusion.
Qin Yu said while frowning.
Earlier, there's an immortal awareness that swept through our surroundings. Hou Fei smiled and said carefreely.
Oh, it's just that? It's very common for cultivators to use their immortal awareness or devil awareness to sweep their surroundings.
What's to care about that?
No, that immortal awareness from earlier appeared to be of a very high level.
Qin Yu's brows were deeply furrowed.
It's just that the immortal awareness had disappeared right after. I did not manage to carefully examine it in time. However, at the very least, it's level 6 Immortal Emperor or above.
I've determined Qin Yu's location. She nodded to Emperor Yu.
Emperor Yu's eyes started to shine with burning light.
Finally, this moment has come.
Sheer, prepare to join hands with me immediately. My power is a bit stronger than yours, I'll take charge of our attack.
Okay? She nodded.
The two then took a glance at each other. With extreme mutual understanding, they flew up to the sky simultaneously. Soon, the two started to execute numerous hand seals at the same time. The seals were exactly the same. Finally, they started to chant numerous strange syllables. Two divine swords were floating beside them. It was the Great Emperor's sword and the flowing Great Sword.
One was golden and the other was green. Suddenly, Shi and Emperor Yu's forms started to change alternately.
Similar to the space shifting, the two were unceasingly shifting. The Great Emperor's sword and the flowing Great Sword started to let out a trembling buzz cry. At the same time, they started to fuse together.
Lights shined brilliantly.
Suddenly, sword aura pierced through the sky. The Great Emperor's sword and the flowing Great Sword had combined into the high-quality divine sword, the matchless Great Sword.
Emperor Yu and Shi took a glance at each other. The two's figure were once again shifted in the air.
At this time, the hand seal that Emperor Yu and Shi made was completely different. Rays of golden light were radiating from Emperor Yu's fingers.
Holding the divine sword matchless Great Sword one-handed, a cold and fierce light shined through Emperor Yu's eyes. Puff!
Suddenly, Emperor Yu's immortal awareness covered the entire yellow bird star.
Qin Yu, who was currently waiting for Shi Zhan's answer, was immediately discovered.
Being covered by that immortal awareness, Qin Yu's expression immediately changed.
Something's amiss. Qin Yu immediately grew alert. He was prepared to immediately launch his own immortal awareness. However, right at the moment when that immortal awareness covered Qin Yu sensed that the entire yellow bird star was shuddering. An astonishing brilliance pierced through the heavens and was coming toward him. Even the traces of space cracks have appeared. Fast. Too fast.
Qin Yu's immortal awareness was only just spread out, but that divine sword had already reached him.
Boom!
With a speed surpassing all attacks that Qin Yu have ever encountered, an attack that's at least 10 times faster and stronger than that green-blooded sword immortal's attack from back then.
Qin Yu did not even have the ability to react and dodge.
Qin Yu only sensed that his body was jolted as a frightening momentum was thrust at him, causing him to fly backwards.
That momentum was brought forth by the divine armor.
The divine armor, black frozen snow, only merely caused the attack to be a bit sluggish. In less than a moment, that divine sword, like piercing through gauze, pierced through the divine armor.
Like tofu, Qin Yu's body was pierced through. That divine sword directly pierced through in Qin Yu's dantian area.
Blood burst forth.
Qin Yu, die.
Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor immediately arrived in front of Qin Yu through teleportation. Seeing this, Hou Fei raged like lightning. Especially when he saw that the divine sword had pierced through Qin Yu's divine armor and through his dantian, Hou Fei was stupefied.
Big brother.
Hou Fei's two eyes were blood red. He was shouting himself till he's hoarse.
Hou Fei's body shined. A several 100-meter tall enormous ape phantom appeared behind Hou Fei. A layer of silver hair appeared on Hou Fei's body.
His eyes turned golden and his lips turned purple.
A roar originating from the soul sounded. Hou Fei's golden eyes immediately turned deep red.
The corner of his eyes were close to rupturing.
Who is it?
Following his roar, he stomped the black stick in his hand.
Countless stick silhouettes, like an endless amount of ocean waves, covered Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor immediately.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 15. Book 13, Three Brothers, Chapter 15, Single Fist. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Culips and Philip.
At this moment, Qin Yu was kneeling on all four of his limbs. He was even spouting out blood from his mouth.
Pfff. Blood escaped from Qin Yu's mouth.
From the attack of the matchless greatsword earlier, even the space had been cracked. Qin Yu's divine armor, the black frozen snow, was directly punctured and destroyed. When that matchless greatsword pierced through Qin Yu's dantian, it still contained a lot of frightening sword aura that spread through all directions. Had Qin Yu possessed a nascent soul within his dantian, then he would have definitely died.
After all, the defenses of nascent souls were very weak.
The space within the dantian, if one wanted to call it big, then it could be considered to be boundlessly big. If one were to say that it's small, then it can also be considered small, as it's merely a portion of the body. The black hole within Qin Yu's dantian was attacked by the two sword auras. His black hole directly swallowed those two sword auras. The great amount of sword aura that was exploding in Qin Yu's body was added into the attack by Emperor Yu in order to guarantee that he would be able to kill Qin Yu.
With that many sword auras, their attack power were actually not that strong.
While those sword auras could be considered as catastrophic to nascent souls, but to the black hole in Qin Yu's dantian, it didn't possess much effect. It's just that when the matchless greatsword pierced through Qin Yu's dantian, it had caused Qin Yu's black hole in his dantian to shudder for a bit. Fortunately, the matchless greatsword did not directly pierce the location of the black hole. Had it pierced the black hole directly, then there was an 80 to 90% chance that the black hole would have collapsed.
The life elemental energy was rapidly repairing Qin Yu's injuries.
Had my dantian contained a nascent soul, then I would have really died this time around. Qin Yu, who was kneeling on the floor, raised his head and looked in front of him with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, Ho Fei had went berserk and was attacking Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor like a madman.
Times.
Like a madman, Ho Fei exploded with his strongest attack power. The heaven-startling 36 stick strikes had already been executed to the extreme extent.
Countless stick silhouettes were frantically attacking both Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor. Brother Feng Yu. This Ho Fei is blocking our path like a madman, what should we do? Said Xian Shi via voice transmission.
Emperor Yu's brows creased up.
He was blocking Ho Fei's attack.
Even though Ho Fei was displaying an exceeding level of power, but regardless of his power, technique, or comprehension of the world, they were all much inferior to Emperor Yu.
Don't bother with him, it seems like Qin Yu's aura is gone. Emperor Yu displayed a happy expression on his face.
The might of our earlier sword strike, even I myself would not be able to block it.
He have most certainly died. Emperor Yu didn't know that the current Qin Yu had merely vanished his aura. Men, it really seemed like his aura is gone.
It's just that the injuries on his body were being recovered rapidly, so strange. Xian Shi noticed that Qin Yu's injuries were recovering.
Oh? Emperor Yu was startled. Could it be that Qin Yu didn't die? Emperor Yu couldn't believe it.
With the two of them joining hands, their attack power was greater than that of a level 9 immortal emperor. On top of that, they possessed the high-level divine sword, matchless great sword. Their attack was even able to rip through space.
With such an immense power, they were still unable to kill Qin Yu?
However, he had clearly observed with his immortal awareness that the divine sword had pierced through Qin Yu's dantian located in his abdomen.
Ho Fei appeared to have gone berserk. Fei, I'm still alive.
A voice sounded in Ho Fei's mind. This voice suddenly caused Ho Fei to become sober from his frantic state.
Quickly, get away from the two of them. I will take you into the Jianglan's realm. Quickly. Ho Fei immediately grasped the current situation and started to fly backwards.
As Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor didn't want to kill Ho Fei to begin with, they naturally did not bother to chase after him when he started to retreat.
Brother Feng Yu, he's still alive, I managed to sense Qin Yu's aura. Xian Shi's expression suddenly changed.
Earlier when Qin Yu sent a voice transmission to Ho Fei, he naturally emitted his soul's aura.
Although he immediately withdrew it, he was still unexpectedly discovered by Xian Shi.
With an intention of his mind, Ho Fei and Shizhan, who were hiding far away, were immediately sent into the Jianglan's realm. Having made sure that Ho Fei and Shizhan were safe, Qin Yu was totally relieved of the worry in his heart.
Now, Qin Yu was able to directly enter the Jianglan's realm himself. Emperor Yu, I really never would have thought that, after the battle in the Reef Yellow Star, you'd dare to act overbearing like this again. You were even unwilling to let go and continued to pursue me relentlessly in order to kill me. Qin Yu looked at Emperor Yu.
In his eyes were traces of anger. The divine armor black frozen snow had already been destroyed earlier.
Although the divine armor's defense was very strong, once it's pierced through, it's destroyed completely.
It was only possible to restore it if one was able to refine divine artifacts.
However, in the immortal, devil and demon realm, there's likely no one who could refine divine artifacts.
How could this be?
Seeing that Qin Yu actually stood back up and was talking to him, Emperor Yu appeared to have been struck by lightning and turned into a fool. He had a face filled with an unbelieving expression.
Qin Yu, you're actually still alive? Actually still alive? Impossible.
Emperor Yu's eyes shined with a cold light.
His entire body's aura was surging.
Xian Shi, who stood next to him, also had a shocked expression. She was equally astonished by the fact that Qin Yu was still alive.
Qin Yu looked at Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu, listen carefully. In the mortal realm, that Hua Yan used my relatives to threaten me. On the Maple Moon Star, you dispatched troops to kill me. On the Blue Snow Star, you came to kill me. On the Reef Yellow Star, you didn't hesitate to refine an entire planet to kill me. And now, you came to kill me again. Again and again, you came to kill me. Never once did I try to take the initiative. Each and every time, it's always you who came for me, but...
Qin Yu's anger had soared through the skies.
Angrily, he pointed at Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu, who did you think that I, Qin Yu, am?
I originally didn't want to create a death enmity with you, however, you continued to pursue me relentlessly in order to kill me and steal my treasures.
Even a clay man is still 30% clay. Good. Good. It is you who forced me. TL, even a clay man is still 30% clay basically means that even if a clay had turned into the shape of a man, it's still a clay. AKA, no matter what you do, one's character would not change. Chinese idioms. I, Qin Yu, hereby swear to the heavens, I will certainly kill you one day. I, Qin Yu, and you, Emperor Yu, shall not cease unless either one of us dies. Qin Yu pointed at Emperor Yu angrily. His angry voice resounded through the heavens. I, Qin Yu, and you, Emperor Yu, shall not cease unless either one of us dies. The sound echoed through the world. Shall not cease unless either one of us dies? Humph, then you must certainly die. Emperor Yu's figure had turned into lightning. Stop.
The energy contained in that angry voice had caused Emperor Yu's complexion to change color. Two men wearing golden gowns appeared. One of them was a golden-haired youngster.
The other one was a white-haired old man. Dragon Emperor. Emperor Yu's expression changed greatly. Mystic Emperor's expression also changed. The Dragon Emperor took a glance at the divine armor on Qin Yu's body that was pierced through as well as the blood on the corner of his mouth. He turned around to look at Emperor Yu with cold eyes. Feng Yu, for you to be reluctant to part and pursue relentlessly like this, is it not overly excessive? Emperor Yu sneered. Dragon Emperor, don't tell me that you haven't heard what Qin Yu had just said. He said that he shall not cease unless either one of us dies. Qin Yu, are you alright? Ao Wuming arrived beside Qin Yu. I'm fine, it's just that my divine armor has been destroyed.
Qin Yu took off the broken divine armor from his body and then took it into his blazing profound ring.
He then directly used his black hole energy and condensed it into a long gown. Ha, the Dragon Emperor laughed with extreme anger. Feng Yu, I never would have expected that you would have been this shameless.
I too have heard what Qin Yu had said earlier.
Time and time again, you chased after Qin Yu to kill him. It seems to me that it has always been you who initiated the attack. Good. Good.
You destroyed Qin Yu's divine armor, I shall let you pay the price for it.
The Dragon Emperor's aura started to surge. The Dragon Emperor was about to attack.
Seeing this scene, Ao Wuming exposed a cheerful expression.
He said to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, my father is about to attack. Rest assured, Emperor Yu would definitely not be able to match against my father's attack. Qin Yu slightly nodded. He knew that the three emperors of the Dragon Clan were all extremely powerful. This Dragon Emperor possessed the inherited treasure. According to what the Ox Demon Emperor had said, this inherited treasure was even stronger than a divine artifact. Qin Yu and Ao Wuming were happy in their hearts. However, Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor's expressions changed the moment they heard that the Dragon Emperor was about to attack. Dragon Emperor, are you planning to fight against us for this, Qin Yu? Said the Mystic Emperor Xian Shi coldly. Although Xian Shi was a woman, but she had stood at the position of a high and above emperor for a long time and also possessed her own imposing nature. Emperor Yu also stared at the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor indifferently laughed and said, Oh, how many years has it been since I last fought? It would appear that not many people know of the strength of the Dragon Emperor now. Did you two think that you'd be able to fight against me with that mere matchless great sword? Truly a jest. Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor stood rigidly. Boom! A blinding golden light suddenly radiated from the Dragon Emperor's body. It soared through the skies, vibrating the heaven and earth.
Basking in the golden light, the Dragon Emperor appeared to be a god of war, a figure that people look up to in admiration. "Against you two, I merely need a single fist," said the Dragon Emperor indifferently. However, that voice contained within it an absolute arrogance. A golden liquid-like substance that could be seen with the naked eye was emitted from the Dragon Emperor's body. Soon, it covered the Dragon Emperor and turned into a suit that covered his entire body. It turned into a battle armor that even covered his two fists. "Careful," Emperor Yu said to his wife via voice transmission. Times. Qin Yu and Ao Woming were paying close attention. "Big brother Woming, are you certain that the Dragon Emperor would be able to take them on?" asked Qin Yu via voice transmission. Ao Woming said with confidence. "Rest assured, although Emperor Yu has reached level 9 Immortal Emperor, but when comparing his strength, he's only at the same level as my Imperial Father. However, my Imperial Father possesses our Dragon Clan's inherited treasure. For him to take care of them, it's extremely easy." Seeing how Ao Woming was so confident, Qin Yu also started to ease up and carefully paid attention to the battle. The indifferent laughter of the Dragon Emperor, who was currently basking in a golden light, sounded. "Be careful." Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor's power was also condensed to the extreme. The two divine swords in front of them were also trembling. They were ready to attack at any moment. Suddenly, a golden lightning flashed. The Dragon Emperor had arrived in front of Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor. Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor simultaneously struck out with their swords. At the same time, the Dragon Emperor's right fist was thrust forward. Kacha! A single fist. That fist covered with a golden-colored armor landed on Xianxi's divine armor. Cracks started to appear on that divine armor and Xianxi's completely turned deathly white in a flash. Sheer! Emperor Yu's expression had a huge change. Immediately, he distressfully embraced Xianxi and flew backwards. Sheer! Are you okay? Emperor Yu had retreated several hundred meters back and was asking Xianxi about her condition distressfully. At this moment, Xianxi's complexion was deathly pale. She looked at Emperor Yu and, with great effort, squeezed out a smile. "I'm fine, that Dragon Emperor didn't plan to kill me. It's just that I had never expected that the Dragon Emperor would be able to break apart my divine armor that easily either. A divine armor that's worn by a level 8 Immortal Emperor was able to display an extremely strong defense. However, it was still cracked and destroyed by a single fist from the Dragon Emperor." Only at that moment did Emperor Yu react. He immediately moved his intention and retrieved back his Great Emperor's sword. At the same time, an immortal elemental energy also wrapped around the flowing greatsword and retrieved it. While they were doing that, the Dragon Emperor did not obstruct them at all. "Fengyu, listen carefully." The Dragon Emperor firmly stared at Emperor Yu, who was currently half kneeling and holding his wife. "Today, you've destroyed Qin Yu's divine armor and greatly injured him. For reciprocation, I also destroyed one of your divine armors and greatly injured the Xianxi." Emperor Yu was biting down on his teeth tightly. However, he did not say anything. No matter what, the gap between him and the Dragon Emperor was too great. To be weaker than the other, one could only bite down one's tooth to pieces and swallow it into one's stomach. Emperor Yu coldly humped and then proceeded to stare at Qin Yu ferociously. Afterwards, he held his wife and turned into a ray of light and disappeared. As a level 8 Immortal Emperor, Xianxi was very fast in recovering from her injuries. "Brother Fengyu, please don't mind about it too much," said Xianxi to Emperor Yu. Seeing the current Emperor Yu's expression, Xianxi was very worried in her heart. Emperor Yu was a very arrogant person. The shock from this time was truly too great. Everything was prepared so perfectly and their attack was also perfect. However, they still failed and the Dragon Emperor even appeared. Emperor Yu shook his head. "Sheer, according to what Qin Yu said, I had only gone after him the whole time. Those several times, the first time, Huayan died. The second time, a lot Golden Immortal were killed on the Maple Moon Star. The third time, on the Blue Snow Star, I had persistently monitored for such a long time yet was still unable to find even the slightest trace of him. The fourth time, on the Reef Yellow Star, he sent out Ao Wushu and killed 26 of my Immortal Emperors. Sheer, tell me, can I endure that?" Emperor Yu was panting. His eyes were glittering like frost and snow. "Numerous times, I've been disgraced. And this time, what was it? He vowed to not cease unless either one of us dies. Ha, now that we've reached this point, can I still shrink back? With the numerous disgraces, if I don't kill him, then even when I die, I would not be able to close my eyes in death and die contentedly." Seeing her husband acting like this, Xianxi knew that Emperor Yu's heart's devil was very strong. "Dragon Emperor, that old fart.
Once he thought of the Dragon Emperor, Emperor Yu's heart started to rage and feel powerless. When he was fighting against the Dragon Emperor, his great Emperor's sword had actually managed to stab at the body of the Dragon Emperor. Unfortunately, the great Emperor's sword was unable to cause any damage when it was stabbed at the Dragon Emperor's golden battle armor.
The gap.
Even though he had reached level 9 Immortal Emperor, the gap between him and the Dragon Emperor was still immensely large.
Times. So strong.
Seeing the Dragon Emperor who was bathed in a golden light, these were the only two words that Qin Yu thought of. Although the Dragon Emperor's fist strike appeared to be extremely simple, however, Qin Yu noticed that when the fist attacked, there appeared slight traces of black space cracks in the path of its attack. The fist was heavy like a mountain. It goes without saying how strong that fist was.
Even a level 8 Immortal Emperor's divine armor was destroyed by a single fist.
The golden armor on the Dragon Emperor's body had turned into a golden-colored liquid in a flash. Soon, it flowed into the Dragon Emperor's body and disappeared. The golden light that surrounded the Dragon Emperor had also disappeared.
Qin Yu, how are you right now? The Dragon Emperor walked over while smiling. He asked about Qin Yu's condition amiably. I'm fine, many thanks to Uncle for helping me.
Qin Yu said his thanks.
Trivial matter. That guy Emperor Yu always thought that he's outstanding and that he could attack someone again and again.
This time, I merely taught him a lesson.
The Dragon Emperor suddenly asked Qin Yu.
Oh, that's right. He had destroyed one of your divine armor and I only destroyed one of theirs. Was I a bit too lenient toward them? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 16. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 16, Tranquil Night. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Culips and Philip.
Hearing the Dragon Emperor saying that, as if he wanted to consult with Qin Yu first, Qin Yu understood very well that the Dragon Emperor wanted him to owe him a favor. Once he owed him a favor, he must help him. Had it not been for Uncle today, then even if I managed to survive today, I would still suffer a major loss. For Uncle to have helped me ruthlessly punish Emperor Yu, I cannot thank you enough.
If Uncle needs me for anything, please go ahead and say it without holding back,
said Qin Yu very tactfully. The Dragon Emperor smiled with astonishment.
Soon, he said. Qin Yu, you ought to know about the things between me and Wushu, right?
Yes, I know a bit.
Qin Yu nodded. The Dragon Emperor said.
Soon, when you let Wuming meet Wushu, I will hide myself.
Wuming might let Wushu meet me.
I'm afraid that Wushu would not agree to it. Thus, I hope that you'll help persuade him at that moment. Seeing the Dragon Emperor's face filled with anticipation, Qin Yu cannot refrain himself from feeling helpless.
Qin Yu, just help me for a bit. Ao Wuming also urged Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded.
He smiled and said. It's not that I'm not going to help, it's just that I have no certainty that I'll be able to help. Rest assured, at that time, I would try my best to persuade him. The Dragon Emperor immediately blossomed with smiles.
You have my utmost thanks. The Dragon Emperor took a glance at the surrounding and then nodded. Just like this, I'll withdraw myself first. Qin Yu, you can let Wuming and his brother meet and chat with each other first. As for whether or not Wushu would be willing to meet me, you can send a transmission to me when the time comes. After he finished, the Dragon Emperor disappeared after using a teleportation.
On the meadow that had just gone through a battle, only Qin Yu and Ao Wuming were present.
Big brother Wuming, please wait a moment. I'll go and inform Wushu.
After Qin Yu finished saying those words to Ao Wuming, he disappeared into the Jianglan's realm. Seeing that Qin Yu had disappeared into thin air, Ao Wuming grew a bit puzzled.
Could it be that Big Brother is in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion? Otherwise, why did Qin Yu enter inside it? Even now, Ao Wuming still didn't know of the existence of the Jianglan's realm.
Inside the Jianglan's realm, Qin Yu did not immediately proceed to Ao Wushu's residence. Instead, he arrived at where Hou Fei and Shi Zhan were. Qin Yu knew that, at this moment, Hou Fei would most likely still be very worried about him.
Why isn't Big Brother here yet? Hou Fei was looking all over the place.
His face was filled with anxiety and worry. However, Shi Zhan, who stood next to him, gave voice to persuade him.
Lord Hou Fei, Lord Qin Yu was definitely delayed by something.
For Lord Qin Yu to be able to bring us in here, he most definitely is able to come in any time.
Hou Fei knew that what Shi Zhan said was correct.
However, unless he saw Qin Yu, he was unable to rest assured. Suddenly, a man appeared out of thin air in front of them.
It was precisely Qin Yu.
Big brother. The worried and anxious expression on Hou Fei's face had immediately disappeared. Pleasantly surprised, he walked over. "Big brother, are you alright?"
Chinyu laughed and said. "Do I look like I'm not alright? It's just that my divine armor had been destroyed."
Chinyu felt a bit helpless in his heart. He then smiled and said,
"Forget about it, unless the old is gone, the new would not come." A divine armor.
"Big brother, who exactly are those two people?" Hofei had only fought Emperor Yu and his wife for merely a moment before being sent into the Jianglan's realm by Chinyu. Thus, he did not know that they were Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor. It's Emperor Yu and his wife, the Mystic Emperor. Naturally, a cold expression appeared on Chinyu's face. Toward Emperor Yu, Chinyu was already at the end of his patience. This kind of person who wholeheartedly wanted to kill him and chased after him the whole time, they belonged to the type that must be killed.
"It's that idiot Emperor Yu?"
A fierce expression appeared in Hofei's eyes. Immediately, the black stick appeared in his hand and he waved it once.
"Their strength is too strong right now.
I hope that they would not take on the divine tribulation anytime soon, so that once my strength becomes stronger and reaches their level, I shall pierce some nice holes through their bodies with my black stick." Seeing Hofei acting like this, Chinyu was unable to refrain himself from smiling. However, as he recalled the matter with the Dragon Emperor, he immediately said,
Fei, I still have something I must do. Wait here for a bit. I shall be back soon."
"Okay, big brother.
"Take your time,"
said Hofei straightforwardly as he waved his hand.
Chinyu nodded and then his figure disappeared again. The number of people in the Jianglan's realm wasn't many. However, the Jianglan's realm itself was boundless.
The place where Ao Wushu chose to live in was different from where all the rest of the people were located by. That's because he didn't want to live in the palaces that Chinyu made but instead decided to chop his own wood and build a wooden house.
A wooden house.
In front of the house was a cold pond.
Currently, Ao Wushu was sitting in front of the cold pond with his legs crossed. Chinyu appeared beside him.
From Chinyu's perception, this Ao Wushu's coldness was even colder than the cold pond.
"What are you here for?" said Ao Wushu coldly. "Business. Speak." Ao Wushu did not even open his eyes.
"Wushu, your brother Woming had come." Right after Chinyu finished saying those words, Ao Wushu opened his eyes and turned around to look at him.
"Chinyu, you're telling me that my younger brother Woming had come? Is this true?"
There appeared to be a starlight flickering in Ao Wushu's ice-cold eyes.
Chinyu nodded. "He's outside, do you want to meet him?" Ao Wushu stood up.
He slightly took a breath and then said indifferently,
"Send me out."
"And here I thought you'll still have that unconcerned about everything expression. So it turns out that you actually still have someone that you cared for,"
said Chinyu jokingly. Ao Wushu merely had his eyelids jump but did not say anything.
Soon after, Chinyu and Ao Wushu disappeared from the Jianglan's realm.
On the meadows of the Yellow Bird Star, Ao Woming had his hands behind his back as he quietly stood and waited.
Feeling that Chinyu and Ao Wushu had appeared out of thin air, Ao Woming turned around. Upon seeing his brother Ao Wushu that looked about 70% like him, a pleasantly surprised expression arrived on his face.
"Second brother."
Ao Wushu's eyes were filled with emotion.
"Big brother." Ao Woming also walked over.
The two brothers hugged each other.
Chinyu took the initiative to walk far away from the meadows.
He then sat on the grass. He turned around to look at Ao Wushu and Ao Woming who were far away from him. The two brothers were chatting with much noise and excitement. The current Ao Wushu does not have the indifference that he had before at all. His ice-cold expression had also shattered into a smile. That smile was truly mind-blowing. The meadows were covered with slight moisture. The moisture contained within it some coldness and caused Chinyu to be a lot more clear-headed.
"Ah!" Chinyu took in a deep breath.
A peaceful smile appeared on his face. For some unknown reason, Chinyu recalled his hometown, the purple mystic star in the mortal realm.
That east hazy mountain on the Qianlong continent.
Chinyu had carried Xiao He with him many a times and reached the top of that east hazy mountain to see the stars that covered the skies. He had also watched the starry skies on the roofs of the misty mountain villa.
Time flies.
Back then, he was still on the mountaintop of the mortal realm. And now, he had arrived on the immortal, devil and demon realms Bird Clan territory's Yellow Bird Star. He had even encountered and fought Emperor Yu on this same land just moments prior.
"Royal father, big brother, second brother, how are they doing now?"
Chinyu looked toward the starry sky as if he was looking past through the space and into the mortal realm. On the other space. Perhaps his royal father, his big brother and his second brother were all thinking of him. With the cultivation speed of my royal father and the others, it'll likely take them another couple hundred years or even over 1,000 years before they could ascend to here.
Xing Yu understood it very well in his heart.
The speed of cultivators in the mortal realm was over tens of times slower than that of the cultivators in the immortal, devil, and demon realm.
A tranquil smile. Xing Yu laid down.
His back lay on the soft meadow. Compared to the purple mystic star of the mortal realm, the amount of inhabited planets in the immortal, devil, and demon realm were extremely many. And, although there were a lot of people on each and every planet, the amount of land was a lot greater. This caused a lot of places to be desolate and overgrown.
Xing Yu lay on the ground but was able to sense quietness.
Other than Ao Wuming and his brother Ao Wushu conversing not far away from him, there were no other people in the radius of several thousand miles.
Where would Lear be now? Xing Yu laid on the ground.
His gaze was directed toward the cosmic space as he watched the skies filled with stars. Uncle Lan had said before that once I completely opened all 3 layers of the Jianglan's realm, I would be qualified to see Lear.
However, the current me is unable to even open the 2nd layer. Xing Yu was unceasingly thinking in his mind.
He was thinking about his father and brothers, his lover, and his Uncle Lan that's good toward him. One by one, they drift up and down through Xing Yu's mind.
Tranquilly, Xing Yu half closed his eyes. Stop thinking about it, stop thinking about it. When we get to the mountain, there'll be a way through. One must always look to the front.
Xing Yu's heart was filled with serenity.
Tranquilly.
His heart was serene to the extreme. Xing Yu's current state was very strange.
The figures of his relatives have appeared in his mind one by one.
However, his heart was nevertheless still very serene.
It was as if he wasn't thinking about anything at all.
That kind of serene and tranquil state was very comfortable to Xing Yu. At this moment, Xing Yu had suddenly sensed the endless void.
That tranquil cosmic space was also that silent.
Xing Yu did not notice at all that the meteoric tear in his soul was currently radiating a green light that was pervading toward the entire cosmic space. Unconsciously, Xing Yu's soul was undergoing a change. And the Xing Yu at this moment, his heart was filled with warmth.
He was not thinking of anything. It was as if the current Xing Yu was asleep. Suddenly,
Xing Yu sensed the sound of arguments and was immediately woken up.
What's happening?
Once he woke back up, the meteoric tear within Xing Yu's soul returned to its normal state. Xing Yu himself had also faded from that kind of profound state.
What's wrong with me?
Xing Yu touched the corner of his eye. Unexpectedly, there was tears on the corner of his eye.
My soul's realm level. Xing Yu was filled with astonishment. Xing Yu's soul's realm level was originally at the 1st layer of the heavenly soul.
However, after that short sleep, Xing Yu's soul's realm level actually reached the 2nd layer of the heavenly soul. Xing Yu knew very well that if he was to train and cultivate normally, it'll take him several hundred years to reach the 2nd layer of the heavenly soul.
Xing Yu slightly calculated in his heart. It's only been a while, not even an hour has passed. How did I manage to improve so much in such a short time? Xing Yu was astonished. Could it be that this is what they called a moment of enlightenment? Suddenly, Xing Yu came to a realization.
He had heard about a moment of enlightenment before. Some people do not cultivate at a fast pace but might enter a special state at a certain moment. At that moment, their soul's realm level was promoted at an extremely frightening pace. Some were even able to immediately reach the summit at once. However, once a moment of enlightenment was broken off, it was very hard to enter that state again.
What kind of state was I in before? Xing Yu was thinking about it very hard.
However, no matter how hard he thought about it, he was still unable to recall the state that he was in earlier. All he knew was that at that moment, he was not thinking about anything. He was in a very comfortable state and even involuntarily shed tears.
Second brother, you need not speak anymore.
A voice sounded from afar.
Xing Yu turned around to look. At this moment, Ao Wushu was arguing with Ao Wuming. Xing Yu looked at these two with a helpless expression.
Had it not been for the sound of their argument to break him from that state of enlightenment, then he might have reached the 3rd layer of the heavenly soul at once or even break through the heavenly soul realm.
That too was possible. Xing Yu shook his head and smiled. He then walked toward Ao Wuming and Ao Wushu. A moment of enlightenment was something that can be discovered but not sought after.
To encounter it once was already a matter to be rejoiced for. Since it had been interrupted, then perhaps the heavens had destined that he would only reach the 2nd layer of the heavenly soul through enlightenment. As for the later stages, he must still rely on himself and slowly cultivate. Big brother, all these years, Imperial Father had been regretting about his conduct and deeds that he had done back then.
He wanted your forgiveness the whole time. I am not asking you to forgive him, but can't you just see him? Ao Wuming continued to try to persuade Ao Wushu. Enough. Ao Wushu was slightly angry. At this moment, Xin Yu walked over. Ao Wushu, no matter what, uncle is still your father. Is it impossible for you to even see him? Are you unwilling to give your own father an opportunity to meet you? Xin Yu looked at Ao Wushu with a face filled with anticipation. Ao Wushu looked at his brother Ao Wuming and then looked at Xin Yu. Xin Yu, you don't understand. Ao Wushu looked toward his brother. Second brother, could it be that even you don't understand? Back then, I stayed in the Dragon Clan for all those years. In all those years, I had always tried every possible method to train and cultivate. However, even when my cultivation speed managed to keep up with yours, but Imperial Father and all the other clansmen had always thought that I, as a Red Dragon, have too low of a potential and that even if I reach level 9 Demon Emperor, I'll still be inferior to you as a level 8 Demon Emperor. To be disdained as beneath contempt. Ao Wushu stared at Ao Wuming. Second brother, could it be that you've forgotten about long how I've kneeled on the snow mountain during that time? I've kneeled there for 3 entire years. I begged for them to allow me to live in the Green Crystal Star, the only home that I have. However, what did they do? They thought that I, as a Red Dragon, was not qualified to live there. Even though I was the Dragon Emperor's son, I was still exiled. At that time, what did the Dragon Emperor do? He did not bother to speak for me at all. Instead, he agreed with them and wanted me to leave the Green Crystal Star to other planets. To live on the Green Crystal Star, the requirement was that one have to be a high-level Divine Beast, Super Divine Beast, experts that's already at the Emperor level and their families. The families of them are only the women and their children. However, when the children grew older, they were still required to leave and walk their own path. Back then, Ao Wushu had reached level 1 Heavenly Demon, was not allowed to continue to live in the Dragon Emperor's palace and was forced to leave. 3 entire years. Ao Wushu's body was trembling. Back when I was younger, I held anticipation for the Dragon Emperor. All the way till the time when I kneeled for 3 years on the snow mountain. In those 3 years, I had always harbored hope for him until finally, all my hope turned into despair. Ever since I left the snow mountain, I had told myself, Ao Wushu, was no longer a descendant of the Dragon Clan. He, Ao Feng, can forget about me coming back and recognizing him as my father. The tears in Ao Wushu's eyes were flickering. He said those words one by one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 17. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 17, Journey Toward the North. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Xin Yu was momentarily speechless. A scene appeared in his mind. A youth was kneeling atop the snow mountain. He was begging his father and his clansmen. 3 entire years, this youth went from hope to despair and then finally departed determinedly. What kind of assistance did the Dragon Clan and Ao Feng give me? All those descendants of the Dragon Clan would only look down upon me. Other than you, brother, who would accompany and chat with me, who else would do that? Hatred was shown in Ao Wushu's eyes. Ao Wuming also grew silent. In the end, he sighed and said, Big brother, you know about our Imperial Father's character. His temperament was exactly so. As the Dragon Emperor, he would definitely handle his affairs according to the rules of the clan without softening at all. The moment when you reached the Heavenly Demon level, our Imperial Father would definitely expel you from the Green Crystal Star. Ao Wushu started to laugh. He laughed a bit frantically. He then looked at Xin Yu and Ao Wuming. Back when I was younger, Ao Feng had always been cold and grim toward me. I had always had a grudge against him in my heart. Second brother, did you know? During the time when I passed the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulations, I had already become aware that I possessed inherited memories. When Ao Wushu said that, Ao Wuming was shocked. Xin Yu was also startled. That's right. After Ao Wushu passed the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulations, he attained inherited memories. Inherited memories was the characteristic that was possessed by only high-level divine beasts and super divine beasts. Just by that, it was enough to prove that Ao Wushu is not a low-level divine beast Red Dragon. Second brother, do you still remember what our Imperial Father's response was when I told him that I possessed inherited memories? Ao Wushu looked at Ao Wuming. Ao Wuming was speechless. Xin Yu instead became puzzled. What kind of response did the Dragon Emperor have? A slap to my face. Ao Wushu's expression had become malevolent. When I happily run to Ao Feng to tell him that I possessed inherited memories and that I am not a Red Dragon, he, Ao Feng,
gave me a slap to my face ruthlessly. He hit me so hard that I vomited blood. I will always remember the expression that Ao Fong had back then and the words that he said. Ao Wushiyu's body was shivering. He, Ao Fong, pointed at me with his finger and angrily rebuked, telling me that you, as the son of the Dragon Emperor, no matter what sort of condition you end up in, you still must not degenerate to a state where you don't even know of honor and shame. Inherited memories? They're stored deeply in one's soul. You said that you possessed inherited memories? Who could inspect that to confirm it? You think you'd possess it just because you said you do? Wushu, if you really do possess inherited memories, then you'd be a variation divine beast. Did you think that it's that easy for a variation divine beast to appear? Wushu, even if you want to break away from your current status, unless you're able to cultivate and train to the emperor level, otherwise, it's best for you to not use some petty tricks like these. No one would believe you. Ao Wushu was filled with an agonized expression. Second brother, I believe you were present during the time. You ought to have heard it very clearly. Ao Wuming opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. That's right, other than I who could be certain that I possessed inherited memories, who else would be able to tell? When I used some of the strong techniques from my inherited memories, the other people from the Dragon Clan yet said it's you who passed them to me. Ha ha. Ao Wushu started laughing out loud. His laugh was very desolate. Ever since that slap, I no longer told Ao Fong that I am a variation divine beast. Instead, I strived my hardest in training. I was planning to use my own practical results to prove myself. However, even after I reached the heavenly demon stage, Ao Fong still continued to treat me like that. I had kneeled in the snow mountain for 3 entire years. Yet, he, Ao Fong, did not even bother to glance at me once. Ao Wushu laughed coldly. He wants to see me now? Humph, isn't it just because he found out that I'm a blood dragon and not a red dragon? Had I really been a red dragon, would he still want to see me like so? Silence. Ao Wuming was silent. Qin Yu was also silent. Ao Wushu. After a long while, Qin Yu uttered. Hearing what you had said, I believe that I, compared to you, was a bit better off. Although ever since I was 6, my imperial father would rarely see me once in a year or two. I didn't even have the opportunity to receive lectures from him. All of that was because the current me from back then was not suited to cultivate, nor was I suited to administer the nation. But Ao Wushu looked toward Qin Yu. Frequently, I would be lonely by myself. I am like you. I strived my hardest to show my imperial father with my results. I was unable to cultivate and train in internal techniques. Back then, I would frantically train in external techniques every day. In our mortal realm, there had never been anyone who managed to enter the Xiantian stage with merely external techniques. I managed to succeed. The unprecedented one. TL, Xiantian Pre-Heaven/Innate. Qin Yu looked toward Ao Wushu. Ao Wushu, did you know? I had once thought that my imperial father does not love me. Otherwise, why would he not see me once even in a year or two? Only afterwards did I understood everything. Ao Wushu, you cannot completely reject your imperial father because of what happened back then. No matter what, he was still your biological father. Flowing within your body was your imperial father's blood. I am not asking that you forgive him, but at the very least, give him an opportunity to explain himself. Let him explain what happened back then. Ao Wushu, do not reject him. I know very well of what you're going through, as I have also gone through the same. I know that in the bottom of your heart, there's also a trace of hope. Do not reject it completely. Give your imperial father an opportunity. Likewise, give yourself an opportunity. Qin Yu looked at Ao Wushu. In his eyes were signs of encouragement and hope. Ao Wushu grew silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly nodded. Qin Yu, perhaps what you said was right. However, this man Ao Fong would disappoint you. No, I do not think that'll be the case. Qin Yu shook his head. Ao Wushu did not refute him. He looked toward Ao Wuming. Second brother, you can let Ao Fong hear. I'll see how he'll explain himself. Okay, big brother. Ao Wuming nodded and then took a grateful glance at Qin Yu. Afterwards, his demon awareness was spread out. In merely a short moment, another man had joined these meadows. It was a white-haired old man, the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor Ao Fong took a grateful glance at Qin Yu and then walked toward Ao Wushu. You can stop, tell me from there, said Ao Wushu suddenly. At this moment, Ao Fong was a dozen or so meters away from Ao Wuming. Ao Fong stopped. Wushu. Ao Fong looked at Ao Wushu.
Ever since you left the Dragon Clan, this is the second time that we've seen each other. Ao Wushu merely nodded his head indifferently. He did not say anything in response. Ao Feng nodded and said, Wushu, the grudges that you have, I understood about all of them. Toward everything you have experienced in the Dragon Clan back then, I have nothing to say. Back then, I am indeed a bit excessive and harsh toward you. Merely harsh? Ao Wushu sneered. Ao Feng sighed. Perhaps you'd think that I'm too heartless. However, those are the only methods that I knew of in lecturing my children. Even your brother Woming ended up going against my wishes and married a woman from a foreign clan. I truly failed as a father. Indeed, you failed, said Ao Wushu coldly. Wushu, did you know? When I found out that you were taken into the 10,000 Beasts Atlas by Immortal Emperor Niyang, at that moment, I was so very furious and remorseful. Ao Feng's eyes grew slightly red from anger. I had wanted to directly kill that Niyang because he had imprisoned my son. Xinyu, who was at the side, noticed that the facial muscles on Ao Wushu slightly twitched the moment when he heard Ao Feng said my son. Ever since we talked that time, after you declared that you do not care about me at all, I came to realize a bit. Since that time, my bearing towards your brother Woming marrying a woman from a foreign clan has also gradually changed. Sighed Ao Feng. Ao Woming was startled. He did not know at all that his imperial father had changed because of that matter. Now that he thought about it, that was indeed the case. When he first got together with Lian Zhu, Ao Feng was so angry that he nearly went insane. He even went so far as to refuse to let Ao Woming return home. Ever since that time with Ao Wushu, although Ao Feng still doesn't approve of him being with a woman from a foreign clan, he stopped opposing it that unyieldingly. He even allowed Ao Woming to return back to the Green Crystal Star. Wushu, I had already reached level 9 Demon Emperor. I am uncertain when the Divine Tribulation might arrive. I am not trying to make extravagant demand for you to forgive me. I am already satisfied for you to be willing to see me this time. Ao Wushu was momentarily silent. After a short period of time, Ao Feng. Let me ask you. Ao Wushu stared at Ao Feng. Had I still been a red dragon, would you still want to see me and recognize me as your son like so? Xinyu and Ao Woming also grew tensed. From Qinyu's point of view, the reason why the Dragon Emperor was so good to him on the Crescent Moon Bay was precisely because of Ao Wushu. Afterwards, when he fought back Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor, it was also for the same reason. To the Dragon Emperor who was about to ascend, the strength of his son was not something that would hold a lot of significance. Even if this was the case, he had still helped Xinyu a couple times. That was enough to show his concern for Ao Wushu. If it was me from before you were imprisoned into the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, then that me would likely not recognize you. However, the me that woke up to reality afterwards, that me would definitely recognize you. Wushu, can you give your father a chance? Ao Feng fixed his eyes on Ao Wushu. Ao Wushu's eyes were also fixed on Ao Feng for a long time. Xinyu, let me return. Suddenly, Ao Wushu said to Xinyu. Xinyu was unable to refrain from being stunned. Ao Feng also had a slight disappointed expression on his face. Big brother. Ao Woming also spoke. Ao Wushu did not respond at all. He merely looked at Xinyu. Ultimately, Xinyu nodded and then took Ao Wushu back into the Jianglan's realm. At the moment Ao Wushu that returned to the Jianglan's realm, Xinyu received a mind voice transmission. The Dragon Emperor looked at Xinyu. Xinyu, thank you very much for this. Woming, let's return. Rushing over all the way from the Green Crystal Star yet ending up with such results. Ao Woming nodded. He then turned to Xinyu and nodded to bid farewell. However, just as the two were about to depart, Xinyu spoke. Uncle, earlier Wushu sent me a mind voice transmission. He wanted me to relay a message to you. The Dragon Emperor and Ao Woming looked toward Xinyu simultaneously. Their gazes were shining. Xinyu had a slight smile on his face. Wushu said that if he was able to meet you again in the Divine Realm, then it means that he still has the predestined relationship of father and son with you. The Dragon Emperor had an ecstatic expression. Thank you, thank you. The Dragon Emperor was such a steady person, yet, he still said 2 thank yous to Xinyu in a row. Xinyu also smiled. Xinyu understood that, for Ao Wushu to be able to act like this, with Ao Wushu's temperament, it was certainly something that's awfully hard to come by. As for whether the father and son would be able to pass through the Divine Tribulation and meet each other again in the boundless Divine Realm, that is something that's hard to say. Following the departure of the Dragon Emperor and Ao Woming, Qinyu's mind also grew a lot more relaxed. In a restaurant on the Yellow Bird Star.
This restaurant was also a lodging place. Xinyu and Hou Fei decided to stay in this restaurant to rest a day on the Yellow Bird Star.
Xinyu and Hou Fei were about to set off again.
It's just that before they set off, they had to first determine where Heiyu is. Last time around, Shizhan did not even finish confirming the location of Heiyu before he was interrupted by the emergence of Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor. And now, Shizhan was once again carefully confirming the location of Heiyu. Shizhan, we have already given you the map, tell us the approximate location of your master. Both Hou Fei and Xinyu were looking at Shizhan. Shizhan closed his eyes to sense the approximate location of his master Heiyu. After a long time, Shizhan opened his eyes. He said to Xinyu and Hou Fei, Lord Xinyu, Lord Hou Fei, according to my confirmation earlier, the current location of my master is on a star field to the extreme north, the South Mountain Star Field. He is in a big galaxy in the northern part of the South Mountain Star Field.
South Mountain Star Field. The entire interstellar map appeared in Xinyu's mind.
From the Yellow Bird Star to the South Mountain Star Field, it was certainly almost straight north. Lords, I believe that I would be able to be more definite about my master's location the moment we reached the South Mountain Star Field, said Shizhan respectfully. The further away one was, the harder it'll be to be certain. Back when they were on the Beast Clan's territory, Shizhan was only able to determine that Heiyu was in the Bird Clan's territory.
Good. Xinyu nodded. Toward the north, let's go. Xinyu directly took Shizhan back into the Jianglan's realm. Let's go. I wonder how the mixed-hair bird is doing right now. Hou Fei grew excited.
Xinyu and Hou Fei immediately set off northward from the Yellow Bird Star to the South Mountain Star Field. In the entire journey northward, Hou Fei and Xinyu did not stop to rest at all. Especially when they thought of their third brother Xiaohei, their passion surged even greater. In merely 2 days, Xinyu and Hou Fei had unceasingly passed through interstellar conveying arrays after interstellar conveying arrays. From the bordering planet, the Yellow Bird Star, they had reached the most northwestern star field of the Bird Clan's territory, South Mountain Star Field. South Mountain Star Field was the northernmost star field in the entire Immortal, Devil and Demon realm. If one were to continue to travel north from the South Mountain Star Field, then one would enter the place where a lot of frightening cosmic energies like the cosmic fragmentary golden stream gathered. If one were to pass through that frightening area, then one would enter the northernmost section of the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm. Right after arriving on the South Mountain Star Field, Xinyu and Hou Fei immediately proceeded to a desolate mountainous region.
Big brother, quickly take out Shizhan, urged Hou Fei. I know, I'm also anxious to meet Xiaohei, said Xinyu while smiling. Immediately after, Shizhan appeared in front of the two. Xinyu immediately said, Shizhan, we've arrived on the South Mountain Star Field. Carefully examine which galaxy your master is currently on and approximately where on that galaxy your master is. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 18. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 18, Meeting of the Three Brothers. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Yes, please wait a moment.
At this moment, Shizhan was also very straightforward. He immediately closed his eyes to sense where Heiyu was. As for Hou Fei and Xinyu, they were watching him attentively and waiting for his response.
Opening his eyes,
Shizhan looked toward Xinyu and Hou Fei. He said respectfully, Lords, my master is currently on the northern part of the Ice Thread Galaxy of the South Mountain Star Field. As for which planet he was on, the two lords merely need to bring me to a northern planet of the Ice Thread Galaxy and let me out to determine again, and I should definitely be able to become certain. Both Xinyu and Hou Fei had happy expressions on their faces.
Good, the matter should not be delayed, let's set off immediately, said Xinyu.
He then once again took Shizhan back into the Jianglan's realm and then proceeded onward towards the Ice Thread Galaxy of the South Mountain Star Field. With their speed, after they continuously passed through a dozen or so interstellar conveying arrays, they had arrived on a northern planet of the Ice Thread Galaxy. On this planet, Xinyu once again took out Shizhan and had him sense his brother's location.
Big brother. Hou Fei looked at Xinyu.
This South Mountain Star Field was already the northernmost star field in the entire Immortal, Devil and Demon Emperor. This Ice Thread Galaxy was also toward the north of the South Mountain Star Field. However, that mixed-hair bird was actually located at the northern part of the Ice Thread Galaxy.
This mixed-hair bird, why did he run all the way here? Xinyu smiled. Who knows why Xiaohei would run all the way here? I've found him. Shizhan opened his eyes and looked toward Xinyu and Hou Fei.
According to my sense, I am certain that Master was definitely on a planet that's not far from here, the Jade Shepherd Star. Qin and Hou Fei took a glance at each other and then smiled.
Let's go,
said Qin excitedly. In the immortal, devil and demon realm of the northernmost inhabited planets, the Jade Shepherd star was definitely one of the top 100 on the list.
In the entire South Mountain star field, there are only 2 planets that's further north than it.
Toward the east of the Bird Clan's territory, in the Dark Star realm, there was another star field that's a bit more north than the South Mountain star field.
The Jade Shepherd star was a very ordinary planet.
It was ordinary to the extreme.
On this planet, there were 2 great families that took control of the planet.
The strongest experts of these 2 great families were merely level 5 demon kings.
Level 5 demon kings were only able to show their might in small planets like the Jade Shepherd star.
Likewise, the Jade Shepherd star also possessed 2 cities. One of the city was called the Wood Moon City. On the Wood Moon City was a mansion house called the Star Spiritual Palace. Although this Star Spiritual Palace appeared to be an ordinary mansion house, but the 2 great families of the Jade Shepherd star didn't dare to provoke this Star Spiritual Palace. That's because the masters of the Star Spiritual Palace, a married couple, were truly too powerful. The male master, Mr. Lu Xing.
TL, remember, Lu Xing Meteor. The female master, Lady Lingjian. TL, the Star Spiritual Palace was named after the two's name.
The Xing, star, in Lu Xing and the Ling, spirit, in Lingjian. There were no maids in the entire mansion house, only the married couple. Within the back garden of the mansion house, Mr. Lu Xing and Lady Lingjian are both here. Both Mr. Lu Xing and Lady Lingjian like the color white.
Thus, they are both donned in white. A black-colored long spear.
Mr. Lu Xing was holding this black-colored long spear with a single hand. He was slowly sweeping the tip of the spear along the sandy ground. The tip of the spread was drawing pictures on the sandy ground. Soon, the pictures were replaced by other pictures. This Mr. Lu Xing, his eyes were bright like the stars. However, his slightly closed lips gave off a feeling of toughness and severe coldness. As for the scar on the left side of his face, with Mr. Lu Xing's strength, he was naturally able to remove that scar.
However, he didn't and continued to have it. One at a time.
Mr. Lu Xing was waving his long spear very slowly. However, the flowers, plants and dead leaves around him were moving up and down. They were moving up and down with a special frequency following Mr. Lu Xing's long spear's movement. Lady Lingjian, who was also covered in white, was standing to the side and looking at Mr. Lu Xing.
She watched him calmly and without moving.
Mr. Lu Xing, from his appearance to his height and figure, appeared to be only 16 or 17. As for Lady Lingjian, after carefully inspecting her appearance, she too only appeared 16 or 17.
It's just that the faint grandeur that she's giving off was enough to illustrate that she's an expert. The flowers and plants stopped moving up and down and returned to their upright state.
As it turned out, Mr. Lu Xing had just taken back his black long spear. Mr. Lu Xing was straight like a long spear.
Linger, how long have we stayed on the Jade Shepherd star?
Mr. Lu Xing raised his head to ask. His long hair covered the sides of Mr. Lu Xing's face. Only half of his 2 eyes were exposed.
Lady Lingjian nodded and said, "Almost 3 years.
3 years, 3 years, this place ought to be the place that we have stayed at the longest ever since we started getting chased," said Mr. Lu Xing as he lightly smiled. However, even though he was laughing, he was still giving off a chilling sensation.
Lady Lingjian walked over.
She held Mr. Lu Xing's left arm.
"That's right, big brother you. Are we to change our location again?" "That's right, we have to change our location again."
Mr. Lu Xing nodded.
Lady Lingjian looked at Mr. Lu Xing with a hopeful expression. She said, "Big brother you, can we stay here a bit longer?"
"They have not yet discovered us, it shows that we have hidden ourselves very well this time around." Being on the run, those days were truly tiring. Mr. Lu Xing held Lady Lingjian in his chest firmly with a single hand.
"Linger, it's all my fault.
Because of me, I've involved your family. Your entire clan had died because of me, even your big sister had been captured.
Big brother you, it's not your fault.
Those people are barbarous and cannot be reasoned with.
Ever since you've ascended and all the way till now, you've never departed from my hometown, so how could you possibly offend them?
The only reason why they wanted to kill you was because they are barbaric and cannot be reasoned with." Lady Lingjian closely hugged Mr. Lu Xing. Mr. Lu Xing raised his head up. A single tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. Mr. Lu Xing and Lady Lingjian continued to hug each other like that. Suddenly, Mr. Lu Xing's expression changed. He turned his hand around and then the long spear appeared in his hand.
"Linger, experts have arrived."
Lady Lingjian also turned her hand around and took out a long sword.
"Ha ha. Xiao Hei, you certainly can flee. You've actually flee all the way to this nook. However, that's good too, for I would be able to display a great service to His Majesty now. After a loud laughter, several tens of people rapidly shot over from the air. Immediately, they arrived on the airspace above the Star Spiritual Palace. TL, the Xiao Hei they addressed Hei Yu as is different from the Xiao Lil Hei that Qin Yu address Hei Yu as. Versus. This Mr. Lu Xing, Lady Ling Jian addressed him as Big Brother Yu, however, this man chasing after him addressed him as Xiao Hei. It appeared to be pretty contradictory. 3 Emperor-level experts. Mr. Lu Xing's eyes trembled. Amongst these several tens of figures, only 3 people possessed a golden battle gown. The several tens of people behind them were all donned in a black gown. Xiao Hei, not bad. In a mere 3 years, you've actually reached the level 1 Demon Emperor level from level 9 Demon King. Also, didn't you only ascend to the Immortal, Devil, and Demon Realm a mere 300 years ago? Truly a genius Demon Emperor of our Demon Realm. The golden-colored youth who the leader of the group started to laugh and said. Unfortunately, with I, a level 4 Demon Emperor, leading this time around and my 2 brothers here also being level 2 Demon Emperors, you'd certainly die here. Mr. Lu Xing protected his wife behind him. He said to her via voice transmission. Linger, in a moment, escape first. I would catch up to you afterwards. Big Brother Yu, can we still escape this time around? Lady Ling Jian was a bit desperate. Big Brother Yu, I won't run away. If we are to die, then we'll die together. Mr. Lu Xing firmly bite down on his gums. Blood rolled down from the corner of his mouth. You all, why are you chasing after me to kill me? Said Mr. Lu Xing as he strongly pressed down his anger. The golden-clothed youth leader lightly laughed and said. Why we're chasing after you to kill you? Who knows why? This was the command that His Majesty gave personally. He said that you must be dead no matter what. The order of His Majesty, in the entire Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm, there aren't many that would dare resist against it. Mr. Lu Xing's eyes that were covered by his hair started to expose a radiance of anger. Pang Demon Emperor, right? Ever since I've ascended, I've never ever killed a single person. I had only stayed in the Bai family. However, you all had wiped out the entire Bai family and even wanted to chase after and kill me. How exactly have I wronged you? Even if I were to die, you all must still tell me the reason that I'm being killed for. The golden-clothed youth laughed and said. I do want to tell you, unfortunately, even I don't know of the reason, so how can I tell you? Who knows the reason? Said Mr. Lu Xing. His Majesty knows. Also, those couple higher-ups beside His Majesty most likely also know. Unfortunately, you do not have the chance to search for it. The golden-clothed youth waved his hand and said. Enough, I'm not wasting time with you anymore. Hey, brothers, attack. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lady Ling Jian spoke. The golden-clothed youth waved his hand to stop his troops. He then looked at Lady Ling Jian with a teasing smile. Little Bai Ling, what do you have to say? Is my sister still okay? Did you guys did anything to her? Bai Ling asked. This Lady Ling Jian's actual name is called Bai Ling. The so-called Lady Ling Jian was merely an alias on the Jade Shepherd Star. The golden-clothed youth started to laugh. You're talking about your sister? To be honest, your sister would have certainly been killed. However, I do not know how she managed to get so lucky, but our young master Zongju actually took a fancy upon your sister. So, your sister's little life could be considered saved. Zongju. Mr. Lu Xing's eyes narrowed. Cold light radiated out from his eyes. Is it Zongju who told the Pang Demon Emperor that I'm located in the Bai family? That scoundrel. Shut your mouth. Young Master Zongju is not someone that you could comment on. The golden-clothed youth's expression turned cold. This great demon emperor does not have the time to waste on you anymore, brothers, attack. With a wave of his hand. The 3 men who's wearing golden gowns simultaneously shot toward Mr. Lu Xing to attack him. Yow, a reverberating bird noise sounded from Mr. Lu Xing's throat. Sharp black feathers appeared on Mr. Lu Xing's body. Those feathers were like steel as they flickered a metal gloss. Their hardness was evident. Brothers, be careful, that Xiao Hei has entered battle form, said the golden-clothed youth via voice transmission. Mr. Lu Xing held a black long spear in his hand. Between his brows was a black feather scale. Although his long hair covered his eyes, they were unable to cover the bloodthirst and frantic battle intention in his eyes. Like a lightning bolt, his body was shot out. His long spear was like a long dragon. He rolled up an innumerable amount of spear silhouettes.
All of a sudden, he had stopped the 3 great demon emperors. Kill! The 3 demon emperors were also not holding back and started to frantically attack this Mr. Lu Xing. As for the other several tens of black-clothed men, they started to attack Bai Ling. A level 4 demon emperor, 2 level 2 demon emperors. All of them merely to surround and kill a level 1 demon emperor.
Catch on.
A long sword was thrust at a black plate armor and gave off the sound of metal clashing. The person who thrusted the sword was a level 2 demon emperor. That golden-clothed youth immediately shouted via voice transmission. You idiot, did you not know that this Xiao Hei's battle armor was extremely rigid and is close to the level of a top-quality immortal armor? You too, attack with all your strength. If you don't, then killing him is but a dream. Yes. The 2 demon emperors immediately replied. Crisscrossed sword aura. Soaring spear silhouettes. Mr. Lu Xing's long hair fluttered in the wind.
The scar on his left face was even more malevolent.
His 2 blood-red eyes were giving off a feeling of hysterical madness. Big brother you! At this moment, Bai Ling was firmly hit with a fist to her back by a black-clothed man. She was thrown away flying and sprayed blood in the sky. Bai Ling had actually already reached level 9 Demon King level. It's just that amongst those several tens of black-clothed men, there were 5 at level 9 Demon King.
The rest of them were all level 8 Demon Kings. Scram! Mr. Lu Xing grew frantic.
He shook his long spear and swept back the 2 level 2 demon emperors. However, that golden-clothed youth's attack was charging toward Bai Ling rapidly. Die! The golden youth thrust his spear forward. However, right when the spear was about to hit Mr. Lu Xing had strangely shifted some 20 centimeters toward the lower right as if he had teleported. The spear that was originally able to pierce through the abdomen had only pierced through the chest.
Teleportation martial technique.
The golden-clothed youth's expression had changed. Wasn't that the martial technique that's specific to only the super divine beast of the Pang clan? Having received a spear hit, Mr. Lu Xing brandished his long spear even more frantically. Several tens of spear silhouettes appeared and pierced through 6 people, killing the 6 demon kings immediately.
Linger.
Mr. Lu Xing hugged Bai Ling. I'm fine, he didn't hit my crucial body part. Bai Ling tried her best to squeeze out a smile. At this moment, the golden-clothed youth and the other 2 demon emperors had already surrounded Mr. Lu Xing. Xiao Hei, from your strength, I suspect you are a variant divine beast from the Eagle clan. Variant divine beasts are rarely seen. You actually even know the teleportation martial technique. Unfortunately, you still have to die. Mr. Lu Xing looked at his surroundings. He had used up all his tricks earlier. However, that golden-clothed youth was actually a high-level divine beast. Adding on the fact that he's a level 4 demon emperor, the gap between them was truly large.
Big brother, monkey, it would appear that we cannot meet again.
A tear rolled down from Mr. Lu Xing's eye.
Linger, what you said was right. If we are to die, then we shall die together. Mr. Lu Xing firmly hugged Bai Ling. He then ferociously looked at the 3 demon emperors surrounding him.
However, even if we were to die, we must still drag a couple down with us to share our fate.
Xiao Hei. Mixed hair bird.
2 familiar voices suddenly sounded. Like being struck by lightning, Mr. Lu Xing suddenly shivered and raised his head to look toward the sky. The 2 familiar figures were flying toward him rapidly.
Big brother, monkey.
Mr. Lu Xing's body shivered like electric current had just flowed through it. His tears flowed down. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 19.
Book 13 3 Brothers, Chapter 19, Variation Super Divine Beast.
Translated by Pumpkin.
Edited by Philip, Translation Nations. In all these years, Heiyu, having been on the run the entire time, had used aliases to hide his identity. Those aliases that he used were mostly related to the experience that he had back when he was with Qinyu. He used those aliases to look forward to the brotherly bonds. And this time around, Heiyu used the alias Mr. Lu Xing. What he wished the most was to meet his brothers again. And earlier, just when he had reached the point of despair, his big brother and second brother had appeared. At this moment, Heiyu felt that a hot sensation had started to flow through his entire body. His strength had reached the pinnacle all of a sudden.
Big brother, monkey, wait for me.
The long spear in Heiyu's hand started to tremble. His body flashed into a faint blur. He was charging toward the level 2 demon emperor to his left. As for the 2 silhouettes in the sky, they charged respectively toward the level 4 demon emperor and the level other 2 demon emperor. The 3 demon emperors wearing golden gowns were respectively met with their own opponent.
Ho Fei's mouth was wide open, exposing his teeth.
He appeared to have entered a berserk state. His two blood-red eyes were very terrifying. His black long stick ferociously struck the level 2 Demon Emperor's long sword. Afterward, as if his black stick was borrowing strength from the defending sword, it came crushing down again.
A stick strike after another.
The strongest technique of the heaven, startling 36 stick strikes, 36 overlapping waves. The special technique that even Qin Yu was unable to block.
Ho Fei continued his attack frantically.
That top-quality immortal sword merely managed to block 3 stick strikes before shattering.
The remaining 33 stick strikes did not manage to finish their course.
In merely another 3 stick strikes, all of them landing on the body of the level 2 Demon Emperor. Actually, a single stick strike was enough to kill him, it's just that Ho Fei's speed was too fast.
After the 3 strikes. Bang!
Blood splattered. Flesh scattered from bones and flew all over the ground. That nascent soul had also already been shattered by the stick strike. The black long spear was called the cloud-piercing spear. A single spear strike turned into 9 spear silhouettes. The other level 2 Demon Emperor tried his hardest to open his eyes wide. It was as if he was trying to see which spear silhouette was real. However, by the time he managed to tell, that cloud-piercing spear had already thrust a hole through his abdomen.
His nascent soul was directly pierced through. A single finger strike.
The strongest technique of the meteor finger technique, the technique that's specific to the black hole realm level of the stellar transformation technique, sky-piercing finger.
Bang! A clear sound echoed. A golden blur was shot toward the level 4 Demon Emperor.
Afterwards, Qin Yu's body flew down from the sky.
That level 4 Demon Emperor was standing there foolishly.
On his forehead was a hole. Under the attack from the sky-piercing finger, the strongest attack technique that Qin Yu possessed, the level 4 Demon Emperor was killed on the spot.
He was killed without even the ability to fight back. The 3 brothers had attacked almost simultaneously. Those 3 Demon Emperors were all killed with a single move.
The 3 brothers all stood beside each other and looked at each other. In their eyes were emotional excitement. Those several tens of black-clothed people alarmingly discovered that their 3 Demon Emperor leaders were all killed all of a sudden. Startled, they, without prior consultation, all started to frantically flee while shouting wildly.
"Run, run!"
As they shouted, they started to flee toward all directions. They all understood that if they were to run to a single direction, then they might all be wiped out.
Qin Yu looked at these fleeing people.
His gaze turned cold.
Indifferently, he said, "Not one shall live." Several hundred people appeared out of nowhere.
At once, they surrounded those several tens of people. In merely a blink of an eye, all of those black-clothed people were killed. Blood had colored the ground red. As for those several hundred people, they all kneeled down on one knee and said respectfully,
"Master."
The leader amongst them were the level 5 Demon Emperor Yun Ming. For Demon Emperors leading level 7, 8, and 9 Demon Kings, with all of them attacking together, how could those several tens of Demon Kings not die? With an intention of his mind, this group of people were all taken into the Jianglan's realm by Qin Yu. Since a while back, Qin Yu had already placed all of the demonic beasts from the 10,000 Beasts Atlas into the Jianglan's realm. It's just that the heavenly demon level and the demon king level spiritual beasts were respectively located in 2 places. These 2 places were distantly separated by Qin Yu. Seeing a bunch of people appear and kill the several tens of demon kings, both He Yu and Bai Ling were slightly startled.
When they suddenly disappeared, it shocked them even more.
The space had started to fluctuate from the battle earlier. It was very dangerous to teleport in such a situation.
Although those subordinates are not very strong, but against those people, they're very effective.
If I were to go kill several tens of people myself, I reckon that I won't be able to kill them so fast like this.
Qin Yu was very satisfied.
Big brother.
He Yu looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu turned around to look at Xiao He.
Within his eyes were emotions.
"Xiao He, I've finally found you." He Yu repeatedly nodded.
His eyes were flickering with tears.
Mixed hair bird. Ho Fei walked over and heavily patted He Yu's shoulder.
"Who would have known that you actually look pretty high up wearing all white? Unfortunately, your strength was only at the level 1 Demon Emperor level. Although it's a bit higher than my expectation, but compared to me, you're still a lot weaker."
Ho Fei had a complacent expression. Monkey. He Yu instead didn't care about it.
He merely had an emotional and excited expression as he looked at Ho Fei.
Qin Yu looked at Bai Ling, who stood to the side, and then smiled to He Yu. "Hey, shouldn't you be introducing this young lady to us?"
He Yu's face grew red. He then walked over to Bai Ling. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu was unable to refrain himself from sighing in his heart. Compared to on the mortal realm, Xiao He had also changed a lot. At the very least, he's no longer that ice cold like before. Also, his clothes are no longer eternal black like before. Linger, let me introduce them to you. Hey, you pulled Bai Ling's hand. Bai Ling's face was still a bit pale. She snuggled up to Heiyu. Only her quick-witted pair of eyes were still looking at Qinyu and Hou Fei with curiosity. Heiyu said softly. Linger, these two are my big brother and second brother that I frequently tell you about. This is Monkey, my second brother. Heiyu pointed at Hou Fei. Bai Ling immediately said cleverly. Second brother. Hou Fei was unable to contain his joy and started nodding repeatedly. Heiyu then looked toward Qinyu. Linger, this is the big brother that I frequently tell you about. I have grown up with Big Brother together since when we were kids. Of course, although Big Brother is a human, but he's what I admired the most in every aspect. Big Brother, said Bai Ling as she opened her eyes wide and looked at Qinyu. Hearing Bai Ling addressing him like so, Qinyu guessed the relationship of the two. Big Brother, Monkey. Heiyu's delicate and pretty face had turned slightly red. This is the girl that I fell in love with after I ascended to the immortal, devil and demon realm. Her name is Bai Ling. She is already my wife. Wow, wife, said Hou Fei with a weird voice. He even used a weird gaze to examine Heiyu up and down. Mixed hair bird, never would I have expected this. How many years has it only been? You've already have a wife? And it's this clever young lady Bai Ling? I really don't know why young lady Bai Ling managed to fall for an ice cube that doesn't have any emotions like you. Young lady Bai Ling, tell me, did this mixed hair bird force you? If you were to tell me, then although I am his brother, I will still place righteousness before family. As he said that, Hou Fei even waved his black stick a couple times. No. He didn't, I decided on my own. After finishing those words hurriedly, Bai Ling's face turned red. Immediately, Qinyu, Hou Fei and even Heiyu started laughing. Enough, Fei. Qinyu started to speak. Xiao He, it's been such a long time since we three brothers last met, we ought to have a nice chat with each other. However, this place is not particularly safe and enemies might once again come after us. It's not too late for us to chat after we arrive at a safe place first. Heiyu and Bai Ling's expression immediately changed. Heiyu said solemnly. Big brother is right, let's leave here quickly. However, where do we go? Asked Bai Ling confused. You all must not resist, I'll bring you all to a place. Said Qinyu while smiling. Heiyu guessed and said. Big brother, is it the Qingyu Immortal Mansion? Back on the mortal realm, Qinyu had used the Qingyu Immortal Mansion multiple times. Hearing Heiyu question, Qinyu merely smiled mysteriously and shook his head. Without caring about Heiyu who's filled with confusion, Qinyu directly took the couple people into the Jianglan's realm. The Jianglan's realm turned into a speck of sand and blended into the ground in the garden of the Star Spiritual Palace. Qinyu believed that, even if enemies were to come again, they would still be unable to find them. The safety of the Jianglan's realm was without doubt. Inside the Jianglan's realm, Heiyu and Bai Ling were astonished as they looked to their surroundings. They were puzzled in their hearts as to where exactly this boundless place was. Mixed hair bird. I bet you're dumbstruck. This is the final treasure that Big Brother obtained in the Nian's realm. It was a gift from Uncle Lan. Its name is called the Jianglan's realm. Said Hou Fei complacently. Inside the Jianglan's realm, Big Brother is like the god. He is able to create whatever he wants. Qinyu nodded his head in coordination with Hou Fei's explanation. Xiao He, do you still remember the Misty Mountain Villa? After he finished saying those words, the ground in front of Qinyu started to change. The huge Misty Mountain Villa emerged from the ground. In the astonishment of Heiyu and Bai Ling, the entire Misty Mountain Villa had appeared. Big brother, this is, Heiyu was thoroughly shocked. This is the Jianglan's realm. A voice sounded from nearby. A man whose figure was similar to Heiyu but possessed a much more profound gaze walked over. It was Wu Lan. Wu Lan smiled and said. Jianglan's realm, although it cannot be considered as a true realm, but the difference between them is not large either. Wu Lan's residence was located next to Qinyu's. Soon, he had already arrived at his own residence and began drinking his tea quietly. Qinyu smiled and said. There are a total of 3 layers of worlds in the Jianglan's realm. However, with my current strength, I am only able to open the first level world. However, with merely the first layer world, the concentration of the elemental spirit energy was already 10 times as much as the outside world. The proportion of the two worlds are also different. 10 years here is only a single year in the outside.
10 years here is a single year outside? Blurted by Ling in astonishment. That's right. Not only that, this Jianglan's realm's defense is also extremely strong.
In all the attacks that I know of, there are none that could break through its defense, said Qin Yu confidently. For even the combined attack of Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor to not be able to cause any damage to the Jianglan's realm, the strength of the Jianglan's realm's defense was evident. Talking about this, I must talk about the matter when Emperor Yu chased after to kill me. Right when Qin Yu started to speak about the matter with Emperor Yu, Hou Fei had immediately grew excited and interrupted his speech.
Mixed hair bird, it's better for me to tell you. Back then, Big Brother had only ascended into the immortal, devil and demon realm. He arrived on the Maple Moon Star. Hou Fei talked about the battle on the Maple Moon Star and then the battle on the Blue Flame Star.
Then he talked about the battle on the Hidden Emperor Star, the battle that occurred on the Blue Snow Star, then the Reef Yellow Star being refined and the death of the 26 immortal emperors. Finally, he ended with the sneak attack on the Yellow Bird Star.
The entire speech lasted for close to half a day. He Yu and Bai Ling continued to listen in astonishment.
Only after a long time did He Yu look toward Qin Yu and said, "Big brother, never had I expected that you've also lived such a hard life all these years. Your situation was not much better than mine.
Xiao He, tell us about yourself. What happened to you? Why are you being chased by others? Who is it that's chasing after to kill you?" asked Qin Yu.
Toward this matter, Qin Yu was always puzzled. According to his speculation, there shouldn't be many people that chased after Xiao He to kill him. However, 3 demon emperors had appeared earlier. To be able to dispatch 3 great demon emperors to kill someone, there aren't many people capable in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm.
He Yu and Bai Ling took a glance at each other. He Yu sighed and said,
"Mentioning this, I myself felt very wronged about it too. After I ascended to the immortal, devil and demon realm, I had only traveled through the galaxy that I've ascended to and have never provoked anyone.
Alas, although I haven't provoked anyone, someone still wanted me dead. Disaster fell from the sky.
The Bai family that I stayed with were all murdered.
Only Linger and I managed to escape. Linger's sister was also captured. Disaster fell from the sky?"
Qin Yu and Hou Fei both started to frown.
How could such a thing happen?
A cold light flashed through He Yu's eyes.
However, if my guess was correct, this disaster was brought to me by Zhongju. Zhongju? Qin Yu looked at He Yu. Xiao He, this Zhongju was someone who has a pretty good relationship with us.
On the mortal realm, he had helped us before. Furthermore, he had also received help from Uncle Lan before.
He shouldn't be someone who would treat you like so.
Qin Yu was a bit unbelieving that Zhongju would cause Xiao He harm.
He Yu sneered.
"Big brother, after I ascended to the immortal, devil and demon realm, I have stayed in the Bai family for over 100 years without anyone coming to stir up troubles with me.
Afterwards, I coincidentally ran into Zhongju.
At that moment, I was even very happy and chatted with Zhongju for quite some time.
However, 3 months after our meeting, a massacre descended upon the Bai family." He Yu's body was slightly trembling.
"I do not know many people in the immortal, devil and demon realm. All I know were the good brothers and good friends of the Bai family and Linger and her sister.
However, that massacre killed practically all of my friends. Big brother, tell me, if it wasn't Zhongju, then what else could it be?"
Hearing Xiao He saying it like so, Qin Yu too seemed to be convinced that this matter seemed to really be related to Zhongju.
He Yu continued.
"Furthermore, I managed to find out afterwards that the person who wanted me dead was the emperor of the entire bird clan, the Peng Demon Emperor."
"Why would the magnificent Peng Demon Emperor want me dead?"
"I, a nobody that had just ascended from the mortal realm, had never offended him. Other than Zhongju, who held a respected position as the super divine beast Golden Winged Great Peng, who else would make the Peng Demon Emperor to send people to kill me? Why would Zhongju want to kill you?" Puzzled, Qin Yu asked. At this moment, Qin Yu was certain that even if it wasn't Zhongju himself who wanted Xiao He dead, it was likely also related to him.
"How would I know?" He Yu shook his head.
Bai Ling, who stood to the side, suddenly stretched out her hand and said,
"If we must give a reason, then I have thought of one. I reckon that it's because of Big Brother Yu's identity, variation divine beast. Furthermore, he ought to be a variation super divine beast. That Zhongju likely feared that Big Brother Yu would threaten him in the future." Qin Yu was puzzled in his heart. According to his acquaintance with Zhongju, Zhongju should belong to the type of people who's more open. Even if he knew that Xiao He would threaten him, Zhongju would likely still compete with Xiao He fairly. He would disdain from using such despicable methods. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 20. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 20, Dinosaur Martial Technique. Translated by Pumpkin.
Edited by Philip, Translation Nations.
Xinyu also looked over.
Xinyu too does not know exactly what rank of divine beast Xiaohei was. It's just that the attack power displayed by Xiaohei was truly very strong. To say that he's a variation super divine beast was also very possible.
Bai Ling nodded and said confidently.
Back when Big Brother Yu was being chased, there was a time when he was against over a dozen level 8 demon kings. At that time, Big Brother Yu was only a level 7 demon king. However, he killed all of them by himself.
That doesn't count.
Hou Fei waved his hand to refute. With mixed hair bird's martial technique, even if over a dozen people were chasing after him, he can still confront them.
What about the battle earlier, does that count? Bai Ling asked instead. That should count. Xinyu nodded and said while smiling.
The three great demon emperors from earlier, one was a level 4 demon emperor, the other two were level 2 demon emperors.
That level 4 demon emperor was even a high-level divine beast.
Xiaohei was able to persist for such a long time after being surrounded and attacked by those three, especially that final spear strike where he managed to kill that level 2 demon emperor mid-level divine beast. He truly has the strength of a super divine beast.
Xinyu's explanation was very reasonable.
If Heiyu was a high-level divine beast, then as a level 1 demon emperor high-level divine beast, his strength would be at the same level as a level 2 demon emperor mid-level divine beast. Even if a level 1 demon emperor high-level divine beast was able to kill the level 2 demon emperor mid-level divine beast, it would still not be done that effortlessly like how Xiaohei did it.
Heiyu tranquilly laughed and said. As a variation divine beast, I can't even tell my own rank. Forget about it, there's no meaning to continue talking about this.
The three brothers and Bai Ling were sitting beside the lake in a cross-legged position.
They chatted for a long time and enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. Big brother. What should we do now? Suddenly asked Hou Fei. Xinyu thought for it for a moment. He nodded and said.
According to what Uncle Lan told me, in order to see Lear, I have to open the entire Jianglan's realm. However, I've only managed to open the first layer and am still very far away from the requirement that Uncle Lan set for me. And now that I've also met you all, I am also relieved. I decided to start calmly train in the Jianglan's realm. All the way so that I can open the third layer of the Jianglan's realm.
Training here the entire time? Heiyu frowned. I don't mind.
I've already remembered all 6 stick techniques from the inherited prohibited area. Although the comprehension in the Jianglan's realm is not as fast as that of the inherited prohibited area, but 10 years here was only a single year outside, so it's about the same.
Furthermore, I can also find people to be my sparring partner.
Said Hou Fei, not in the least concerned.
Xiaohei, what's wrong?
Xinyu saw that Heiyu appeared to have something in his mind.
Heiyu and Bai Ling took a glance at each other. Finally, Bai Ling spoke out.
Big brother, both Big Brother Yu and I are constantly worried about my older sister. My older sister was captured by the Peng Demon Emperor, although we've heard that she's by Zhongju's side, but we are still unable to be at ease.
Sigh. Hou Fei opened his eyes wide. You couple better not have a fever.
Zhongju, as a super divine beast golden-winged great pine, lived in the imperial city of the Bird Clan and close to the imperial palace of the Peng Demon Emperor.
Don't tell me you two wanted to go there?
The Peng Demon Emperor's strength is at the same level as the Dragon Emperor. Even a level 9 immortal emperor is no match for him.
Xinyu recalled the scene where the Dragon Emperor defeated Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor with a single fist.
The Peng Demon Emperor was someone of the same rank as the Dragon Emperor. Even if the Blood Dragon Ao Wushu was to be dispatched, he was still much inferior and unable to match up against him. Furthermore, as far as I know, the Peng Demon Emperor still has 3 great demon emperors underneath him.
Hou Fei turned out to know a lot about these things.
Mixed hair bird, you ought to know that the Bird Clan was comparable to the entire immortal realm.
Their strength was not as simple as you think. You want to rescue her sister? Not a chance. Hou Fei said without any hint of hope. I also understand that.
Heiyu's brows were deeply creased.
However, how can I let Big Sister be in the hands of the enemy the entire time?
Hou Fei merely shook his head helplessly. Xinyu, who remained silent for a long time, patted Heiyu's shoulder.
He said. Xiaohei, I know of Bai Ling and your current state of mind.
It's just that you ought to also know that if it was even a bit dangerous for Hou Fei and I when we encountered Emperor Yu.
If we were to encounter the Peng Demon Emperor, we would be completely hopeless. Heiyu nodded. Xinyu continued. Of course, I am not telling you to give up. From the time when Bai Ling's home was massacred till now, it ought to have been a long time, right? Over 100 years. Hey, you replied. Already 100 years. Xin Yu smiled. If Bai Ling's sister were to be killed, then she'll already be dead.
If she wasn't killed, then for her to be alive after 100 years, 200 more years shouldn't be of worry. However, 100 to 200 years were very important to me.
Xiaohei, this is the Zhonglan's realm. 100 to 200 years in the outside world is 1,000 to 2,000 years here.
Say, 1,000 to 2,000 years, it's sufficient to allow us to increase our level to what extent?
Both He Yu and Fei Fei's eyes shined.
They had only ascended about 300 years ago. However, in merely this short amount of time, they had already reached the Demon Emperor level. If they were to still train for another 1,000 or 2,000 years, then what extent would their strength reach?
Just thinking about it was enough to cause excitement.
Thus, I think that it's best for us to hide ourselves and train here for 1,000 to 2,000 years. After that, when us three brothers all become powerful, even if we can't match the Ping Demon Emperor, we can still take care of his subordinates. Then using this Jianglan's realm, we would have the qualifications to go to the imperial city of the Bird Clan in charge through that. However, with our current strength, I reckon that if a random level 7 or 8 Demon Emperor were to be sent out from the imperial city, then we'll all be in danger," said Qin Yu while smiling. Even with the current strength that Qin Yu possessed, he was still only able to handle level 5 or 6 Demon Emperors. If another 1,000 or 2,000 years were to pass, what level would Qin Yu reach? Even Qin Yu himself was not as daring as to be certain about it.
He Yu and Bai Ling took a glance at each other. Communication through eye contact. Finally, He Yu turned around to look at Qin Yu.
Smiling, he said loudly.
"Good, it'll just be like what Big Brother said. We'll hide ourselves and bitterly train.
After our strength increased greatly, then we'll charge through the Bird Clan's imperial city."
"I obviously also approve of that,"
said Ho Fei as he laughed.
Seeing He Yu and Ho Fei's appearance, Qin Yu smiled. He then said with a loud voice, "From tomorrow on, we shall begin training."
Inside the Jianglan's realm, 2 more courtyard mansions appeared beside Qin Yu's residence. They were respectively the residences of Ho Fei and He Yu, and his wife Bai Ling. Ho Fei increased his power via comprehension from battles. Xiaohei, unexpectedly, also increased his power via comprehension from battles. In the days when he was being chased, He Yu's battle comprehension were increasing unceasingly. Now, when Ho Fei is free, he would usually go and fight with Xiaohei after suppressing his power to that of a level 1 Demon Emperor. As for Qin Yu, he was doing seclusion training. In the private room that Qin Yu was doing his seclusion training in, Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged without moving. No one knew how long Qin Yu would continue to sit for. Inside Qin Yu's Dantian space, a black hole was in the boundless Dantian space. That black hole led to another astonishing place, the flower paste space. At this moment, Qin Yu's consciousness was on the port of the other side of the black hole. I've already reached the peak of the late-stage black hole after merely absorbing for half a day. What should I do now? Qin Yu looked at the 2 to 3 meters of space that belonged to him in the flower paste space. His heart was filled with helplessness. The amount of golden black hole energy within that 2-3 meters space was numerous. It greatly surpassed the energy of the 3 golden rings of light. However, currently, Qin Yu was merely absorbing elemental spirit energy and converting them into black hole energy. Yet, his black hole energy was unable to become any more pure. One could say that Qin Yu had reached a bottleneck. No matter how much he absorbed, his attack power would not increase. The 7th stage, Dark Star Realm. The 8th stage, Black Hole Realm. What should the 9th stage be? Qin Yu's consciousness was carefully pondering about it in the black hole channel. There's actually 2 major ideas in Qin Yu's mind. The first was to make it so that he can use all of the energy in that 2 to 3 meter space. After all, the current black hole energy that he's using was only the energy of the rings of lights. However, no matter how much energy was within the 2 to 3 meter long space, Qin Yu was unable to use them and was only able to save them up as reserve. If he were to be able to refine them and make them even more pure, then he believed his attack power would increase greatly. However, the difficult question was how he should go about refining them. The second option, compress all the energy within the 2-3 meter space. Compress them unceasingly. Qin Yu believed that compressing the energy into a small volume would cause the energy to have a fundamental change. However, the black hole energy that's refined from the endless amount of elemental spirit energy is already extremely pure. Qin Yu doesn't know what to use in order to compress it further. What exactly should I do? Qin Yu continued to ponder in his heart. Many impractical ideas passed his mind.
For example, evolve the black hole into a galaxy and so on. He even thought of forming a universe and creating another black hole. He thought of what might have happened if there were two black holes in his dantian. Would they fuse together? Or would they collapse due to their influence on one another? However, Shinyu didn't dare to casually attempt any of these wild imaginations at Kama.
Those imaginations that are too fantastic, there's an 80 to 90% chance that they'll collapse the black hole or even cause it to explode. The result would be that his life would be finished. In the creation of a new martial technique, one cannot just indulge in one's wildest imaginations. Only through having sufficient amount of certainty would one make the decision.
It's just like the time when Shinyu was on the mortal realm.
He had suddenly came to a realization the moment he saw the evolution of a star. At that moment, Shinyu was certain from the bottom of his heart that for the star stage to evolve into the black hole stage was absolutely feasible. However now, Shinyu was simply unable to find that kind of feeling. The black hole stage, what would the next stage be? The days of cultivation through seclusion training were very dry and dull. Shinyu had once recalled the changes of the stars of the universe. He had even left the Jianglan's realm by himself and went to the cosmic space to look at the outer space. However, ultimately, Shinyu was still unable to find anything and helplessly returned back to the Jianglan's realm. After pondering deeply about it for an entire 10 years in the Jianglan's realm, Shinyu was certain about one thing: he was for the time being unable to achieve a breakthrough. Sigh. Although I have the will, but I cannot succeed. All I can do is to not think about it for the time being. Maybe someday a divine light would flash through my mind. Shinyu consoled himself. In these past 10 years, he had thought of many methods. However, there are only several kinds of methods that could be successful. It's just that those several methods were truly inflexible. Shinyu was certain that if he were to take any of those methods, he'll be unable to receive much of a power-up in the future. According to Shinyu's understanding, the breakthrough of every stage of the stellar transformation would bring about an astonishing change. Since I am still unable to break through the stellar transformation martial technique, if I want to increase my strength, then I should train my body. Shinyu decided in his mind that, no matter what, he cannot waste his time to train. His brothers were both rapidly increasing their powers, thus he must also try hard. As Shinyu was pondering about it in his heart, he had walked to Wu Lan's residence. "Shinyu, what have brought you here?" said Wu Lan to Shinyu while smiling. Shinyu saw Wu Lan and his eyes shined. "Mr. Wu Lan, it seemed to me that you've made a breakthrough?" Today Wu Lan was filled with smiles. He said while smiling, "That's right. So many years have passed, I've finally reached level 8 Demon Emperor from level 7 Demon Emperor. Fortunately I am cultivating in the Jianglan's realm. If I were to still be in the immortal, devil and demon realm, with the concentration of the elemental spirit energy there, I don't know how long it would have taken me to reach a breakthrough. Compared with the divine realm, I suspect that even the condition in the Jianglan's realm is a lot inferior," said Shinyu while smiling. Wu Lan nodded honestly. "True, it's a lot inferior. However, in the divine realm, my cultivation speed was even slower than in the immortal, devil and demon realm." "Oh?" Shinyu was surprised. The condition of the divine realm was better than here, so why would the cultivation speed be slower in the divine realm? Let's not talk about the divine realm anymore. Wu Lan smiled as he shook his head. Shinyu also stopped asking. Suddenly, Shinyu recalled of the problem he had in his mind. He asked, "Mr. Wu Lan, do you by any chance have a good martial technique for the training of the body? I want to train my body." Martial technique for the training of the body? Wu Lan thought about it for a moment. "According to what I know, those who are strongest in training their body in the immortal, devil and demon realm ought to be the people from the Dark Star realm." Dark Star realm? Shinyu smiled helplessly. Could it be that Mr. Wu Lan know of the technique that the people of Dark Star realm used to train their body? "I don't," said Wu Lan as he smiled. Shinyu also smiled. This Wu Lan was playing with him. What I mentioned earlier was merely the strongest body training technique of the immortal, devil and demon realm. Yi Chu was not someone from the immortal, devil and demon realm. His body training techniques were definitely not inferior to those of the Dark Star realm," said Wu Lan as he smiled happily. Shinyu immediately realized that Yi Chu was a Tyrannosaurus Rex that came from a different cosmic space. The body training techniques of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He also knew that when Ao Wushu was a level 7 Demon Emperor, the level 7 Demon Emperor Yi Chu's strength was not inferior to his. From this, it was evident that Yi Chu's body training technique was extremely powerful. Would Yi Chu be willing to teach me? Shinyu wasn't certain about it. Wu Lan said unconcernedly, "That I do not know."
As to whether Yi Chu would be willing to teach you the body training martial technique of the dinosaur clan, that would be dependent upon your own ability. Qin Yu, with an intention, immediately discovered where Yi Chu was currently located at. Sigh, so boring. Yi Chu was currently lifting a 10,000-foot tall mountain. He was continuously throwing it toward the sky and then catching it. After he caught it, he'll throw it again. He was even sighing as he threw the mountain. So boring. A large mountain continued to be thrown around like this. How to make Yi Chu teach him the dinosaur clan's martial technique? Qin Yu pondered about it in his mind for a long period of time. However, not a single one of his idea was absolutely certain to work. Amen, if all else fails, then I could only sacrifice myself. Mr. Wulan, I'll take my leave first. Qin Yu bid his farewell. I hope that you succeed, said Wulan while smiling. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Succeed? That will be very hard. Immediately after, Qin Yu's body disappeared into thin air and appeared at where Yi Chu was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.